On the night of a culling, Inza hid 2 children to save their lives. Instead of punishment, she was offered power and freedom for them, but at a cost. What happens when rescue comes with chains, and love grows in a system designed to own you? The Gift of Esterwald, a web novel, vampire romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The ledger hit the floor with a wet slap. 4 names had already been crossed off the slate. 2 more followed as Inza watched from the stairwell, her breath held so shallowly that her ribs ached. Steward Serlet worked the pen with the slow patience of a man who enjoyed his work. Behind him, the corridor lamps flickered in the sea draft that always found its way through Esterwald's black stone. The servants' wing was half lit, half empty, and the air smelled of coal dust, cheap soap, and the particular fear of people who had learned not to tremble visibly. Inza counted the names still on the slate. 11. She had memorized them all by noon, when word first spread that the quarterly culling had been moved up without warning. Her palms were sweating against the stair rail. She wiped them on her apron and forced herself to breathe again. The twins were in the coal lift. She had put them there herself, an hour ago, when Serlet's clerks started knocking on doors. Bren had fought her, twisting and swearing until she clamped a hand over his mouth and whispered that if he made one sound, she would leave him to the stewards herself. Melly had gone quiet, which was worse. Melly understood what the culling meant. The lift was a dumbwaiter shaft for the kitchen coal, narrow, rust-caked, and ventilated only by the gap where the rope ran through. It was not meant for children, but it was the only place in the servants' wing the stewards never searched. Inza had hidden there herself once, 8 years old, pressed against coal dust and splinters, listening to footsteps pass on the other side of the wall. She had learned that night that survival was a matter of knowing which spaces were too small or too filthy for the house to bother with. The steward's pen stopped moving. She watched his shoulders shift as he scanned the remaining names. The room was quiet enough to hear the scratch of his thumbnail against the ledger spine. When he spoke, his voice carried the polished boredom of someone who had delivered worse news over better wine. The Sevwick twins are not in their quarters. Inza's stomach turned cold. A clerk shuffled papers. They were seen at supper, Serlet. Seen at supper, Serlet repeated flat. And now they are not. Find them. Sir. The clerk hesitated. The girl, the older one, Inza Kessani. She's their room assignee. Serlet looked up. His gaze found her without effort. She had not moved from the stairwell, but somehow he had known she was there. His eyes were the color of old dishwater and just as warm. Kessani. She stepped into the corridor. Her hands were steady. She had learned that trek young, too. Numbness looked like composure if you held it long enough. Serlet, you know where they are. It was not a question. Inza kept her voice even. I haven't seen them since supper. The lie tasted like iron on her tongue. Serlet studied her for a long moment. The clerks had stopped moving. The corridor was so quiet she could hear the coal lift's cables groaning somewhere in the dark, and she prayed the twins had the sense to stay still. You're a reliable servant, Kessani, Serlet said, almost kindly. Don't let your record become a conversation piece. He turned back to the slate. His pen hovered over the remaining names. Inza's body moved before her mind finished the calculation. If they're struck from the slate, she said, I'll take any reassignment. The words landed like stones in still water. Serlet turned, slowly. His pen dripped ink onto the floor. Any reassignment? He repeated. Any. You don't know what that means. I know what the culling means. She held his gaze. Her hands were still steady. The numbness was spreading up her arms now, into her chest, making her feel hollow and useful at once. This was the shape she knew. Offer herself before anyone thought to take. The twins are 11, she said. They work. They don't cause trouble. The house gets nothing from selling them off. The house gets space, Serlet said, and fewer mouths. Then take mine instead. She swallowed. I'm worth more than 2 children who haven't finished growing. A beat of silence. Surlet's mouth twitched at the corner. It was not quite a smile. You're bargaining for them. Yes. You would trade your own placement, your own safety, for 2 orphans you were assigned to supervise. Inza said nothing. The steward looked at her for a long time. Then he looked at the slate. Then he looked at the corridor behind her, where the coal lift's door sat flush against the wall, barely visible in lamplight. He knows, she thought. He knows they're there. But Surlet only dipped his pen and drew a clean line through Bren and Melly Sevwick's names. Your quarters are being reassigned, he said, without looking up. Report to the inner household corridor before dawn. Someone will meet you. Inza's heart stopped. The inner household? You heard me. He closed the ledger. Wash. Dress in something that doesn't smell like the kitchen. They'll provide the rest. He walked past her without another word. The clerks followed, carrying the slate and the papers and the quiet satisfaction of men who had done exactly what they were paid to do. Inza stood in the empty corridor. Her hands were shaking now. She could not remember when they had started. The coal lift door creaked open behind her. Melly crawled out first, black with dust, her dark eyes too large in her face. Brown followed, swearing under his breath, his knuckles scraped from bracing against the shaft walls. What happened? Melly whispered. Why did he stay here? But you said... I said stay here. Inza's voice came out sharper than she meant. She softened it. Stay here. I'll come back before dawn, I promise. Melly's jaw tightened. She was too old to believe promises easily. But she nodded, and Bren put a hand on her shoulder, and Inza turned away before they could see her face. She walked toward the servants' washroom. Her hands were still shaking. The inner household corridor. She had never even seen it. It was a rumor, a locked door at the end of a private stair, a space reserved for the house's highest blood and their chosen attendants. Servants who entered that corridor did not come back to the kitchens. They did not come back to the servants' wing at all. She knew what happened to servants who were summoned to the inner household. She had heard the stories, the ones that ended in better rooms, wages, legal standing, and the ones that ended in silence, a closed ledger, names not worth repeating. The coal dust was still under her nails when she reached the washroom door. She scrubbed until her skin was raw. She found the dress laid out on her cot, silk, the color of old bone, cut too fine for a servant's body. She put it on because there was no one to refuse to. Dawn was still an hour away when she stood at the locked door at the end of the private stair. She had never been this deep in the house before. The stone here was warmer. The air smelled different, not of salt and coal, but of wax, wine, and something metallic she did not want to name. The door opened before she knocked. A woman stood in the threshold, tall, gray-eyed, iron-white hair coiled in braids that caught the candlelight like wire. She wore a house steward's badge, but everything about her said she was not a servant. Kessani? Yes. The woman's gaze moved over her, slow, assessing, the way a buyer looked at livestock at the autumn market. The heir is waiting. Inza followed her into the corridor. The door closed behind them with a sound like a cage latching. She did not look back. She could not afford to. Chapter 2. The corridor stretched ahead like a throat. Inza followed the gray-eyed woman past doors set far apart, each one banded in brass, each one silent. The candles here burned with a steadier flame than the ones in the servants' wing. No guttering, no smoke, no cheap tallow smell. The light fell on walls of polished black stone shot through with veins of silver that caught the glow like Norbs laid bare. Her bare feet made no sound on the heated floor. The dress moved against her skin like a second layer of it, silk sliding over places that had never known silk. She could feel every seam, every stitch, the weight of the fabric settling against her ribs as if measuring her. The coal dust was gone from her nails, her scalp, the creases of her knuckles. She was empty of it. She was empty of everything that had made her recognizable to herself. The gray-eyed woman stopped at the third door. She did not knock. She did not announce. She simply opened it and stood aside, her pale eyes fixed on some point beyond Inza's shoulder, as if the girl in the bone-white dress was already accounted for and filed. "The heir's chambers," the woman said. "He is waiting." Inza stepped past her. The room stopped her breath. It was larger than the dormitory she had shared with 12 other servants, larger than the kitchen, larger than the chapel she passed on her way to the market deliveries, the one with the broken saint and the pigeons nesting in the eaves. The ceiling rose into shadows she could not follow. Tapestries hung on the walls, deep blue threaded with silver, scenes of hunting and feasting and something else she did not look at long enough to name. A fire burned in a hearth carved to look like a gaping mouth. The furniture was dark wood, polished to a gleam that hurt to see. And in the center of it all, a man stood with his back to her. He was tall. That was the first thing she noticed. Tall and built with the kind of spare, economical strength that came from movement, not display. He wore no jacket, only a white shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbow, and the candlelight caught the bones of his wrists as he turned. Corwise Vimmer. She had seen him before. Once from the gallery during a formal dinner, a shape at the high table surrounded by faces she had been trained not to meet. She had known his name the way all servants knew the names of the family, as a fact of weather, as something that could crush or spare without noticing. He looked at her now. His eyes were dark, not black, but a deep, unreadable brown, the color of the stone after rain. His hair was cut short, uneven at the temple as if he had done it himself. His mouth was ordinary, his hands were still. He looked at her the way the gray-eyed woman had looked at her, like a thing to be assessed, but something shifted in his face when their eyes met, a flicker she could not name, and she understood that she had been wrong about one thing. He was not surprised to see her. Kessani. His voice was lower than she expected, quiet, the kind of voice that did not need to compete. Yes. You took the reassignment. I was told to take it. Told. He repeated the word as if tasting it. By Steward Serlet. By the woman who let me in. Gray eyes, ironed hair. My mother. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Lady Mayralda Uxen, the woman who had opened the door, who had worn a steward's badge like a costume, who had looked at Inza the way a buyer looked at livestock. Inza said nothing. There was nothing to say that would not be a confession of ignorance or fear. Corwise moved then. He crossed the room with the same economical grace she had noticed in his stillness, and stopped 3 feet from her, close enough that she could smell him. Soap, wool, the faint metallic tang that clung to all vampires, the thing that made human skin prickle in their presence. You're afraid, he said. It was not a question. I was told to report to the inner household, Inza said. I was told someone would meet me. I was not told what would happen after. That's true. He studied her. You haven't asked. I was going to, but you waited. I was waiting to see if the answer would matter. His mouth curved. It was not quite a smile. It was something else, recognition maybe, or the beginning of a calculation she could not follow. It matters, he said. I chose you. The words hit her like a blow to the chest. You. I reviewed the household roles, the steward's assessments, the kitchen reports, the health records. He said it plainly, as if describing a routine task. I identified 3 candidates. I eliminated 2. You were the one I wanted. Inza's hands were still. She had made them still somewhere in the corridor, forced the shaking down into her bones where no one could see it. Why? Because you hide children in coal lifts. Her blood turned cold. Serlet told you. Serlet does what I tell him. Corwise's voice did not change. The culling was mine, the timing, the target wing, the choice of steward to conduct it. I ordered the inspection of your quarters specifically. I knew you would hide them. You? She stopped, breathed, started again. You knew I would hide them. And you used that to see what you would do. Yes. The fire crackled. The shadows on the walls stretched and contracted like breath. Inza stood in the soaked dress and felt the full weight of the room press against her skin. Every detail of the past hour rearranged itself in her mind. The culling, the coal lift, Serlet's unhurried questions, the line drawn through the twins' names, the washroom, the dress, the corridor, the door. All of it arranged, all of it designed. Then you know, she said slowly, that I only came here because it bought their safety. Yes, and you know I would not have chosen this. Yes. She looked at him, He looked back, unblinking, patient, the way a man looked at a door he had already unlocked. "Then what do you want from me?" The question hung between them. Corwise Vimmer took a step closer, not into her space, but to the edge of it, where the air between them became something both of them had to breathe. "I want you to read a contract," he said. "Every clause, every condition, every named touch and permitted refusal. And then I want you to decide, without threat or consequence to the children, whether you will consent to the first binding draft." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded paper, sealed with black wax. "I am not Surlet," he said. "I am not my mother. I do not take what is not given." He held out the contract. Inza did not take it. She stood in the firelight, in the silk dress, in the room that smelled of wax and iron and a future she had not chosen, and she stared at the paper in his hand like it was a weapon she had not learned to name. "You chose me," she said. "Yes. You arranged the culling. You put the twins in danger. You made me desperate enough to bargain." "Yes. And now you want me to thank you for offering a choice you forced me to need." His hand did not lower. "Yes," he said quietly. "I do." The fire snapped. Inza looked at the contract. She looked at his face. She looked at the sealed black wax, at the whorls pressed into it by a signet ring she had not noticed until now. She did not touch it. "I need to know one thing first," she said. "What?" "If I sign this, if I take the draft, if I become what you want me to become," she met his eyes, "will the twins still be free if I refuse tomorrow?" The silence stretched. Corwise's hands stayed extended. His face gave nothing away, but something in his eyes changed, a flicker she had seen before at the threshold of the corridor, when the gray-eyed woman had opened the door and Inza had stepped through into a life she had not asked for. It was not calculation, it was doubt. "I thought so," Inza whispered. She reached out. Her fingers closed around the contract. The wax was warm against her palm. She did not break the seal, not yet. She held it like a thing she might still set down, and the firelight moved across her face, and the man who had chosen her watched her hands with a stillness that felt like waiting for a verdict. "My name is Inza," she said, "not Kessani. You do not get to use only my family name as if I am already yours." Corwise said nothing, but his jaw tightened, a fraction, the first crack in the mask. And Inza understood that she had not lost this room yet. Chapter 3. The wax gave under her thumbnail with a sound like cracked ice. Inza unfolded the contract. The paper was heavy, cream-colored, covered in script so fine it looked like lace laid over bone. She read standing, because sitting felt like acceptance, and she was not ready to accept anything. Corwise did not move. He stood at the edge of the firelight, hands loose at his sides, watching her read with a patience that felt rehearsed. The first paragraph identified the parties. House Esterwald, represented by Corwise Vimmer, heir apparent, and Kessani, Inza, household servant, designated as recipient of the first binding draft. She read it twice. The word recipient instead of vessel or donor, a small precision. She did not know whether to trust it. The second paragraph described the draft itself, a measured quantity of vampiric blood, modified by alchemical preparation and administered under supervision. The effects listed in clinical language: increased sensory acuity, accelerated healing, enhanced stamina, slowed aging. No mention of hunger shifts or sleeplessness, or the things Nave had hinted at in the kitchen corridors over the years, the way bread lost its taste, the way sleep became a thing you scheduled instead of fell into. The third paragraph made her stop. The recipient retains the right to refuse any physical contact not explicitly named in the clauses that follow. Refusal shall not constitute grounds for termination of employment, reduction of wages, forfeiture of agreed manumission terms, or any penalty against the recipient or any named dependent. She read it again, then a third time. "You wrote this," she said. "I dictated it." "To whom?" "A scrivener in the ledger house, bound by confidentiality." She looked up from the paper. "And the scrivener's name?" Corwise's eyebrows lifted, a fraction. "You want to verify?" I want to know if there is any living witness who can confirm this contract exists before I sign it. Something moved in his face. Not anger, not offense, something closer to recognition, as if she had answered a question he had not yet asked. Harville Tremaine, he said. Ledger House 7, Stall 42, on the Lower Market Arcade. You can find him any evening past the 10th bell. He keeps his own records. She memorized the name, fielded behind her teeth where no one could take it. She returned to the contract. The clauses that followed were precise and narrow. A feeding schedule, twice per 10-day at the recipient's discretion, with a minimum of 48 hours between sessions. The site of each feeding to be the inner forearm or the curve of the shoulder, as chosen by the recipient on the day. No restraint during feeding unless requested. No witnesses unless the recipient demanded them. She read each clause aloud. Not for him, for herself. To hear the words leave her mouth and confirm they were real. Section 7, she said. Rest periods after feeding. Minimum 4 hours of uninterrupted rest in a private room. Meals provided. No duties during rest. Yes. Section 9. The recipient may terminate the binding agreement at any time by returning the remaining draft to the house apothecary. Yes. With no penalty to named dependents. That is what it says. She looked up. What happens to me if I terminate? His jaw tightened, that same crack from before. You lose the cumulative benefits, the sensory gains, the healing. You return to your baseline human state within a full turning of the seasons. And the children? Unchanged. Their manumission pathway is a separate article. Article 12. She found it. Article 12F. A clear schedule, with named beneficiaries. Bren Sevwick and Melly Sevwick, and a third slot left blank. Blank, she said. You may write the third name yourself. Her throat closed. She had not told him about Tavi, had never spoken the smallest child's name aloud in any steward's hearing. And yet the contract had a blank line waiting, as if Corwise had known there was a third, or had guessed, or had simply built a slot for mercy she could fill however she chose. The named dependents, she said slowly, are to be granted legal freedom from House Esterwald's service upon completion of the first binding cycle. 5 years, Corwise said, measured from the first draft. 1 year per child, if you prefer to stagger the releases, or all 3 at once at the end. The contract allows flexibility. Flexibility? Yes. She stared at the blank line. Tavi, 7 years old, small-boned, silent. The last survivor of a culling 2 years ago, slipped into Inza's cot in the dark with nowhere else to go. No one knew. Not even Dorn, not fully. Inza had kept the child hidden in the old linen press, fed from her own portions, taught to read in the dark by touch. And Corwise Vimmer had left a blank line, which meant he knew, or had guessed, or had built enough margin into the contract that he did not need to know, that he was willing to let her name whoever she wanted, because the cost to him was negligible, and the cost to her was everything. I have a condition, she said. Name it. The children leave Esterwald the day the contract is signed, not at the end of the cycle. They go into hiding outside the house with funds I provide, and they do not return until the manumission is legally recorded. Corwise was silent. The contract says 5 years, he said quietly. If they leave now, you lose the leverage of proximity. The house cannot punish you through them if they are already beyond its reach, but you also lose their protection. If you fail to complete the cycle, their manumission does not vest. I know. Are you certain? She looked at him, really looked, at the dark eyes that gave nothing away, at the still hands, at the face of a man who had arranged a culling to test her character and now stood in firelight pretending he was offering a choice. No, she said. But I am certain that if they stay, the house will find a way to use them against me. You said yourself that Surlet does what you tell him. If your mother decides to countermand this contract, the twins vanish into the lower floors and I never see them again. Corwise's breath went still. I cannot promise she will not try, he said. Then I want them gone before she knows they exist. A long pause. Then Corwise Vimmer crossed to the writing desk against the far wall. pulled open a drawer, and came back with a second sheet of paper. Unsealed. Blank. "Write the amendment," he said. "In your own hand. I will sign it below." Inza's fingers tightened on the contract. This was the moment. The point at which a trap either closed or revealed itself to be something else. If he was lying, if the amendment meant nothing, if the scrivener was a fiction and the blank line was bait, she would know soon enough. She crossed to the desk. The pen was heavy, brass-nibbed, the ink black as pitch. She wrote in tight, economical script, the hand of someone used to hiding words in margins. Addendum to Article 12. The named dependents shall be removed from Household Esterwald's premises within 24 hours of the recipient's signature on this contract. They shall be conveyed to a location outside house jurisdiction, with funds sufficient for their care. The recipient's completion of the binding cycle remains the trigger for their full legal manumission, but their physical safety shall not be contingent upon her continued presence in the house. She signed it. Inza Kessani. No title, no designation, just her name, the way she had written it in the margins of laundry lists for 15 years. She turned. Corwise took the pen from her hand. His fingers brushed hers, once, feather light, and she felt the warmth of his skin like a brand. He signed below her name. Corwise Vimmer, heir presumptive. Then he pressed his signet ring into the wax he had melted over the candle flame, and the seal met the paper with a soft, final hiss. "It is done," he said. Inza stared at the two signatures, hers and his, side by side on a sheet of paper that could buy 3 children out of a life she had never escaped. "Now," Corwise said, "the first draft, or not. The choice remains yours." He stepped back, and Inza realized with a cold and terrible clarity that the hardest part was not the signing. It was deciding whether to drink at all. Chapter 4. The cup was warm. Not the metal itself, that cooled the moment it left the candle flame, but the liquid inside. Inza felt it through the room against her fingers, a steady heat that had nothing to do with temperature. She had not moved from the desk. Corwise stood 3 paces back, exactly where he had stepped after sealing the amendment. His hands were still. His breathing had dropped to something she could barely hear, slower than a human heart had any right to be. "The first draft," he said, "is not poison. You should know that before you decide." "I know what it is." "You know what the house says it is." She looked at the cup. The liquid inside was the color of old wine, dense and faintly iridescent, the surface catching the firelight in ways that made her eyes water if she stared too long. "What does the house say it is?" "A binding agent. A chemical preparation that stabilizes the gift in human blood so it can be shared without harm to either party." "And what do you say it is?" Corwise was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice had dropped, rough at the edges in a way she had not heard before. "I say it is a door. Once you walk through it, you cannot unwalk the ground on the other side. You will be changed. Some of those changes are useful. Some of them are permanent. All of them are costs you will carry without being able to explain them to anyone who has not also carried them." Inza's grip tightened on the cup. "You have taken it." "Yes." "Does it hurt?" "No." His paws stretched. "But it hollows things you did not know you needed. Food stops tasting like anything but fuel. Sleep stops feeling like rest. The world gets louder and brighter and more immediate, and you cannot turn it off." She thought of Léon Navarre, the half-gifted woman who moved through the kitchen corridors like a ghost, her hands trembling in the lamplight, her eyes tracking sounds no one else could hear. "Is that what happened to Léel?" Corwise's expression flickered. Surprise, maybe, or recognition. "You know about Léel." "I know she is half-gifted. I know she eats alone because bread tastes like dust to her. I know she hears things in the walls that make her weep." She was not supposed to be half-gifted. The words came out flat, clinical, as if he was reading from a file. The binding was interrupted before the cycle completed. The partial transformation left her caught between states. Stronger than a human, less than a vampire. Unable to finish the process without starting over from the beginning, and unwilling to pay that price twice. Inza looked at the cup. Is that what happens if I stop halfway? No. If you terminate the contract, the effects recede. Not entirely. The body remembers what it has been given. But you would not become Lael. Then what would I become? Someone who knows what power tastes like and chose not to swallow. The words hung between them. Inza lifted the cup. The smell hit her first. Iron. Honey. Something sharp beneath, like crushed herbs or old copper wire. Her body reacted before her mind caught up, a pull low in her chest, a hunger that had nothing to do with food. Before you drink, Corwise said, I take from you. That is how the gift is shared. The draught is prepared from the alchemist's base, but it requires the binding host's blood to catalyze, a small amount. I will do it now, or we can wait. Inza's pulse jumped. She had known this was coming. The contract had specified it in precise language. The master shall draw from the recipient's vein before the first administration of the alchemical binding agent to establish the blood recognition necessary for the gift to take. But knowing and standing were different things. That's small. Enough to wet the draught, a few drops. She set the cup down, rolled up her left sleeve, presented her wrist, the pale skin over the vein, the old burn scar on the inside of her right wrist catching the firelight from a different angle. Corwise stepped forward. His hands were steady when he took her wrist. His fingers were warm, warmer than they had any right to be, and she felt the pulse in her throat thicken as his thumb pressed against the hollow of her inner arm. This will sting, he said. Then his mouth was on her skin. Not a bite, a cut. His teeth were sharp enough to part the flesh without tearing, and the pain was immediate and precise, a line of fire that vanished as quickly as it came. She felt his tongue against the wound once, and then he was pulling back, a thin thread of her blood following the movement. He turned to the cup. The blood fell into the draught with a sound like rain on stone. The liquid rippled once, twice, and then went still. Darker now, the iridescence deepening into something that looked almost solid. It is ready, he said. Inza took the cup. Her hands were shaking. She had never been afraid of pain. Pain was predictable. Pain ended. What she was afraid of was the hunger she had felt when the scent first hit her. The way her body had leaned toward the cup before her mind had decided anything. Can I stop after the first taste? Yes. The first draught is not binding. It opens the pathway. You can refuse the second. Will the children still be freed? Under the amendment, yes. The manumission clause does not require completion for their removal. It only requires your signature. She had written that clause herself. She knew it was true. She lifted the cup to her lips. The liquid was warm against her mouth. Thicker than wine, smoother than syrup, and the taste was not a taste. It was a door. The warmth spread from her throat down into her chest, and then outward, through her arms and legs and into the roots of her hair. Her heart lurched once, twice, and then settled into a rhythm she had never felt before. Faster than a normal pulse, but steadier, like a drum keeping time with something that had always been there, waiting. The world sharpened. The candle flames in the room stopped flickering. She could see each individual tongue of fire, the way they bent and rose, the way the wax melted in slow, honey-thick drips. The shadows in the corners of the room gained texture, depth, a kind of life she had never noticed. She heard the clock in the hall. Not the ticking, the gears, the tiny metal teeth catching and releasing, the weight of the pendulum swinging through air she could feel against her skin. And then, a child's voice, crying. Somewhere deep in the house, muffled by stone and distance and the thickness of black marble walls, a child was crying. High and thin and broken, the sound of someone who had been crying for a long time and had learned there was no one coming. Inza's eyes snapped open. Corwise was watching her. You hear it, he said. Not a question. The cup was empty. She did not remember drinking the rest. Who is that? The house has many children in its keeping. You will hear them all now. You will not be able to stop hearing them. The crying went on, and Inza realized, with a clarity that felt like cold water poured directly into her veins, that the gift had not made her stronger. It had made her unable to ignore what she had always known was there. She set the cup down. Her hands were steady now. "Is that why you chose me?" Corwise's jaw tightened. "I chose you because you were the only one who hid them, the only one who fought, the only one who looked at the culling slate and did not look away." "But you knew I would hear. I knew the gift would strip the distance away. I did not know what you would do with what you heard." The crying swelled, then faded, then swelled again. Inza turned toward the door. Chapter 5. The crying pulled her through the corridor like a thread through flesh. She did not decide to move. Her body simply went, bare feet on cold stone, the silk dress whispering against her thighs, and the sound grew clearer with every step. Not one child. Two. The high, thin wail she had heard first, and beneath it, a lower sound, a child trying not to cry and failing. The hallways twisted in ways she did not recognize. Servants' passages, the narrow service spine that ran behind the formal rooms. She had never walked this route before, but her feet knew where to go, the gift mapping the house inside her skull like a second skeleton. She turned a corner, and the crying stopped. In its place, shouting. "Think you can take what belongs to the house? Think you're special because someone upstairs chose your keeper?" A man's voice, low and vicious, the sound of flesh hitting flesh. Inza ran. The service corridor opened into the narrow galley behind the main kitchen, and she saw them. Sevwick pinned against the wall by a steward she did not recognize, broad-shouldered, red-faced, one hand twisted in the boy's collar and the other raised to strike again. A loaf of bread lay crushed on the floor between them, crumbs scattered like evidence. Bren's lip was split. Blood ran down his chin. "I'll ask you again, boy. Who told you could steal from the master's table?" Bren said nothing. His eyes were fixed on something past the steward's shoulder, something only he could see, and his jaw was set in the stubborn silence that had kept him alive through 3 cullings. The steward drew back his hand. Inza moved. Later, she would not be able to explain what happened. The distance had been 15 paces, maybe 20. She covered it in a single breath, and when her hand caught the steward's wrist, the impact jarred up through her arm into her shoulder, and she felt nothing. No pain, no strain, just the solid fact of stopping him, his hand frozen an inch from Bren's face. The steward stared at her. She stared back. She was aware of the kitchen around them, the cook at the stove, gone still. 2 maids with flour on their arms, watching. A boy with a bucket, frozen mid-step. The room had stopped breathing. "Release him," Inza said. The steward's wrist was thick in her grip. He was taller than her by a head, broader by half again, and she could feel the strength in his arm, the coiled readiness to strike. But he did not strike. He looked at her hand on his wrist, looked at her face, and she watched understanding arrive in his eyes like a slow tide. "You're the heir's new woman." Not question. "I am the servant assigned to his corridor," she said, "and this boy is under my protection, under the terms of the contract witnessed and sealed at Ledger House 7. The steward laughed. It was not a kind sound. "A contract doesn't fill a boy's belly. He stole from the household stores. That's a lashing offense. The household stores are not the master's table. That bread came from the secondary pantry, which is allocated to servant rations, and those rations have been cut by a third since the culling." She had not known she knew this. The words came from somewhere inside her, assembled from fragments she had heard and filed away without noticing. "If you want to discipline a child for taking what the house owes him, you will need to explain to the heir why your accounting is short enough to force theft." The steward's hand lowered. Not because she had convinced him, because she had named the heir, and the heir's name still carried weight in the lower corridors, even if the rumors said it would not for much longer. "This isn't over," he said. "It is." She waited until he stepped back, until his hands dropped to his sides, until the kitchen breathed again, and the cook turned back to the stove, and the maids found their rhythm, and the boy with the bucket remembered he was supposed to be somewhere else. Then she knelt beside Bren. His lip was swelling. The cut was deep enough to need cleaning, maybe a stitch. His eyes were wet, but he was not crying, not yet, and he looked at her with an expression she had never seen on his face before. Not gratitude. Wonder. "You got fast," he said. I got lucky. No. He shook his head, and a single tear escaped, tracking through the blood on his chin. You got fast. I saw you. You were at the end of the hall, and then you were here, and there was no in-between. She helped him stand. His hand was cold in hers. Come on, we need to clean that cut before it sets. Mellie's waiting in the linen press. She heard the shouting. She's probably chewed her nails down to nothing. Then we'll go to Mellie first. They walked through the service corridor in silence, the house pressed in around them, black marble and candle smoke, and the faint metallic tang that she could now taste with every breath. The crying had started again somewhere deep in the building, but she forced herself not to listen, not to follow, not to let the gift pull her off the path she had chosen. She had 3 children to move within 24 hours. One of them was bleeding. The linen press was a narrow closet at the end of an unused passage, barely wide enough for a person to stand in. Mellie had wedged herself behind a stack of folded sheets, her knees drawn up to her chin, her eyes dark and fixed on the crack of light where the door did not quite close. When Inza opened it, Mellie lunged forward. Not at Inza, at Bren. I told you not to go alone. I told you they'd catch you. I was hungry. You're always hungry. Starving is better than dead. Bren did not argue. He stood still while Mellie examined his split lip, her hands gentled despite her fury, and Inza watched the two of them, the way they fit together, the way they had learned to take care of each other because no one else would. We're leaving, Inza said. Both of them looked at her. Tonight, before dawn. I have a contract that says you can go, and I have a scrivener who will confirm it. But we have to move fast, and we have to move quiet, and we cannot tell anyone where we are going. Mellie's eyes narrowed. Tavi too? Tavi too. What about you? The question landed like a stone. I stay. Bren's face twisted. No, we're not leaving you here. You are, because if you stay, everything I signed for means nothing. She reached out and took his hand, the one that was not shaking. I did not bargain for this so you could refuse the exit. Do you understand? He looked at the floor. I understand. But his hand held hers too tightly, and Mellie was watching her with those old, knowing eyes, and Inza realized she had just become something none of them had words for. Fast, strong, able to stop a steward's hand, the kind of servant the house did not let go. The corridor behind them creaked, footsteps, slow, deliberate. Inza turned, and Lael Nave stood in the shadows, her silver-streaked hair loose around her shoulders, her hands trembling in the lamplight. You used it, Lael said. The first taste. In the galley, a steward was going to hit Bren, and you stopped him. Yes. Lael's laugh was dry and broken, the sound of someone who had learned exactly how far a gift could carry a person before it started carrying them instead. Then you are already farther in than I was at 3 months, she said. Welcome to the price, girl. It starts now. Chapter 6. The room they gave her was not a servant's cell. It had a window, narrow but real, set high in the wall so she could see the sea and the sky and the black rocks where the waves broke white. It had a proper bed with linen sheets and a wool blanket, a washstand with a pitcher of clean water, a chair, a small table, a lamp with oil enough to burn through the night. She stood in the center of it and did not know where to put her hands. Lael had left her at the door with a look that said more than words could carry. Silver hair, trembling hands, the smell of dust and old blood, and something else, something that made Inza's new ears ache. You sleep when you can, Lael had said. You eat what you can. You do not trust what looks like kindness. Then she had walked away, and the corridor had swallowed her, and Inza had stepped into this room that was not a cage, and felt the door close behind her like a latch falling into place. She put her hand on the window frame. The glass was cold. The sea was dark beneath the moon. Somewhere in the house, the crying child was still crying, a thin thread of sound that ran through the stone like a vein of ore, and she forced herself not to follow it. Not yet. She turned. On the small table, a stack of folded garments sat waiting. Dark wool, good stitching. The same cut as the servants' uniforms, but finer, softer. The fabric dyed the deep blue-gray of Esterwald's livery, rather than the unbleached linen of the lower halls. Above them, a paper sat propped against the lamp. She picked it up. It was not a letter. It was a statement of account, written in a clean, administrative hand, listing her new wages, her quarterly allowance, her meal schedule, and her right to draw supplies from the house stores at need. At the bottom, in smaller script, a list of conditions. No visits to the servants' wing after curfew, no unaccompanied access to the lower archives, no interference with household discipline outside the heir's direct authorization, and a single line at the end, underlined. All correspondence from this room is subject to review by the House Secretariat. She read it twice. Then she folded the paper, laid it back on the table, and sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress was soft. The springs did not creak. The room was warm, and the lamp was bright, and the blanket smelled of lavender, and every single thing in it told her that she was being watched. She had been watched before. In the servants' wing, surveillance had been crude. Stewards who counted heads at meals, maids who reported whispered conversations, the constant pressure of being seen and catalogued and valued only as long as you produced more than you cost. This was different. This was a room that felt like a gift, and the gift came with terms she had not read until now. She lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. It was white, clean. The plaster had been recently repaired. She traced the lines of it with her eyes, memorizing the seams, and tried to think. The contract was sealed. The amendment was signed. The children were supposed to leave before dawn. But the paper on the table had said no visits to the servants' wing after curfew. It was past curfew now. She could not go to them, could not check if they were packed, could not whisper the plan through the coal lift shaft one more time, could not make them promise to stay quiet, could not hold Mellie's hand and tell her it would be all right. She was in a better room, and she had never been more trapped. A knock came at the door. She sat up. Her heart was fast, but her hands were steady, and she crossed the room in 3 strides, the gift moving her before she told it to. She opened the door. A woman stood in the corridor. Not Lawale, not Leildilda. Someone younger, with a round face and steady eyes and a small brass key on a chain around her neck. "Kessani," the woman said. "I'm Submit. I've been assigned to help you settle." Help. The word landed wrong. "I don't need help." "Everyone says that." Submit smiled, and it almost reached her eyes. "But the heir asked me to make sure you had everything you needed. Linens, writing materials, a warm meal, if you wanted. A warm meal." The gift had hollowed out something in her throat, and she could not remember the last time she had felt hungry for anything but the taste of blood and salt. No meal. Writing materials, then. "And I'm to tell you that the scrivener will call on you tomorrow morning to review the manumission requirements. You'll need witnesses, signatures, a formal declaration of intent." A formal declaration. She had signed a contract. She had drunk the first draft. She had stopped a steward's hand with speed she did not understand, and now the house was handing her a list of forms and calling it progress. "When?" "First light. He'll come to this room." Inza leaned against the doorframe. "About the visitation restrictions? I don't make the rules." Submit's voice was even, practiced, the voice of someone who had learned that neutrality was survival. "I only deliver them. And if I need to see the children will be moved to the nursery wing before dawn. Standard procedure for dependents of a gifted servant." The nursery wing. She had never been to the nursery wing, but she had heard the crying child, and the sound had come from somewhere deep, somewhere below, somewhere she could not reach from a room with a locked door and a window that faced the sea. "Standard procedure," she repeated. "Yes. And who decides what standard procedure is?" Submit's smile tightened. "The house, Kessani. The house decides." She held out a small leather pouch. Inza took it. Ink, pens, a sheaf of clean paper, a wax stamp with a blank seal waiting for her to choose a mark. "First light," Submit said. "Don't be late." She turned and walked away, her footsteps soft on the marble, the brass key swinging at her throat like a promise of doors she could not open. Inza closed the door. She stood in the quiet room with the lavender-scented blanket and the clean white ceiling and the paper that told her all her letters would be read, and she realized that Esterwald had not given her anything it could not take back. Better rooms, better wages, better food, a better cage. She sat down at the small table, dipped the pen, and began to write. She wrote the date, the hour, the name of the scrivener she would meet at first light. Then she wrote a letter to the children, knowing it would be read, knowing it would be filed, knowing that every word she put on paper would become evidence of something she had not meant to confess. She wrote, Bren, Melly. I am in a room with a window. I can see the sea. I will send for you when it is safe. Do not leave the linen press until the bell rings. Do not speak to anyone. Do not trust the house. She signed it. Then she folded it, sealed it with the blank wax, and laid it on the table for someone else to deliver. The crying child had stopped. For a moment, the silence was worse. Chapter 7. The scrivener came at first light, just as Submit had said. He was a thin man, with ink-stained fingers and a ledger that smelled of old leather and older secrets. He asked questions in a voice that never rose above a murmur, and Inza answered them while the morning light crept across the marble floor and the crying child stayed silent somewhere in the dark beneath the house. Yes, she understood the terms. Yes, she affirmed the dependents named in the contract. Yes, she confirmed the amendment in her own hand. The scrivener wrote. He sealed. He left. And Inza stood in the quiet room with a copy of the declaration and a hollow feeling that looked like victory, but tasted like nothing at all. She needed to see the kitchens, not because she was hungry. The gift had burned that clean out of her, but because Dorn would know what the house was doing to the children, and Dorn would tell her straight, without Submit's smile or the scrivener's murmur or the careful language of better cages. The curfew restriction did not apply to the kitchens. The letter of the rules had been specific: no visits to the servants' wing. The kitchens sat in a gray zone between the household and the service corridors, and Inza had spent 15 years learning to read the exact shape of a loophole. She changed out of the silk. The dress Submit had left her was still fine, still too fine for a servant's body, but it was dark wool instead of bone white, and it did not whisper against the floor the way the silk had. She pinned her hair tight, the way she had always worn it, and she walked. The corridors were quiet. The house was waking, but slowly, the way old houses woke, with reluctance and ritual. She passed 2 maids carrying linens. They did not meet her eyes. She passed a steward she did not recognize. He looked through her as if she had already stopped being visible. Better rooms, better wages, better food, a better cage. The kitchen door was heavy oak, scarred by years of knife work and scrubbing. She pushed it open. The heat hit her first. Steam and salt and the sharp bite of tallow. The clatter of pots and the hiss of water against stone. The rhythms she had known since childhood. The language of a room that did not care about gift or status or the heir's attention. And then the silence. It fell like a dropped pan. One cook turned, then another. The boy at the scullery sink let the water run and stared. Dorm Pelagar stood at the central table, a cleaver in one hand, a quartered fowl beneath it. He did not look up. He had not heard the door, and for a moment, Inza let herself pretend that the silence was normal, that she could cross the room and stand beside him, and the world would not have changed. But the cook nearest the door made a sound, a small sound, a cough. Dorn looked up. His eyes found her. His hands stayed still on the cleaver. No one spoke. Then Dorn set down the blade, wiped his hands on his apron, and signed, "You should not be here." She signed back, "I need to know about the children." The cook nearest the door, a woman named Orlin, with a face like cracked stone and a voice like broken glass, set down her ladle. "The gifted one comes back to visit." The words landed like salt in a wound. "Orlin." Inza kept her voice even. "I'm not here to—" "Not here for what?" Orlin's hands were shaking. "Not here to show off the silk? Not here to taste our rations now that you've got better ones?" "I didn't ask for the silk. You didn't refuse it either." The kitchen held its breath. Inza felt the gift flicker under her skin, the speed waiting just beneath the surface. The knowledge of how this room was laid out, how many steps to the back door, how many people between her and escape. She forced it still. "Orlin," she said, The rations were cut before I left. I had nothing to do with it." "You got out." Orlin's voice cracked. "You got out, and you took the twins' names off the slate, and now you're eating in the heir's corridor while we're fighting over bread crusts and pretending that makes you one of us." No one corrected her. No one said the twins are leaving tonight, because no one knew. Because Inza had written it in a letter that would be read and filed and used as evidence, and she had not told a single person in this room. Dorn stepped forward. He did not sign. He did not speak. He simply stood between Inza and Orlin, his broad back to the cook, his eyes on Inza, and he waited. The silence stretched. Then he signed, slow and deliberate. "You are not welcome here. Not yet. Not while you smell like his rooms." The cleaver. That was what he meant. The gift had marked her. The blood bond had marked her. She smelled like Corwise now, like the study and the Draught and the hollow place where her hunger used to be. She signed back, "I need to see the children." Dorn's jaw tightened. "They are not in the nursery." Her heart stopped. "Where?" "They moved them. 2 hours ago, before dawn. Someone came with a key and a paper and took them to the lower levels." The crying child. The crying child had stopped, and she had let herself believe that meant it was over, that the house had relented, that the sound had been a test she had passed. It had not stopped. It had moved. Who took them? Dorn's hands were still. "I do not know the name, but I know the face. She wears a brass key. Submit." Submit had smiled and said standard procedure, and Inza had let her walk away. The heat in the kitchen pressed against her skin. The gift hummed under her ribs, wanting to move, wanting to run, wanting to tear through the corridors until she found the door that led to the children. She held it still. "Where is Lael?" Dorn tilted his head. "She knew you would come here. She said to tell you, the price starts now." Orlin was watching. The boy at the scullery sink was watching. Every eye in the kitchen was on her, and Inza understood, for the first time, what Lael had meant. The cost was not pain. It was not hunger. It was becoming something that other people could not follow. She turned. She walked to the back door, past the scarred oak and the trembling hands, and the silence that followed her like a shadow, and she pushed it open. The corridor outside was empty. But at the far end, where the light did not reach, a figure stood waiting. Lael Naveri. Silver-streaked hair loose around her shoulders, hands still, eyes dark. "You heard the crying child," Lael said. "Didn't you?" It was not a question. "Yes. And you didn't follow it." "I couldn't. The door was locked. The curfew was. The door was never locked." Lael stepped closer. "The curfew was never real. The house gave you a rule, and you followed it, because rules are how you survived. But the gift does not care about rules. The gift hears. The gift follows. And the gift will take you to that child, whether you want to go or not." The children. Submit took them. Bren and Melly. "I know." Lael's voice was softer now, softer than Inza had ever heard it. "I know, Inza. I know where they took them, and I know why." She stopped a hand's breadth away. "The lower levels hold the children the house means to keep. The ones who are useful, the ones who are compatible, the ones who will become like you if they survive the first draft." Inza's breath stopped. "Bren and Melly are not gifted. They're not. Yet." Lael's eyes were the color of old stone. "Yet, Inza. That is the mercy. They are not yet compatible. But the house has tests, procedures, interventions that can change a child's blood in ways that take years and leave no record. The contract. The contract says they're free. The scrivener witnessed. The contract is ink." Lael's voice was flat. "Ink can be lost. Ink can be burned. Ink cannot stop a woman with a brass key from taking children where she wants them before the sum is high enough for anyone to ask questions." The world tilted. Inza pressed her palm against the wall to steady herself. "The price starts now." "What do I do?" Lael looked at her for a long moment. Then she said, "You stop following rules." And she turned and walked into the dark. Chapter 8. The scullery was the innermost room of the kitchens, a cramped stone cell where the steam clung and the windows faced a ventilation shaft and nothing else. Inza had hidden there once, years ago, when a steward had come looking for someone to discipline, and Dorn had pushed her through the door without a word. She stood at the basin now, her hands gripping the scarred edge, breathing in the smell of lye and old grease. The door swung shut behind her. She did not turn. The footsteps were heavy, deliberate, the weight of a man who had learned to move loud so others learned to listen. Dorn stopped at her shoulder. His shadow fell across the basin. He did not sign. He waited. Inza looked up, met his eyes in the gray light. Then she turned her head so the window could fall across her face, so her lips were visible, and she waited too. "You followed Leal?" He did not move his hands. He spoke the words with his mouth, slow and deliberate, the same way he had taught her to read speech in the first years, before she had learned to catch meaning from mirror glass and turned backs. "She found me, and now you come back here, to me, after you left smelling like his rooms, after you signed papers that mean nothing, after you let them take the children. I did not let them. You did not stop them. I did not know." Dorn's jaw tightened. He leaned closer, and she caught the smell of him, smoke and bread flour and the sour edge of old fatigue. "You did not know because you stopped listening. You stopped watching. You put your hand on his table and called it safety, called it freedom, called it enough. And while you were counting ink and clauses, Submit walked the twins past your door and you heard nothing." The words hit like a flat hand. Inza's fingers curled against the basin. "I heard a child crying, last night, before the scrivener came. I heard a child, and I did not follow because I thought, you thought the rules would save them." Dorn's hands dropped to his sides. He did not sign again. He simply stood there, his broad shoulders filling the door, his eyes holding something between fury and grief. "The gift lets me hear everything," Inza said. "Every whisper, every footstep, every breath in every room. But I still cannot hear what Submit plans. I cannot hear what Lady Mylbelda tells her son in private. I cannot hear, you can watch." He raised his hands again. "You can watch, you can read, you can remember every face and every door and every key that passes a hand. That is what I taught you. That is what you forgot." The silence pressed. Inza let it settle. Then she said, "I have not forgotten." "Prove it." He stepped back. His hands moved to the knife block on the counter, and he pulled the largest blade, the one he used for breaking down joints, and he set it on the stone between them. "What do you see?" She looked. The blade, the scar on his thumb, the way the light fell across the steel, catching a smear of old fat near the handle. "You are angry. You have been angry since before I walked into the kitchen this morning. You held that cleaver for a reason. You wanted me to see it, to know you could use it. What else? The knife was clean when you pulled it. You wiped it before I came in. You knew I would come." Dorn's eyes flickered. What else? She looked harder. The window behind him, the crack in the stone above the basin, the way his shoulders sat, not squared for a fight, but sloped, tired, like a man who had been standing watch all night. "You have not slept." "No. You have been waiting. For me. For Leal. For someone to tell you what to do with the children. Yes. And you will help me, but only if I say the words you need to hear." Dorn's hands were still. "Say them." Inza breathed. "The heir's favor can ruin more than it rescues." "Again, it can ruin more than it rescues. I know. I have always known. I thought the contract would be different. I thought the paper is paper." He signed the words sharp. "Ink is ink. The house does not care. The house only cares what you become, and you are becoming something that can be used, and used, and used, until there is nothing left but the debt. Then help me stop it." "How?" "Tell me where the children are. Tell me what Submit intends. Tell me what the lower levels look like, and I will go, and I will bring them back." Dorn looked at her for a long moment. Then he said, "I do not know the lower levels. No servant knows. That is the point." "Then who knows?" Rasmus, the physician. The man who had watched her too closely, asked too many questions. "Dorn," He tends the children, before and after. He knows the doors. He knows the keys. He knows what submit does with the ones who fail. The ones who fail. You have seen it. I have seen what comes back. Inza's stomach turned. Then take me to Rasmund. I cannot. Why? Dorn's hands lowered. He looked at the knife between them, and then he looked at her, and for the first time, she saw fear in his eyes. Because he was summoned to the lower levels an hour ago, and he has not come back. The scullery went cold. The children are there now. Yes. And Rasmund is there. Yes. And submit. Yes. Inza looked at the blade. She thought of the crying child, the door that was never locked, Lalael walking into the dark, Dorn standing watch, because there was no one else left to watch. If I go down there, she said slowly, I break every rule. I break the contract. I break whatever safety the gift was supposed to buy. Yes. Corwise will know. The house will know. Everyone will know. Yes. And if I do not go, she said, the children will not survive the day. Dorn's hands moved. That is the choice. He watched her, and she watched him, and in the silence, she reached out and closed her hand around the handle of the knife. It was warm. It was heavy. It was real. She met his eyes. Then I choose. And she turned and walked toward the door that led to the lower levels, the knife in her hand, the gift thrumming under her skin, and she did not look back. Chapter 9. The corridor stretched ahead, narrow and dark, the walls sweating damp where the stone met the earth. Inza's boots made no sound. The knife stayed low at her side, blade catching the faint light from a single lamp at the far end. She had taken 3 steps when a hand closed around her wrist. Inza spun, blade coming up, and found Lael Navere standing so close the silver streaks in her hair caught the lamp glow like threads of frost. Lael did not flinch from the knife. She did not move at all. You will not reach them that way. Inza's pulse hammered. Then show me another. Lael's grip held. Her fingers were cold, stronger than they looked. I came to find you before you opened a door you cannot close again. I have to get to the children. I know. Then let me go. Lael studied her. The lamplight carved shadows under her eyes, hollowed her cheeks, made her look older than she had in the kitchen. She released Inza's wrist slowly, as if testing whether she would bolt. There are 2 kinds of doors in Esterwald, Lael said. The ones that lock from the outside and the ones that lock from the inside. The lower levels are the second kind. Once you go down, you do not come back up the same. Inza's fingers tightened on the knife handle. I do not care what I come back as. Lael laughed, a dry sound with no humor in it. That is exactly the problem. She turned and walked down the corridor, not toward the door that led to the lower levels, but away, toward a small alcove where the wall held a single lamp and a stone bench that had not been sat on in years. She sat. She waited. Inza followed because there was no other path forward but through whatever Lael needed to say. The alcove smelled of cold ash and damp wool. Lael pulled her hands into her lap, and in the stillness, fine and constant, a tremor that never stopped, the hands of someone whose body had been pushed past what human flesh could bear. You start healing faster, Lael said. Within a week of the first draught, cuts close by morning. Bruises fade the same day. You think it is a gift, and it is. Then you notice other things. She reached for the lamp and turned the wick higher. The flame steadied, and in the brighter light, Inza saw the web of fine white lines across Lael's forearms, scars so old and so many they looked like river maps. I broke my arm 3 years ago, Lael said. Rasmund said it. It mended in 4 days. He said it would have taken 6 weeks before the gift. I was grateful. She looked up. I have not slept more than 2 hours straight since the first binding. I cannot taste salt in my food. Bread tastes like dust. Wine tastes like vinegar. The only thing that still has flavor is iron, and that is not a flavor you want to crave. Inza's stomach turned. You told me the price starts now. The visible price. Lael's hands moved, the tremor catching the light. I ate a piece of bread in the kitchen this morning. I could feel the grain on my tongue. I could feel the heat. I knew it should have tasted like something. I remembered what it used to taste like. But the sensation stopped at the roof of my mouth and did not go any further. I ate it because I needed the fuel. She held Inza's gaze. By next month, bread will taste like nothing at all. By the end of the year, you will look at a meal and see only work, calories, sustenance. You will have to remind yourself to eat because your body will not tell you it is hungry the way it used to. It will tell you it needs blood. And when it starts telling you that, you will have to decide whose blood you take. The words landed like stones in Inza's chest. I am not going to stop, Inza said. I know. Lyle's voice was flat. That is not why I am telling you. I am telling you so you know what you are carrying when you go down those stairs. The gift does not make you stronger. It makes you harder. There is a difference. She stood, and the tremor in her hands faded as she pressed them flat against her thighs. I was 3 months in before I reached where you are now. 3 months of drafts, bindings, feedings, careful increments. You did it in a day. That means the house has been waiting for you. That means your blood was ready before you were born. She paused. You need to understand what that means before you walk into the place designed to prove it. Inza's throat tightened. They took the twins. I know. Submit is down there with them. Rasmund was summoned. Dorn said the ones who fail do not combat. The words hung between them. Leo stepped closer. In the lamplight, her eyes were the color of old iron, patient and worn. The lower levels are not a prison. They are a workshop. Gift-compatible blood is rare. The house has spent centuries learning how to make more of it. Interventions that change a child's blood chemistry over months, sometimes years, until they match a compatible line. Injections, transfusions, sealed rooms, quiet procedures that leave no records and nothing worth finding if the child does not survive. She said it the way a soldier described old wounds, clean, precise, stripped of feeling. The reason you cannot see Rasmund's records is because he keeps them. The lower archives hold the house's truth, all of it, going back generations. And the reason you are forbidden from going there alone is because the truth of what the house did to make you would break anything resembling trust you still have. Inza felt the knife handle biting into her palm. You told me to stop following rules. Yes, so I am stopping. You cannot talk me out of this. I am not trying to talk you out of it. Liel's voice dropped. I am telling you that when you go down, Submit will know. The house will know. Lady Malingda will know before you reach the first landing. And she will be waiting, not with guards, not with threats, with the one thing you cannot fight. What? Liel's hands were still trembling. Proof that she planned this before you were old enough to walk. The silence pressed. You want the truth about the lower levels, Liel said. Fine, I will show you. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a key. Not brass like Submit's. Iron, blackened, old, the teeth worn smooth from decades of use. But you need to understand what you are asking for. What am I asking for? The end of every lie you have left to believe. She turned and walked toward the door at the end of the corridor, the door that led down, and held the key out behind her without looking back. Inza followed. The iron key turned in the lock with a sound like a bone breaking. Chapter 10. The iron key turned in the lock with a sound like a bone breaking. The door swung inward. Darkness pooled beyond the threshold, thick and cold, carrying a smell Inza recognized before she named it. Old stone, damp plaster, and something metallic that clung to the back of her throat like dust. Lyell did not step through. She stood in the doorway, one hand braced against the frame, and looked back at Inza with an expression that might have been pity if the gift had left room for softness. The lower levels run under the entire house, Lyell said. 3 floors. The first is storage. The second is where they keep the children who are still being tested. The third is where the records are kept, and where Rasmund works when he is not in the infirmary. How do you know all this? Because I was tested there, 23 years ago, when I was 9 years old. Lyell's voice did not waver. They put me in a sealed room for 3 days and took blood every 6 hours. I passed. That is why I am still alive. That is why I am half-made instead of dead." The words landed like stones in Inza's chest. "And the children who do not pass?" Leo looked at the darkness beyond the door. "Submit takes them to a different room. That is all I know. That is all anyone knows who has not been taken to that room themselves." Inza tightened her grip on the kitchen knife. The handle was warm from her palm, the blade still clean. "I need to find Bren and Melly. You will not find them by rushing." Lael stepped aside and gestured at the darkness. "The lower levels are a maze. There is no map. There are no signs. The corridors shift depending on which door you enter through. If you go down alone and blind, you will wander until someone finds you, and the someone who finds you will be Submit." Inza's jaw tightened. "Then what do you suggest?" "Wait. For what?" "For the one person who knows the path well enough to guide you through it without getting caught." Lyle looked over Inza's shoulder, down the corridor behind them. Inza turned. Corwise stood at the far end of the hallway, still in the white shirt with sleeves rolled to the elbow, his dark eyes fixed on the open door and the darkness beyond it. He did not look surprised to find them there. He looked like a man who had known they would be here and had been waiting for the moment to arrive. "Lyle," he said, his voice carrying without raising, "I need to speak with Inza, alone." Lyle did not move. "She is about to walk into the lower levels to find the children your mother's servant took from her. There is nothing you can say that matters more than that. There is something she needs to know before she goes." Inza's hand tightened on the knife. "Tell me here." Corwise took a step closer. The candlelight caught the shadows under his eyes, the tired set of his mouth. "I told you I chose you because you hid children. That was true, but it was not the only reason." "I know," Inza said. "Your mother told me you chose me to provoke her." Something flickered in his face. Not surprise, pain. "She told you that? Before I ever reached your rooms. She wanted me to know that your interest in me was not admiration. It was rebellion." Silence settled between them like dust. "She was not entirely wrong," Corwise said, and the words came out rough, scraped of all polish. "I chose you because I knew you would matter to her. Because I knew she had been watching your line for years. Because I wanted to take something she considered hers and make it mine." He stopped walking. "But that was the first night. That was before I watched you read the contract like a ledger and catch every clause designed to trap you. Before I saw you write an amendment with your own hand and demand that the children leave within 24 hours. Before I watched you walk into a beating and stop it with words I did not teach you." Inza's throat tightened. "What do you want, Corwise?" "I want you to know that I am not the same man who chose you." He held her gaze. "And I want you to know that I will help you get those children out of the lower levels, even if it costs me everything my mother built." Lalael let out a breath that might have been a laugh. "You expect her to trust you because you had a change of heart?" "I expect nothing." Corwise's voice was quiet. "I am telling her the truth because she deserves to have it before she makes a decision that will cost her the rest of her life." He looked at Inza. "There is a way into the lower levels that Submit does not control. A service tunnel from the old chapel ruins on the cliff. It opens into the 3rd floor of the archives, where Rasmund keeps his records. If you want to find the children and the truth about what was done to your bloodline, that is where you need to start." Inza's grip on the knife did not loosen. "And you will show me this tunnel?" "I will take you there myself, tonight." He paused. "But I need you to understand what it means. If I walk into the lower levels with you, I am choosing you over my mother, over the house, over everything I was raised to protect. There will be no coming back from that." Inza looked at him, at the shadowed hollows under his eyes, at the open door behind them, at the iron key still warm in Leal's hand. "You do not know me well enough to make that choice," she said. "I know you," Corwise said, and his voice was quiet and certain. "I have known you since the night you lied to the steward to protect 2 children who were not yours. That was all I needed to see." The air between them changed, sharp and electric. Leal cleared her throat. "If you two are finished being noble, the children are still waiting." Inza looked at the door, at the darkness beyond. Then she looked at Corwise. "Show me the tunnel." Chapter 11. The surgery smelled of lye and iron, and something herbal Leal would have named if she had been there. Rasmund Ever worked at a side table with his back to the door, arranging instruments in a tray, and he did not turn when Inza crossed the threshold. "Sit," he said. She did not sit. "I came for information, not treatment." "You will take the treatment first." He turned. His face was lined in ways that had nothing to do with age, the kind of exhaustion that lived in bone, not skin. "The feeding leaves marks. If you walk through this house with unsealed punctures, every gift sensitive in the building will know how recently he took from you." Inza's hand went to her throat before she told it to stop. The skin there felt tender, a dull heat she had been ignoring. She sat. Rasmund crossed to her with a clean cloth and a small pot of salve. He worked in silence, tilting her chin to the light, pressing the cloth against the twin marks at the curve of her neck. His hands were steady and impersonal. "How long since you slept?" "Some." "That is not an answer. It is the one you are getting." He did not argue. He wiped the punctures clean, applied the salve in smooth strokes, and stepped back to examine his work. "The gift suppresses the body's need for rest in the early stages," he said. "It will feel like you do not need sleep. You do. If you go more than 3 nights without it, the mind starts to fray before the body does." Inza watched his face. "You sound like you are speaking from experience." "I have been the house physician for 27 years. I have seen every stage of the gift in every kind of recipient." He set the cloth aside. "You are not special in how it affects you. You are only special in how fast it is taking hold." The words landed like a diagnosis. She pulled her collar back into place. "You know what they are doing in the lower levels?" Rasmund did not answer immediately. He crossed to his table, unstoppered a bottle, and measured something pale into a cup. "Young woman with a brass key," he said. "Round face, steady eyes. She brought 2 children down this morning, 11-year-old twins, dark-haired." Inza's chest tightened. "Where are they now?" "The boy is in the observation room. The girl is in the holding cell 2 doors down. They are separated because the testing protocol requires isolation for the first 24 hours. "Testing for what?" Rasmund brought her the cup. "Drink this." "What is it?" "Iron and a mild sedative. It will not stop the hunger shifts, but it will keep you from collapsing when you push past your limit." She took the cup. The liquid was thick and tasted of crushed metal. She drank it in 3 swallows because it was easier than arguing. "The testing," she said, setting the cup down. "What are they testing for?" Rasmund's eyes held hers for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a small folded paper sealed with a single drop of wax. "These are iron tablets. 1 every 6 hours. Do not take more than that or your blood will thicken and you will stop being able to think clearly." She took the paper. It was heavier than it looked. "There is a reason I am giving you these instead of writing a prescription," he said, his voice dropping. "Some records are safer unwritten. If you find what you are looking for in the archives, you will understand why." Inza tucked the tablets into her sleeve. "Rasmund, what are they testing for?" He looked at the door. Then he looked back at her. "Compatibility," he said. "They're testing whether the twins' blood can be altered to carry the gift the way yours does. If the children are compatible, they will be kept in the lower levels for the full intervention cycle. If they are not..." The door opened. A steward stood in the frame, young and sharp-eyed, his livery clean and pressed. He looked at Inza, then at Rasmund, and his expression did not change. "Physician, Lady Mirilda requires your presence in the East Gallery." Rasmund did not flinch. "I am finishing with a patient," the lady said now. The silence stretched. Rasmund gathered his instruments with deliberate care. He did not look at Inza again, but his hand brushed the edge of the table where the folded paper had been, a gesture so small she almost missed it. "I will come," he said. "Give me 1 moment to secure my supplies." The steward did not leave. He stood in the doorway watching. Rasmund turned to Inza. "The falb will hold for 12 hours. If the wounds reopen, apply a fresh layer and keep pressure on them. Do not scratch." It was a dismissal wrapped in clinical instruction. She stood. The knife was still at her belt, hidden under her coat, the iron tablets pressed against her wrist. "I understand," she said. She walked past the steward without meeting his eyes, out into the corridor, and the door closed behind her with a sound like a seal breaking. The hallway was empty. She stood there, heart hammering, a physician's warding still settling in her blood, and tried to decide whether Rasmund had just helped her or trapped her. The iron tablet said he had helped. The steward's arrival said something else entirely. She moved before she finished the thought, her feet carrying her toward the corridor that led to the old chapel, the gift thrumming under her skin like a second pulse. And behind her, the surgery door stayed closed, and the house stayed watching. Chapter 12. The corridor narrowed as she walked, the ceiling lowering until the stones brushed her hair. The gift sang under her skin, mapping every turn, every locked door, every breath held behind walls she had never noticed before. The old chapel came into view at the corridor's end, a collapsed archway half buried in moss and salt-warped timber. The air changed here, colder, older, carrying the iron tang of sea and wet stone instead of candle wax and polished wood. She stopped at the threshold. The chapel floor was gone, replaced by packed earth and scattered rubble. A broken window faced the cliff, showing nothing but fog and the distant hiss of waves below. Against the far wall, a dark opening gaped where the altar should have been, stone steps leading down into blackness. The tunnel. She took a step forward. Going somewhere? The voice came from behind her, low and familiar. Inza turned. Lael stood in the corridor mouth, arms crossed, her silver-streaked hair loose around her shoulders. She looked at Inza's hand, with the knife had appeared without Inza remembering drawing it. "Put that away," Lael said. "You are not going to need it yet." Inza did not put it away. "How did you find me?" "I followed the gift. You are loud, Inza. Every time you use it, you ring through the house like a bell. You did not follow me before." "No." Lael moved closer, her boots silent on the stone. "I was waiting to see if you would make it this far on your own." Inza's grip on the knife tightened. "You knew about the tunnel. I knew there was a way down that did not go through Submit's door. I did not know where it came out until I saw which direction you walked." They stood facing each other in the chapel ruin, the fog drifting through the broken window, the sea gnawing at the cliff below. "Rasmund gave me iron tablets," Inza said, "and a warning. He would. He has been waiting for someone to ask the right questions for years." "Then why did he not tell me the truth directly?" Lael's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "Because Rasmund Iver has survived 27 years in this house by never saying anything that could be repeated. He gave you tablets and a hint. That is more than he has given anyone else." Inza sheathed the knife. "The twins are in observation rooms," she said, "separated. 24 hours of isolation before they start the intervention cycle." "I know." "Then help me get to them." Lael was silent for a long moment. The wind shifted, carrying the sound of a door opening somewhere above them, footsteps crossing stone. "I can take you as far as the archives," Lael said. "After that, you are on your own." "Why the archives?" "Because the records you need are there. The truth about your bloodline. What the house planned before you were born." Lael's voice dropped. "And because Submit will move the children to the intervention rooms at sundown. You have maybe 4 hours to find what you need and get back up before they start." 4 hours. Inza looked at the dark opening in the chapel floor, the stone steps vanishing into shadow. "How do I know this is not a trap?" Lael met her eyes. "You do not. But I am here, and I have the key, and the clock is running. Decide." The wind howled through the broken window. Inza thought of Bren's split lip, Melly's white-knuckled grip on the linen press. She thought of Tavi, small and silent, hidden in the dark while the house searched for children to test. She thought of Rasmund's iron tablets, his warning about records left unwritten. Then she thought of nothing at all, because thinking was another kind of delay, and she had already delayed too long. "Show me." Lael moved past her, stepping over rubble without looking down. She reached the dark opening and produced the iron key from somewhere inside her coat, the metal black against her palm. "Once we go down," she said, "there is no coming back up the easy way. The corridor shifts, the stairs rearrange. If you lose me in the dark, you will wander until the gift burns you out. I understand. The archives are on the 3rd floor. Submit controls the testing rooms on the first 2. If she hears us, she will seal every door between us and the surface. I understand. Then hold on to my coat and do not let go until I tell you. Lael turned the key in the lock, and the ground beneath them shuddered. The iron key turned with a grinding sound, not like metal against metal, but like stone against bone. The air rushed out of the opening, warm and smelling of copper and old dust. Inza grabbed Lael's coat. They descended. The stairs twisted in ways that did not match the angle of the steps, turning corners that should not have fit inside the cliff. The gift screamed in Inza's ears, mapping the wrong corridors, the false walls, the spaces that opened and closed like breath. She counted steps to stay oriented. 30, 40, 60. The number did not matter because the stairs kept coming, and the dark did not thin, and the smell of copper grew stronger until it coated her tongue. Almost there, Lael said. The stairs ended. They stood in a narrow hallway, low-ceilinged, lined with wooden doors that all looked identical. A single lamp burned at the far end, too weak to reach the middle. Lael pointed to the 3rd door on the left. That is the archive entrance. Rasmund keeps his records there. The ledgers are on the back wall, 3rd shelf from the top. What about the twins? They are in the observation rooms. 1st floor, east corridor. You cannot reach them from here. Then why did you bring me to the archives? Lael turned. In the dim light, her face looked older, the skin tight across her bones. Because the truth about your bloodline is the reason they are being tested. If you do not understand why the house wants them, you will not be able to stop what happens next. Inza stared at the door. Then she heard it. A child's voice, thin and frightened, coming from somewhere beyond the wall. Melly. 4 hours, Lael said. Find what you need, then we move. Inza put her hand on the door. Behind her at the top of the stairs, a light flickered. Not from the chapel, from above. Someone was coming down. Chapter 13. The light descending the stairs had a shape now, 2 shapes. Tall, moving with the unhurried precision of people who knew the dark and were not afraid of it. Lael's hand clamped onto Inza's arm. Do not move. Do not breathe. But Inza's gift-enhanced ears had already caught the rustle of wool against stone, the soft clink of metal, the rhythm of boots that did not hesitate at the false walls. Stewards. They were not trying to be quiet. Lael pulled her backward into the shadow of the archive door, one hand over Inza's mouth, the other pressed flat against her spine. The message was clear. No sound, no movement. Let them pass. The lights descended. 2 men in house livery, each carrying a lantern, their faces blank and professional. They reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped. The taller one looked left, then right. His gaze passed over the archive door without pausing. The Matriarch wants the girl, he said, not a question. The other steward nodded, and they moved down the corridor in the opposite direction, their footsteps receding into the dark. Inza's heart hammered so hard she felt it in her throat. The Matriarch, Lady Mililda. She knew Inza was down here, or she had guessed, or she had been watching from the moment the chapel door opened. We need to move, Lael breathed. Now. But Inza did not move. She was thinking about what the steward had said. The Matriarch wants the girl, not the twins, not the intruder. The girl. The word settled into her chest like a stone. Lael. What? She knows I am here. She sent them for me. Lael's face tightened. Then we have even less time than I thought. They slipped through the archive door, and Lael closed it behind them without a sound. The room beyond was small, windowless, lined with shelves so packed with ledgers that the spines had begun to crack. A single candle burned on a desk in the center, its flame low and steady. Inza's eyes went to the back wall, the 3rd shelf from the top. She crossed the room before she could think about it, pulled a ledger from the shelf, and opened it. The handwriting was Rasmund's, small, precise, the ink a shade darker than the paper. She scanned the first page. Kessani, Daria, born 8th of Harvest Moon, year 437, entered service age 14. Assigned, kitchens. Compatibility test, positive, weak. Outcome, retained for observation. Her grandmother. Inza turned the page. Kessani Mirlel, born 12th of Frost Moon, year 461, entered service age 12. Assigned, laundry. Compatibility test, positive, moderate. Outcome, retained for observation. Lodgen match, Lael Navare. Interrupted. Her mother. Inza's hand trembled. Kessani Inza, born 3rd of Rain Moon, year 485, entered service age 9. Assigned, general labor. Compatibility test, positive, strong. Outcome, designated for gift program. Bloodkin match, Corwise Vimmer, heir. The date of the compatibility test was 3 months after her birth. 3 months. Lael was watching her. You see now, Inza could not speak. She had been measured before she could crawl, tested before she could speak, marked for Corwise before she knew what a vampire was. Every step she had taken, every choice she had made, every time she had thought she was acting for herself, the house had already calculated the outcome. She closed the ledger. I need to see the twins. Lael shook her head. You cannot reach them from here. The testing rooms are sealed. Submit has the only key, and she will not open them until sundown. Then I will break the door down. The gift is not strong enough. Not yet. Inza's hands clenched at her sides. The knife was still in her coat, its weight a small comfort against the vast, suffocating truth of the books around her. Then what do I do? Lael looked at her for a long moment. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out a second key, smaller than the iron one, made of something that looked like bone. There is a door at the end of the archive corridor, she said. It leads to a service passage that connects to the first floor. Submit does not know about it. Why are you telling me this now? Because the Matriarch knows you are here, and if she finds you in the archives, she will seal you in with the rest of the truth she has buried. Inza took the key. The bone was warm against her palm, as if it had been held by someone else recently. How do I know this is not another trap? Lael's mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. You do not, but I am still here, and the clock is still running, and you still have a choice. Inza looked at the ledger on the desk, at her name written in Rasmund's careful hand, the ink still dark after 24 years. She had been measured, designed, cultivated like a crop in a field. But she was still breathing, still moving, still holding a knife at a bone key and the memory of Bren's split lip and Mellie's white-knuckled hands. She turned toward the door. I am not done yet. Lael said nothing. The corridor outside was empty. The stewards had moved on, their lantern light gone, the dark settling back into the narrow space like water into a footprint. Inza walked to the end of the hall, found the door, unlocked it with the bone key, the mechanism clicking open with a sound that felt too loud in the silence. Beyond it, a narrow stair led up into shadow. She climbed. Behind her, the archive door stayed closed. The ledger stayed open to her name. And somewhere above, in a room she had never seen, Lady Melilda Uxen sat in the dark, waiting for the girl she had bred to finally arrive. Chapter 14. The stair ended at a door that opened onto a corridor she did not recognize. Inza stepped through and the bone key clicked behind her, sealing the passage shut. The corridor was narrow, the walls paneled in dark wood, the air warm with the smell of beeswax and old paper. A single lamp burned at the far end, its flame steady. She stood still, listening. No footsteps, no voices, no stewards with lanterns. But the gift hummed under her skin, and she felt it now, the way the house breathed around her, the way the walls carried whispers she could almost understand. She had walked into Esterwald's heart, and the Matriarch was waiting. Inza moved forward. The corridor opened into a study. Books lined every wall, their spines cracked with age, their titles stamped in gold that had faded to brown. A fire burned low in the grate, casting long shadows across the carpet. The furniture was old, heavy, worn by generations of use. And in the chair by the fire, Lady Melilda Uxen sat watching her. She wore the same house steward's badge she had worn that first night, the silver glinting in the firelight. Her gray eyes were steady, unreadable, and her hands lay still on the arms of the chair. "Close the door," she said. Inza did not move. "I have nothing to say to you. Yet here you are." Lady Maling's voice was calm, unhurried, the voice of someone who had been waiting a long time and had learned patience. "In my study, in the middle of the night, climbing secret stairs I did not know existed." "Then you did not plan well enough." The old woman's mouth curved, just slightly. "No, I did not plan for L'aile Nave to give you a key. That was a miscalculation." Inza's hand tightened on the knife in her coat. "What do you want from me?" Lady Malinda rose from the chair. She was tall, spare, her iron-white hair coiled in braids that caught the firelight like thread. She walked to the window and looked out at the sea, dark and endless beyond the glass. "I want what I have always wanted," she said. "The survival of this house, the continuation of its line, the safety of its people." "By breeding them like livestock." Lady Merelda turned. Her gray eyes met Inza's, and there was no denial in them. "Yes." The word hung in the air between them, simple and absolute. Inza's blood burned. "You tested me when I was 3 months old." "Yes." "You marked me for your son before I could crawl." "Yes." "You engineered my grandmother, my mother, me. 3 generations of Kessani women fed into your machine." Lady Merelda's expression did not change. "Your grandmother Daria was a kitchen girl with weak gift potential. She was not suitable for the full program, but her blood carried a marker we had not seen before. We retained her for observation." She paused. "Your mother, Nave, was stronger. We matched her to L'aile Nave, but the bond was interrupted before it could complete. A loss." Inza's hands were shaking. "And me? And you." Lady Mildlad's voice softened, almost imperceptibly. "You were the first in 3 generations to test strong positive. The first whose blood could carry the full gift without rejection. The first who could bond with a vampire of the direct line and survive." She stepped closer. "I have waited 24 years for you, Inza Kessani. I have watched you grow, watched you work, watched you hide children in coal lifts and lie to stewards and do everything in your power to protect the weak." Her gray eyes held Inza's. "I chose Koi was his father for the same reason I chose you for him. Strength, intelligence, the will to survive." Inza's throat was dry. "You are telling me that I was born for this?" "I am telling you that you were born with the capacity for it." Lady Maligda's voice was quiet, almost kind. "What you do with that capacity is your choice, but do not pretend you came here by accident. Do not pretend the gift took root in you by chance. Your blood was ready. It has always been ready." The fire crackled. Inza stood in the center of the study, the knife heavy in her coat, the ledger's words still burning in her mind. She had been measured, tested, designed, but she was still holding the knife. "Where are the twins?" Lady Maligda's eyes flickered, the first crack in her composure. "Submit has them. Then Submit will give them back." "She will not. The testing is not complete." "Then I will break the door down." "You cannot." "I will burn this house to the ground." Lady Maligda's mouth tightened. "You will not. Because if you do, you will never see the children again, and you will never know the full truth of what the house has hidden." Inza's hand went to the knife. She thought of Bren's split lip, Mellie's white-knuckled hands, Tavi's silent face in the linen press. She thought of her mother's name in the ledger, marked interrupted. She thought of L'aille's voice, saying the clock was still running. And she thought of Corwise, standing in the chapel ruins, offering her a tunnel and a choice. "I am not your harvest," she said. "I am not your breeding stock, and I am not your daughter's future." She turned toward the door. Lady Maligda's voice followed her. "The children will be moved to the intervention rooms at sundown. If you have not found a way to reach them by then, the testing will begin, and there will be no stopping it." Inza stopped. "And if I do find a way?" Lady Mielelda was silent for a long moment. "Then you will prove me wrong," she said, "and I will have to decide what that means." Inza did not look back. She walked out of the study, down the corridor, through the dark, until the door closed behind her and she stood alone in the house's quiet heart. The bone key was warm in her palm, and somewhere above, the clock was ticking toward sundown. Chapter 15. Inza woke before dawn in her new room, and the light felt wrong. Not the light itself, the same gray seep through the same salt-stained window, but how her eyes caught it. Every mote of dust in the air had an edge. Each thread in the curtain cast a separate shadow. She lay still and counted the heartbeats moving through the walls. 3 in the corridor, 1 in the room above, a rapid flutter somewhere below that might have been a child. She pressed her palms to her eyes until the world went dark. The hunger came with her first movement, not sharp, not urgent. A low pull at the base of her throat, like a second pulse beating under her skin. She dressed in the dark wool clothes from yesterday, laced her boots, and thought about breakfast the way she had thought about everything since the draft, as a calculation. She needed fuel. She needed information. She needed to find out whether the kitchen still belonged to her. The servants' wing was quiet when she reached it. Curfew had not lifted. The corridor lamps burned low, and the air smelled of cold ash and old bread. Inza moved through the familiar turns, her feet finding the worn stones without thought, and the gift made every step feel like she was walking through syrup. She could move faster. She could be across the hall before the next breath. She held herself still. The kitchen door was ajar. She pushed it open and found Dorn at the prep table, his back to her, the knife in his hand moving through a side of meat with precise, methodical cuts. He did not turn. He did not need to. The rhythm of her steps had told him everything. "You are early," he said, the words shaped for her to read from his shoulders. "I am hungry." He set the knife down and turned. His eyes moved over her, taking in the straight spine, the clear skin, the way her hands hung empty at her sides. Something in his face tightened. "Sit." She sat. He pulled a plate from the warmer and set it in front of her. Bread, cheese, a slice of cold meat. Ordinary food. The kind of meal she had eaten every day for 15 years without thinking. She picked up the bread and bit into it. It tasted like nothing. Not bad, not good. Just texture against her tongue, dry and dead. She chewed and swallowed, and the hunger in her throat did not ease. It waited, patient and hollow. "You do not like it." Dorn's voice was flat, but his hands were still. "It is fine." "It is not." She set the bread down. "When did you last see Bren?" "Last night, before the lockup." He came around the table and stood across from her, arms crossed, the old stance of a man who had learned to protect himself by looking immovable. "He asked about you, that he should eat his rations and stay quiet." The hunger pulsed in her throat. She looked at the meat on the plate. The dark slice of liver Dorn had been cutting. The scent hit her like a fist. She reached for it without thinking. The taste was copper and heat. It filled her mouth and slid down her throat, and the hunger eased, just slightly, just enough. She tore another piece and another, and it was not until she heard a chair scrape that she looked up. Bren stood in the kitchen doorway. His split lip was healing. His eyes were wide. He was staring at her hands, at the plate, at the smear of blood on the corner of her mouth where she had not wiped it away. "Inza?" She set the meat down. "I was hungry." He did not move. His face had gone still in a way that hurt worse than fear. "You are eating raw meat." "It is cooked. It is bloody." The silence stretched. Sessa wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and saw the dark stain on her sleeve. "I am sorry," she said. "I did not mean to—" "Do not apologize." Lael's voice came from the doorway behind Bren. She stepped past him into the light, her silver-streaked hair loose, her face unreadable. She looked at the plate, at Inza's hands, at the stain on the sleeve. "This is how it starts," she said quietly. "You stop tasting bread. You stop wanting cheese. You start craving what your blood needs, and the rest becomes chewing without purpose." Bren backed away a step. Inza wanted to tell him it was fine. She wanted to explain that the gift made everything sharper, that she could heal faster and move faster and hear a whisper from 3 rooms away. She wanted him to understand that she was still herself, but the hunger was still there, quiet and patient, and the bread still tasted like dust on her tongue. Bren, I am going to get you out of here. He swallowed, nodded, and then he was gone, his footsteps retreating down the corridor, and Inza was left in the kitchen with Dorn and Lael and the cooling plate of food. Lael sat down across from her. Eat the rest of it. You will need the strength. Inza picked up another piece of liver. The hunger rose to meet it, and she tore into the meat without tasting anything but iron. Dorn turned back to his work, and his shoulders said nothing at all. When Inza finally pushed the plate away, the first light of true dawn was creeping through the high window, and the hunger had settled into a low thrum beneath her ribs. She could hear the house waking, footsteps on stairs, voices in distant rooms, a child crying somewhere deep in the stone. She stood. I need to find the twins. Lael did not look up. You need to find Corwise first. Why? Because the chapel tunnel is your only way past Submit, and you do not know the door to open it. The hunger pulsed again, asking for more. Inza pressed her palm flat against the table and held. Chapter 16. The hunger had settled by the time she reached the outer courtyard, but it had not gone. It sat beneath her ribs like a second heart, waiting for the next time she forgot to feed it. The Ledger house sat at the bottom of the cliff road, 3 stories of pale stone wedged between a chandler's shop and a boarding house. The sign above the door read, Tremine and Sons, Contracts, Scrivening, Blood Law, in gold lettering that had not been touched in years. Inza pushed through the door. The air inside smelled of ink, dust, and the faint metallic tang of sealing wax. A clerk sat at the front desk, young, sharp-chinned, with ink stains on both cuffs. He looked up, took in her dress, her clean hands, the absence of any servant's badge, and his expression shifted into professional neutrality. How may the Ledger House assist you today? I need to verify a manumission procedure. She set the folded copy of the contract on the counter. The clerk opened it, read the seal, and his eyebrows lifted a fraction. This is an Esterwald document. Yes. Signed by the heir personally. Yes. He read further, his lips moving slightly. Then he set the paper down and looked at her with fresh attention. The manumission pathway requires 3 witness signatures at the first sealing stage, 2 from outside the household, 1 from the bloodkin's legal representative. The recipient must present herself for verification at each stage. Each stage? How many stages? 3. He tapped the contract with a stained finger. First seal establishes intent. Second seal confirms the binding draft has been completed. Third seal releases the named dependents from the household roll. Inza's stomach tightened. The contract does not say 3 stages. The contract lists the final outcome. The stage is a standard procedure under blood law. Every house uses them. She picked up the paper and read the clauses again, searching for the gap between what was written and what was real. The words were precise. The loophole was not in the language. It was in the custom the language assumed. Who provides the outside witnesses? Any licensed scrivener or blood law notary. The Ledger House can provide one for a fee. And the legal representative? The clerk hesitated. That would be a representative of the household, someone authorized by the bloodkin, by Corwise Vimmer, or by Lady Melilda Uxon as head of House Esterwald. The name landed like a stone in still water. Inza kept her face still, but the hunger stirred beneath her ribs, restless and alert. What happens if the representative refuses to sign? The clerk closed the contract and slid it back across the counter. Then the second and third stages cannot proceed. The dependents remain on the household roll until the representative signs or the recipient completes a formal petition before the Sable March Tribunal. How long does a petition take? 6 to 18 months, depending on the tribunal's calendar. He paused. The children remain in the household during that period. The room felt smaller. The ink and dust air pressed against her skin. She folded the contract and put it away. Thank you. The clerk nodded and reached for a ledger. He opened it, dipped his pen, and began writing. She should have left. She knew she should have left. But the hunger wanted more information, and she had learned to trust what the gift told her. One more question. He looked up. How does hereditary suitability affect the manumission process? The pen stopped. The silence was brief, barely a heartbeat, but the gift caught it. His hand had frozen mid-word, and the ink had begun to pool where the nib touched the page. "I am not sure what you mean," he said carefully. "Hereditary suitability. For the gift, if a recipient's bloodline was selected before birth, does that change the legal standing of the contract?" The clerk set the pen down. "Where did you hear that term?" "From a physician." He studied her. His professional neutrality had thinned, and beneath it she saw something like wariness. "Blood law does not recognize hereditary designations in manumission proceedings," he said. "The contract is the contract. What happens before the recipient signs is not material to the dependent's release." "But it is tracked." "Tracked?" "The ledger house keeps records, suitability tests, blood markers, family lines." His jaw tightened. "Those records are sealed. They are not part of the manumission process and cannot be introduced as evidence without a tribunal order." "Sealed by whom?" "By House Esterwald, by the Sable March Registry, by the—" He stopped. Inza waited. He picked up the pen and dipped it again, but his hand was not steady. "I would advise you not to pursue this line of inquiry," he said. "The contract before me is valid. The manumission pathway is open. Everything else is speculation." He closed the ledger with a snap. The sound echoed in the small room. Inza picked up her contract and turned toward the door. Her hand was on the latch when he spoke again. "You should know." She looked back. "The sealed records cannot be opened without the Matriarch's consent." The hunger pressed against her ribs. "Thank you for your time." She stepped out into the morning light and walked back up the cliff road with the contract folded against her chest, and the clerk's face burned into her memory. He had known the word hereditary before she finished saying it, and he had been afraid. Chapter 17. Melly came just after midday, slipping through the scullery door with coal dust on her cheek and a fold of bread in her fist. Inza caught her before she reached the pantry. The girl flinched when Inza touched her shoulder, and the hunger stirred at the scent of fear sweat under the kitchen smell. "Melly, what happened?" Melly shook her head. "Bren said to come quiet. Said you'd know what it meant." Dorn appeared in the inner doorway, towel over his shoulder, eyes moving between them. He signed a single word. "Trouble." Inza knelt and made herself smaller. "Tell me." Melly's hands twisted in her apron. "Someone's been asking. About where we sleep. About who hides us when the stewards come." The words landed like cold water. "Who asked?" "I don't know." Melly's voice shook. "They came to the nursery wing last night, after curfew. A woman with a brass key." Inza's chest went still. "Submit." "What did you tell her?" "Nothing. I said we slept in the dormitory like everyone. She looked at me too long and then she left." Melly's fingers twisted harder. "But this morning Orlin said someone was asking about Tavi, asking where the little ones go when they're not on the rolls." Dorn's jaw tightened. He signed again. "How many questions?" "3 that I know of," Inza said. "Maybe more." She stood and crossed to the prep table, where the knife she had carried to the lower levels still lay. She had not put it back. She did not put it back now. "Stay here," she said. Melly grabbed her sleeve. "You promised." The words hit like a blow. Inza looked down at the girl's fingers, dark against her wrist, and remembered the contract, the 3 seals, the clerk's fear, the sealed records that could not be opened without the Matriarch's consent. "I know what I promised." She found Lal in the still room, measuring dried herbs into a mortar. The older woman did not look up. "I heard." "Then you know Submit is circling the children." Lael set the mortar down. "Submit answers to the house. The house is Lady Mirigda. If the Matriarch wants to know where the children sleep, she will learn. Then we move them." "Where?" Lael turned. Her face was tired, the hollows beneath her eyes deeper than they had been that morning. "You have no route past Submit without Corwise, and Corwise has not been seen since the feast preparations began. You have a legal contract that depends on the house's representative, and you have until sundown. I have tonight too. Tonight is not guaranteed. Inza set her jaw. Then I will make it enough. She left Liel in the still room and walked back through the service corridor, counting doors, counting steps, mapping the house in her head the way she had learned to survive the culling nights. Every pantry had a back wall. Every laundry chute opened somewhere. Every servant knew a place that was not on any steward's list. She found Dorn in the kitchen, with Melly still at the table, eating the bread in small, careful bites. "Give me 2 hours," Inza said. "Then we set a watch." Dorn signed. "What kind?" "It will be easier to show you." She walked the lower service floor with Melly at her side, stopping at every door that opened onto a corridor she recognized. She mapped the gaps, the places a child could vanish, the turns a steward would not think to check. By the 3rd hour, they had a system. Pantry knocks meant the passage was clear. A rag tied to the laundry yard gate meant someone was watching from the upper window. 3 taps on the cistern pipe meant come now, not later. Dorn moved the patterns in silence, his eyes following her hands and lips with the same fierce attention he had taught her to use in the kitchens years ago. When she finished, he signed one word in the flat, precise language they had built between them. "Good." Then he pointed at her chest and signed again. "You." "What about me?" He held her gaze. "Who asked the questions? You find that, you find who sent them." She nodded. The answer came at midnight. Inza was in the pantry counting stores by candlelight when the rag on the laundry yard gate moved. She watched it flutter once, twice, a signal she had not taught anyone yet. She stepped into the yard and found Bren. His face was pale under the moon. "It was not submit," he said. "What?" "The woman with the brass key. Melly was wrong." He swallowed. "I followed her after she left the nursery. She reported to someone in the heir's corridor, a steward I have never seen before." Inza's blood went cold. Corwise's corridor. The questions had not come from Lady Merlindo. They had come from inside the heir's own staff, the people who served him daily, the ones who knew his schedule and his absences and the exact shape of his trust. "Did you see the steward's face?" Bren shook his head. "Just the back of her coat. Gray wool, house badge with a silver hem." The silver hem meant senior staff. Senior staff meant orders from someone with authority to give them. Inza turned and looked up at the dark windows of the inner household. Corwise had not been seen since the feast preparations began. His staff was asking questions about children he had promised to protect, and the sundown deadline was 12 hours away. "Go back to Dorn," she said quietly. "Tell him the watch changes. Tell him we are not guarding against submit anymore." "Who are we guarding against?" She did not answer. She walked to the private stair instead, the one she had climbed in silk on her first night in the inner household, and began the ascent toward Corwise's chambers with the knife at her belt and the hunger pulsing beneath her ribs like a second heart. Chapter 18. She climbed the private stair with the knife at her belt and the hunger coiled beneath her ribs like a thing with teeth. The corridor above was dark, no candles, no steward waiting with a polished greeting, just the muffled weight of the inner household breathing in its sleep, and at the end of the hall, a door left ajar the width of a hand. She pushed it open. Corwise sat at the window with his back to her, shirt sleeves rolled, shoulders set in a line that looked carved rather than relaxed. A single candle burned on the sill. He did not turn. "You came up the service stair." "You knew I would." "I knew you had questions." His voice was quiet, stripped of the formal ease he wore in company. "I did not know which ones you would ask first." Inza closed the door behind her. The latch clicked like a seal breaking. "The steward with the silver hem," she said. "The one asking about the children in your corridor. Do you know who she reports to?" Corwise turned then. His face was tired in a way that went deeper than sleeplessness, the bones showing through as if something inside him had been scraped clean. "Me lord this people," he said. "I have known for 2 days. I have been trying to find out which of my staff she turned before I moved against her. 2 days. While you were in the ledger house, while you were in the archives, while you were learning what my mother made of your name." He stood. "I did not tell you because I had no proof yet. only a pattern I did not want to believe. Inza's hand found the knife at her belt, not drawing it, just touching the hilt, grounding herself on something real. Your mother admitted it to my face. 3 generations. She bred my grandmother like livestock and waited for me to be born. I know, you know. I found the ledger 2 days before you did. His voice cracked on the last word, the first fault she had ever heard in it. Rasmund showed me. He said I had the right to see what my name had purchased. The silence stretched between them like a wound left open. Inza wanted to be angry. The anger was there, hot and clean and ready. But underneath it she heard something else, his voice breaking on purchased, and she recognized the shape of that grief because she carried it too. Why did you not tell me? Because I was afraid. He said it plainly, without apology. If I told you before you saw it yourself, you would have thought I was controlling the story, managing your anger, making sure you learned it in the version I chose. And if I had never found the ledger, I would have shown it to you myself, when you were ready to see it without needing me to explain what it meant. She believed him. That was the terrifying part. She believed him, because the answer fit the shape of who he had been since the contract, since the chapel, since every moment he had set power down instead of using it over her. I am going to the chapel ruins tonight, he said. I will be there until the tide turns. If you come, it will not be as my blood servant or my charge or the woman my mother designed for me. He held her gaze. It will be because you chose to walk that corridor alone, and if you do not come, I will understand, and nothing changes between us. The children still leave, the contract still holds. You owe me nothing for staying away. The hunger stirred beneath her ribs. The knife was warm from her palm. She thought of the senior steward with the silver hem, the questions moving through Corwise's own corridor like poison through a well. She thought of Sundown, of Submit and the intervention rooms, of the bone key that sealed passages behind her. She thought of what it would mean to walk toward him without being sent. Where's the chapel? East Cliff, the old road past the salt sheds. You will know it by the broken arch and the smell of the tide. She turned and walked out before she could change her mind. The corridor narrowed as she followed the eastern passage, past storerooms she had never entered, past doors locked with chains she did not test. The air changed. Candle smoke gave way to salt and stone dust and the faint rot of seaweed at low tide. The chapel had been old when Esterwald was young. Broken arch, Corwise had said. What remained was a shell of black stone open to the sky. The roof collapsed inward centuries ago, leaving moonlight to pool on the flagstones like spilled milk. The altar was a slab of sea-worn granite, cracked across the middle, veined with something that glittered when the light caught it right. She stepped inside. The wind came through the gap where the east wall had fallen, carrying the sound of waves against the cliff below. The salt taste on her tongue was the first thing she had tasted all day that was not blood or iron. She waited. Footsteps on stone. Not a servant's shuffle, measured and careful. A stride she recognized from the private corridor, from the study where he had handed her a contract and told her she could refuse. She turned. Corwise stood in the broken arch, the moon at his back, his face in shadow. He did not step forward. He waited for her to close the distance herself. Chapter 19. The wind shifted, carrying salt up from the cliffs and threading through the gaps in the broken walls. Inza stood with the moonlight pooled, her shadow stretching long across the cracked flagstones, and watched Corwise wait in the arch. He did not move. The moon was behind him, cutting his face into shadow and silver edge. His hands hung at his sides, still and open. No jacket. Sleeves rolled the way she had seen them in his study, the way that made him look less like the heir and more like someone who worked with his hands. She could walk away. He had said it plainly, without conditions or hidden hooks. Nothing changes between us. The children still leave. The contract still holds. She could turn now, walk back through the salt sheds, climb the narrow corridor to her room, and never have to know what it felt like to close this distance without being sent. The hunger stirred beneath her ribs, patient and waiting. She stepped forward, her boots scraped on stone. The sound echoed once and died against the open walls. Corwise's breath caught, just barely, a sharp intake she would not have heard 3 days ago. She crossed the chapel floor one step at a time, past the fallen stones where moss had grown thick and silver in the dark, past the altar with its glittering mineral veins catching the moonlight like veins of frozen fire. 3 paces from him, she stopped. He was close enough that she could see the pulse in his throat, the way his chest rose and fell like he had been holding his breath since she walked into the chapel. "I came," she said. "I see you did. Because I chose to." "I know." His voice was low, rough at the edges. "I could feel you coming. The whole house could feel you coming. You ring through the stone like a bell." She did not ask what that meant. She understood it in her bones, the way she understood the tide below the cliff and the hunger that lived in her throat now. The gift had made her visible in ways she had not consented to. "What happens now?" she asked. "That depends on what you want." The answer threatened to undo her. She had spent 15 years learning what other people wanted: stewards, cooks, children who needed blankets and bread and names kept off lists. She knew the shape of obligation the way she knew the shape of her own hands. She did not know what to do with a question that left the answer in her keeping. "I do not know how to want anything cleanly," she said. "Every time I have wanted something, I have paid for it in advance, usually with myself." Corwise's jaw tightened. "That is not wanting. That is buying permission to exist." "Then teach me the difference." She heard what she had said. The words hung in the salt air between them, heavier than she had meant them to be. He moved then, not toward her. He lowered himself to his knees on the stone floor, the moon catching the back of his neck, the line of his spine through his shirt. He knelt before her in the ruin of an older vow and looked up at her with eyes the color of river stones after rain. "I am asking you," he said slowly, "to let me love you without making it a transaction, without you counting what you owe me for the privilege." Her throat closed. "You knelt." "I know what I am. You are the heir to House Esterwald. I am a man who has spent his whole life taking what he wanted because it was there to take." His voice did not waver. "I do not want to take you. I want you to choose to stay, and if you walk away tonight, I will still spend every resource I have getting those children out of this house, because I promised you I would, and because it is the only thing I have ever done that felt like it might make me worth your trust." The wind moved through the chapel, carrying the smell of the tide. Inza reached down and took his hand. His fingers closed around hers, warm and still. He rose, slowly, letting her hold his weight, letting her decide when he stood. When he was upright, she did not let go. "You knelt," she said again, because she could not seem to move past it. "I would do it again." "Why?" "Because you deserved someone who asked instead of assumed, and I did not know how else to show you that I understand the difference now." She stepped closer. The knife was still at her belt. The hunger still pulsed beneath her ribs. The clock was still running toward sundown, toward Submit and the intervention rooms and whatever Lady Melilda had waiting. But here, in the chapel dust and the salt wind, none of that existed yet. She raised her free hand and touched his face. His breath stopped. His skin was warm, warmer than she had expected, and she traced the line of his jaw with her thumb, feeling the stubble there, the slight roughness, the way he held himself perfectly still under her hand like he was afraid any movement would break the spell. "In the study," she said, "when you handed me the contract, when you told me I could refuse, that was the first time anyone ever set power down instead of using it over me." "You do not owe me for that. I am not offering payment." She let her hand settle against his cheek. "I am telling you what I remember, what I carry." His eyes closed, just for a moment, like he was letting himself feel the weight of her hand without guards. When he opened them, there was something raw in his gaze that made her chest ache. "Inza." "Yes. May I kiss you?" The question undid her, not the kiss itself, but the asking, the way he held himself back and made space for her answer. "Yes." He leaned in slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, and when her lips met his, the world went quiet. The wind stopped. The tide ceased its pulling. The hunger in her throat went still, like even the gift recognized this as sacred ground. His mouth was warm and cautious, asking instead of taking, and she pressed into him because she did not know how else to say yes, and his hand found her waist, gentle, his thumb tracing the seam of her dress like he was memorizing the shape of her. She kissed him back. The world tilted. She lost track of where the chapel ended and the night began. There was only his breath, his hand, the salt taste of his skin, the way his whole body leaned into her without crowding her, without demanding more than she gave. Footsteps, stones scraping under a boot. The sound came from the nave, somewhere beyond the broken arch, and Corwise's hand tightened on her waist as he pulled back, his eyes sharp, his breath uneven. "Someone is here," he breathed. The footsteps grew closer. A voice called out, low and questioning from the darkness beyond the fallen wall. "Corwise? Is someone in the chapel with you?" Chapter 20. The voice came from the nave, close now, close enough that Inza heard the scrape of stone under a boot heel and the slow exhale of someone climbing over fallen rubble. Corwise's hand was still on her waist. His eyes had gone sharp, the softness of the kiss burned away in an instant. "Do not move," he breathed. She had no intention of moving. The knife was at her belt. The hunger was stirring again beneath her ribs, waking from its brief silence, and she pressed her palm flat against the altar stone to keep herself still. "Corwise." The voice again, male, older, carrying the flat authority of someone who had the right to use the heir's name without title. "I saw you come down here. Are you alone?" Corwise's jaw tightened. He knew the voice. She saw it in the set of his shoulders, the way his hand dropped from her waist and moved behind his back, signaling her to step away. She stepped. The shadows of the broken arch swallowed her. The altar's glitter-veined stone pressed cold through her dress as she pressed herself against its far side, the knife half drawn, her breath held. Corwise turned toward the nave. "I am alone," he said. His voice was steady, unhurried, the same voice he used in the study when he handed her the contract. "The chapel helps me think. You know that." The footsteps stopped, a pause stretched. Inza heard the wind moving through the collapsed roof, the distant pull of the tide against the cliff below. Her heart beat too loud in her own ears. The gift had sharpened everything, and she heard the man's breathing now, measured, unhurried, the breath of someone who did not believe what he had just been told. "Your mother wondered where you had gone," the man said. "The feast preparations are behind schedule. She wants you in the great hall before the first guests arrive." "I will be there," she said, "tonight." And I said, "I will be there." Corwise did not move. "Is that all?" Another pause. The man said nothing. His footsteps turned, grinding against stone, and the sound receded back toward the nave, back toward the house, slow and deliberate, like he was giving Corwise time to feel watched. Inza did not let out her breath. The footsteps faded into silence. The wind moved through the chapel, carrying the smell of salt and cold stone. Corwise stood with his back to her, his shoulders still tight, his hands loose at his sides. She waited. He did not turn around. "That was Finral," he said quietly. "My mother's second steward. He has served her for 40 years. He saw us. He saw enough." Corwise turned then. His face was pale in the moonlight, his mouth still slightly swollen from the kiss. "He will not report it directly. Finral does not report what he cannot prove. But he will watch, and you will tell my mother that I was not alone in the chapel." Inza pushed herself off the altar stone. "How much time does that give us?" "Less than I thought." He crossed to her, his hand finding hers, his grip warm and urgent. "The feast is tonight. Merelda will have every allied house in the great hall. She will be occupied for hours. But after she will come for me." "Yes." She looked at his hand around hers, the bones of his fingers, the callus at the base of his thumb, the way he held her like she was something he was still learning not to drop. "Then we use the hours," she said. "I cannot go with you now. If Finral is watching, my absence will confirm everything he suspects. I need to walk back to the house alone. Let them see me. Let them think I am still under control. And me? The tunnel. It runs from the chapel crypt to the old salt shed on the east cliff. From there, you can reach the service stair behind the kitchens without crossing the main courtyard. He led her to the far side of the altar, where the broken stone met the chapel wall. A low arch, half collapsed, filled with rubble and shadow. She looked at the opening. Corwise. I know. If you go back to the house alone and something happens, if Melida has already moved against the children, then you will reach them before I can. His voice was rough. That is the point. You can move faster than any of us now. You can hear things I cannot. You have the knife, you have the bone key, and you have my name if you need to use it. He reached into his pocket and pressed something into her palm. Cool metal, a signet ring. Take it. Your seal. If anyone stops you, show them that ring and tell them you carry the heir's authority. It will not work on my mother's inner circle, but it will open doors below stairs. She closed her fingers around it. The ring was warm from his body, heavy, real. Do not wait for me, he said. If the children are in danger, move. I will find you when the feast allows. She looked at him. The moonlight carved his face into hard lines, but his eyes were soft, almost bruised, like he was already feeling the separation settle into his chest. The footsteps in the chapel, she said. Whoever called for you. You knew it was Finral before he spoke. I recognized his stride. Then you knew, when you kissed me, that someone was close enough to hear. He did not answer. She searched his face, looking for the lie, the deflection, the thing he was protecting by not saying it aloud. I would have kissed you anyway, he said finally. I would have kissed you with the whole house listening. The words settled in her chest like a stone dropped into deep water. She stepped forward and pressed her palm against his chest. His heartbeat under her hand, fast and steady, the rhythm of a man who had just chosen her over caution for the second time. Go, she said. Walk back to the house. Let them see you alone. He caught her hand and brought it to his mouth, pressing a kiss to her knuckles, quick and warm, before he let go. Then he turned and walked toward the nave. She watched him go. The shadows swallowed his shape, the sound of his footsteps fading into the wind, and then there was only the chapel and the tide and the cold ring in her palm. She did not wait. The tunnel was tight, low, the ceiling scraping her hair, the walls damp with salt. She moved fast, one hand on the stone, the other gripping the knife, the hunger pulsing beneath her ribs like a second heart. The tunnel opened into the salt shed. Ropes, barrels, the smell of fish and brine. She climbed out through a broken slat and found the service stair behind the kitchens, dark and silent. She took it 2 steps at a time. The house was awake. She felt it through the gift, the shift of servants in corridors, the murmur of preparations, the distant clatter of the great hall being dressed for the feast. Every heartbeat reached her, every footstep. She reached her door and stopped. A single chapel tile lay on the threshold, broken at one corner, dusted with ash. Someone had put it there. She picked it up. The broken edge was still sharp. Someone had been close enough to see her in the chapel, close enough to mark the place, close enough to leave this on her threshold as a message, not a threat shouted in the dark, but a name left in silence. She looked down the corridor. Empty. But the tile in her hand was still warm, and somewhere in the house, someone knew exactly what she and Corwise had done in the chapel dust, and was waiting to see what she would do next. Chapter 21. The tile sat on her palm, its broken edges sharp against her skin, the ash still warm enough to leave a gray smudge across her lifeline. She turned it over. Nothing. No mark, no symbol, no thread of meaning she could read. Just a piece of chapel stone, cracked at the corner, dusted with the residue of burnt things. Someone had carried it from the ruins to her threshold. Someone had placed it where she would find it first, not where it could be seen by passing eyes. The precision of that told her more than any note could. The person who left it knew her door, knew her schedule, knew she would come back alone before dawn. She closed her fingers around it and stepped inside. The room was exactly as she had left it, the bed untouched, the candle burned to a stub, the draft from the window lifting the corner of her contract. She crossed to the writing table and set the tile down beside the inkwell. Evidence. She would need to think about it later, when her head was clearer, when the hunger was not pulsing beneath her ribs like an animal wanting out. But later did not come. She sat on the edge of the bed and watched the candle gutter out. The dark was not dark to her anymore. She could see every thread in the blanket, every grain of the floorboards, the faint glow of the ash on the tile. The silence was not silent either. Somewhere in the east wing, a steward turned in his sleep. In the kitchens below, a rat scratched at a barrel. Her own heartbeat sounded loud as a drum in her ears. She lay down. She did not sleep. The gift had taken that too. By the third dawn, the world had become a wound. Every sound reached her at the same volume. The creak of floorboards, the scuff of boots on stone, the distant clatter of pans, the pulse of a servant coughing 3 corridors away. She heard it all, layered and inseparable. A wall of noise that pressed against the inside of her skull. She had not slept, not for a single hour. Iron tablets kept the worst of it at bay, but the exhaustion accumulated beneath her skin like silt, slow and inexorable. Her hands trembled when she held them still. Her eyes felt dry, hot, too wide in their sockets. The world had taken on a brittle clarity, every edge too sharp, every color too saturated, as if someone had turned a lamp inside her head and forgotten to dim it. She went through the motions anyway. She checked on Melly in the nursery. She walked the watch circuit Dorn had helped her set, tapping the pipe once to confirm the kitchen route was clear. She ate a piece of bread that tasted like ash and felt no hunger for it. She was functional. That was the lie she told herself. Tavi found her in the service corridor behind the still room. He came around the corner fast, his bare feet slapping the stone, and she heard him 3 turns before he appeared. The sound of his breathing, the rustle of his shirt, the tiny scuff of a pebble under his heel. She had time to brace for it, but bracing did not help. "There you are," he said, skidding to a stop in front of her. "Millie said you were supposed to come at noon, and it's past noon, and I thought, Tavi, you might have forgotten, but I knew you wouldn't forget, because you promised, Tavi, stop." He stopped, his mouth still open, his small chest heaving, his eyes fixed on her face with the too earnest attention of a child who had learned to read danger in adult voices. The word had come out too sharp. She heard it land. She knelt. Her knees hit the stone hard enough to bruise, but she barely felt it. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to snap. I need a moment of quiet. Can you give me that?" He nodded. His eyes were still wary. She reached out and touched his shoulder. He flinched. Just a flicker, just a breath, but she saw it, and the seeing cut deeper than any wound the gift had given her. He was afraid of her, not of what might happen to her, not of the house or the stewards or the dark. Afraid of her, of the edge in her voice, of the thing she was becoming. "I am going to get you out," she said. "Do you believe that?" He nodded again, quick this time, like he wanted to prove he was not scared. She let her hand fall. "Go back to Melly. Tell her I will come at sundown." He ran. She stayed on her knees in the corridor long after his footsteps faded, staring at the place where he had stood, the space his body had filled, the shape of a child who still trusted her enough to be afraid. The gift was not just changing her body. It was eroding the self she had built across 15 years of service. The patience she had learned, stitch by stitch, the soft hands she had cultivated to calm frightened children. The ability to set herself aside and become whatever a situation needed. All of it was fraying, coming apart at the edges, and she could feel it happening but could not stop it. She pressed her palm to her chest and felt her heart beating too fast, too strong, like it was trying to escape her ribs. Somewhere in the house, the person who left the tile was waiting. She had no idea what to do about any of it. The 4th dawn came gray and cold, and she was at the window before the light had fully touched the sky. Her hands were steady now. Her breathing was even. She had found a rhythm in the sleeplessness, a narrow ledge of control she could stand on as long as she did not look down. The tile was still on her writing table. She picked it up again, turned it over, traced the broken edge with her thumb. The ash had faded to a pale smear, but the heat was gone. Cold stone, cold message. Someone had seen her in the chapel. Someone had marked her threshold. Someone was waiting. The hunger stirred beneath her ribs, and she pressed her hand against it, the way she might press a wound to stop the bleeding. There was a knock at the door. She did not move. It came again. 3 sharp raps. She crossed the room and opened it. Dorn stood in the corridor, his face unreadable, his hands empty. He looked at her for a long moment, then signed a single word. Come. She followed him down the service stair. Behind her, the tile sat on the table, cold and silent. And in the corridor ahead, someone had left another mark on the wall. A streak of ash, barely visible, shaped like an arrow, pointing the way. She stopped. Dorn stopped too. He followed her gaze, his jaw tightened. The house was watching, and someone was guiding her somewhere. Chapter 22. The ash arrow led to the infirmary door. Inza stopped with her hand on the latch, listening. 3 heartbeats inside. One slow and heavy, Dorn. One thready, uneven, Liel. One measured, deliberate, Rasmund. She pushed the door open. They were arranged around the examination table like conspirators at a funeral. Dorn stood with his arms crossed, his weight on his back foot, watching the door before she entered. Liel sat on the edge of the table with her hands wrapped around a cup of something steaming, her silver-streaked hair loose, her shoulders set at an angle that suggested she was holding herself upright by will alone. Rasmund stood at the counter with a ledger open, a pen in his hand, and the look of a man who had been caught doing something he would not explain. No one spoke. Inza closed the door behind her and leaned against it. "This is a terrible idea," she said. Dorn signed. "Which part?" "All of it. Meeting in a room with one door, letting whoever left those arrows guide me here, trusting that none of you are the one who put ash on my threshold." Liel's laugh was dry and quiet. "If any of us wanted you dead," she said, "we would have let the gift do it." Rasmund set the pen down. "The ash arrows were not mine," he said. "Nor mine," Liel said. Dorn shook his head. "Inza let that settle. Someone in the house had guided her here, and none of them were claiming credit. That meant a 4th player. Someone who knew where each of them would be at dawn. Someone who wanted this meeting to happen but did not want to attend it. She filed the thought and set it aside. "Why are we here?" Rasmund turned the ledger on the counter so she could see it. Page after page of names, dates, doses, symptoms. His hand. His record. The one that documented everything the house tried to bury. "Because I have spent 27 years watching children go into the lower levels," he said. "And I have decided I am finished watching." Inza looked at him. 27 years, she said. "And you choose now?" He met her eyes. "I chose the moment you survived the first draft. I just needed time to decide what I was willing to risk." Dorn signed. "I am willing to risk the kitchen." Inza blinked. "The kitchen stores? The root cellar?" "There's a crawl space behind the 3rd shelf where the salt blocks are stacked. A child could fit, 2, if they are small." "You built a hiding place," Inza said, 2 years ago. He held her gaze. "I have been waiting for someone to use it." Liel set down her cup. "I can get them out of the lower levels," she said. "Not far, not fast, but if Submit moves them before sundown, I know the corridor between the holding rooms and the intervention chamber. There is a service panel. They would have to crawl. And they would have to be silent, and if anyone hears them, I cannot help." "Then what?" Inza said. "Then they need somewhere to go." Rasmund pulled a folded sheet from inside his coat and spread it on the table. A map, hand-drawn, inked with precision that spoke of years of observation. 3 routes out of the house, he said. The chapel tunnel, which Corwise controls. The sea gate on the north cliff, which is locked from the outside and requires a key I do not have. And the old drainage channel beneath the laundry, which empties into the tide flats at low water. He tapped the 3rd route. "This one is not guarded because no one has used it in 40 years. The iron grate is rusted through at the hinge. One good push and it will open." "Where does it lead?" Inza said. "Salt marsh, then the coastal road. If the children reach the road before dawn, they can follow it south to the fishing villages. No one will ask questions there. Strangers pass through every season." Inza studied the map. The drain opened onto open ground. No cover, no second exit. "If someone follows them, they are caught in the open." "Yes, then they need a diversion." Liel smiled. Thin, tired. Feast tonight, she said. 200 vampires in the great hall, drinking blood wine and pretending they are not hungry for each other's territory. One disturbance in the lower levels, and half the household will empty the hall to investigate. You are talking about starting a riot, Inza said. I am talking about giving the children a chance. Dorn signed. I can set a fire in the kitchen stores, small, smoky, enough to pull stewards away from the east wing. Your kitchen, Inza said. Yes, you have worked there for 30 years. I know. He did not sign anything else. Inza looked at each of them. Darn, who had taught her to read danger in silence. Lael, who had survived the lower levels and carried the cost in her bones. Rasmund, who had kept records for nearly 3 decades and chosen now to act. None of them looked certain. None of them looked away. If we do this, Inza said, we need names. Names the children can use if they are separated. Names that will not trace back to any of us. Rasmund pulled a second sheet from his coat. A list. Bren becomes Hollis, he said. Melly becomes Sarah. Tavi becomes Kale. Where did you get those names? Ledger House, he said. 3 children registered as stillborn in the parish records 20 years ago. The names are dead. No one will look for them. Inza picked up the pen. She copied the names onto a scrap of paper, folded it, and pressed it into her palm. Routes, she said. Signals. Contingency names. What else? Lael stood, her legs held but barely. One more thing, she said. When this ends, whether it works or not, I will not survive the house's retribution. Neither will Rasmund. Dorn might if he burns the kitchen fast enough and disappears before the ashes cool. She looked at Inza. You need to know what you are asking us to lose. Inza met her eyes. I know. Lael nodded once. Then she walked to the door, opened it, and paused. Someone is watching this room from the corridor, she said. 3rd service passage, left side behind the linden cart. They have been there since before I arrived. She stepped out. The door swung shut. Inza stood in the silence, the folded paper hot in her palm, and thought about the broken tile on her threshold. The ash arrows in the hall, the 4th player who had guided her here. Someone was watching, and they had not stopped her from planning. Chapter 23. The silence after Lael's departure pressed against Inza's ears like water. Rasmund did not move. He stood with his head tilted, listening to the corridor, the linen cart, the service passage. Inza held her breath and watched his face. After a long moment, he exhaled. She's gone. The watcher? Whoever it was, they moved on before Lael reached the stair. He crossed the room and pressed his ear to the door. They heard a meeting. They heard fragments. They do not have the ledger. Inza's hands were cold. I want to see it. He studied her for a breath, then turned the key in the lock. Follow me. He led her not out of the infirmary, but deeper into it, past the surgery table and the shelves of dried herbs, past a row of labeled tins to a wall that looked solid. He pressed a seam in the paneling. A section swung inward without a sound. A narrow stair led down. The air thickened with dust and old paper. The room below was the size of a linen closet. A desk, a chair, shelves crammed with ledgers bound in dark leather. One candle burned low on the desk, its flame steady in the stillness. Rasmund pulled a volume from the 3rd shelf. Thicker than the others, the spine cracked from use. 27 years, he said, setting it on the desk. Every symptom, every pairing, every birth, every death. I did not know who I was keeping them for until I saw your grandmother's blood marker. He opened the cover. The pages were covered in his precise hand. Inza stepped forward. The names hit her before the dates. Darya Kessani, kitchen girl, weak positive, rare alpha marker, observation recommended. Below it, in smaller script, Darya matched to Pellosevet, stables. Bearing produced, Mireli Kessani. Inza's throat closed. She turned the page. Mireli Kessani. Moderate positive. Blood kin match. Lyle Navarre interrupted. Interruption ordered by LMU Mielau placed in West Laundry, assigned to linen rotation. Meeting arranged with Fenris Kessani, surface immune laborer, East Wing. Varing produced. Inza Kessani. She arranged my grandmother's marriage, Inza said. Her voice sounded far away. She arranged the meeting, Rasman said. The courtship, the placement in the same quarters. Every variable was controlled to produce a child with a higher compatibility index. Inza turned another page, her mother's life reduced to a line, her grandmother's death noted in a margin. Daria Kessani, deceased. Cause, complications. Tissue sample retained. She stared at the phrase. They kept parts of her. Anything that carried the marker. The room felt smaller. The candlelight seemed to dim at the edges. She turned pages faster. The entries continued. Other names, other families. Children born, tested, classified. Weak, moderate, negative. The rejects marked with a single word. Discontinued. These are pretty, I might see to Cover. These are people, she said. This is the house's breeding stock. She reached the last written page. Inza Kessani, strong positive. Designated blood kin match, Corwise Vimmer, heir. Status, active. First binding draft administered. Progress, accelerated. Below it, in a different hand. Sharper, less patient. The bloodline is stable, the vessel is receptive. Proceed to full binding at the Feast of the Tide. She recognized the handwriting from the contract. Lady Mirmilda. She wrote in your ledger. She reviews it every quarter. I keep the records. She annotates them. Inza traced her name with her fingertip, her whole life marked and filed before she could speak. There is more, Rasman said. He reached past her and turned to the next blank page. A heading sat at the top. Projected outcome. Inza Kessani, fully bound. Below it, a list in neat columns. Arrested aging within 3 years of final draft. Progressive sensory transfer to bonded vampire. Chronic pain management required after decade 2. Extraction viability, confirmed. Extraction. The word sat on the page like a worm in fruit. Extraction of what? Rasman's jaw tightened. The gift concentrates in the blood, in the marrow, in the tissue. Once the binding is complete, the body produces a substance vampires cannot manufacture themselves. The longer you carry it, the more potent it becomes. They harvest it, when the yield is sufficient, yes. Inza read the sentence again. Life expectancy post-full binding, 50 to 60 years. I get 30 more years, she said, if I am careful. If the house allows you to live that long. The candle guttered. Inza closed the ledger. Her hands were steady. That surprised her. Somewhere inside, she had known. She had felt the shape of the truth pressing against the walls of her understanding since the night she drank the first draft. The power, the hunger, the way the house watched her. She had simply refused to name it. The children, she said, are not part of this ledger. They are being tested for compatibility. If they pass, they will be added. If they fail, Rasman said nothing. Inza lifted her gaze from the book. You have been recording this for 27 years. You knew what the house was doing to my mother, to my grandmother, to me, and you never spoke. Silence is how I survived. Survived to do what? He met her eyes. To show you this page. Tonight, when it could still matter. A sound came from the top of the stair. A footstep, deliberate, on the stone. Rasman's hand went to his pocket. The door at the top of the stair stood open. Someone stood in the frame, silhouetted against the infirmary light. The figure stepped forward into the candle glow. Frenrel. Lady Mylonda's second steward stood at the top of the stair, his gray eyes fixed on the ledger in Inza's hands. His mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. I thought you might be here, physician, he said to Rasman. The matriarch expected this. Rasman's hand came out of his pocket empty. Finral looked at Inza. She wants to see you. Both of you. Now. He stepped aside. The corridor behind him was full of stewards. Chapter 24. Inza held the ring flat against her palm. Corwise's signet. Heir's authority. Finral's gaze dropped to it. Held. "The heir's seal," he said. "Given freely?" He put it in my hand himself. The corridor behind Finral stirred, stewards shifting weight, exchanging glances. They knew the ring. They knew what it meant below stairs. Finral's mouth tightened. "The Matriarch's orders supersede. The Matriarch is not here." Inza stepped forward. One step. The ring caught the candlelight. "I am standing in the heir's corridor with his signet on my finger. You can test which authority the stewards obey first, or you can step aside and let me pass when I am ready." She did not look back at Rasmund. She did not check whether he followed her lead. The stewards did not move. Finral's jaw worked once. Then he inclined his head. A fraction, not a bow, a measurement. "The heir's ring commands the household below the Matriarch's presence," he said, flat, recited. "I will not obstruct you, but I will report what I have seen." "Report it!" She walked toward the stair. The stewards parted. Finral did not. She passed him shoulder to shoulder in the narrow space and felt his gaze track her like a blade held to the back of her neck. Rasmund followed. They climbed the infirmary stair in silence. Behind them, Finral did not move. The infirmary door clicked shut. Rasmund crossed to the cabinet and pulled out a leather satchel. Began filling it with vials, bandages, the small iron box that held the tablets. "We have minutes," he said. "He will go straight to her. Then talk faster." Inza set the ledger on the examination table. Open. The pages she needed. Rasmund paused with a roll of linen in his hand. "You want the full account?" "I want to know how they built me." He set the linen down, came to the table. His hand hovered over the open page. "Daria was not accidental," he said. "She was identified at 14 by a visiting agent who tested kitchen staff for blood markers. The house did not recruit her. They placed her." "Placed her where?" "In the kitchen of a wool merchant in Noctis Key, a man named Pello Sevet. They knew his bloodline carried a dormant compatibility marker. They arranged the marriage within 6 months of identifying her. Inzo traced her grandmother's name, Inza Kessani. Kitchen girl, weak positive. She never knew. No one knows. That is the design. The house does not breed openly. It arranges. Favors, positions, marriages, relocations. Each generation is moved closer to the center." He turned the page. "Mirelle was born in the wool merchant's house. They tested her at 6 weeks. Moderate positive. The house transferred Pello to a warehouse position in Sable March, closer to Esterwald. When Mirelle was 12, they brought her into the household as a laundry maid. They took my mother as a child. They took her as an investment." Inza's hands were flat on the table. She could feel the grain of the wood through her fingertips, every sense amplified, every word landing like a stone dropped into still water. "She was matched to Lyle when she turned 16, Rasmund said. Not for Lyle's benefit, for hers. Lyle was already carrying the gift. The bond would have accelerated Miral's compatibility, prepared her for the next stage. Lyle was part of it. Lyle was a tool, like everyone." Inza thought of Lyle's trembling hands, the way she warned Inza about the price, the guilt that lived behind her eyes. What interrupted the match? Rasmund's mouth pressed thin. Miral became pregnant, before the binding was complete. The bond could not be finished without risking both her and the child. Lady Meleldo ended it. She ended it because I was worth more. Yes. The words sat between them like a wound. Inza looked back at the ledger. Her mother's life, her grandmother's death, her own name at the bottom of the page. "And Fenris Kessani," she said. "My father. Who chose him?" Rasmund did not answer immediately. "He was not chosen," he said. "He was removed." Inza's hands stilled. "Removed how?" "He was a dock worker, strong, unremarkable blood. He met Morelle in the servants' quarters after the Luelle match was interrupted. She was alone, grieving. He was kind." Rasmund met her eyes. Lady Meleldo allowed the relationship to develop. She monitored it. When Morelle conceived, Fenris was transferred to a northern quarry. Hazard pay, isolation. No letters returned. He is alive? I do not know. The quarry records are not part of this ledger, but men sent there do not usually return. Inza's throat burned. Her father, a man with no name in the breeding plan, a variable the house tolerated and then discarded. They used his kindness to breed me. They used everything. She closed the ledger. The room was very quiet. The candle had burned low. Shadows pressed in from the corners. I have 30 years left, she said, if they finish the binding. Rasmund's face was gray in the dim light. Yes. And the children? If they pass testing, they get this. If they fail, they get discontinued. The pattern holds. Inza looked at the ledger, at her name, at the handwriting that had ordered her existence before her mother had held her. She thought of Corwise's hands, his voice in the chapel, the way he had knelt on the stone floor and asked her to let him love her. She thought of Mellie's white-knuckled grip on the coal-lift chain. She thought of Tavi flinching from her touch. I am not going to the feast, she said. Rasmund's head came up. If you refuse the binding, they will force it anyway, or they will take the children to make me comply, or they will kill me and start again with the next generation. She lifted her gaze. I know, but I am not walking into that hall and smiling while they toast my harvest. A sound came from the corridor. Footsteps, deliberate, approaching the infirmary door. Rasmund tensed. Inza turned toward the sound. She knew the rhythm, the weight, the way the footsteps paused at the threshold. She had felt him moving through the house before. Stone, she remembered. He said she rang through stone like a bell. She had not realized the ring went both ways. The door opened. Corwise stood in the frame. His eyes went first to her, then to the ledger on the table, then to Rasmund's face. Finril is heading to my mother's study, he said. The house is stirring. His gaze came back to Inza. What did you find? She stood between him and the book. The ledger sat open behind her, her grandmother's name still visible in the candlelight, her mother's broken match, her own ordered future. She could show him, let him see what his name had purchased, what his house had made of her blood. Or she could close the book and decide what he deserved to know. The candle flickered. Corwise waited. Chapter 25. He reached for her. The motion was simple. His hand lifted from his side, palm open, fingers curved toward her wrist. The same hand that had held her in the chapel. The same fingers that had traced the line of her jaw in moonlight. Inza did not move. She stood between him and the ledger, her body a wall he would have to cross to see what she had seen. The candle on the table behind her had burned low. Shadows pooled at her feet like spilled ink. Corwise's hand stopped in the air between them. Inza. Rasmund found it first, she said. 27 years of records, symptoms, pairings, births, deaths. My grandmother's tissue retained after she died. My mother matched to Lala at 16 and then unmated when I was worth more. She watched his face. He had asked what she found. She was giving him the answer. My father was transferred to a northern quarry when I was conceived, she said. Men sent there do not return. Corwise's hand lowered slowly to his side. Show me. She stepped aside. He moved past her to the table, his footsteps measured, his weight settling into each stride as though the floor had become uncertain. The ledger lay open to Inza Kessani's page. Her grandmother's name, the alpha marker notation, the match order written in a hand older than his birth. Corwise read. His eyes moved across the entries like a man counting casualties. He turned the page without being told. Found Morel's name. Found Laurel's name beside it. Found Lady Morel's annotation ending the match. He found the column marked Projected Outcome, Extraction Viability, Confirmed. The ledger closed under his hands. He did not speak. Inza watched him stand there, his palms flat on the leather cover, his spine curved forward as though the book had weight he had not expected to bear. The silver-gray candlelight caught the edge of his jaw. She had seen that jaw set with anger before. She had seen it loosen with tenderness. She had never seen it look hollow. "Say something," she said. "I did not know." His voice came rough, scraped clean of its usual economy. "I knew she was ruthless. I knew she kept records. I did not know she kept bodies." He looked at his hands on the ledger, at the book, at the history his name had been written into before he had breath to speak it. "They bred you," he said, "like they breed hounds for a bloodline." "Yes, and Finral knew, Rasmund knew, half the house knew. They knew parts. Lael knew the cost she paid. Rasmund kept the book." She paused. "You knew I was tested. You said your mother has been watching my bloodline longer than you have been alive." "I thought it meant she saw potential, not that she manufactured it." "Does it matter?" He looked up. The question struck him. She saw it in the way his throat worked, the way his hands pressed harder against the ledger's cover. "It matters because I loved you in that corridor, believing I had chosen you," he said. "Now I do not know if I chose you, or if I was directed to choose you like a matching pair on a game board." "That is what I have been asking myself since I read the book." The words hung between them. She had meant them as truth. They came out like a wound. Corwise straightened. His hands left the ledger. He stood across from her with the table between them and the candle burning low, and she saw him understanding what she had not said aloud. "Your desire," he said slowly. "You are wanting. You do not know if it is yours." "I do not know if it was ever mine. You asked me once if I had practices since the testing. I told you the truth. I have not been touched by anyone in this house. That night in the corridor was the only time I have felt the gift deepen between matched blood." "I know. But you do not know if the wanting that brought you to the chapel came from you or from the bond." She held his gaze. "I do not know if you wanted me because I was designed to be wanted by you." The room took his silence and held it. He did not argue. He did not swear that his feeling was real, that his need predated the data. He stood on the other side of the table and let her accusation land without deflection, and that restraint, that refusal to make it easier for himself, hurt more than denial would have. "Then we find out," he said. "How?" "Time, choice, the absence of leverage." He looked at the ledger. "You will not drink the final draught until you are certain, and I will not touch you again until you tell me that what you feel is yours, not theirs." Her throat tightened. She had not expected him to offer that. She had expected his horror to curdle into defense, into justification, into the thousand ways powerful men learned to say they had not meant the damage they had caused. Instead, he stood in lamplight, stripped of certainty, and offered her the thing she needed most: distance, time, the space to want him or not want him without the gift whispering through her blood that she had been built to say yes. "You would wait," she said, "as long as it takes, even if I never come back to you." His jaw shifted. A muscle moved beneath the skin. "Then I would know that what I felt was real," he said, "and that I lost it because the house designed you away from me." She looked at him. The candle guttered. Shadows climbed the walls. She had expected rage. She had expected him to demand the ledger, to rush to his mother's study, to break something. Instead, he gave her the one thing that cost him more than anger. He gave her his silence. A knock came at the door. Inza turned. Rasmund had not moved from his chair by the wall. His face was the color of old linen. The knock came again, softer, insistent. Corwise crossed to the door and opened it. Lael stood in the corridor. Her hair was loose. Her hands were shaking. She looked past Corwise directly at Inza. "They are moving the children," she said. "Now, not at sundown." Chapter 26. The corridor snapped into focus the moment Lael spoke. Inza moved past her before thought could catch up. "The children. Early, not sundown." The words drove her forward like a blade. A hand caught her arm. Lael's grip was thinner than it had been 3 days ago. The fingers pressed bone against Inza's sleeve with a tremble that did not stop. "Not that way. They are bringing them through the old service hall, stewards at both ends. Then I go through the wall. They will hear you. You ring through the stone, Inza. You cannot move in this house without announcing yourself. Inza stopped. The truth of it sat in her chest like a second heartbeat. Every time she used the gift, every time she let the heightened senses sharpen the world into painful clarity, the house felt her. Corwise had told her. The whole house could feel her coming through the stone like a bell. "They are children," Inza said. "I am not leaving them in a holding room while stewards decide which bloodline gets preserved. No one is asking you to leave them." Liel released her arm. The tremor in her hand did not stop. "But you cannot fight through a corridor of stewards and expect to reach the door. You will be pinned before you cross the first landing. Then who gets the children out?" Inza's jaw tightened. She hated the logic, hated that Liel was right, that the gift had made her visible, that every advantage came wrapped in a new weakness. "What would you have me do?" "Wait for the diversion, Dorn's fire, the feast that is still our window." The window moved. "Then we move with it." Liel's voice carried an edge Inza had not heard before. Not fear, something older. The exhaustion of someone who had spent years learning how to survive the house's timetable. Inza looked at her properly. The lamplight caught Liel's face and held nothing back. Her skin had gone the color of tallow. Her hair hung loose because she had not taken time to pin it, and the silver streaks caught the light like broken threads in a tapestry coming undone at the edges. "You look terrible," Inza said. "I feel worse. When did you last eat?" Liel's mouth twisted. Not quite a smile. "I cannot remember." The words landed wrong. Too casual, too much like a confession dressed as dismissal. Inza stepped closer. The corridor was empty. Corwise had stayed at the infirmary door, Rasmund still inside, but Liel had pulled her into the narrow passage where the candle brackets flickered and the salt wind came through a crack in the stone. "You should sit down. I should find the children. You will be no use to them if you collapse before the diversion starts." Liel's eyes met hers. For a moment, something raw passed between them. Not trust, recognition. "When I was matched to your mother," Liel said, "I thought I was saving her." The words came without warning. Inza went still. "Lady Morelda told me the match would protect Morel from the heavier interventions, that if she bonded with me early, the house would not need to push her further. I believed it, but it was not true. It was a leash." Liel's voice dropped. "They wanted her bloodline settled, monitored, producing the next generation. I was the handler they put on her so she would not bolt." Inza's throat tightened. "How old were you?" 16. She was 16. We were children given a room and told we belonged to each other, and we believed love was enough to overwrite the contract." The candlelight flickered. "What happened when she conceived?" Liel looked away. Her hands had stopped trembling. That stillness was worse. "They said she was too valuable to spend on a half-bonded servant, that her blood carried a stronger possibility now, a child with a higher compatibility index." She paused. "I was moved to the still room. Mirel was sent to the nursery floor. I never saw her again." The corridor held its silence. Inza had known the facts. Rasmund's ledger had given her the dates, the names, the annotations in Lady Mirelda's handwriting. But facts did not carry the weight of a woman standing in lamplight telling you she had loved your mother and been replaced by your unborn body. "Liel, do not. I did not know. You were not supposed to know. None of us are supposed to know." Liel's voice cracked. "That is how the house survives. It keeps us useful and ignorant and grateful for the scraps they call kindness." She pressed a hand to her chest. Her breath caught. Inza saw it before Liel could hide it. The tremor returned. Her knees buckled. She caught herself against the wall with a sound that was not a word. "Liel, give me a moment. Your hands. Give me a moment." But her voice had thinned. The gift that had kept her alive for decades sharpened her senses, let her hear the house's secrets, gave her strength beyond human measure, was failing. Inza caught her before she fell. Liel's body was lighter than it should have been, the bones pressed against her skin like the frame of a bird that had starved in winter. "I am fine." "You are not." The words came out harder than Inza intended. She guided Liel to the floor, her back against the wall, her head tilting forward as if the weight of it had become too much to hold upright. The gift, Inza said. It is taking something you cannot replace. Leia laughed, a broken sound. It has been taking since I was 9. The only difference is that now there is almost nothing left to take. Inza knelt beside her. The corridor was empty. The candle flames bent toward the soft crack in the stone. Above them, the house hummed with the distant motion of servants preparing for the feast, of stewards moving children through passages. Inza could not reach, of Corwise standing alone in an infirmary with a ledger that held the truth of 3 generations. "What do you need?" Lyle lifted her head. Her eyes were dark and exhausted, and terrifyingly clear. "I need you to understand something. Tell me. The house makes you believe your usefulness is your purpose, that if you stop being useful, you stop having value. That is the trap. It is not the feeding. It is not the testing. It is the voice in your head that tells you sacrifice is love." Inza's hands went still on Lyle's shoulders. She had heard that voice. It had been speaking to her since she was a child. "Your mother believed it," Lyle said. "Your grandmother believed it. I believed it when I let them take Mirala and told myself I was still protecting her by staying quiet. And now?" Lyle's mouth moved. No sound came out. She tried again. "I am telling you so you do not believe it." The words hung in the cold air. Inza looked at the woman on the floor, the silver-streaked hair, the hands that had guided her through the archives, the body that had been spent like currency for 3 decades and was finally showing the price. "You should not have spent yourself on me," Inza said. "I did not spend myself on you," Lyle's voice steadied. "I spent myself on the chance that someone would do what I could not." The weight of it pressed against Inza's ribs. She helped Lyle stand. The older woman swayed, caught herself, and straightened her spine with visible effort. "The children," Lyle said. "In 2 hours. Dorn's fire. The diversion. Then we move." "You might wait if you hear them crying." Inza did not answer. Lyle looked at her with something close to grief. "Promise me you will wait for the signal. I will do what the children need." "That is not a promise. It is the only kind I have left." Lyle's hand found hers. The fingers were cold. "Then go. Find Corwise. Make sure he knows the plan. What about you?" "I will be at the service panel. If I can stand, I will pull them through." Inza held her gaze. The silence stretched. Then Lyle turned and walked down the corridor, her footsteps unsteady, her back straight, her shadow stretching long and thin behind her like a mark the house had already drawn through her name. Inza watched until the darkness swallowed her. Then she turned toward the infirmary, the ring cold against her palm, the clock ticking in her blood, and the voice in her head telling her she was already too late. Chapter 27. The infirmary door stood open. Corwise was inside with the ledger still spread across the table, his back to the threshold, his head bowed like a man reading his own sentence. He did not turn when Inza entered. He did not need to. She could feel him feel her, the way the gift made her presence ring through the stone beneath their feet. "The children are being moved now," she said. "Not at sundown. Now." He closed the ledger. His hands were steady. His face was not. "I know." "How?" "Fronlil told me. He thought I would want to witness the house's efficiency." Corwise's mouth twisted. He was wrong. Inza crossed the room. She set Corwise's signet ring on the table between them. The metal caught the candlelight, winked once, and went dark. "I need to know if you are with me or with the house." Corwise looked at the ring, then at her. "I am with you." "Then tell me how to get to the service hall before the stewards close it." He drew a breath, let it out. "You cannot. The hall is sealed until the procession begins. That is the house's rule. No one enters or leaves the lower corridors once the feast is announced." "Then unannounce it." "I cannot." "Then, Inza." He took her hand. His fingers were cold. "The feast is already being served. The allied houses are seated. 200 vampires are watching the doors for Lady Merelda's entrance. If I cancel the procession, they will know something is wrong. They will ask questions. And the children will still be moved, only faster because the house will panic." Inza pulled her hand back. "Then what do you suggest?" Corwise's jaw tightened. I suggest you attend the feast." The words landed like a blow. Attend. As my blood servant, as my chosen, the feast is the one place where the house cannot touch you in private, because every move is witnessed. If you are in the great hall, under the eyes of 200 vampires, the matriarch cannot move the children without causing a scandal she cannot control. Inza stared at him. "You want me to walk into that room, dressed like a possession, while my children are being dragged toward intervention rooms? I want you to walk into that room while the whole house watches you survive it." Corwise's voice dropped. "Because if you do not, Mayalta wins. She will move the children, she will seal the corridors, and she will have until dawn to finish whatever testing she has planned before anyone outside the house knows it happened." The silence stretched. Inza could feel the house humming around them, the distant clatter of silver, the murmur of voices gathering in the great hall, the thrum of 100 heartbeats, human and vampire, layered like music she had not been able to hear before the gift. She thought of Lael, collapsing against a wall. She thought of Bren's lip, split and bleeding. She thought of her own name in the ledger, written before she was born. "I will go," she said. Corwise's eyes closed. "But you will owe me for it." "I know." She picked up the signet ring and slid it onto her thumb. It was too large for any of her fingers, but it would stay. "Then let us go." The great hall of House Esterwald was a cathedral of black marble and candlelight. The ceiling vaulted into darkness, lost beyond the reach of the flames. The walls were hung with tapestries that had not been cleaned in centuries, their threads stained with smoke and old blood. The tables ran in 3 long rows, the central dais for Lady Melelda and the allied vampire houses, the side benches for lesser nobility, and the far alcoves for household officers and favored servants. Inza entered through a side door Corwise held open for her. The room went still. Not slowly, not gradually. One heartbeat there was murmuring and laughter, and the next there was nothing but the rustle of silk and the scrape of a single chair pushed back too fast. Every head turned, every eye tracked her. She wore what Lael had pressed into her hands before leaving for the service panel, a dress the color of sea-stained copper, cut high at the collar and low at the back, made for someone else's body, too fine and too thin for work. Inza had not asked where Lael had found it. Corwise walked beside her, not ahead, not guiding her with a hand at her elbow. Beside. The message was clear. The silence held. Lema Vingilda sat at the center of the dais, pale-eyed and iron-haired, a smile on her mouth that did not reach her face. She wore black silk and the house crest at her throat, and she did not rise when her son approached. "Corwise," her voice carried, "you honor us with your presence, and your guest." She said the word like a blade. Inza stopped at the foot of the dais. The room watched. Corwise did not step away from her. "Mother, you have chosen an interesting moment to introduce your blood servant to the court." Melinda's gaze swept over Inza, slow and deliberate. "I had assumed she would be occupied with other duties tonight." "The feast is a public occasion," Corwise said. "It seemed appropriate." "Appropriate." Melinda tasted the word. "You have never cared about appropriate." "Perhaps I am learning." The silence stretched. A vampire at the high table laughed, a sound like breaking glass, and the room exhaled. Conversations resumed, carefully pitched, pretending they had never stopped. Melilda did not look away from Inza. "Come closer." It was not a request. Inza walked forward. The floor stretched under her feet. The candle flames bent. She could feel the room's attention like a weight across her shoulders. All those eyes, all those hearts, all those mouths that had fed on women like her for centuries. She stopped 3 paces from the dais. Melilda studied her. "You wear the heir's ring." "I do." "May I see it?" Inza held out her hand. The matriarch's fingers brushed hers, light and cold, and the ring caught the light as she turned it. The crest of House Esterwald gleamed, a wave breaking over a stone, carved in silver against black iron. "Corwise," Melilda said without looking away from the ring. You have given her the authority of your name. I have, without consulting me. I did not realize I needed to. The air between them thickened. Mivudeldo released Inza's hand. She is lovely, the matriarch said. Well-fed, clear-eyed. The gift has taken to her beautifully. She smiled. You have chosen well, Corwise. I am almost proud. Inza held still. The words were poison wrapped in praise. Mivudeldo lifted her glass. To the gift, she said, to the blood that binds us, to the children who carry our future. The room echoed her. Inza felt the toast settle in her chest like ash. She looked past the dais, past the candle flames and the silk and the polished laughter, toward the dark corridor that led to the service hall, where Lael was waiting, where the children were being moved, where the clock was running out. Corwise's hand found hers. Beneath the table, hidden from the room, his fingers laced through hers. She did not pull away, but she did not hold on either. She was waiting. Chapter 28. The candles burned low along the dais, and the room had begun to relax into its performance again. Laughter and silver, and the careful clink of glasses pretending no tension had ever touched the air. Virilda sat at the center of it all, pale and composed, her smile carved into something permanent. She did not look at Inza again. That was how she punished. Not with rage, not with confrontation, but with absence. The deliberate withdrawal of her attention, making Inza a thing already dismissed. Inza stood at the foot of the dais. Corwise's hand had withdrawn beneath the table. She felt the absence of it like a cold space on her skin. He sat beside her, close enough that his sleeve brushed hers, and yet the distance between them had become the room's width again. The allied houses watched. A vampire across the table leaned forward, dark-haired and sharp-chinned, his eyes moving over Inza with the unhurried assessment of a buyer examining stock. So this is the one, he said. The Kessani girl. The table went quiet. Corwise's voice came flat and even. This is Inza Kessani, my blood servant, under my contract and my protection. The vampire smiled. Of course, I meant no offense. He lifted his glass. Merely admiring the house's taste. The toast rippled down the table. Inza did not drink. She could feel it, the way they looked at her, the way their attention lingered on her throat, her wrists, the copper fabric stretched across her shoulders. They were not seeing a woman. They were seeing a successful yield, a completed investment, a body that had been bred and fed and brought to table. The gift hummed under her skin. She could hear their hearts. All of them. The slow, steady pulse of the vampires. The quicker flutter of the human servants standing against the walls. The rhythm of the room itself. A vast chamber of blood and breath and hunger. She pressed her palm flat against the table and held still. Mivudeldo's voice cut through the murmur. Corwise, the Saltgrave delegation wishes to offer their congratulations on the gift's success. They have traveled from the northern coast. It would be discourteous to keep them waiting. Corwise did not move. Send them my thanks. I will do better than that. Mivudeldo rose, and the room rose with her, a wave of silk and polished boots. You will receive them yourself, at the head table, as heir. It was not a suggestion. It was a public command, issued in front of every house present, and the room knew it. The silence that followed had teeth. Every eye turned to Corwise, waiting to see whether he would obey. He did not stand. Mother, I am seated with my blood servant. The Saltgrave delegation may approach us here if they wish to speak. A murmur spread through the hall. Malunga's smile did not waver, but something behind her eyes went flat and hard. Corwise, the heir does not receive visiting houses from the side benches. You will come to the dais. I will not. The words fell into the silence like stone. Inza felt the room shift, not physically but perceptibly, the way air changed before a storm, the pressure dropping, the tension coiling. Corwise stood. He did not walk toward the dais. He stepped around the table, past the servants, past the frozen faces of the lesser nobles, and stopped at Inza's side. He held out his hand. Inza Kessani. His voice carried. Will you stand with me? The room broke open. A vampire at the high table laughed, Sharp and disbelieving, a woman in silver silk hissed something to her neighbor. The Saltgrave delegate rose halfway from his seat, his face dark with offense. Melingda's expression did not change, but the stillness of her, the absolute immobility of her hands on the table, told Inza everything she needed to know. The house had just split. In public. Before every allied house in the Sable March. Inza looked at Corwise's hand. The room was waiting. The candles flickered. The hearts beat in their cages of bone and silk and ambition. She took his hand. She did not know if she trusted him. She did not know if her feelings were her own or the house's design, if this moment was real or another page in a script written before she was born. But she took his hand, and she stood. Corwise turned to face the room. As heir of House Esterwald, I name Inza Kessani as my equal witness under blood law. She stands beside me not as property, not as vessel, but as a party to this house's honor. Any house that speaks to her speaks to me. Any house that threatens her threatens my blood. The Saltgrave delegate's face had gone the color of old milk. This is unprecedented, he said. The heir does not elevate a servant to witness. It is not done. It is done now. Maeledda's voice came quiet. Corius, you are making a mistake. I am making a choice. The silence that followed was absolute. Inza stood beside him, her hand in his, the signet ring warm against her thumb, and she felt the weight of every eye in the room settle on her. She did not know what came next, but she was standing, and she was not alone. Chapter 29. The great hall emptied slowly, guests peeling away in clusters of silk and whispered speculation. Servants moved through the wreckage of the feast with averted eyes, gathering plates and half-empty glasses, and Inza felt their glances land on her like small, sharp stones. She stood where Corwise had left her, near the side door where the Saltgrave delegate had swept past without acknowledgement. The copper dress clung to her back, damp with the heat of bodies and candle smoke. Her hand still remembered the weight of his, the public fact of it. The signet ring was warm against her thumb. A servant passed with a stack of soiled linens. A girl Inza recognized from the laundry, 19, pale-haired, whose name she had never learned. The girl's eyes flicked to Inza's hand, to the ring, then away. The whisper started there. Equal witness. He named her equal witness. I heard, before every house, the matriarch did not stop him. She could not. It is done now. Inza moved before the words could pile higher. She walked through the service door, past the steward's corridor, down the narrow stairs that led to the kitchen wing. The stone was cold under her bare feet through the thin soles of Lyell's shoes. She had worn them for 3 hours. They still felt borrowed. The kitchen was empty. Dorn's prep table was scrubbed clean. The fire had been banked to coals. The salt blocks stood in their usual formation against the far wall, and behind them, if she pressed her ear to the stone, she could almost imagine the crawl space. She leaned against the counter and let her eyes close. The gift hummed under her skin. She could hear the house breathing, the slow pulse of the stones, the creak of old beams, the distant murmur of servants and stewards and the last guests being shown to their carriages. She could hear horses stamping in the courtyard, harness leather groaning, a man's voice calling orders in a language she did not recognize. The messenger. She opened her eyes and moved to the window. The courtyard was half lit by torchlight. A rider in Saltgrave colors was mounting a gray horse, his cloak already wet with sea fog. Another rider waited near the gate, this one in dark wool, no house badge that she could see. A third was already galloping down the cliff road, his lantern a small fleeing star in the dark. Word was leaving. Before dawn, every house in the Sable March would know what had happened at the Feast of the Tide. The heir of Esterwald had named a servant equal witness. The matriarch had been defied in public. The house had split. Inza pressed her palm flat against the cold glass. She had wanted the children safe. She had wanted the scandal to hold Maelta's hand. She had not thought about what came after the scandal left the manor. Bitter work, watching the messages fly. She turned. Rasman stood in the kitchen doorway, his coat still buttoned wrong, his hair disheveled. He looked like a man who had not slept in days and was running on the brittle fuel of dread. "I thought you would be in the infirmary," she said. "I thought you would be with the heir." Their eyes met across the kitchen. "The children?" she asked. Rasmund's face flickered. "Melly was in the nursery when I checked. Tavi, too." "And Bren?" The pause was too long. "When did you last see him?" Rasmund's hands moved to his collar, adjusting a button that was not there. "He was not in his bed, Inza. I have checked every room in the servants' wing, the laundry, the coal store, the chapel corridor." The air went thin. "How long?" "Since the feast began. I thought he might have been watching from the gallery, but no one saw him there either." Inza's blood pressed against her skin, hot and sharp. She crossed the kitchen in 3 strides, past Rasmund, into the corridor. "Where are you going?" "To find him. Inza, the house is still awake. The Saltgrave delegation has not left the grounds. If you go running through the corridors, then I run." She did not slow. The gift pushed against her ribs, filling her with a terrible, steady clarity. She could feel the stones under her feet, the drafts sliding through unseen gaps, the weight of the house above her. And somewhere in it, Bren. She took the service stair 2 steps at a time. The nursery was dark when she reached it. Melly was curled on her cot, her face slack with sleep, her fingers still clutching the edge of her blanket. Tavi was beside her, smaller, paler, breathing in shallow, uneven gasps. Inza crossed to the empty cot at the far wall. The sheets were cold. She touched the pillow. The indent of his head was still there, shallow and cooling. He had not been gone long. An hour, maybe 2. She pressed her palm flat against the mattress and closed her eyes. The gift reached. She did not know how to direct it, but it moved through her anyway, questing, tasting the room, the air, the lingering heat of a small body that had left this space and gone somewhere else. Someone at the door. She opened her eyes. Rasmund stood in the doorway, his face gray in the candlelight. "The heir is asking for you. He is in the study. Tell him I am searching. He knows. He asked me to bring you to him first." Inza looked at the empty cot. The children's future hung on a thread she had woven with Corwise's public declaration. If she had not taken his hand, Bren might still be in his bed. If she had not come to the feast, the house might not have split. But the split was done, and Bren was gone. "I will come," she said, and her voice was steady in a way she did not feel. "But if Finral or any steward has touched that boy—" "I know." Rasmund's voice dropped. "I know." She followed him through the darkened corridors, past servants who pressed themselves against the walls to let her pass, past the great hall where the last candles were guttering in their sconces, past the door that led to Corwise's study. He was standing at the window, his back to her. The room smelled of old paper and wine. "I sent word to every steward," he said without turning. "No one has seen the boy since the feast began. He may have followed a messenger or hidden in a carriage. Or your mother took him." Corwise turned. His face was bare of masks, the exhaustion clear in the shadows under his eyes, the set of his mouth. "If she did, we will know by dawn. She cannot hold him without making a move. And if she already made her move while we were standing in the candlelight pretending the house was whole." Corwise crossed the room in 3 steps. He stopped a hand's breadth from her, close enough that she could smell salt and wood smoke on his coat. "I do not have an answer for you. I cannot undo what I did tonight, and I would not if I could. But I am asking you what you want me to do next." The weight of the question landed between them. Inza looked at his face, at the lines carved by this one night, at the steady darkness of his eyes that had watched her take his hand in front of every house. Bren was missing. Melly was alone in the nursery. Tavi was barely holding on, and the man who had split his house for her was asking her what to do next. "I want to find him," she said, "and I want the children out of this house before the sun rises." Corwise nodded once. "Then we go now." The door behind them opened. Melly stood in the gap, her face white, her hands shaking. "Inza." The word came out broken. "He is in the old salt shed. Bren, down by the chapel. He told me he was going to follow the woman with the brass key, and he has not come back. And I heard him." She stopped, her breath catching. "I heard him scream." Inza was already moving. Chapter 30. The salt shed stood where the cliff path bent east, a black shape against the sea mist. The door hung open. Inza did not slow. Behind her she heard Corwise's boots on stone, his breath steady, the weight of his presence like a second pulse against her gift-sharpened senses. She did not look back. The shed smelled of salt, old rope, and something metallic underneath. She stepped inside. The single lamp on the hook showed Bren against the far wall, sitting on the packed earth with his knees drawn up and his wrists bound in front of him. His face was tear-streaked and furious, his split lips swollen again, fresh blood dark along his chin. He was alive. The relief hit her so hard she almost staggered. Then she saw the woman. She stood beside the lamp, round-faced, steady-eyed, the brass key glinting at her throat. Submit. No gray wool coat, no silver hem, just the same young woman who had brought Inza clean sheets and measured words on her first morning in the inner household. "You," Inza said. Submit did not flinch. "I did not hurt him. He followed me, and I brought him somewhere safe before he could follow a less patient person into worse." "Safe?" Inza's voice came out flat. "You locked him in a salt shed in the dark." "I locked him in a salt shed where I knew you would find him." Submit's eyes moved past Inza to Corwise, who had stopped in the doorway. "I told your mother's steward where the boy would be. He did not come. I thought you should know who keeps the promises they make to the children in this house, and who does not." The words landed like stones. Corwise stepped into the lamplight. "You work for my mother. I work for the house." Submit's hand went to the brass key at her throat. "The house has many rooms, Heir Vimmer. Some of them your mother does not know exist." Inza crossed to Bren and dropped to her knees. The rope around his wrists was kitchen cord, the kind Dorn kept in the scullery. She worked the knot with her fingers, her gift feel making the fibers clear and separate under her touch. Bren's voice came out ragged. "She did not hit me. I fell when she grabbed me, then she tied me and brought me here and said you would come. I came." Inza pulled the rope free and ran her hands over his arms, his ribs, his legs. No broken bones, no blood beyond the lip. "Can you stand?" He nodded, but his hands shook when she helped him up. She turned to Submit. The woman had not moved. Her round face was calm, her hands still at her sides. She looked like someone waiting for a question she had already decided to answer. "You led me through the ash arrows," Inza said. "Yes." "You left the broken tile on my threshold." "Yes." "Why?" Submit's steady eyes met Inza's without apology. "Because your mother trusted me once, and I did not save her. I thought I might save you." The air in the shed changed. Inza felt it through the gift, a shift in the stones, a tightening in Corwise's stance. "Mirel," Inza said. Submit's jaw tightened. "I was the one who tested her at 6 weeks. I was the one who wrote moderate positive in the ledger and handed her to Lael Navere's care. I was the one who stayed in the nursery when Lady Mirelta took her away from Lael and gave her to Fenris." She stopped. The brass key at her throat caught the lamplight. "Your mother did not die in childbirth. She died in the extraction room when you were 6 years old. Lady Mirelta wanted 2 viable adults running at the same time. Mirelta was the first harvest. You were always meant to be the second." The words sat in the salt shed jack. Inza felt Bren's hand tighten around hers, felt Corwise's presence behind her, unmoving. She looked at Submit. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because Lady Meligda moved the children early to force your hand tonight, and I told the heir where the boy was, and he came. That is not loyalty to the house. That is choosing a side." Submit's voice dropped. "The Saltgrave delegation did not leave. They're in the East Wing, waiting to see what the Matriarch does next. There are 200 vampires in this manor, and every one of them knows your name now. You are not invisible anymore. You were never invisible. The house has been watching you since the day you were born." Inza's hand went to her belt. The kitchen knife was still there. She had not used it. She might not need to. but she wanted Submit to see where her hand rested. "If you want to help," Inza said, "get the children to the infirmary before dawn. Tell Doran the plan moves at first light, and if anyone stops you, tell them the heir's equal witness ordered it." Submit inclined her head, then she turned and walked out of the shed, the brass key swinging against her chest, her steps steady on the packed earth. The dark closed behind her. Bren pressed against Inza's side, his small body shaking. "She said you would come. She said you would not leave me in the dark. She was right. I thought she was going to hurt me. I know." Inza pulled him close, felt his heart hammering against her ribs. "I know, but I am here now." Corwise stepped forward. His face was gray in the lamplight, the lines around his mouth carved deep. "Your mother," he said slowly, "harvested Inza Kessani alive when Inza was 6 years old." It was not a question. Inza looked up at him. The gift was singing in her blood, the whole house pressing against her senses like a held breath. She could feel the tide turning in the cliff below, the slow pulse of the manor waking to a night that would not end cleanly. "Yes," she said, "and she means to do the same to me." The words hung between them. Bren pressed closer. Corwise's hands stayed at his sides, his dark eyes fixed on her face. "Then we do not give her the chance," he said. "First light, the children out. The house can burn for all I care." Inza looked at him. The heir who had split his house for her. The man who had knelt in chapel dust and promised he would not own her. The vampire standing in a salt shed with blood on the floor and a child shaking against her ribs. She wanted to believe him. But the gift hummed in her spine, and the house was listening, and Submit's words echoed in the dark. "You were never invisible." "First light," she agreed, but she did not let go of the knife. Chapter 31. They took the cliff path back toward the manor. Bren pressed between Inza and Corwise, the salt wind pulling at their clothes. The boy's hand was cold in hers. His grip kept tightening whenever the shadows shifted. Inza's senses stretched ahead of her, the gift mapping the house in pulses of heat and stone. She felt the stewards in the east corridor, the servants moving through the kitchen passage, the slow, hollow beat of something wrong coming from the still room. She stopped. "What is it?" Corwise asked. "There." She pointed toward the service door at the base of the cliff wall. "Lael was supposed to be at the panel by now." They found her on the still room floor. Lael lay crumpled against the leg of the work table, her silver-streaked hair spread across the flagstones like a spill of oil. Her hands were open at her sides, fingers twitching as if she were still reaching for something. The lamp above her had burned low, casting yellow light across the hollows of her face. Inza dropped to her knees. "Lael." The older woman's eyes opened slowly. They took a long moment to focus. "Inza." The word came out rough, scraped clean of breath. "You should not be here. You should not be on the floor." Inza slid an arm behind Lael's shoulders and lifted. The body that rose with her was impossibly light, bones wrapped in paper-thin skin, muscle wasted to nothing. Lael had been failing for weeks, but Inza had not let herself see how far the failure had gone. "I was going to the panel." Lael's voice wandered, losing its thread. "I was going to pull them through. The service panel. The children. I told you I would. You did. There are stewards in the old hall, 3 of them, maybe 4. Lael blinked, her focus sliding sideways. "I counted them. I was counting. 32 heartbeats in the east wing, 17 in the servant's stair, 1 in the salt shed." Inza's chest tightened. "You are hearing them too?" "Always." Lael's laugh was a dry rattle. "I have heard them for 40 years. Every pulse, every shift, every blink in the dark. The gift never stops, Inza. It does not sleep. It does not rest. It just listens and listens and listens until you cannot remember what silence felt like." Corwise knelt beside them. His face was unreadable, but his hands were still, that careful stillness that meant he was holding something back. "How long has she been like this?" "Longer than I have had the courage to admit," Inza said. She looked at Lael's face in the lamplight, The skin across her cheekbones was translucent, blue veins visible beneath like threads in old paper. Her lips were gray. Her breath came in shallow, uneven pulls that did not match the rise and fall of her chest. "You need the iron tablets," Inza said. "Useless." Lael's hand flapped weakly. "They stopped working 3 years ago. The physician gave me a double dose, then a triple. Then he stopped giving me anything at all. He told me." "Of course he did." Lael's mouth tried to shape a smile. Rasman never could keep a secret when it mattered. The lamp flame guttered. Inza felt the house pressing against her senses, the weight of 200 vampires breathing in their beds, the slow pulse of the tide below the cliff. She could feel Lael's heartbeat too, thin and erratic, a bird throwing itself against the walls of a cage. "Tell me what happens after the final draft." Lael's eyes found hers. The question sat between them like a blade. "Why do you want to know?" "Because I am going to drink it." "That is what I was afraid of." Lael closed her eyes. "The final draft seals the binding. You know that. You have read the ledger." "I know what it does to the body. I need to know what it does to the rest." Lael was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was different, clearer, as if she had reached down into some deep reserve of strength and pulled out the last clean thing she had left. "The first stage is pleasure, power. The world gets sharper and brighter and you think you have finally become what you were meant to be." She opened her eyes. "The second stage is hunger. You will crave the blood of the one you are bound to. Not in the way a vampire craves it, in the way a drowning person craves air." Inza nodded. "You will stop sleeping. You will forget what it felt like to close your eyes without hearing every cricket in the walls. Food will taste like ash. Touch will feel like too much and not enough at the same time. And the silence you took for granted your whole life, it will be gone. You will never be alone in your own head again, because I will feel Corwise. Yes, and he will feel you. That is the binding. That is the gift's final offer." Lael's hand found Inza's wrist, her grip surprisingly strong. "After the final draft, your aging stops. Your body freezes. You will be 24 forever, until the day the house decides your blood is worth more than your breath." "How long?" "I do not know. They stopped telling us years ago. But I have seen women older than me, women who drank the final draft before I was born, and they still look 23. Lael's eyes dropped. "The house keeps them in the lower levels now. They do not walk in the sun. They do not speak. They just exist. Themselves and not themselves, waiting." "Is there a way back?" Lael's grip tightened. "No. That is the threshold. Before the final draft, the binding can still be broken. The gift can still be drawn out of your blood through 3 months of purging and fever and pain you would not survive twice. After the final draft, there is no reversal. Your body stops remembering how to be human." Inza looked down at her own hands. They were steady. They had been steady through the feast, through the salt shed, through every moment that should have broken her. She wondered how long that steadiness would last. "Then I know what I am choosing." "Child," Lael's voice cracked. "You do not. You cannot. You are 24 years old and you have not yet learned that your life is worth something beyond what you can give away." "I know what the children cost." "The children will cost you everything." "Then I will pay." Lael stared at her. The lamp flickered. And then, slowly, the older woman's face softened into something that looked almost like peace. "You remind me of her." "Morelle?" "Yes." Lael's eyes grew distant. "She stood in this room 40 years ago and said the same words. She was 16. She had a bowl of soup in her hands and a bruise on her cheek from the night before, and I told her the gift would take everything. And she said, 'Then I will give it.' What happened to her?" Lael looked at Inza, and for the first time, Inza saw the thing that lived behind Lael's eyes, older than any of the secrets she had carried, heavier than the ledger or the binding or the years of service. She gave everything, Lael whispered, and the house took everything, and I stood in the corridor and let it happen because I did not know how to stop it. The confession hung in the still room air. Inza did not look away. Then help me do what you could not. Lael's breath caught, and then, very slowly, she nodded. I will pull the children through the panel. I will get them to the infirmary, and when the house falls, I will be standing at your back. Inza helped her to her feet. The gift hummed in the stones beneath them, and somewhere in the east wing, a door opened. Chapter 32. The east wing door groaned open and then shut, the sound carrying through the stone like a pulse. Inza stood at the still room threshold, Lael's weight against her shoulder, both of them listening. The corridor beyond lay empty. No footsteps, no voices. Just the house settling around them, breathing through its old bones. That was not a warning, Lael said. Her voice had steadied. That was someone changing the watch. Inza helped her into the corridor. Lael moved with the careful economy of someone who knew every inch of her body's capacity and had learned to measure each step against the reserves she had left. They found Rasmund in the infirmary, his coat buttoned wrong, a half-empty cup of cold tea beside the ledger where it lay open on the table. He looked up when they entered. His eyes moved from Inza to Lael and back again, and whatever he saw in Inza's face made him set down the cup very deliberately. You have decided. I have. Rasmund nodded slowly, as if he had expected this answer and had been waiting for her to arrive at it on her own time. He turned to the ledger and began turning pages, his fingers sure despite the tremor in his hands. Then we need witnesses. The manumission path still works, but only if the final binding is completed and the terms are sealed before legal witnesses under blood law. Lael lowered herself onto the cot with a sound that was half sigh, half pain. How many? 3. At least 3. Rasmund's finger stopped on a page covered in small, tight handwriting. 1 from the house's authority, 1 from the servant registry, 1 neutral. Corwise counts as the house. Yes, the servant registry can be Dorn if he's willing to stand in front of witnesses and risk the Matriarch's notice. Inza thought of the kitchen master, of the hidden crawl space behind the salt blocks, of the smoky fire he was meant to set as a diversion. He had already risked everything. She would not ask him to risk more without telling him the cost. Who neutral? Rasmund hesitated. That is the difficulty. The neutral witness must be someone with no stake in the house's interests. A ledger house clerk, a scrivener, someone whose signature carries weight under blood law, but who has not been paid by Esterwald. There is a scrivener in Noctis K, Lael said. Havel Tremaine. He wrote the original contract. He is old, Rasmund said, and he does not work nights. Then we find another. Inza pulled the chair from Rasmund's desk and sat. The ledger lay open before her, and the names she had come to find were already there, waiting. Bren Sevwick, Meli Sevwick. Tavi, if we can get his full name from the parish records you found. Rasmund reached for a smaller book bound in worn leather. He opened it to a marked page and read aloud. Cale Morn, stillborn, year 14 of the current registry. Mother was a kitchen girl from the fishing villages. No father listed. That is Tavi's name now. Cale Morn. Rasmund wrote it down. Hollis Fen for Bren, Sarah Fen for Meli. The parish records give them a clean birth line, no connection to the house, no history of service. If the manumission holds, they walk out of Esterwald as free people with names the stewards have never heard. Write the terms. Rasmund dipped his pen. The scratch of the nib against paper was the only sound in the room. Inza watched him write, watched the ink take shape into clauses and conditions, and felt the gift hum beneath her skin like a second pulse. State them, Rasmund said without looking up. I will write them exactly as you say. Enzo closed her eyes. Bren and Meli Sevwick, also known as Hollis and Sarah Fen, are released from all service, debt, and obligation to House Esterwald. Their contract is void. Their blood is their own. No claim may be brought against them or their descendants. Rasmund wrote. Cale Morn is released on the same terms. His freedom is not conditional on age. He leaves with the others. Leave clause. Inza opened her eyes. All three are granted safe passage beyond Esterwald's territory. The house will not pursue. The house will not reclaim. The house will not contract their blood or service through any agent, proxy, or successor. Rasmund's pen paused. That is a strong clause. It binds anyone who inherits the house's authority. Yes, Inza said. It does. He finished writing and looked up at her. One more thing, she said. Add that the terms are sealed before the final binding draft is administered. The manumission is effective the moment the witnesses sign, not after the binding. Rasmund nodded slowly. That is smart. It prevents the house from arguing that you were not of sound mind when the terms were set. The pen moved again. When he finished, he read the terms aloud. The words settled into Inza's chest like stones laid one by one. She looked at the page. Her name was not on it. Of course it was not. She had never intended it to be. Lael reached across the cot and took her hand. Child, you are doing the right thing. I know, and you are going to pay for it. I know that too. The infirmary door swung open. A young steward stood in the frame, his face carefully blank, a sealed letter in his hand. From the Matriarch, he said, for Inza Kessani. Inza took the letter. The seal was black wax, no house crest, no mark of office, just a smooth, dark surface that caught the candlelight like polished stone. She broke it open. The handwriting was precise, unhurried. The letters formed with the same economy Lady Mirlelde used for everything else. There were only 4 lines. I understand you have made your decision. I would like to speak with you before the dawn. Come alone. The East Wing, my private study. Inza read the words twice. Then she looked at Lael, at Rasmund, that the sealed letter still warm in her hands. The East Wing, she said. That was the door we heard. Lael's face went still. You are not going. I have to. No. Lael sat up, her voice sharpening. You do not. She wants you alone, before the binding, with no witnesses. That is not an invitation. That is a trap. Probably. Then do not walk into it. Inza looked down at the letter. The black wax seal sat broken on the table, and somewhere in the East Wing, Lady Mirlelde was waiting. I am not walking into a trap, Inza said it. She folded the letter and tucked it into her sleeve. I am walking into a negotiation. Lael stared at her, and somewhere in the dark between the still room and the East Wing, a door opened again. Chapter 33. The East Wing corridor smelled of beeswax and old paper, the candles burning low in their sconces as if the house itself had settled into watchfulness. Inza walked alone. The letter was still in her sleeve. She had not told Corwise where she was going. She had not told anyone but Lael and Rasmund, and they had argued until she walked out. The infirmary door had closed behind her with a sound like a seal breaking. The private study was at the end of the corridor, a dark paneled door with no handle visible from this side. It opened before Inza could raise her hand. Lady Mirlelde stood at the window, her back to the room, her iron-white hair catching the first gray suggestion of pre-dawn light beyond the glass. Close the door. Inza stepped inside and pulled it shut. The latch clicked into place with a sound that felt final. The study was smaller than she had expected. A writing desk, 2 chairs, a low fire burning in a hearth that had not been cleaned in years. The ash was thick against the stone. No servants, no guards, no witnesses. Mirlelde turned. Her pale gray eyes moved over Inza with the patience of someone who had been reading people for 9 centuries and had never once been surprised. You have the ring. Inza did not raise her hand. She did not need to. He gave it willingly. Of course he did. Mirlelde moved away from the window, her steps measured, unhurried. That is the problem with Corwise. He gives things willingly. Power, position, authority. He does not understand that some things are not his to give. Some things aren't. Mirlelde stopped at the writing desk and looked down at the papers spread across it. Her fingers touched one corner, straightened it, then withdrew. You have made your decision about the binding. Yes, and you believe it is a choice. Inza felt the gift hum beneath her skin, a second pulse that beat in time with the heartbeats she could hear through the walls. A steward in the corridor, a maid in the next room, a child turning in sleep 3 floors above. I am here, Inza said. I could have refused the summons. I could have run before dawn. Could you? The question hung in the air. Milda turned to face her fully, and for the first time, Inza saw something in the matriarch's face that was not calculation. It was certainty. Absolute, unshakable certainty, the kind that came from believing you had already seen every outcome and chosen the only path that left anyone alive. "Do you know what happens when a house like Esterwald falls?" Milda asked. "I know what happens to the servants." "Servants, yes. Your found family, your children, your precious Bren and Melly and the little one whose name you changed in the parish records." Ryotida's voice did not change. "They are not slaughtered. That would be merciful. They are sold, separated, taken to houses where the gift program does not exist because the house could not afford to maintain it, and the humans are used for simpler purposes. Do you know what those purposes are?" Inza said nothing. Marilla walked to the hearth and stood before the fire. "I have ruled House Esterwald for 900 years. I have watched 7 rival dynasties collapse into squabbling, cannibalizing, wasting their assets because they lacked the discipline to plan beyond the next harvest. They call my methods cruel, they call my program monstrous, and yet they send delegates. They ask questions. They want to know how I have kept this house standing while theirs fall." She turned. "The gift program is not cruelty, Inza. It is stewardship. I do not waste lives. I preserve them. I feed them. I give them purpose and shelter and a future that does not end in a saltgrave workhouse or a veil breeding pen. I am not livestock. No, you are a woman who was born with a rare compatibility that makes you valuable beyond anything the servant registry could have assigned you. You could have been wasted. You could have been sold to a house that would have used you for a season and discarded you. Instead, you were cultivated. Your grandmother was placed where she could thrive. Your mother was matched to a man who could produce you. You were trained, fed, protected, and elevated to the side of my son." Marilda's voice dropped. "That is not cruelty. That is attention. That is care." Inza's hand moved to the knife at her belt before she stopped it. "You killed my mother." "I used your mother." Marilda said it without flinching. "I used her body, her blood, her capacity to produce what the house needed, and when she was spent, I honored her contribution by ensuring her daughter would not be wasted. That is more than most houses offer. That is more than the world outside offers. Honored her. Her tissue was retained, her line was continued. Her name appears in every ledger that matters. She will be remembered when 1,000 other kitchen girls have been forgotten." Inza felt something crack inside her chest. Not grief, not rage, something colder, something that had been holding her upright for 15 years and was suddenly, quietly, beginning to splinter. "You believe that. I know it. That does not make it true." Marilda's mouth tightened almost imperceptibly. "Truth is a luxury for houses that can afford it. I cannot. The Saltgrave delegation did not leave after the feast. They are in the East Wing, 2 floors above us, waiting to see what I will do with you. The Vale heir sent a messenger at midnight, asking whether my son's equal witness declaration meant House Esterwald was open to negotiation. A rider from the Warden Coast arrived an hour ago, with no name and no seal, offering to buy your contract at 3 times market value." She stepped closer. "Every rival house in the Sable March now knows your name, your face, your value. They know Corwise defied me for you. They know you are gift compatible and that the binding is almost complete. And they are circling in this. They are watching. They are waiting for me to show weakness so they can tear this house apart and take everything I have built." Inza held her ground. "And what do you want from me?" "I want you to understand." Miletter's voice softened, and that was worse than any threat. "I want you to see that this is not personal. I do not hate you. I do not wish you harm. I wish you had been born to a different house, in a different time, with a different bloodline. But you are not. And so I must use what I have been given, because if I do not, the ones who come after me will tear it apart for scraps." She reached into her sleeve and produced a folded paper. "This arrived while you were in the infirmary. It is an offer from House Vale. They will take you, protect you, and guarantee the freedom of the Sevwick children in exchange for your full contract and 1 extraction per year. They have already named their witnesses." Inza stared at the paper. "You are telling me this Why? Because I want you to understand that I am not the worst option. Milelta held the paper out. Read it. Inza took it. The terms were precise, legal, and horrifyingly generous. Safe passage, servant quarters, annual extraction. The children's names listed as dependents, with full manumission upon Inza's 10th annual donation. The Vale House will keep you alive for decades, Milelta said. They will provide medical care, nutrition, comfort. You will grow old in their service. Your children will be freed, but you will not see them. You will not leave. And when your body ceases to produce what they need, they will sell your tissue to the highest bidder. She let the words settle. Or you can stay with Esterwald, complete the binding under my supervision, and remain at Corwise's side. You will age no further. You will hear every heartbeat in the house until the day the extraction ends your life. But you will be here. You will see the children grow. You will have a voice in how this house treats its people. Inza looked up from the paper. And if I refuse both? Then the Vale House makes its offer to me directly. I accept or decline, and the children's names are crossed off the registry. The fire popped in the hearth. The gift hummed under Inza's skin like a living thing. She looked at the paper in her hands, at the precise handwriting, the seals, the clauses that promised her survival, and the children's freedom in exchange for a life spent as a resource. And she thought of Corwise, his hands, his voice, the way he had knelt in the chapel dust and asked her to want him, not to need him. You let me walk in here alone, Inza said slowly. You gave me this offer. You could have hidden it. You could have accepted it without telling me. Why show me now? Mildo looked at her a long moment. Because I need you to choose. She speaks the words like a blade. The house is balanced on the edge of a war it cannot survive. If you choose me, I can hold it together. If you choose Vale, I lose you, and I lose my son's loyalty, and I lose everything I have built. And if you choose neither, the house falls, and the children are sold to whoever pays first. Then this is not a negotiation. No. Mililda's pale gray eyes locked onto hers. This is a weighing. You wanted to know what your life was worth. Now you have the number. Inza folded the paper slowly, the edges pressing into her palm. I need to think. You have until dawn. Mililda turned back to the window. The study door opened on its own, and Inza walked out into the corridor, the veil offer burning in her hand, the gift singing in her blood, and the knowledge settling into her bones like a second spine. Mililda had not asked about the escape plan. She had not mentioned the infirmary. Lael, Dorn, the salt tunnel, the false names in the parish records. She had not needed to, because somewhere above Inza's head, 2 floors up, the salt grave delegation was still waiting, and the dawn was coming. Chapter 34. The corridor stretched ahead of Inza like a held breath. The veil offer folded in her hand, edges sharp against her palm, and somewhere above her the salt grave delegation was still waiting in the east wing, 2 floors up, watching through walls she could not see through. She found Corwise in the infirmary. He stood at the table where Rasmund had laid out the manumission draft, his back to the door, sleeves rolled to the elbow, hands braced on the wood like he was holding the room in place. The candle had burned low, wax pooled across the paper. You saw her? Not a question. Yes. He turned. His dark brown eyes caught the light and held it without warmth. And? Inza crossed to the table and set the veil offer beside the manumission draft. 2 papers, 2 futures. She watched him read it, watched the stillness spread from his hands to his shoulders to the set of his jaw. You are not taking this. You are not. I am taking it seriously. Seriously. He said the word like it tasted wrong. It is a purchase, Inza, a contract for your body with better conditions. They will keep you alive because a dead asset is worth nothing. I know what it is. Do you? He picked up the paper, held it between them. Annual extraction. 10 years of service before the children's manumission. And after that they will keep you until your body stops producing, and then they will sell your tissue to whoever pays. This is not protection. This is a slower version of what she planned for you. You think I do not see that. I think you are standing here with their offer in your hand and telling me you are considering it. She let the silence stretch. I am telling you I read it. I am telling you she laid out every option and let me walk out with the one that looked cleanest. And I am telling you that if I take it, The children are free. You can fight her from inside the house. The Vale House will not touch you. They want me, not your name. And if you take the binding instead, then I stay. I age no further. I hear every heartbeat in this house until the day they extract me. But I am here. The children grow up in sight. I have a voice, however small, in how this house treats its people. Those are the choices she gave you. They are the choices that exist. Corwise set the paper down, slowly, carefully, like he was placing something fragile on a surface that might not hold. There is a fourth option. She waited. We run. All of us. The children, you, me, Lael, Dorn, Rasmund. We take the salt tunnel before dawn, and we do not stop running until we reach the coastal villages where even Esterwald's reach is thin. We burn the ledgers. We scatter the records. We make it so expensive to follow us that the house spends its resources on survival instead of pursuit. Your mother would have us found within the week. Not if I leave with nothing. Not if she has to explain to the allied houses that her heir abandoned the estate with the most valuable gifted woman in 3 generations and a pack of vanished children. She would have to choose between chasing us and holding the house together. She is not young enough to do both. Inza looked at him. He meant it. She could see it in the set of his shoulders, the way his hands stayed still on the table, the way his voice did not waver. He was offering to walk away from everything he had ever known. And if she catches us, then she takes us back and the children are sold anyway. But she does not get to watch you walk into the binding chamber with her blessing. The gift hummed under her skin. She could hear his heartbeat. Steady, open, waiting. Corwise, do not tell me it is noble. She took a breath. It is not about noble. It is about what works. The Vale offer guarantees the children's freedom in writing. Your plan guarantees nothing but flight and the chance of being caught. I cannot wager their lives on a route through a salt tunnel she already knows exists. She knows about the tunnel? She did not mention it. She did not need to. She knows about the infirmary, the false names. Lael, Dorn, everything we have done to prepare. She is letting me believe I have choices I do not have, because she wants me to come to her willingly. Corwise's hands curled into fists on the table. Then we change the plan. We take the chapel passage instead. We go out through the crypt and the cliff path before she expects us to move. And she will expect that too. Then we fight. Inza felt the word land in the space between them. Heavy, honest, useless. I am not going to watch you die trying to make this clean. He stepped toward her, close enough that she could feel the heat coming off his skin, could smell the salt and wool and candle wax that had settled into his clothes. You are not listening to me. I am listening. I am hearing that you would rather burn the house around us than let me walk into Marilda's chamber and take a draught she has been planning since before I was born. I am saying I will not stand by while you spend yourself like coin. And I am saying you do not get to call it spending. Her voice came out harder than she meant. You do not get to stand there and tell me this is self-destruction when it is the only path that makes the children free. You do not get to frame your love as salvation and my choice as sacrifice, because that makes it easier for you to bear. The words hung between them. She saw him flinch, saw the thing behind his eyes shift from fear to recognition to something raw. I am not trying to make it easier. Then stop pretending there is another way. Show me the paper again. She handed him the Vale offer. He held it a moment, then set it down. Show me the manumission terms you dictated. She pulled the draft toward him. He read it through, his eyes moving across the lines, and she watched his jaw tighten at the names. Hollis Fenn. Sarah Fenn. Cale Morn. You wrote their true names. They are not property under those names. The house cannot claim them if the registry does not recognize the person. And your name is not on the document. Correct. He looked up. Because I am not getting out. She did not answer. I told you once that I would not call what you were doing salvation because I understood it was cost, but I did not understand. I did not understand that you were planning to draw a line between you and them and stay on the wrong side of it. I am staying on the side that makes them free. There is no freedom in a binding chamber. There is freedom in the manumission that comes before it, and if that is the only trade the house will accept, I will make it. He stared at her. The candle flame sent shadows crawling across his face. Then I will stand with you. If you cannot call it salvation, you cannot stand with me and call it love either. I am not calling it anything. He stepped closer. I am saying I will be there. When you drink, when the witnesses sign, when the house splits open around us, I will be beside you, and I will not pretend it is noble, and I will not pretend I do not hate every part of it. But I will be there. She looked at him. His hands were still. His heartbeat had not wavered, and she understood, with a clarity that felt like a blade, that this was the only version of his love she could accept. Not rescue, not absolution, presence. She felt the paper crinkle in her grip, the heavy and layered weight lifting from her chest. Then we have work to do before dawn, she said. He nodded. And somewhere above them, in the east wing, she thought she heard a door open. Chapter 35. The infirmary smelled of iron and old linen and the cheap soap Rasmund used to scrub his hands between patients. Inza stood at the table with the manumission draft spread before her, the words she had dictated still sharp in her throat. Hollis Fen, Sarah Fen, Cale Morn. 3 names the house could not claim, 3 children who would wake to something other than this. Rasmund sat across from her, a fresh pot of ink open at his elbow. His coat was buttoned wrong again, the collar bent, his hair standing in directions that suggested he had stopped caring about appearances sometime in the last hour. The witnesses, he said. We still need 3. Corwise will stand. He is one, and I cannot stand as neutral when I have spent 27 years recording the house's work. You will stand as physician. That makes me an interested party under blood law. Then we find another. He looked at her, and she saw the calculation moving behind his eyes. The same calculation she had been making since she left Milelda's study. Who in this house could testify without being owned by it? The kitchens, he said. There is a woman named Beryl who has worked the cold sores for 40 years. She is not registered as house property. She came as a free hire from the fishing villages, and her contract specifies she answers to no steward. Would she do it? She does not know you. She will know the children. Rasmund nodded slowly. She has watched them grow. I have seen her slip them extra rations when the stewards were not looking. She might stand. Then send for her. He is still the house authority. Rasmund's voice carried no judgment. His presence binds the document to Esterwald's legal standing. If he stands, the manumission cannot be challenged as a servant's forgery after the fact. Corwise had not spoken since they entered the infirmary. He stood by the wall, arms crossed, his face unreadable in the low candlelight. Inza turned to him. Will you stand? Already told you I would. Then stand. He moved before she finished speaking, crossed the room in 3 strides and took his place at the table's edge, his hands flat on the wood. Who witnesses for the registry? Rasmund asked. The door opened before Inza could answer. Dorn stepped through, his boots loud on the stone floor. He was holding a ledger sheet in one hand and a seal stamp in the other, and his eyes found Inza immediately. You sent no word, he signed, his motion sharp. I heard it from the laundress. Word of what? Every servant in the East Wing knows the Matriarch summoned you. They are placing bets on whether you come back alive. Then you know why I need you. He looked at the manumission draft. Read the names. His jaw tightened. These are the children I hid salt behind. They are the children I am freeing. And you? She did not answer. Dorn set the seal stamp on the table. He did not ask again. Beryl from the cold stores will be the 3rd witness, Rasmund said. If she agrees. She will agree. Dorn signed the words without looking away from Inza. She owes me a favor from the winter fever. I will collect it now. He left before anyone could stop him, the door swinging shut behind him. The room settled into silence. Inza became aware of the gift humming beneath her skin. The heartbeat of everyone in the room pressed against her hearing. Rasmund's steady pulse, Corwise's slower rhythm, the frantic flutter of a mouse in the wall somewhere above them. She thought about Lael, about 40 years of this, about never knowing silence again. Before the witnesses arrive, she said, I want something on the record. Asmund looked up. What? What the house did. What my Linda designed. The ledger, the breeding program, the extraction. I want it written. That is not a manumission document. That is a confession. Then write a confession. He stared at her. If I write that, you cannot control where it goes. If the wrong person reads it before the manumission is sealed, my Linda will claim the entire proceeding is tainted by blackmail. Then seal it separately. Keep it in the ledger book. But I want it recorded before I drink. Why? She met his eyes. Because if I am the only one who knows the truth, and I do not survive to tell it, the house wins. The ledgers will be burned. The children will be reclaimed. And no one will ever know that the Kessani women were bred like cattle for 900 years of vampire convenience. Rasmund set the pen down. You are not going to survive, are you? I am not planning to die. I am planning to bind. And you believe you will survive the binding? I believe the house has invested too much in me to let me die on the table. She held his gaze. But I also believe that if the manumission is challenged, the truth of what the house has done may be the only thing that protects them when I cannot. He reached for a fresh sheet of paper. Dictate. She did. She spoke as he wrote, her voice steady, reciting the names and dates and pairings she had memorized from the hidden ledger. Daria Kessani, identified at 14, married to Pello Civet for dormant markers. Mirelle Kessani, tested at 6 weeks, brought into service at 12. The match with Lulail interrupted. Fendris Kessani, transferred to the quarry. Her own birth, measured, planned, annotated in advance. She spoke until her throat was dry. Rasmund's hand kept moving. When she finished, he blew on the ink and set the page face down beside the manumission draft. Sealed separately. No one sees it unless I decide it is needed. They will see it if I die. They will see it if I decide they should. She accepted that. The door opened again. Dorn returned with a woman behind him, gray-haired, thin-shouldered, her hands still wet from the cold stores. She looked at the room, at Corwise, at Inza, at the papers on the table. I am Beryl, she said. Dorn says you need a witness. I need a neutral witness. I am not neutral. I have watched those children go hungry while the house fed its guests. I am on their side. She stepped forward. But I am not employed by the house. My contract is with the fishing fleet, so if you need a name that is not in the steward's book, I am it. Inza felt something loosen in her chest. Then stand. Benel took her place. Rasmund lifted the manumission's draft. The document reads as follows, he said. Hollis Fenn, formerly known as Bren Sevwick, Sarah Fenn, formerly known as Millie Sevwick, and Cale Morn, formerly known as Tavi, are hereby released from all service, debt, and obligation to House Esterwald, its heirs, successors, and assigns. They are granted safe passage from the estate and its territories. The house shall not pursue, reclaim, or contest their freedom under any provision of blood law, custom, or contract. This manumission is effective upon the signatures of the witnesses and does not require the completion of any subsequent binding to remain in force. He looked up. Does anyone contest these terms? No one spoke. Inza took the pen. She signed her name beneath the children's true names, each stroke deliberate, pressing the nib into the paper until the ink bled. Then she handed the pen to Corwise. He signed without hesitation. Dorn signed next, his hand steady. Beryl took the pen last, her fingers trembling slightly, and Inza understood that the woman had never written her name on anything that mattered before. When the signature was dry, Rasmund lifted the page. It is sealed. Inza felt the words land in her chest like a stone. The children were free. She was not. She turned to Rasmund. The draft, he hesitated. Rasmund, I do not have it here. It is in the lower levels, sealed in the extraction room. Lady Merelda ordered it moved after the feast. Then take me to it. You could still walk away. I could still walk away. She repeated the words slowly, testing their shape. And then what? Watch the house reclaim the children in a month when Merelda convinces a blood court that a servant's signature has no legal standing without a completed binding to anchor it? You do not know that is what would happen. Yes, I do, because she told me. The Vale offer, the Warden Rider, the sought grave delegation waiting 2 floors up. She has already prepared the alternatives. The only thing she is not prepared for is me walking into her chamber and taking the draft before she can force me into the veil contract. Rasmund's face went pale. She knew you would come to me. She knew I would try to find a way out. She did not expect me to choose binding over Veil's offer. But that is what I am choosing. He looked at Corwise. You are going to let her do this. I am going to stand beside her while she does it. That is not an answer. It is the only answer I have. Rasmund pressed his palms against the table. For a long moment, he did not move. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a small glass vial, the liquid inside it the color of deep water, the same shade as the first draft, but darker, thicker, shot through with threads of something that caught the candlelight and held it. I had it brought up from the extraction room when you sent word you were coming, he said. I thought you might want to choose the place. Inza took the vial. The glass was warm against her fingers. The liquid moved like oil, slow, heavy, alive. The final draft, she said. Yes. She looked at the manumission document lying on the table, at the names, at the signatures, at the proof that 3 children would wake to a world where they did not belong to anyone. Then she looked at Corwise. Before I drink this, I want to say something. He nodded. I want to say that I am not doing this because I believe I am worth less than them. I am not doing this because I think my life is a fair trade for theirs. I am doing it because it is the only thing that makes the document on that table mean anything. And I want you to hear that, so that when you look at me afterward, you do not see a woman who sacrificed herself. You see a woman who made a choice. I see you, he said. That is the only way I have ever seen you. She lifted the vial. The gift hummed in her blood, hungry, waiting, already recognizing what was coming. She uncorked it. The smell was iron and honey and something deeper, like the earth after a storm, like the chapel dust, like the salt of her own skin. She drank. The first taste was cold. Then it was not cold anymore. It was heat, spreading from her throat down through her chest, pooling in her stomach, branching outward into her limbs like veins of fire. She felt her heart stutter, pause, resume at a slower rhythm. Felt her pulse drop to something that was not quite human. The room tilted. She heard Beryl take a step back, heard Dorn's breath catch, heard Rasmund saying something she could not understand over the sound of her own blood rewriting itself. And she heard Corwise, his heartbeat, steady and close, not a single tremor. She held on to that. The heat crested, burned, and then faded into something else, a stillness she had never felt before, a quiet that was not silence, but the absence of noise she had not realized she had been carrying. She opened her eyes. The candle flames looked different, sharper, brighter. The edges of the room had gone soft, as if the light was coming from inside her now. Rasmund was staring at her. It is done. She did not feel different. She felt the same. Tired, clear-eyed, herself. But she looked at her hand on the table and saw that the veins beneath her skin had turned a pale blue that had never been there before. Chapter 36. The stillness settled into her bones like water finding its level. Inza stood at the infirmary table with her hands flat on the wood and felt the gift rearrange itself inside her. The hunger that had been a constant low thrum since the first draft went quiet. Not satisfied. Replaced. The space it had occupied was now filled with something that felt like readiness, like a muscle she had never known she possessed, finally flexed. She could hear everything. Not just the room, not just the heartbeats. The house itself. The groan of old stone settling in the east wing. The whisper of salt air through a cracked window on the 3rd floor. The distant sound of a steward's boots crossing the great hall, each footfall distinct, the leather worn at the heel. She could feel Beryl's nervous swallow, Dorn's hand tightening on the doorframe, Rasmund's pulse, faster than it should be, threading through the silence like a warning. Corwise, steady, deliberate. His heartbeat had not changed since she drank. Inza lifted her hand and watched the pale blue veins shift beneath her skin. They pulsed with the new rhythm of her heart, slow and deep, like a tide moving underground. You need to sit down, Rasmund said. I do not. You are still standing, but I am still standing, Rasmund. She lowered her hand. I can hear your worry. I can smell the ink on the manumission from here. I can feel the cold coming through the floorboards in 3 separate drafts. I am not going to collapse. He stared at her. You sound different. Everything sounds different. She looked at Corwise. Is it always like this? He shook his head. I do not know. No human has completed the binding in this house in living memory. The records are sealed in Marilda's study. Then we are all discovering this together. Dorn stepped forward. He signed slowly, deliberately. Are you still Inza? She signed back. I am still deciding what that means. He nodded, then signed. Good answer. The door to the infirmary opened without a knock. Inza knew who it was before the figure crossed the threshold. She had heard the footsteps descending from the east wing, measured and unhurried, the kind of pace that came from knowing no one would stop you. Lady Marilda Uxon stopped in the doorway. Her pale gray eyes moved across the room, cataloging each face, each object, each detail. They lingered on the manumission document, on the vial, empty on the table, on Inza's hands. I was told the final draft had been administered, she said. I did not believe it until I felt the house settle. Corwise moved before Inza could speak. He placed himself between her and his mother, not aggressively, not defensively, simply present. It is done, he said. Yes, Marilda stepped into the room. I can see that. And I can see that you have already drafted a manumission for the Sevwick children. Clever, but not final. It is sealed, Rasmund said. Sealed in a servant's infirmary with a kitchen woman as neutral witness. Marilda's voice was calm, almost gentle. I could challenge that in blood court before the ink dries. You could try, Inza said. Marilda's gaze shifted to her. The room went still. The completed gift places you beyond ordinary servant contracts, Marilda said. You are not a blood servant any longer. You are a resource of the house. Under house necessity, I can claim direct stewardship over your person, your movements, and your future. The manumission you signed applies to the children. It does not apply to you. I know. And you authorized the children's release, knowing you could not claim the same for yourself. I know I signed. Marilda studied her for a long moment. You are not afraid. I am not the same woman who walked into your study tonight. No. Marilda's voice softened, almost approving. You are not. You are something House Esterwald has not produced in 6 generations, a completed vessel. And you chose to complete yourself here, in front of witnesses, without coercion, under your own authority. Inza felt the weight of the words settle around her like a garment cut to someone else's measurements. The children will be freed, she said. That is not negotiable. It is not, Marilda agreed. The manumission is flawed, but it is witnessed and sealed. I will honor it. The children will leave before dawn. Inza let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. But you, Marilda continued, will remain. Under my direct authority as house necessity dictates, you will be moved to the East Wing. You will be assessed, and you will begin your first extraction cycle within the week. Corwise stepped forward. No. Marilda did not look at him. This is not your decision, Corwise. I named her equal witness under blood law. That status does not expire because she completed the gift. She is a party to the house's honor. She cannot be claimed under house necessity like a store's ledger. She can, and she will. The equal witness status was unprecedented, and I allowed it because I expected you to fail. You did not. But the blood law is clear on one point. Equal witness status applies to living parties. Once the gift is completed, the human party ceases to be a legal person in the sense the law recognizes. Inza felt the words land like stones. Then I will challenge that interpretation, Corwise said. In front of whom? The Saltgrave delegation is still in the East Wing. House Vale's envoy is waiting at the cliff gate. The Warden Rider is camped on the lower quay. Every faction in the Sable March is watching this room. If you challenge my claim tonight, you split the house before dawn. Do you want that? Corwise did not answer. I will take your silence as understanding. Marilda turned to Inza. You will come with me now. The East Wing has prepared a room. Inza did not move. "I will come," she said, "but I will walk there myself, and I will walk there with Corwise beside me. Not because your authority permits it, because mine does." Mirelda's lips pressed together. Then she nodded once, sharply, and stepped aside. Inza looked at Rasmund, at Dorn, at the manumission document lying on the table. "The children? They will be woken and moved within the hour," Rasmund said. "I will take them through the laundry channel myself. Do not let them see me like this." He hesitated. "Inza, I do not want them to remember me with blue veins and a heart that sounds like a drum. I want them to remember the woman who hid them in a coal lift and taught them to lie to stewards." Rasmund's jaw tightened. "They will," Dorn signed. "I will make sure they eat before they leave." Inza signed back. "Thank you." Then she turned to Corwise. "Walk with me." He took her hand, his fingers interlaced with hers, warm and steady as if nothing had changed. But everything had changed. They walked out of the infirmary together, past Lady Mirelda's still figure, into the corridor where the candlelight flickered and the house held its breath. And Inza felt the gift humming in her blood like a second heartbeat, mapping every door, every turn, every living thing between her and the East Wing. She was not human anymore. She did not know what she was, but she knew, with a certainty that burned colder than the gift, that she had not made this choice to spend the rest of her life locked in an East Wing room while the house harvested her piece by piece. She had made it to buy time, and time was running out. Chapter 37. They reached the first corridor before the shouting started. It came from the great hall, muffled by stone but unmistakable. Raised voices overlapping, a steward calling for order and being ignored. Inza felt the vibrations through the floor before she heard the words. The gift mapped the house in her blood now, every footstep, every slammed door, every panicked heartbeat. Corwise's hand tightened on hers. "That is not Mayaluka's voice." They turned the corner and found the hall already splitting. A cluster of Esterwald guards stood at the east stair, their captain facing a steward Inza did not recognize, a younger man with a ledger pressed to his chest and a tremor in his voice. "The Matriarch's orders," the steward said. "All gift-bound servants are to be moved to the lower levels immediately." The captain did not move. "On whose authority?" "Lady Mayaluk to Uxen's." "And if I refuse?" The steward's face went pale. "You cannot refuse." "I can," the captain said. "I serve the heir's household, not the matriarch's, and the heir named the blood servant equal witness. That puts her under his protection, not hers." The steward looked past the captain and saw Corwise, saw Inza, saw the pale blue veins shifting beneath her skin. "She is completed," the steward whispered. "She belongs to the house now." Corwise released Inza's hand and stepped forward. "She belongs to herself." The steward took a step back, then another. "You cannot." "I can," Corwise said quietly. "And I am. This house answers to two authorities tonight, mine and my mother's. Choose which you follow, but make no mistake, the choice will have consequences." The steward's ledger slipped. He caught it, barely. Then he turned and walked toward the east stair. The captain watched him go, then looked at Corwise. "Sir, how many of us do you need?" "How many will stand?" The captain's jaw tightened. "Enough." Inza felt the gift pulse beneath her ribs, mapping the captain's heartbeat, the steward's retreating footsteps, the tremor spreading through the stone as more doors opened and more voices joined the chaos. The house was splitting, and she was the fault line. The children's wing was already in motion when she reached it. Servants moved through the corridor with bundles and blankets, their faces set in the particular stillness of people who had learned not to panic in front of stewards. A young kitchen girl Inza recognized from the scullery pushed a cart piled with linens, her eyes darting toward the east stair every few seconds. Inza caught her arm. "Where is Dorn?" The girl flinched, then recognized her. "Kitchen stores. He said to tell you." She stopped, looked at Inza's hands, at her throat, where the blue veins climbed like roots. "He said to tell you what?" "That he has the children, that you should not come looking, that the tunnel is ready." Inza released her. "Tell him I am coming anyway." The girl's face went tight with fear. "They said you were taken, that she claimed you." "She did." "Then how?" "I am not taken yet." The girl stared at her for a long moment. Then she nodded once, sharp and quick, and disappeared into the corridor with her cart. Inza walked toward the kitchen stores. The gift showed her everything. The guards at the east stair who had not yet chosen, the steward arguing with the chambermaid in the west hall, the Saltgrave delegation on the third floor, their heartbeats slow and deliberate, waiting. And beneath it all, the children. 3 small heartbeats, clustered together in the space behind the salt blocks. Bren, Melly, Tavi, alive. She reached the kitchen stores just as Dorn emerged from behind the salt wall, the children pressed behind him like shadows. He saw her. His hands moved before she could speak. "You are changed?" "Yes." "Does it hurt?" "Not yet." He studied her face, then he signed. "It will." "I know." He held her gaze for a long moment, then he stepped aside, revealing the crawl space behind the salt blocks, dark, narrow, leading somewhere she could not see. "You built this 2 years ago," she said. "I knew it would be needed." "You always know." He did not deny it. Bren stepped forward, his face pale but his jaw set. "Are you coming with us?" Inza knelt. "No." "Why not?" "Because if I do, they will follow, and they will find you. The only way you are safe is if they think you are no longer worth chasing." Bren's face crumpled. "That is not fair." "I know. You promised. You said you would get us out." "You said. I said I would make you free." Inza's voice cracked. "And I did. The manumission is sealed. You are not property anymore. You are Hollis Fen and Sarah Fen and Kale Morn, and no steward in this house can touch you without violating blood law." Bren's lip trembled. "But you are staying." "Yes." He looked at her hands, at the blue veins that climbed her wrists like a second set of bones. "You are not the same." "No, I am not." He was silent for a long moment. Then he stepped forward and threw his arms around her. Inza felt his heart beat against her chest, fast and desperate, and she held him as tightly as she dared. "Do not forget us," he whispered. "I could not if I tried." Melly followed, her face wet, her hands shaking. Tavi pressed against Inzo's side, small and silent and trembling. And then Dorn signed. "Go. I will keep them safe." Inza rose. She looked at them one last time. Bren, Melly, Tavi, the 3 faces she had spent every day of the past 2 years protecting. "Go," she said. "Live." Dorn pulled the salt blocks back into place. The children disappeared into the dark. And Inza stood alone in the kitchen stores, the gift humming in her blood, feeling the house fracture around her as the east stair doors opened and the Saltgrave delegation descended. She had not made this choice to be harvested. She had made it to buy time, and time was running out. She turned toward the corridor. A figure stood in the doorway. Not a guard, not a steward. A woman in dark wool, no house badge, her face half lit by the candle flame. The warden rider. "You are the completed one," the woman said. Inza did not answer. "I felt you settle. The whole estate felt it." The woman took a step closer. "You do not know what you are, what you can do." "And you do?" The woman smiled. "I know what you are worth. To the right buyer, the right house, the right partner." She tilted her head. "You have enemies here, Inza Kessani, but you also have offers." Inza's hand found the knife at her belt. "I am not for sale." The woman's smile widened. "Everyone is for sale. You just need to find the right price." And she stepped back into the shadow, leaving Inza alone in the candlelight, the gift burning in her blood, the house collapsing around her, and the first light of dawn bleeding through the kitchen window. Chapter 38. Dawn bled through the kitchen window, thin and cold, and Inza stood alone where the warden rider had vanished. The gift told her everything. Heartbeats converging from 3 directions, the Saltgrave delegation descending the east stair in measured steps. A cluster of house guards at the north corridor, uncertain, their pulses fast and shallow. And beneath her feet, 3 small signals moving away through the stone, Dorn's steady tread behind them, fading. The children were alive. She let that knowledge settle in her chest like a second heart. Then she turned toward the corridor and walked out of the kitchen stores. The house had changed in the minutes since dawn broke. Doors stood open that had been locked moments ago. Servants pressed against walls, watching, breath held. A chambermaid clutched a bundle of linens to her chest and did not meet Inza's eyes. She did not blame them. The blue veins climbed her wrists. Her pulse moved at a rhythm no human heart should sustain. She was not what they had known. The Saltgrave delegation met her at the junction of the East Corridor. 3 of them, 2 men and a woman, all in northern wool, their skin pale from coast cold, their eyes tracking her like she was a door that might open. The woman stepped forward. "You are the completed one." "I am," Inza said. "We have been waiting to see what would happen, and now you have seen." The woman's mouth curved. "We have seen a house divide, a matriarch retreat, a servant walk through dawn with a gift that has not existed in living memory." She tilted her head. "The question is what you will do with it." "Not be harvested," Inza said. The woman's smile sharpened. "That is a start." She stepped aside, and Corwise came down the corridor. His shirt was torn at the collar. His hands were bare. He had blood on his knuckles, not his own, and his face was the face of a man who had stopped measuring cost. He walked past the Saltgrave delegation without looking at them. "I have been looking for you." His voice was rougher than she remembered, scraped raw. "Mi'lauda's stewards are sealing the East Wing. They are calling it a consolidation of assets." Assets. You, for one, the gift-bound servants. Anyone they can argue belongs to the house, not to a person. Inza felt the truth of it through the stone. Footsteps on the east stair, deliberate, spaced, professional. They were not running. They were claiming. "They are moving now?" "They have been moving since you drank the final draft. She knew you would complete it. She planned for it." Inza looked at him. "And you?" "I have been stopping them." His hands were still. The blood had started to dry, dark in the creases of his knuckles. "How many?" "Enough that the guard captain will not open the east stair for anyone but me." Inza let that sit. Then she said, "The children are in the tunnel. Dorn is with them." Corwise's eyes closed for a fraction of a second. When they opened, something had eased behind them. "Then we hold here until they reach the end." They did not have to wait long. The first wave came from the East Wing, not stewards, but house guards, 6 of them in formation, their captain leading. He stopped when he saw Corwise standing at the corridor junction with Inza beside him. "Herr Vimmer." "Captain Vern." Corwise's voice was flat. "You are in my corridor. The Matriarch has ordered the completed vessel secured. The completed vessel is standing beside me, and she is not going anywhere." The captain's jaw tightened. "I have my orders." "Then choose." The silence stretched. The captain's hand moved toward his belt. The gift told Inza his pulse, steady but climbing. A man who did not want to be here but would not refuse his commission. "Captain," Inza said. He looked at her. "You can feel it in the stone, can you not? What I am now." His jaw worked. "You are the one the house bred," he said. "I have seen the ledgers. I am also the one who sealed a manumission under blood law. 3 children, free, witnessed and signed before the final draft." She stepped forward. "You can serve a matriarch who harvests children, or you can serve nothing, but you cannot serve both." The captain's hand fell from his belt. He looked at Corwise. "She has your word? She has everything I have." The captain turned. He gave a single hand signal, quick and final, and his guards followed him back up the east stair. The Saltgrave delegation watched from the junction. "It seems you have an army of 1, the woman said. "I have what I have." "That may not be enough. The matriarch will not stay sealed on the east stair. She has already sent a rider to the ledger house." "For what?" "For a blood court witness. If she can prove the vessel completed the binding of her own free will for the purpose of house service, the manumission can be challenged as a conflict of interest." The woman's voice was patient, almost kind. "You bought the children freedom, but she will try to buy them back." Corwise moved before Inza could speak. "Then we will be gone before the witness arrives." "And go where?" "The salt tunnel opens onto the marsh, 1 route out. She will have it watched by now. She does not know where it exits. She will." Corwise's hands curled at his sides. Inza watched the delegation's faces, all three of them, calm, waiting, measuring. "You are here to offer something," she said. The woman's smile returned. "We are here to see which side wins, and then we will offer accordingly." The sounds came from the West Hall first, shouting, glass breaking. A woman's voice raised in command. "Lael." Inza was moving before she made the decision, the gift carrying her faster than human legs could manage, the corridor blurring past her. She found Lael in the West Hall, half collapsed against a pillar, a steward's inkpot shattered at her feet, her silver hair loose and wild. "Lael, she is taking them." Lael's voice was a scrape. "Mililda. She has Rasmund. He would not give her the ledger, so she took him." "Where?" "Lower levels. The extraction room." Inza felt the stone under her feet, heard the heartbeats below, two of them, one slow and deliberate, one fast and frightened. Rasmund and Mililda. She turned toward the west stair. Corwise caught her arm. "That is what she wants. You go down there. She has you in the extraction room, and this ends the way every servant who ever completed the gift has ended." "I know. Then do not go." "I have to." "Why?" Inza looked at him, at his hands, still dark with blood, at his face, scraped raw, no mask left. "Because if I let her take Rasmund and the ledger, she wins. The manumission gets challenged, the children get pulled back from the marsh, and everything we paid for means nothing." Corwise held her gaze. "Then I am coming with you." "No, I am not letting you walk into that room alone." "You have to." Inza touched his hand, the first time she had reached for him since she drank the final draft. "If we both go down, she knows the house is ours. If you stay up here, she has to wonder what you are doing." He stared at her. "You are using yourself as bait." "I am using myself as the only thing she cannot afford to lose." She edged back. "Trust me." He did not answer, but he let go of her arm. Inza turned toward the west stair and walked into the dark, the gift burning in her blood, the house groaning around her like a wounded animal, and beneath it all, the slow, waiting pulse of the only woman who had ever owned her. Chapter 39. The West Hall smelled of ink and iron. Inza knelt beside Lael, whose silver hair spread across the stone like a stain. Lael's chest moved in shallow increments, each breath a visible negotiation with a body that had stopped cooperating. "We need to move her." Rasmund's voice came from somewhere above. "The extraction room is not secure, but the infirmary still is. If I can stabilize her—" "Then stabilize her." Inza slid her arms beneath Lael's shoulders. The half-gifted woman weighed less than she should have, her bones too close to the skin. Dorn appeared on Lael's other side. He did not sign. He simply lifted, taking Lael's weight without asking permission, and together they carried her down the service corridor toward the infirmary. Behind them, the east wing's seal held, for now. The infirmary smelled of camphor and old iron. Rasmund worked with the efficiency of a man who had stopped counting how many bodies he had tried to save in this room. He set Lael on the cot, checked her pulse, her pupils, the slack angle of her jaw. "She is fading." Inza stood at the foot of the bed. The gift hummed beneath her skin, reading Lael's heartbeat, the sluggish crawl of blood through vessels that had been stretched too thin for too long. "The final draft," Inza started. "We'll kill her. Her body cannot take another binding. She is already 40 years past what the gift should allow." Rasmund's hands did not stop moving. "I can give her something to ease the passing, or I can try to slow the collapse, but I cannot reverse it." Lael's eyes opened. They were bloodshot, unfocused, but they found Inza. "Do not let them put me in the lower levels." "You are not going to the lower levels." "I saw what they do. In the rooms beneath the still room, I saw what they did to your mother." Inza's chest tightened. "You saw Mirel?" "Saw her taken. Saw her brought back." Lael's voice was a scrape, each word costing her. "She was still breathing when they returned her to the nursery floor. They said it was childbirth. It was not childbirth." "Stop," Corwise spoke from the door. He had followed them down, his shirt still torn, his hands still dark. "She does not need to hear this now. She needs to hear it." Lael's gaze did not leave Inza's. "You need to know what you are walking into." The extraction room is not where they finish you. It is where they start. They take pieces. They keep you alive as long as you are useful. And when you are not useful anymore, they keep you anyway. I have seen the women in the lower levels. They remember nothing but the pain. Because I thought if I stayed long enough I could save someone else from becoming them. Her fingers curled around Inza's. I saved no one. Not Mirle. Not you. You saved me. Inza said it before she knew she was going to. The tile, the ash arrows. You showed me the way out. That was submit. She did it because you told her what happened to Mirle. You gave her the guilt that finally made her choose. Inza leaned closer. You are the reason the children are free. Lael's breath stuttered. It should have been you. It is not. It should have been. Lael's voice dropped below a whisper. You should have been the one who got out. Inza did not answer. She could not, because some part of her, the part that still remembered hunger, exhaustion, the cold weight of a coal lift, knew Lael was right. Dorn touched Inza's elbow. She looked up. He signed slowly, deliberately, the way he had taught her years ago in the kitchens when she was still learning to read mouths and hands. You are not alone, she signed back. I know. He held her gaze a moment longer, then nodded toward the bundle Rasmund had set on the table. The ledger, the sealed confession, copies of the manumission. Rasmund followed her gaze. I made duplicates, he said. 3 sets. 1 stays with me. 1 goes with the children if they reach the marsh. 1 is yours. Mine? Because if my Elda finds me before I can use it, someone needs to know what this house has done. Inza looked at the bundle, at the pages that held her mother's name, her grandmother's, her own, written in a hand that had catalogued them like livestock. I am not taking it. You must. I am not taking it because I am staying. She met Rasmund's eyes. If I carry the truth out, Maelta wins. She gets to write whatever story she wants about what happened here tonight. The children become runaways, criminals, ingrates. The gift becomes a tragedy. And the breeding program continues with the next girl who looks like me. Rasmund's jaw tightened. You cannot fight her alone. I will not be alone. She turned toward Corwise. He stood in the doorway, watching her, his hands still and steady despite the blood. I need you to stay above, she said. I need you to hold the east stair and make sure Maelta's people cannot reach the extraction room until I am done. You are asking me to stand guard while you walked into a room I know she has prepared for you. Yes. Then answer me one thing. He stepped closer. Are you walking in there to fight her, or to let her win? Inza held his gaze. I am walking in there to make sure she never gets to say she won. The infirmary fell quiet. Lael's breathing had evened out, shallow but steady. Rasmund had given her something, a draught that slowed her pulse and dulled her pain, and she had slipped into a sleep that looked fragile, but was not yet death. Dorn stood at the window, watching the gray of dawn lighten the salt marsh beyond the cliff. He did not turn when Inza approached. She stood beside him. He signed. The children will make it. You do not know that. I know Dorn. He built that tunnel. He planned for 2 years. He will not let them fail. Inza looked at his reflection in the glass. I did not ask you to come with me tonight. He met her eyes in the window. You did not have to. Then stay with the children. If they reach the marsh, make sure they have somewhere to go. And you? I will find you. He turned then, fully, and looked at her with the same eyes that had watched her grow from a hungry kitchen girl into the woman who had just faced the matriarch alone. You will not find us if you do not survive. I plan to. He did not smile, but he did not argue. The east wing door opened as Inza reached the junction. The Saltgrave delegation's lead woman stood in the frame, her coat dark, her hands empty, her face unreadable. We heard the commotion, she said. You heard nothing. I heard a house fracturing. That is the same thing. She stepped aside, revealing the corridor behind her, still empty, still dark. The Saltgrave delegation has not chosen a side, but we have noticed that Lady Mirilda has not yet called for us. Because she is busy. Yes. The woman's voice was quiet, very busy, and very alone. Inza studied her. Why are you telling me this? Because I have watched this manor for 3 days. I have seen the heir defy his mother for a servant. I have seen the servant walk into a room she knew would consume her. And I have seen the matriarch lose control of her house in a single night. The woman's smile was thin. I am a delegate, not a fool. I know which way the tide is turning. The tide has not turned yet. No, but it will. She stepped back into the shadows of her corridor. When it does, Saltgrave remembers who stood with the living. She closed the door. Inza turned toward the west stair. Her gift burned in her blood, the whole house singing through her senses, the stone groaning, the sea crashing against the cliff below. And beneath it all, the slow, patient pulse of the extraction room, waiting. She descended. Chapter 40. The west stair curved into the dark. Inza's gift sang through the stone, mapping every heartbeat above her. Corwise at the east stair, steady and waiting. Dorn, near the kitchens, the children's pulses smaller and farther, moving. Rasmond in the infirmary with Lyle. The Saltgrave delegation clustered in the east wing, not moving. And below her, 3 signals. Marilda's, slow and unhurried, the rhythm of a woman who had waited 9 centuries and would wait 9 more. Rasmond's, faster, thinner, but still there. And a third she did not recognize, a pulse she had never felt before. The stair opened onto a corridor she had never walked. The walls were raw stone here, unplastered, sweating salt and cold. Iron sconces held flames that burned without smoke, casting shadows that did not behave like ordinary light. Inza paused. The air smelled different, not salt, not stone, not the copper and clove scent of the upper house. Something older, something that had been sealed in the rock for a long time. She followed it. The corridor ended at an iron door, no handle, no lock, just a solid sheet of dark metal set into the stone, cold enough that her breath misted when she stood close. Inza pressed her palm to it. The metal drank her heat. The gift in her blood shivered, recognizing something in the door, or recognizing its own kind on the other side. How did you know it would open for you? Inza turned. Lady Marilda stood at the far end of the corridor, dressed in dark wool, her iron-white hair coiled tight, her pale gray eyes fixed on Inza with something that might have been curiosity. The door, Marilda said. It only opens for completed blood. How did you know? I did not. Then you are braver than I estimated. Or stupider. She walked forward, her footsteps silent on the stone. Both can be useful. Both can be fatal. I am not here to be useful to you. No, you are here to be useful to those children. Marilda stopped an arm's length away. I told you the truth in my study. I have told you nothing but the truth. The house shaped you. Your bloodline was selected. Your mother was harvested. Your father was sent north to die in a quarry. None of that is false. I know. Then what are you doing here, Inza Kessani? You have already won. The children are free. The manumission is witnessed and sealed. You achieved what you came to achieve. Why are you still fighting? Inza held her gaze. Because winning is not the same as finishing. Ah. Marilda's mouth curved. The expression did not reach her eyes. And you believe you can finish me? Here, alone, in a room I have prepared for longer than you have been alive. I believe you are afraid. The word hung between them. Marilda's smile did not falter, but something in her stillness changed. A fraction of a shift, too small for anyone but Inza's gift senses to catch. Afraid? Marilda repeated. You are afraid of what I represent. Not my blood, not the gift, not the breeding program. A servant who walked into your house and refused to be spent. Inza stepped closer. A woman who chose herself at the end. That terrifies you, because if I can do it, every other woman in your lower levels can wonder if she can too. Marilda said nothing. I am not here to kill you, Inza said. I am here to make sure you never get to write the story of what happened tonight. The children are free. The ledger exists. The confession exists. And I exist, a completed, gifted woman who chose her own terms. You cannot undo any of that. You think you can contain me? I think I can make sure the truth outlives you. Lealdusta studied her for a long moment. Then she laughed. It was a dry, quiet sound, like stone grinding against stone. You are remarkable, she said. Truly, I chose your bloodline well. You did not choose me. You bred for me. There is a difference. Is there? Lealdusta's eyes glittered. Your grandmother died in service to this house. Your mother died in this room. Your father died in a quarry 100 miles north. And you stand here, in my corridor, with their blood in your veins and my gift in your throat, telling me you are free? She stepped past Inza and pressed her palm to the iron door. It groaned. It is not finished, Inza. It has barely begun. The door swung open. Beyond it, the extraction room. Inza had prepared herself for horror, for blood-stained tables and iron restraints and the smell of old death. She had braced for Lael's description of pieces taken while Victim still breathed. The room was none of those things. It was clean. White stone, bright lamps, a single table of polished granite. Instruments hung on the wall in neat rows, each one gleaming, each one precisely placed. It looked like a surgery. It looked like a place where healing happened. That made it worse. Rasmund sat on a bench against the far wall, his hands bound in front of him, his coat torn, a bruise already darkening his jaw. He looked at Inza and shook his head once. Get out. Do not be here. Inza stayed. The extraction process, Milda said, walking to the granite table, is not elegant. It was never meant to be. The gift concentrates certain properties in the blood that cannot be produced by any other means. Vampire alchemy cannot synthesize it. Only living tissue can generate it. She touched the table. Your mother lived for 9 days after her first extraction. She was conscious for most of them. She asked for you, at the end. She wanted to see you one more time. Inza's throat closed. I did not allow it, Mirelda said. Connection weakens the extraction. Emotional bonds thicken the blood in ways that reduce yield. You are telling me this to make me afraid. I am telling you this because you asked for the truth. Mirelda turned. You wanted to know what this house is. This is what this house is, and you are now part of it. The gift runs through your veins. The property we need is already in your blood. The only question is when we take it. Inza reached into her belt and pulled out the knife. It was the same kitchen knife she had carried since the night of the culling. The same blade she had hidden in her sleeve when she walked into Corwise's chambers. The same steel that had kept her alive through every negotiation, every threat, every moment she had refused to be reduced. She set it on the granite table. I am not here to fight you with a knife, Lady Melilda. I am here to offer you a choice. Melilda's eyebrows rose. Go on. You let Rasmund walk out of this room. You honor the manumission. You end the breeding program and release the gift-bound women in the lower levels. And I will submit to the first extraction cycle willingly. Silence. Rasmund made a sound in his throat, half protest, half despair. Inza, he said. Do not. Quiet. Inza did not look at him. Those are my terms. You have until dawn to accept them. And if I refuse? Inza picked up the knife. Then I walk out of this room, and I take the truth with me. The sealed confession, the ledger, the testimony of every servant who has watched your house consume their friends. And I will spend the rest of my life making sure every house in the Sable March knows what Esterwald is built on. Melilda's face was unreadable. You would destroy the house that raised you. I would destroy the house that bred my mother and harvested her alive. Inza's voice did not waver. Yes. They stood across the white stone table, the knife between them, the lamps casting clean light on instruments that had never known mercy. Then the door above them groaned. Footsteps, many of them, coming down the west stair. Merilda's expression flickered, something she had not anticipated. A steward appeared in the corridor, breathless, his face pale. My lady, the Saltgrave delegation has moved. They have taken the east wing. Merilda's stillness went absolute. And they have sent a formal demand, the steward said. They want the completed gifted woman delivered to the cliff gate within the hour, or they will declare House Esterwald in breach of the Tide Compact. Inza looked at Merilda. The matriarch's eyes were cold, but something behind them had cracked. The rival houses were already moving, and Inza was the prize they had come to claim. Chapter 41. The extraction room fell into a silence that had edges. Inza watched Milehda absorb the steward's report. Saltgrave had taken the east wing. The demand sat between them like a blade already drawn. "You planned for this?" Inza said. Milehda's laugh was dry and brittle. "I planned for everything except my son defying me before every house in the Sable March. That gave them an opening they would not have found otherwise." "Good." Milehda's eyes snapped to her. "The house you built is eating itself," Inza said. "You just did not expect to watch it happen." The steward shifted in the doorway. "My lady, they said within the hour." Milehda did not answer. She was looking at Inza as though seeing her for the first time as something other than an asset, something that had outgrown the shape she had designed. "If I let you walk out of this room," Milehda said slowly, "I lose everything. The gift program, the Veil Alliance, the breeding line. Saltgrave will devour what remains of this house inside a decade. Then lose it. And if I do not let you walk out," Inza picked up the knife, "then you still lose everything, but it takes longer, and I am not alive to see it." Mirelda's hand moved toward the wall, toward something Inza could not see. Behind her, the iron door groaned. Corwise stood in the frame, his shirt still torn, blood drying on his knuckles. He was breathing hard. Behind him, the corridor stretched dark and empty. "The east stair is sealed," he said. "Saltgrave's people are moving through the upper floors. We have maybe 15 minutes before they reach the lower levels." Mirelda's face went still. "You brought them here." "I brought them nowhere. They followed the sound of the house breaking." He looked at Inza. "We need to move. Now." Inza crossed to Rasmund and cut his bonds in 2 strokes. The physician swayed when he stood, but he did not fall. "The children," he said. "Dorn has them," Corwise said. "They came back through the tunnel when they heard voices above the marsh. The entrance is in the old laundry. They came back. There were riders on the quay, warden by the look of them. Dorn turned them around." Inza's chest tightened. The children were still inside the house, still in reach. Mirelda had not moved. "You will not make the sea gate," she said. "My people hold the lower quay." Corwise met her eyes. "Your people have been watching the wrong doors." He pulled something from his pocket. A brass key, old and darkened, shaped like nothing Inza had seen before. Mirelda's composure cracked. "That passage has been sealed for 80 years. "And I unsealed it this morning." Corwise tossed the key to Inza. "While you were negotiating extraction cycles, I was reading old maps." Inza caught the key. It was warm. The service route was not a tunnel, it was a scar. The walls were raw stone, shored with rotting timber, dripping with moisture that smelled of salt and iron. The floor sloped downward at an angle that made walking treacherous. The only light came from a single lantern Dorn carried at the front, his silhouette thrown long and distorted against the wet rock. Inza walked at the rear, the knife still in her hand, the gift singing through her bones. She could hear every heartbeat in the line ahead. Bren's, fast and frightened. Melly's, steadier than it had any right to be. Tavi's, shallow but present. Dorn's, slow as a drum. Rasmund's, thready with exhaustion. And Corwise's, steady, deliberate, matching her pace even when he could not see her. The children had not asked where they were going. They followed because Inza told them to follow. The passage opened into a chamber carved from the cliff itself. The ceiling vaulted into darkness. The floor was wet, slick with tide, and ahead of them, set into the stone, a rusted iron gate half covered with salt and barnacles. The sea gate. Through the grate, Inza could see the water, black and restless, lit by the first gray of false dawn. Dorn set the lantern down and worked at the lock. The mechanism groaned, years of salt jamming the teeth. He did not look up. Bren pressed close to Inza's side. "Is it safe?" "It is the only way out," Inza said. "That is not what I asked." She looked down at him. His jaw was set. He was trying to be brave the way she had taught him, by refusing to name the fear. "It is not safe," she said, "but I will be on the other side." He nodded, stood a little straighter. Rasmund had Lilel cradled in his arms, her breath shallow, her eyes closed. He had carried her the entire way without complaint. Corwise stood at Inza's shoulder, watching the darkness behind them. "They will find the passage eventually," he said quietly. "How long? Depends on whether Melilda tells them where to look." "She will not." "You are certain?" Inza turned to face him. The lantern light caught the side of his face, making shadows of his eyes. "She wants me alive," Inza said. "Dead, I am worthless. Harvested, I keep her house alive for another century. She will not let Saltgrave take me before she has had her chance." Corwise held her gaze. Something passed between them, not quite trust, not quite hope. Something that had to be enough. The sea gate groaned. Dorn stepped back. The lock had opened. Beyond the gate, the water lapped against a narrow stone quay, barely wide enough for two people to stand side by side. A small boat was tied there, old but serviceable. Dorn had prepared for this. Inza felt the relief cut through her like a blade. And then she felt something else. A heartbeat. Above them, on the quay. She looked up. A figure stood on the rocks above the gate, silhouetted against the gray sky. A woman. Dark wool, no badge. The Warden Rider. And she was not alone. 6 more figures stood behind her, still as stone, watching. Inza's hand tightened on the knife. The Warden Rider did not draw a weapon. She did not step forward. She simply looked down at Inza and spoke. Inza Kessani. Her own name, her family name, the one that had been chosen for her before she was born. Chapter 42. The Warden Rider did not move, did not blink. She simply stood on the rocks above the sea gate, her dark wool coat catching the first gray of false dawn, and waited. Behind Inza, the children had gone still. Even Dorn had stopped breathing. "Inza Kessani," the woman repeated. Not a question, a recognition. "I know your face," Inza said. "I do not know your name. You do not need it yet." The woman's voice carried down the stone, unhurried. "But I know your bloodline. I know what you cost. And I know you have just made yourself the most valuable woman in the Sable March." Corwise stepped forward. "She is under my protection." "She is under no one's protection." The woman's gaze did not shift from Inza. "She is standing on a quay with 6 children, a dying woman, a deaf man, a physician who has not slept in 3 days, and an heir who just burned his own house down to save her. You are not protecting anyone. You are waiting to be caught." Bren pressed closer to Inza's side. "Who is she?" Inza did not answer. She was watching the woman's hands, empty, unarmed. That was worse than a drawn blade. "Dorn," Inza said quietly. "Can you get the boat ready?" Dorn did not sign back. He just moved, stepping past her toward the quay's edge, his silhouette low and deliberate. The Warden Rider did not stop him. "You have 2 choices," the woman said. "You can take that boat into the marsh and hope my people are the only ones watching the channels, or you can hear what I came to offer before Miralda's stewards find the passage and Saltgrave seals the gate behind you. What do you want?" "To keep you alive." "For how long?" The woman's mouth moved, not quite a smile. "Long enough to be useful." Inza's hand tightened on the knife. The blade was warm from her grip. Bekuft pulsed through her bones, telling her the woman's heartbeat was slow, deliberate, utterly unafraid. "You know my family name," Inza said. "Tell me why." "Because I have been watching House Esterwald for 7 years. Because when your mother, Mirel, was brought to the extraction room, I was on the cliff road, waiting for a signal that never came." The woman's voice dropped. "Because I should have been there sooner." Inza felt the words land like a blow to the chest. The children were watching her. Melly's heartbeat had jumped. Tavi was trembling against Rasmund's coat. "You knew my mother?" "I knew of her. I know what they did to her. And I know they planned the same for you before you were born." The woman's gaze did not waver. "The Warden Riders do not trade in children, Inza. We do not breed bloodlines. We watch the houses that do, and we wait for the moment one of theirs chooses to run. You are here because I ran. I am here because you chose to leave." The woman stepped down from the rocks, landing on the key with a lightness that made Inza's instincts scream. That makes you different. That makes you worth something the houses cannot buy. Corwise moved between them. If you mean to take her, say it plainly. I mean to offer her passage. The woman's eyes met Inza's over his shoulder. The children are free. Their names are registered. No house can claim them now without breaking blood law in front of every witness in the march. But you are still bound. And as long as you are bound, every house with a tied compact seal can demand your delivery. I know. Then you know Saltgrave will not be the last. House Vale will come. House Ven, House Castellan. The moment word spreads that Esterwald has a completed gift-bearer who walked out its gate, you will have 3 days before the first formal claim is filed. Inza looked at the children. Bren was watching her with the same expression he had worn in the coal lift, waiting for her to make the impossible choice. You are offering me safety, Inza said slowly. For what price? Your time, 1 year, as a guest of the Warden Coast, not a prisoner, not an asset, not a blood servant. You will not be fed from. You will not be tested. You will be fed, housed, and protected, and at the end of the year, you will decide whether to stay or leave. And if I refuse? The woman's expression did not change. Then you take the boat into the marsh, and you learn how fast news travels in the Sable March when the prize is a woman who can hear a heartbeat through stone. Inza stood very still. The boat was ready. Dorn had the rope in his hand, waiting for her nod. The children were pressed together on the quay, their breath misting in the cold dawn air, and somewhere behind her, in the dark of the passage, she heard the first sound of pursuit. Footsteps, not mere ladders. Too many, too fast. Saltgrave. Inza. Corwise's voice was low, urgent. We have seconds. She looked at the warden rider, looked at the children, looked at the boat, small and fragile against the gray water. Then she turned to the woman in dark wool. What is your name? The woman's mouth moved again. This time it was almost a smile. Call me Vina. Inza held her gaze for one long breath. Then she stepped forward. Get the children in the boat. The warden rider moved aside, and Inza walked past her toward the quay's edge, the knife still in her hand, the gift singing through her blood. She did not look back. Chapter 43. Dorn moved first. He did not wait for orders or debate. He crossed the quay in 3 long strides, gripped the flower cart's handle, and hauled it toward the wall where the sea gate's hinges met the cliff stone. The wheels scraped against the salt-crusted rock. There, he said. Not signed, spoken. The first time Inza had heard his voice in hours. She followed his gaze, set into the cliff face beside the gate. Half hidden by a curtain of lichen and rusted iron rings was a narrow opening. Not a door, a provisioning hatch, built for barrels and salt crates. Sealed so long ago, the stone had grown around its frame. Melly saw it first. She tugged Bren's sleeve and pointed. The kitchens, Dorn said. Old route, goes under the house, comes out. He stopped. His hands moved briefly, a gesture Inza could not read. Used to come out near the chapel cliff. Used to, Corwise said. Dorn's jaw tightened. Haven't checked the far end in 2 years. Inza looked at the hatch, looked at the boat, still tied to the quay, bobbing in the gray water. Looked at Vina, who had not moved from the rocks, her dark wool coat blending into the shadow of the cliff. You said you offered passage, Inza said. I did. Vina's voice carried over the wind. The offer stands, but that tunnel will take you under the house, not away from it. I know. Then you know if Saltgrave finds the entrance before you reach the far end, you will be trapped between stone and pursuit. Inza turned back to the hatch. The gift had already told her what lay beyond. A narrow passage, low ceiling, damp. A single fork, half collapsed, that led nowhere. And at the far end, a void she could not read, stone too thick for her senses to pierce. She looked at Lyell. Rasmund still carried her, her head lolling against his shoulder, her breathing so shallow, Inza had to concentrate to hear it. The children were pressed together, waiting. Get her on the cart, Inza said. Rasmund did not argue. He laid Lyle across the flour sack bed, arranging her limbs as gently as if she were made of glass. Dorn pulled the cart's canvas cover over her, tucking the edges until only a shadow of her shape remained. Bren climbed in first, then Melly, then Tavi, who did not let go of Melly's hand. "There's room," Dorn signed to Inza, "for you and the heir." Inza shook her head. "We take the rear." Corwise moved past her into the hatch, his shoulders brushing the stone on both sides. The passage swallowed him in 3 steps. Inza followed. The dark hit immediately, not absence of light but presence of it, a weight against her eyes. The gift adjusted, layering the world in gray and silver, showing her the cracks in the stone, the damp seeping through the ceiling, the shape of Corwise's back ahead of her. Behind her, the hatch scraped shut. Dorn had closed it. She heard the bars drop, heard his hands check the seal, then heard his footsteps as he caught up, the cart's wheels grinding against the uneven floor. They walked in silence. The passage smelled of salt and rot and something older, something that had been sealed too long and did not want to be open. Water dripped somewhere ahead, the sound steady and cold. Inza counted her steps. 50, 100, 200. The ceiling dropped. Corwise ducked. Inza felt the stone brush her hair. Then she heard it. Footsteps. Above. Not the passage, not beside them. Above, through layers of stone and earth, distant but distinct, moving with purpose. She stopped. Corwise stopped with her. "What is it?" His voice was barely a breath. "Above us," she said. "The kitchens." She listened harder, and the gift answered. 3 sets of footsteps, heavy, booted, moving fast across the stone floor above their heads. And behind them, a 4th, lighter, the rhythm familiar in a way that made her stomach tighten. Saltgrave. They had found the kitchen entrance. "How far to the exit?" she asked. Dorn did not answer with words. He pointed ahead, then made a gesture she understood. Not far, but not close enough. The footsteps above stopped. Inza held her breath. For a long, terrible moment, there was nothing but the drip of water and the sound of her own blood moving through her veins. Then the footsteps resumed, moving away, toward the main house. They had not found the hatch. Corwise let out a breath. They are searching the upper floors, for now. Inza started walking again, faster. The passage forks ahead. Where does the other branch go? Dorn's hands moved. Nowhere. Collapsed. Then we keep moving. The passage angled downward. The walls grew wetter, slick with condensation that gleamed like oil in Inza's vision. The smell changed, salt receding, replaced by something metallic and old. The cartwheels caught on a ridge. Dorn cursed under his breath and heaved it free. Ahead, the stone opened. Inza stepped through the arch and stopped. They were not at the harbor. They were beneath the chapel cliff. She recognized the shape of the space, the curve of the rock, the way the ceiling sloped toward the ruined foundation above. She had stood on this exact spot, above, in the chapel nave, where the broken altar glittered with its strange mineral veins. The passage exited into a natural chamber, half cave, half crypt, with a stone floor worn smooth by decades of use. Against the far wall, a rusted iron grate let in a sliver of gray light. And above them, through the stone, she heard a single heartbeat. Slow, steady, familiar. Someone was waiting in the chapel. Corwise heard it too. He turned to her, his face half in shadow, and she saw the realization settle in his eyes. They had not escaped the house. They had come out beneath it. And someone was already there. Chapter 44. The heartbeat did not move. Inza stood in the dark of the crypt chamber. The gift stretched upward through stone and root and collapsed mortar, reading the rhythm. Slow, steady, deliberate. Not the panicked pulse of someone who had stumbled onto a secret, the patient stillness of someone waiting. She put her hand on Corwise's arm before he could speak. "One person," she said. "About us. Not moving." "One of Mirelda's?" "No." She listened again, sifting through the layers of stone. "I know this rhythm." The name came before she could stop it. Submit. Corwise's jaw tightened. She was the one who left the ash arrows, the broken tile, she was. Inza had not told him the full extent of Submit's confession, the brass key, the guilt over Morella, the years of silent preparation. But he did not need the details to understand what the heartbeat meant. She is not here to trap us. You cannot know that. I know she had every chance to betray us before tonight. She did not take it. The children were watching from the cart, their faces pale in the gray light filtering through the rusted grate. Bren's hand was wrapped around Mellie's. Tavi had not let go of either of them. Rasmund stood beside Lael's still form, one hand resting on her shoulder as if anchoring her to the world. How does she know we are here? Dorn's voice, rough from disuse, cut through the chamber. He had not spoken aloud since the kitchen passage. The sound of it now, gravel and salt, made everyone turn. Inza looked up at the ceiling, at the cracked stone that separated them from the chapel nave. She has been watching longer than any of us. She crossed to the rusted iron grate and pressed her palm against the metal. It was cold and damp, the hinges crusted with corrosion that flaked at her touch. "Submit," she said, not loud. The stone absorbed her voice, softened it. "If you can hear me, I need to know whether the way is clear." Silence. Then, through the grate, a sound so faint she almost missed it. A single tap against stone. One. Yes. Corwise moved to stand beside her. She could be leading us into a sealed room. She could have let us into 1 hour ago. Inza hooked her fingers through the grate and pulled. The metal shrieked but held. "Help me." He did not argue. Together they braced their weight against the rusted frame, felt the old iron groan, felt the stone around it crack. Dorn joined them without being asked, and between the three of them the grate tore free with a sound like a wound opening. Beyond it, a narrow stair curved upward into darkness. Inza climbed first. The stairs were old, older than the chapel above, older than anything she had walked through in Esterwald waters. The stone was worn concave at the center of each step, shaped by centuries of feet that had long since turned to dust. The walls were not finished, raw basalt veined with the same glittering mineral that ran through the chapel altar. She reached the top and found a door. Not locked. She pushed it open. The room beyond was small, square, and windowless, lit by a single lamp that burned low on a stone shelf. The walls were lined with wooden cabinets, their doors hanging open, their contents long since cleared. A table dominated the center of the space, scarred with knife marks and ink stains, its surface dark with decades of use. And on the far wall, carved directly into the stone, a crest. Inza recognized the shape. The same 3 peaks that marked every Esterwald document, every seal, every contract she had ever signed. But the detail beneath it was wrong. Where there should have been a single tower, there were 2, interlaced, and where the tower should have stood alone, a second crest had been carved beside it, a crescent moon wrapped in thorns, before being deliberately, violently defaced. The hammer marks were still visible. The stone had been chipped away in angry, repeated blows, erasing the crescent entirely and scoring deep grooves through the tower. Submit stood at the table's edge, her round face half in shadow, the brass keychain glinting at her throat. "You found it," she said. "I was not sure you would." Inza did not lower her hand from the knife at her belt. "What is this place?" "The old oath room." Submit's voice was quiet, careful. Before the house built its legal halls above, contracts were witnessed here. Blood vows, alliances. She nodded toward the defaced crest. "That one was my grandmother's house, the house that helped build Esterwald's gift program, before Mirfeldo erased them from the records." Corwise stepped through the door behind Inza. He stopped mid-stride when he saw the crest, his face unreadable. "The Crescent Hall," he said. "I was told they dissolved." "They were absorbed." Submit's hand moved to the key at her throat, not nervously, but as if grounding herself. "Every record of their contribution was sealed in this room. Muelda had the entrance walled off 80 years ago. She thought the passage had collapsed." Dorn guided the cart through the door, the children climbing out behind him. Bren's eyes moved across the room, taking in the cabinets, the defaced crest, the scarred table. Melly stayed close to Inza. Rasmund eased Lael onto the table, arranging her limbs with the same care he had used in the passage. Her breathing had not changed. Shallow, thin, hovering. "She will not last the night if we cannot find shelter," he said. Submit looked at Lael, and something flickered in her eyes. Recognition, grief. "There is a way out through the old foundation," she said. "It opens onto the cliff path, past the salt sheds. From there you can reach the lower quay without crossing the main gate." "Why are you helping us?" Corwise's voice was flat. "Because I failed Mirella." Submit met his gaze without flinching. "I will not fail her daughter." Inza opened her mouth to speak. From somewhere above, beyond the ceiling of the Othru, a door opened. Then footsteps. Heavy. Measured. Descending. Everyone froze. Submit's hand went to the lamp, and her thumb pressed the wick down. The flame died. The room went dark. Inza heard the footsteps continue, slow and deliberate, growing closer. A voice drifted through the stone, familiar in a way that made her blood turn cold. "Finral. Search the chapel ruins. She came here once. She may have left a trace." The footsteps stopped. Directly above them, Dinza's hand found the knife at her belt. The dark held, and the door to the oath room swung open. Chapter 45. The door swung open. Inza's hand was already at her belt, fingers closing around the knife handle before the lamplight reached her face. She did not step forward. She did not retreat. She held still and let the gift map the shape of the figure in the doorway. Young. Thin. Male. His heartbeat hammered like a bird trapped in a room. "I am alone," he said, and his voice cracked on the second word. "I swear it. I am alone." The lamp on the shelf had not been relit. The oath room stayed dark except for the gray seam of light that came through the gap above the stairs, the same gray light that had filtered through the chapel grate. Inza could see him clearly anyway. The gift sharpened every edge, every tremor. He held his hands out, palms open, empty. "I was in the chapel when I heard Fresnel's voice," he said. "I hid in the bell tower. Then I heard you below, through the floorboards, and I knew you had found the passage." The Mit stepped past Inza, moving into the man's line of sight. "Who are you?" "Geralt. I work in the archive, the lower archive, under the chapel nave." He swallowed. "I have been sleeping in the ruins since the house split. Stewards took half the records yesterday. They burned the rest." Rasmund straightened from Lael's side. "Which records?" "The old ones. The ones Mirahita does not want anyone to read." Geralt's hands were still open, still empty, but his eyes kept moving across the room, counting them, measuring. "I saved what I could." He reached inside his coat. Dorn moved. He did not make a sound, but the knife that appeared in his hand was sudden and certain. Geralt stopped moving. "It is in my pocket," he said. "I am reaching for it. I am not armed." Inza nodded once. Geralt pulled out a packet wrapped in oilcloth, the edges dark with age, the binding cord frayed. He held it out to her. Witness rolls. From the years the Crescent Hall still had a voice. His gaze flicked to Submit. "Your grandmother's signature is on 3 of them." Submit said nothing, but her hand went to the key at her throat. Inza took the packet. The oilcloth was warm from Geralt's body, the weight uneven, the contents shifting as she turned it over in her hands. She did not open it. Not yet. "Why bring this to us?" Corwise asked. His voice was quiet, but there was an edge beneath it. The edge of a man who had spent the last hour crawling through passages built to hide what his family had done. "Why not give it to the wardens, to the registry?" "Because the registry has already sold 2 of my colleagues to Saltgrave." Garl's voice flattened. "And the wardens are not here. You are." Inza looked at Submit. Submit's face was unreadable, but her fingers were still pressed against the brass key, and her knuckles were white. "He is telling the truth," Submit said. "I do not know if he is useful, but he is telling the truth." Inza unwrapped the packet. The first roll was brittle, the ink faded to a brown so pale it barely held shape against the aged parchment. The hand was precise, The script small and even, the language formal. Witness roll of the 32nd Concord, recorded at the joint witness of House Esterwald and the Crescent Hall, on the matter of bloodline cultivation and the binding compatibility thresholds required for sustained gift yield. She did not read the full text. The words blurred as she moved to the second roll, and then the third. The fourth roll was shorter, a note, not a formal entry, written on the back of a discarded page. The Kessani line shows consistent compatibility across 3 tracked generations, marked not only for primary binding, but for sustained reproductive viability. Female descendants should remain unbound until after first successful conception, as the binding accelerates maturity and may reduce fertile window. Inza stopped reading. The room was silent. The children were pressed against the far wall, Bren's hand on Tavi's shoulder, Melly watching Inza's face with an intensity that hurt to see. Rasmund took the roll from her hands. He read it, his lips moving slightly, and then he set it down on the scarred table beside Lael's still body. "They were not just breeding me," Inza said. Her voice sounded distant, as if it belonged to someone else. "They were timing it." Corwise's jaw tightened. He did not speak. "Murielda knew the binding would accelerate maturity," Rasmund said slowly. "She wanted you productive before the gift made you less viable. That was the design all along." Garrel shifted his weight. "There is more. In the lower archive, the steward who wrote that note died 3 days after the Feast of the Tide. No cause recorded. I found the note in his personal effects before the stewards cleared his room." Dorn signed something sharp and silent. Submit translated without looking away from the rolls. "He says the house is still culling its own memory. Then we carry it with us." Inza wrapped the packet again, tied the cord. "Every page, every name. The children's freedom is sealed. The rest of this goes where Murielda cannot burn it." Geralt took a breath. "There is one more thing." He reached into his coat a second time. Dorn's knife did not move, but Geralt did not seem to notice. He pulled out a folded piece of paper, the crease worn soft, the ink smudged. The steward also kept a personal letter. "From Lady Murielda, dated the year before you were born." He held it out. Inza did not take it immediately. Her hand hovered above the paper, and she felt the gift pulse beneath her skin, felt the room's attention press against her from every side. She took the letter. The seal was already broken. The handwriting was Mielbetta's, unmistakable, even through the faded ink, the letters precise as blade cuts. "The Kessani girl will be delivered to the inner household at the appropriate age. Do not accelerate the timeline. The binding must wait until she has produced a viable heir. If she proves compatible, the line continues. If she does not, the line will be terminated and replaced." There was no signature. None needed. Inza folded the letter. She did not read it aloud. Melly's voice came from the corner, small but steady. "What does it say?" Inza looked at the children, at Bren, whose hands were balled into fists, at Tavi, who had not let go of Melly's sleeve, at Melly, who was watching her with the same dark eyes Inza had seen in the coal lift on the night everything changed. "Nothing that matters anymore," Inza said. Submit moved to the door. "Finril will circle back when he does not find anything in the ruins. We have maybe 10 minutes. "Where does the Foundation exit?" Corwise asked. Submit pointed toward the far corner of the room, where a cabinet stood slightly away from the wall. "Behind that, a stone stair. It opens onto the cliff path near the salt sheds." Dorn was already moving, his hands signing to Inza as he passed. "I will take the cart, you take the knife." She nodded. Dorn lifted the cart's handles, steadying Lael's unconscious form. Bren took Tavi's hand and moved behind him. Melly stayed at Inza's side. Geralt hesitated. "Where do I go?" "With us," Inza said, "until you are safe." "And if I am not safe?" She looked at him, at his young face, at the tremor he had not yet learned to hide. "Then you learn to fight." She slid the letter into her coat, tucked the oilcloth packet beneath her arm, and followed Dorn toward the cabinet. The door behind her stayed dark, and above, through the stone, she heard Finral's footsteps, slow. He had not left the ruins. He was waiting. Chapter 46. The Foundation stair opened onto wet stone and salt wind, the cliff path dropping toward the lower quay in a series of uneven ledges. Inza came out first, the knife still in her hand, the gift stretching across the night like a second skin. Above her, Finral's footsteps had not moved. She signaled. Dorn hauled the cart through the narrow opening, Lyle's body barely shifting beneath the canvas. The children followed, pressed close, their breath fogging in the sea air. Corwise came last, pulling the cabinet back into place, sealing the passage behind them. No one spoke. The cliff path ran below the salt sheds, past collapsed drying racks and rusted winches, down toward the noise of the lower quay. Inza counted heartbeats, 12 in their group, 47 within the range of her senses, scattered across the docks, the warehouses, the moored boats. None familiar, none moving toward them. Yet, the lower quay spread before them like a wound laid open. Fish stalls and rope yards, lanterns strung between masts, the constant slap of water against stone. Night markets spilled across the wet cobbles, canvas awnings dripping, cook fires hissing under iron grills. The air smelled of smoke, brine, cheap oil, and the sharp tang of pickled fish. It was the busiest hour, the safest hour. The hour when 7 figures and a cart could disappear into the crowd's noise and not be noticed. Inza led them down the final slope, her boots silent on the wet stone. Behind her, she heard Dorn's steady breathing, the cart's wheels grinding against the cobbles, the children's footsteps faltering only once when Bren stepped in a puddle and hissed. "Keep moving," she said. They reached the market's edge, where the stalls crowded against the quay wall, and the crowd swallowed them. Inza moved through the press of bodies, the gift sorting every sound. A fishmonger arguing over price, a woman laughing too loudly, the scrape of a knife against a whetstone, a child crying somewhere in the warren of canvas and timber. She found a gap between 2 stalls and pulled them into it, a narrow alley that ran behind the market toward the water. The cart barely fit. Dorn wedged it through, scraping paint off one wheel. They stopped. Inza turned. The children were breathing hard. Rasmund stood with one hand on Liel's pulse, his face grim. Submit had her back to the wall, watching the mouth of the alley. Geralt was shaking, trying not to show it. Corwise came to stand beside Inza. "We need shelter before dawn." "I know. Vina's boat is gone." "I know." She had felt it depart while they were still in the passage, the pulse of its wake fading across the water. The wardens had not waited. They had watched the house fracture, made their offer, and left when she chose the tunnel instead, the beleaking form tropatry from a cardish. There would be no second invitation. "We can find a berth on a merchant ship," Corwise said. "Coin can buy silence on the lower quay. Coin can also buy betrayal." "Then what do you propose?" Inza did not answer. She was listening. The gift had caught something at the edge of her range, a rhythm she recognized but could not place. A heartbeat she had heard somewhere in the manor, in the kitchens, in the corridors, in the hours before everything broke. She turned toward the market, and she saw him, a man in a plain coat, walking through the crowd with the steady purpose of someone who knew exactly where he was going. He was not a steward. He was not a guard. He was one of Esterwald's carriage drivers, the one who had carried messages between the house and the city for years, who knew every backstreet, every wharf, every sailor willing to look the other way for silver. He was not driving a carriage now. He was walking, and behind him, keeping pace, were 4 figures in dark wool. Their gloves were cut from fabric no dock worker could afford. Their collars were turned up, but their hands gave them away. Pale, clean, manicured, noble hands moving through the filth of the lower quay like they expected the world to wipe itself clean before they touched it. The driver stopped at the mouth of a side street 30 yards away. He pointed. He pointed directly at the alley where Inza stood. "Move," she said. The children did not hesitate. They had learned to obey a warning tone. Dorn wrenched the cart backward, deeper into the alley, toward the water. Rasmund grabbed Lael's shoulders to keep her from sliding off. Corwise stepped in front of Inza. "Can you outrun them?" "I can fight them." "You are 1. They are 4. I am gifted. They are not. They might be." His voice was low, urgent. "You do not know what Billy hired. You do not know what the house has sent." Inza looked past him. The driver was still pointing. The 4 figures were moving now, spreading out, cutting off the alley's mouth. There was no time. "Bren," she said. The boy's head snapped toward her. "Can you get to the water without being seen?" He looked at the alley's end, where the quay dropped into black water between two moored skiffs. He looked at the four figures advancing. He looked at his sister, at Tavi, at the cart with Lil's still body. "Yes. Then go. All of you. Find a boat, find a hold, find something that floats. I will find you before dawn." "Inza," Corwise started. "You stay with them." "Without you, they will not make it. Without me, they might." She pressed the oilcloth packet into his hands. "If I do not find you, take this to the Warden Coast. Rasman knows the terms. Tell Vina I sent you." "Inza, go." She turned before he could answer, before she could see his face change, before she could feel the weight of what she was doing. She walked toward the mouth of the alley. The four figures saw her. The driver's hand dropped, and Inza smiled. Chapter 47. The alley narrowed as she walked, the market noise falling behind her like a curtain drawn. The four figures did not slow. They spread across the street's width, gloves glinting in the lantern light, boots finding dry stone between puddles of fish water and oil. They moved like men who had never needed to run, who expected the world to step aside. Inza kept walking. The gift sang under her skin, mapping the space between them. 20 yards, 15. She counted heartbeats, 4 of them, steady and trained, no faster for the approach. They had done this before. They had taken people who did not want to be taken, and those people had not stopped them. She would stop them. 10 yards. The lead man reached inside his coat. She saw the motion before he completed it, the gift's speed making the world feel slow and patient. His hand emerged with a blade, short and curved, designed to cut quick and deep. She did not stop. 5 yards. He swung. She moved under it, the gift carrying her forward before his arm finished its arc. Her shoulder caught his chest, her left hand found his wrist, and she twisted. The knife clattered against stone. She drove her knee into his stomach and felt the air leave him in a single hot gasp. The second man was already coming. She spun, caught his extended arm, and used his momentum to drag him past her. He stumbled into the third man, and the hesitation lasted half a breath. It was enough. She kicked the blade away, into the shadows, and faced the fourth man. He had not moved. He stood at the edge of the lantern light, watching her with calm, appraising eyes. "I am not here to fight you," he said. "Then you chose the wrong alley." "I chose it because you came alone." He did not raise his hands, did not reach for a weapon. "I am here to deliver a message. Deliver it to Merelda. I am done taking messages from that house. I do not serve Merelda." He tilted his head. "I serve House Ven." The name landed cold in her chest. Ven, one of the houses Vina had warned about, one of the houses that would come for her now that the gift was complete. "Your master wants something from me. My master wants to meet you." The man's voice was unhurried, almost kind. "He has no interest in the children. He has no quarrel with your escape. He simply wishes to speak before the other houses find you." "And if I refuse?" "Then I leave, and another messenger comes tomorrow, and the day after." He stepped back into the shadow. "Think on it, Inza Kessani. The Sable March is not kind to women who burn every bridge before they cross the river." He was gone before she could answer, swallowed by the dark between the stalls. The first man groaned on the ground. The second and third were untangling themselves, slower now, their confidence cracked. She left them there and walked back into the market, the gift still humming, her hands still empty. She found them at the water's edge, pressed against the hull of a half-sunken fishing boat. Corwise sought her first. The relief on his face was brief, overtaken by the question he did not ask aloud. "They let me go," she said. "They were messengers, not hunters." "Messengers from whom?" "House Ven. They want to talk." His jaw tightened. "That is not a conversation we can afford tonight." "I know." She looked past him, at the children pressed together on the wet stores, at Rasmund with his hand still on Liel's pulse, at Dorn crouched beside the cart, at Submit and Garl watching the shadows with the same desperate focus. "We need shelter," she said. Loel will not last the night in the open. Rasmund looked up. I know a place. The Ledger House Annex stood at the end of a narrow street that smelled of ink and salt. Rasmund knocked twice, paused, knocked 3 more times. A small panel slid back, and a pair of eyes the color of weak tea studied them through the gap. Iva, the voice was old and dry. You are supposed to be dead. Nearly was. Open the door, Waylon. The panel slid shut. Bolts scraped. The door opened a hand's width, then wider. The man who let them in was thin and stooped, with ink stains on his fingers and a ledger keeper's pallor from years of candlelight. He looked at the children, at the cart with Leal's still body, at Inza and Corwise, and did not ask who they were. One night, he said, no lamps after midnight. You leave before the bells. Agreed. Rasmund stepped inside. I need bandages, clean water, and a place to lay her flat. Whelan pointed to a narrow door at the back. Storage room has a table. The look works from the inside. Rasmund carried Lael through. Dorn followed with the cart. The children pressed into the corner of the main room, watching the door like it might grow teeth. Corwise stayed by Inza's side. What does he want in return? Wayland's eyes flicked to him. A sharp one, this one. He wiped his hands on his apron. I want a sealed copy of Lady Maril's breeding records, the ones everyone in Noctis K is whispering about. Corwise went still. Those records could destroy the house that holds them. I know. Wayland smiled. That is why I want one. If you survive till dawn, you give me a copy. If you do not survive, I keep nothing. It is a fair wager. Inza watched him. You are betting against Esterwald. I am betting on the woman who walked out of that house with a completed gift and 4 children who are not dead. He shrugged. It is the best odds I have had in years. Corwise started to speak, to bargain, to refuse. Whelan held up a hand. Before you answer, I should tell you the rest. His voice dropped. Another house sent word to every ledger keeper on the quay tonight. They are offering coin for the children alone. No questions asked, no names required. The room went silent. Inza felt the words land like stones in her chest. Which house? Corwise asked. They did not sign the message. Whelan's smile faded. But I have been in this trade long enough to recognize the paper. It came from House Vend, Chapter 48. The storage room smelled of dust, ink, and something metallic that Inza did not want to name. She stood in the doorway watching Rasmund work. He had cleaned the wound, a deep gash along Lael's ribs, angry and dark at the edges, and wrapped it in linen that was already staining through. His hands moved with the precision of a man who had done this too many times to count. She is stable, he said, not looking up. That is all I can promise. Stable does not mean safe. What does it mean? It means she will live through the night, probably. He reached for another strip of bandage. What happens after that depends on whether we find a physician who knows how to treat gift withdrawal. I do not. Inza stepped inside. The children were in the main room with Dorn, pressed into the corner where the shadows were thickest. Corwise stood by the window, watching the street through a crack in the shutter. Sudmit and Geralt sat on either side of the door, facing opposite directions, their backs to the same wall. The group had become a room full of watchers. Lael's face was gray against the table. Her silver-streaked hair spread across the wood like old rope. Her breathing was shallow, each inhale a visible effort. The gift thrummed under Inza's skin in response, a recognition she did not want. She pulled a stool to the table and sat. Rasmund finished the bandage and stepped back. Call me if she wakes. He left. The door clicked shut. The candle on the shelf burned low, spilling wax over the edge of a ledger Inza had not noticed. She sat in the silence and watched Lael breathe, counting each rise and fall like a debt she owed and could not pay. She did not know how long she sat there. The candle had burned to a nub when Lael's eyes opened. It was not gradual. One moment they were closed, sunken, the pale skin of the lids mapped with blue veins. The next, they were open, and Lael was looking at her with the sharp clarity of a woman who had woken from a long dream and found herself in the wrong room. Inza. Her voice was a scrape. You are still alive. So are you. Give it time. Lael tried to lift her head. The effort cost her. She let it fall back, her jaw tightening. Where are we? A Ledger House Annex. Noctis key. Rasmund's contact. Lael's eyes moved across the ceiling, taking in the cracks, the water stains, the low beams. Not what I expected to see when I woke up. What did you expect? The bottom of the harbor. Lael laughed, a dry, broken sound. Or the extraction table. Either would have been fitting. Inza's hands tightened on her knees. You are not going to die in either place. You do not get to decide that. I am not letting you go. Lele turned her head, slow, deliberate. Her eyes found Inza's and held. You cannot stop a tide by standing in its path. You can only decide which shore you drown on. I am not drowning tonight. Good. Lele's hand moved, searching, found Inza's wrist. Her grip was startlingly strong for a woman who could barely lift her head. Then listen, because I do not have much time before the fever takes me again. Inza leaned closer. Lele's eyes tracked to the door, then back. I served in the old oath chambers, before they were sealed, before Maelgus decided the records did not exist. The room beneath the chapel. Yes. Lele's voice dropped. That chamber was not built for oaths. It was built for sorting. I was 17 when they assigned me there. My hands were steady, my handwriting was clean, and I knew how to hold a pen without trembling. She paused. Her breath rattled. We brought them in from the lower levels, failed subjects. Women who had taken the gift and could not hold it, men whose blood turned against them, children who had been tested too young. Her grip tightened. We categorized them by what they could still produce. Tissue, milk, marrow, eggs. Each category had a color. Blue for blood, red for marrow, green for the ones who could still carry. Inza felt the words settle in her chest like stones. Some of them lived for years, Lyle said. They were kept in rooms with no windows, fed through tubes, harvested on a schedule. The house called it preservation. The rest of us called it something else. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand what you are walking into. Lyle's eyes burned. Completed gifted women are never merely fed from, they are negotiated over, like dynastic land. The house will not try to kill you, Inza. They will try to own you. The worst of them will not even bother to pretend it is kindness. Inza's pulse beat against the gift's slow rhythm. I know, you do not. Lael's voice cracked. You think you know because you have seen the ledger, because you have read Miliata's letter. But you have not sat in that room, Inza. You have not watched them categorize a woman by what her body can produce while she is still awake enough to hear them speak. The image landed like a blade. I watched them do it to your mother. The words hung in the air. Inza's breath stopped. Lael's hand fell from her wrist. Her eyes were closing, the fever pulling her back under. She was in the green category. They kept her alive for 9 days. She asked for you every hour. The candle guttered. Inza's sat in the dark, Lael's hand limp in hers, and did not move. The door opened. Corwise stood in the frame, his face half lit by the candle in the main room. We have a problem. She did not look up. Waylon just received a second message. His voice was low, controlled, the voice of a man holding himself together by will alone. The harbor master has been ordered to close the gates at dawn. No vessels in or out until a house claim is settled. Inza lifted her head. Which house? Corwise's jaw tightened. All of them have agreed. Saltgrave, Vale, Castellan, Ven. He paused. They are sealing the city until they decide who gets you. Lael's breath had steadied into the shallow rhythm of sleep. Inza looked at her hand, still wrapped around Lael's, and felt the weight of every word spoken in that room. She stood. Then we do not wait for dawn. Chapter 49. The main room was dim, the single lamp turned low. Corwise stood in the doorway, his face half-shadowed, waiting for an answer she had not given. Inza crossed to the table, where Dorn had spread the children across a pile of sacking. Melly was awake, her eyes dark and tracking. Bran had fallen asleep with his back against the wall, one hand curled around Tavi's sleeve. Tavi's breathing was shallow but steady. We need a different plan, Inza said. Corwise moved to stand beside her. filing the manumission at public registry. She looked at him. Before dawn, he said. Before the harbor closes. We walk into the ledger house and record the children's freedom under their new names. Public, sealed, witnessed by the city clerks instead of house officials. And publish every detail to every rival watching Noctis key. That is the trade. Inza pressed the heel of her hand against her brow. The gift's slow pulse beat beneath her skin, steady as a second heart. She could hear Whelan shifting in the front room, submit his breath at the door, the scratch of Carol's thumbnail against the floorboards. In the night market at dusk, their names would vanish into the ledger, Corwise said. No house can claim an already filed free person under blood law. It would make the manumission civic truth, not just a document carried by runners. And my face would be on every desk in the Sable March by noon. He did not dispute it. She dropped her hand and looked at him. You are asking me to trade the children's safety against my own. Yes. The word landed clean. No softening, no apology. She should have hated him for it. She had spent 15 years learning that honesty in Esterwald was just a weapon polished to a higher shine. But Corwise was not trying to sell her the choice. He was laying it bare and waiting. The registry opens 3 hours before dawn, he said. If we are first at the counter, the clerk will enter the names before the harbor master can send word. By the time the houses learn what happened, the children will be legally unreachable. And me. Any house that wants you will know exactly where to find you. Inza felt the weight of Lael's words still pressing against her ribs. Completed gifted women are never killed. They are negotiated over. The registry filing would not just publish the children's freedom, it would publish her location, her face, her completed status, to every house that had already agreed to seal the city. Melly had risen. She stood at the edge of the lamplight, her hands clasped in front of her, her jaw set. You should do it. Inza turned. I am not asking you, Melly said. I am telling you, if the registry can make it real, the thing you signed, then we do it. Her voice did not waver. I am tired of being a secret. Inza looked at the girl who had learned to read danger before she learned to read script, who had hidden in coal lifts and salt tunnels, and never once asked to be saved from any of it. You understand what happens to me after? Yes. Melly's eyes were steady. And you understand what happens to us if you do not. The room held its breath. Inza looked at Corwise. How many witnesses do we need for public filing? 3, neutral, registered with the city. Whelan can serve as one, Rasmund said from the shadows. He is a licensed ledger keeper. His signature holds. Inza nodded. Who else? I know a woman on Tide Street, Dorn said. His voice rasped, rough from disuse. She runs the rope yard, city registered. She owes me. Can you reach her before dawn? He was already moving toward the door. I can reach her before the bell. Take Carol. Carol straightened. Aye, you know the back streets, Inza said. If Finral's people are watching the main route, you will see them first. Garrel swallowed, then nodded. Dorn paused at the door. His eyes met Inza's, held for a beat, and then he was gone. Garrel followed, his footsteps quick and uneven on the stairs. Inza turned to Corwise. If we file at the first hour, we have to reach the ledger house before any of the house agents learn we are moving. That means leaving before the night watch changes. The watch changes at the third bell, Corwise said. That gives us 2 hours. 2 hours to move 7 people through a city that is already hunting us, file the children's freedom, and find a way past a sealed harbor. Yes. Melly had not moved. She stood in the lamplight, her hands clasped, her eyes on Inza. You are going to do it, she said. It was not a question. Inza looked at the girl who had never stopped believing rescue was possible. Yes. The word tasted like iron. Corwise reached for her hand. She let him take it. His palm was warm against her cold skin, his grip careful, deliberate, asking nothing. We will need a distraction, he said. She felt the gift's hunger shift beneath her ribs, not for blood, for movement, for the clean, sharp edge of action. I will give you one. His grip tightened. What are you planning? I am going to walk into the ledger house visible. She pulled her hand free. Let them see the completed gifted woman filing papers at dawn. Let them watch me hand the children's names to the clerk. By the time they decide what to do about it, the records will be sealed. That will put you directly in their line of sight. I am already in their line of sight. She met his eyes. The only question is whether the children are standing beside me when the blow lands. The silence stretched. Melly stepped forward. Then we walked together. Inza looked down at her. You came back for us, Melly said. Twice. 3 times. I am not hiding while you make yourself the target. Bren stirred behind her, blinking awake. What did I miss? Nothing, Melly said. We are going to the registry. Bren rubbed his eyes. Good. He said it like it was already done. Inza felt something crack open in her chest. The shape of it was unfamiliar. Not grief, not hunger. It took her a moment to name it. She was not afraid of what would happen at dawn. She was afraid of what it would feel like to survive it. Corwise was watching her. She could feel the weight of his attention, careful and steady, the same way he had watched her since the first night in his study. If we are doing this, he said, we do it now. Inza crossed to the storage room where Lael lay. The older woman's eyes were open, fixed on the ceiling. I heard, Lael said. You are walking into the trap. I am walking into the registry. It is the same thing. Lael turned her head. Her fever-bright eyes met Inza's. You will not come back the same person. Neither will you. Lael's mouth curved, barely. Then we are even. Inza reached down and touched her hand. Lael's fingers curled around hers, brief and fierce. Go, Lael said, before I change my mind and tell you to run. Inza straightened. Melly was already at the door, Bren beside her, Tavi pressed between them. Submit stood with her back to the wall, a knife loose in her hand. Rasmund was tying his coat, his face set. Corwise held the door open. Outside, the city was still dark. The first bell had not yet rung. Chapter 50. The market lanes were darker than the sky. Inza moved through them with the group strung behind her like a thread, Melly at her shoulder. Bren and Tavi pressed between Submit and Rasmund. The gift pulled sound toward her from every direction, dripping eaves, a cat scrabbling on slate, the distant shift of a boat against its mooring. Third bell had not yet rung. Corwise walked ahead of her, his shirt pale in the gloom, his steps unhurried. He had not argued when she told him she would enter first. The ledger house rose at the end of Tide Street like a tooth, all gray stone and narrow windows, its door still barred. A single lamp burned behind the upper casement. Inza stopped at the corner. The street was empty. Too quiet, Submit said from behind her. It is the hour before dawn, Rasmund said. Even the night market is sleeping. Not the hunters. Inza listened. The gift pushed her awareness outward, through walls and shutters, past the sleeping city. She found heartbeats, a baker already at his ovens, a child coughing 2 streets over, the slow pulse of a guard pacing the quay. No one waiting in the dark. Still clear, she said. Corwise turned back to her. That is not comfort. No, she agreed. It means they do not need to watch the street to know where we are. Melly's hand found hers. The girl's fingers were cold but steady. Then we go before they decide to look, Melly said. Inza looked down at her. The coal dust was gone from Melly's face. Someone had washed her in the Ledger House annex, scrubbed her clean, braided her hair. She looked younger than 11. She looked like a child who had never hidden in a coal lift. Together, Inza said. She crossed the street. The Ledger House door had a brass knocker in the shape of a hand. Inza lifted it and let it fall. The sound echoed through the stone, flat and official. A slot slid open at eye level. Registry does not open until the 3rd bell. I know what time it opens. The eyes behind the slot widened. The clerk had been expecting a messenger, a steward, someone who belonged to the city's machinery, not a woman in a servant's dress with 3 children behind her. State your business. Inza took the manumission papers from her coat. She pressed them flat against the slot, let the clerk see the seal. I am filing 3 names for public record. The clerk stared at the seal, then at her face, then at the children. You, he said slowly. You are the one. I am the one filing papers, Inza said. Open the door. The slot closed. For a long moment, nothing. Inza felt Melly's breath against her arm, short and shallow. Bren had gone still beside her. Tavi was pressed so close she could feel the child parked through a coat. Then the lock turned. The door swung inward. The clerk stood in the threshold, a thin man with ink-stained fingers and a collar that had been cinched too tight. His eyes kept moving from Inza to the children and back. You should not be here, he said. I am aware. He did not step aside. The houses have been watching my door since midnight. They sent word. Every ledger keeper on the quay was told to report the moment anyone matching your description appeared. And yet you opened the door. The clerk's jaw tightened. I opened the door because I read the statutes. I know what a properly witnessed manumission looks like. He stepped back. Come inside, quickly. The room behind him was narrow and high-ceilinged, lined with shelves that climbed into shadow. A single lamp burned on the counter, casting long shapes across the floor. Inza led the children inside. You said 3 names, the clerk said. He was already moving behind the counter, pulling a thick register from the shelf. Names, ages, previous household. Inza laid the papers flat. The clerk read them. His face changed. Not much, enough. He had expected a transaction. He had found a declaration. Hollis Fenn, he read aloud. Sarah Fenn, Cale Morn. He looked up. These do not match the names in the Esterwald census. They are the names they will carry. The clerk's pen hovered over the page. The witnesses? Arriving. He set the pen down. I cannot file without. The door opened behind them. Dorn stepped through first, his face blank with cold. Behind him came a woman Inza did not recognize, gray-haired, broad-shouldered, her hands rough and rope-scarred. She wore a city-registered badge pinned to her coat. I am Hessa, the woman said. Her voice was flat, no nonsense. I run the rope yard on Tide Street. Dorn said you needed a witness. She did not ask what she was witnessing. She already knew. Waylon arrived a moment later, stooped from the stairs, his ledger-keeper's badge glinting at his collar. 3 witnesses, the clerk said, counting. Neutral. Registered. He picked up his pen. Are you certain? Inza looked at Melly. Melly stood straight, her hands at her sides, her chin lifted. She looked like someone who had already decided what she was worth. Yes, Inza said. The pen scratched across the page. The clerk wrote slowly, each stroke deliberate, as if he wanted the city to hear the sound. Hollis Fenn, Sarah Fenn, Cale Morn. Freed from House Esterwald by witnessed manumission, signed and sealed under blood law. When he finished, he sprinkled sand across the ink and pressed his seal into the wax. Filed, he said. The word hung in the air like bell that had not finished ringing. Melly let out a breath she had been holding since the coal lift. Bran did not move. He stood frozen, his hands clenched, his eyes fixed on the page as if he expected it to catch fire. It is done, Inza said. Bran looked up at her, his mouth opened, closed. He did not have words for what she had given him. Inza turned to the door. Wait, the clerk said. There is one more thing. He reached beneath the counter and pulled out a small folded paper. It was sealed with black wax, no crest. This arrived an hour ago, delivered by a messenger who did not give his name. He held it out to Corwise. It is addressed to the heir of House Esterwald. Corwise took it. He broke the seal. Inza watched his face as he read. The muscles in his jaw tightened. His hand went still. What is it? He held the paper out to her. The writing was formal, precise, the hand of a scrivener paid well to be clear. Corwise Vimmer, heir of House Esterwald. You are summoned to answer charges of treason against the Tide Compact at dusk before the assembled houses. Your attendance is required. Your absence will be treated as confession. The penalty is forfeiture of blood and title. Inza lowered the paper. He who sits in judgment? Corwise's eyes were dark, salt-grave. Chapter 51. The clerk's seal was still warm when the first knock came at the ledger house door. Not a client's knock, sharp, insistent, 3 beats with something hard behind them. The clerk's face went pale. "That will be the harbor master's clerk. They have a runner at every registry door from here to the salt gate." Inza folded the manumission papers and pressed them into Melly's hands. "Keep these against your skin. Do not let go until I tell you." Melly nodded. Her fingers closed around the paper like it was the only solid thing in the room. The second knock came, harder. "He will have constables with him," the clerk said. "I can hold them at the counter for a count of 60, no more." Corwise was already moving toward the back of the room. "Is there a rear exit?" "Alley door leads to the chandler's yard," the clerk pointed. "But they will have that watch too." "Then we do not stay long enough for them to surround us," Inza said. She crossed to the back door and pressed her ear to the wood. The gift opened the world behind it. Footsteps on stone, 2 sets, one heavy, one light, standing in the chandler's yard, not moving, waiting. "How many?" Corwise asked. 2 in the yard, more coming from the main street. "Then we go through them before the rest arrive." Inza turned, looked at the children, at Hessa, who had not flinched once since entering the building, at Waylon, whose ledger-keeper's badge seemed heavier than it had an hour ago. "I am not running," Inza said. "I am walking. Anyone who wants to walk beside me is welcome. Anyone who needs to find another way, Waylon knows the tunnels." Bren stepped forward first, then Melly, then Tavi pressed between them. Dorn signed. "Where you go." Corwise pulled the door open. The alley beyond was narrow, wet, stinking of tallow and fish guts. The 2 waiting figures straightened when they saw Corwise's face. One reached for a whistle. Inza was on him before his fingers touched it. The gift moved her like she had never commanded a body before. Her hand caught his wrist, twisted, and the whistle clattered into the mud. The second man swung a fist at her head. She felt the air shift around the blow before it arrived, ducked, and drove her palm into his chest hard enough to fold him. "Run," she said. The group went. They moved through the chandler's yard, past barrels of tallow and stacked crates, out onto a side street that fed into the main market lane. The city was waking. Merchants were opening shutters, dragging tables into the light, building the day's display of fish and bread and cheap brass goods. A woman at a vegetable stall saw Inza coming and crossed herself. The street rippled with the gesture. Heads turned. A butcher stopped mid-cut, his knife still buried in bone. "She is the one," someone whispered. "The Esterwald woman." She filed. Inza kept walking. The whispers spread faster than she could. They leaped from stall to stall, carried by the same tide that moved gossip through every market in Noctis Key. By the time they reached the middle of the lane, people had begun to gather. Not to block, to watch. A boy no older than Bren pointed. "That is her. That is the one who drank the full cup." Corwise walked at her right, Dorn at her left. The children behind them, pressed into a tight knot with Hessa and Waylon at the rear. Submit's hand rested on the knife at her belt. A woman stepped out of the crowd. She was old, gray-haired, wrapped in a shawl that had been mended too many times. She held out her hand, not to stop Inza, to offer something. A single dried flower, thistle by the look of it. "For my daughter," the woman said. "She was taken to the lower levels when the tide compact changed. I never saw her again." Inza took the flower. The woman's hand shook. "Is it true, what they are saying? That you are free?" Inza looked at the thistle in her palm, dry, fragile, already breaking apart at the edges. "Yes," she said, "and so are they." She gestured at the children. The woman's eyes moved to Melly, to Bren, to Tavi. Something in her face cracked open, grief and hope, and a terrible, fragile belief that could not survive disappointment. "Then there is justice," the woman said. "Somewhere. Still." Inza wanted to tell her the truth, that justice was not the same as freedom, that the children were legally unreachable and still hunted, that the same houses that bred her mother were already deciding how to claim her, that the thistle in her hand would be dust by noon. She said none of it. She kept walking. The crowd thickened as they approached the junction where the market lane met the main road. Faces she did not recognize, some curious, some hungry, some watching with the flat, patient stillness of paid eyes. Too many, Corwise said quietly. We need to turn. Where? Print district. There is a press that owes Dorn a favor. If we can get Broadsheets out before, the blade hit the wall beside Melly's head. Not a whisper, not a warning. It struck the stone and sang, a thin, high note of metal on rock, shivering as it lodged in the mortar. Melly froze. Inza heard the heartbeat before the blade stopped singing. Fast, controlled. Coming from above, 3 rooftops east, a single figure in the shadow of a chimney. The rhythm was steady, professional, the pulse of someone who had done this before and would do it again. Move, Inza said. The group scattered. Another blade, this one aimed at Corwise's back. He did not see it coming, but Inza did. The gift showing her the arc before the throw completed, and she was already between him and the blade before she decided to move. It caught her sleeve instead of his spine. She felt the fabric tear, nothing more. The heartbeat in her ears, steady, calculating, reloading. Inza? Corwise started. He is on the roof, east, 3 buildings down. I cannot see him. I can. She looked at the children. At Melly, who had pressed herself flat against the wall, the man-a-mission papers still clutched to her chest. At Bren, whose hands were empty and shaking. Get them to the press, Inza said. Like hell I am leaving you too. He threw a blade at your head, Corwise. He missed because I heard him. The next one will not miss. She was already backing toward the building edge. Get them to safety. I will find you. The heartbeat shifted. Rooftops west now, moving. Inza did not wait for his answer. She turned and ran toward the sound. Chapter 52. The first rooftop came fast, her feet finding purchase on the slate before she had time to think about the drop. The gift carried her. Legs that should have burned from the wall climb moved clean and eager, muscles feeding on something that was not exhaustion. She landed on the second roof without a sound. The assassin was already 3 buildings ahead, moving west along the ridgeline, his silhouette cutting against the pale sky. He was fast, human fast, trained and lean and practiced, but human. Inza was not. She felt the difference in her bones, in the way the air bent around her when she pushed harder. The gap between them closed in 3 breaths. She saw him glance back, saw his arm come up with another blade. She did not slow down. The blade left his hand, and she read its path before the throw finished, a thread of silver in the gray light, and she stepped left and let it pass where her chest had been. His rhythm broke, just for a moment, a hitch in his stride, the first sign that he had not believed she could do that. Inza used it. She hit him in the middle of his neck stack, shoulder driving into his ribs, and they went down together across the slates, skidding toward the edge of the roof. His knife hand came up and she caught his wrist and twisted until the blade fell and clattered into the gutter. They stopped at the lip, his back against the ridge, her weight pinning him, one hand locked around his throat. Not hard enough to kill, hard enough to hold. He looked up at her. Young, younger than she had expected, 20 maybe, with the kind of face that did not yet know how to hold a scar. His eyes were pale brown and scared in a way that did not match the professional heartbeat she had heard. Who sent you? He tried to spit at her. The spittle landed on her sleeve. House does not matter, he said. The bounty does. Without bounty. For your blood, a full vial, fresh drawn, delivered to any ledger house before dusk. He grinned, teeth stained brown, old rot. They did not say you had to be alive. A cold thread ran through her chest. A vial of my blood, she said. For which house? For whoever pays. They made it open. First to deliver gets the price. She tightened her grip on his throat. You are going to tell me everything you know about the contract, the terms, the houses that bid, the runners they sent. I am not. You are. His grin widened. Something in it shifted, a looseness that did not belong. They told us you would be fast, he said. They told us you would be strong. They did not tell us you would be stupid. He bit down. The motion was small, practiced, the jaw working once against something hidden in the back of his mouth. Inza saw the change in his eyes before she understood what he had done. A dimming release. His body went slack. She let go of his throat and his head lolled against the slate. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dark and thin, already cooling. Poison. He had carried it the whole time, a capsule in the hollow of a back tooth. The runner's exit when capture meant worse than death. Inza knelt there, on the roof edge, with a dead man beneath her and the city of Noctis Keys spreading out in the gray dawn light. She had wanted information, she had wanted names, she had wanted to know which house had found her first and how many more would follow. She had gotten none of it. The assassin's hand was still open where the knife had fallen. She looked at his fingers. Calloused, nails bitten short, a ring on the smallest finger, cheap brass, worn smooth from years of turning. She pulled it off and held it to the light. No housemark, no crest, nothing but a band worn thin by time. A contract runner, a man with debts and a death wish, and a vial somewhere on his body that would never be filled. She found the vial in his coat pocket, small, glass, stoppered with wax, empty and waiting for her blood. She held it in her palm and looked at it, a full vial of her blood, fresh drawn, delivered before dusk. Open contract. First to deliver kept the price. They had turned her into currency, not her labor, not her service, not her body's compliance. Her blood. The thing the gift had made valuable. The thing that would keep Corwise's house alive for another century if Mirelda ever got her hands on it. She closed her fingers around the vial. Below, the market lane stirred with the first real activity of the day, stalls opening, voices calling, the ordinary work of a city that did not know it was hunting her. She needed to find the others. She needed to reach the print district before the news of the contract spread faster than she could run. She stood. The dead man lay at her feet, his face already settling into something that was not quite peace. He had laughed at her before he died, told her she was stupid. He had also told her how much she was worth. A full vial, open contract, first to deliver. She turned and ran. The roofs blurred beneath her, slate and stone and the occasional gap she cleared without thought. Her heart beat in a rhythm no human heart should sustain, pushing blood that the gift had changed into something the whole city wanted. She reached the edge of the print district and dropped into an alley between two tall, narrow buildings, landing in a crouch that jarred nothing. Corwise was there. He stood at the mouth of the alley, one hand braced against the wall, the children pressed behind him. His eyes found her the moment she landed. "You wish? Give me." To the desk leader. "God, let's present more minimirty." "Oh yeah, there is an operaty, mil titulo." Bada descripted, she mauls the jai sound word with simp. The send popped. "Prevents my north. Made a stepping of chain over the tunny." We shouldn't be fixed from her violence, Accord's room, with any elastic contact with my nostig. The loquiste is dent lend. He averly netted a fill for no intelligence. He was cattering coachering. He bobs this faced puller upon the loquiste, a screen take of crittily salvating Oman chast crap. "I caught him." She held up the vial. "He was carrying this. Empty. He bit poison before I could learn who sent him." Corwise's face went still. "Open contract," she said. "First to deliver a full vial of my blood keeps the price. Every runner in the city is hunting me now." She saw Melly step forward, her face pale, the manumission papers still pressed to her chest. "Is it true, what he said?" Inza looked at the children, at Bren, whose hands had stopped shaking but whose eyes had not stopped watching. At Tavi, pressed between them, small and silent and terrified. "Yes," she said. "It is true." She turned to Corwise. "Where is the press?" Chapter 53. The water in the basin was cold by the time Corwise found it. He carried it from the kitchen alcove of the print shop, a chipped enamel bowl that slopped across the flagstones as he walked, and set it on the crate beside Inza. The children had been herded into the back room where the press sat idle, its iron arms dark and silent. Dorn stood at the window. Submit watched the door. Melly's face was still pressed against the manumission papers as if they might dissolve if she stopped holding them. "You are shaking," Corwise said. Inza looked down at her hands. The assassin's blood had dried between her fingers, brown and flaking, the same stain that ringed the empty vial in her palm. She had not noticed the tremble. It came from somewhere deep, a vibration in the bone, not surface fear. "I am not cold." "I know." He pulled the stool out with his foot and sat across from her, his knees bracketing hers without touching. He took the vial from her hand and set it on the crate. Then he reached for her wrist, slowly, the way he had learned to approach her in those first weeks of the contract, giving her time to refuse. She did not pull away. He dipped a cloth into the basin and began to clean the blood from her fingers. The water clouded pink. Brown flakes swirled and settled. "The poison could have been on the blade," he said. "You should let me see the cut on your arm. It is shallow." Still, she watched his hands work, the way he held her fingers like they were things that mattered, turning them gently to reach the creases where the blood had dried hardest. His thumb pressed into her palm and she felt the tension there, the knot she had been carrying since the roof, begin to loosen. "I almost enjoyed it," she said. His hands stopped. "The chase, the hunt, the moment I caught him and he was afraid." She heard her own voice, as if from a distance, flat and honest in a way that scared her more than the assassin had. "I felt alive in a way I have not felt since the final draft. Maybe ever." Corwise did not look away. He resumed cleaning her hand, working the cloth between her fingers with the same careful patience. "Of course you did. That is not absolution. I am not offering absolution." He dipped the cloth again and wrung it out. "I am saying it makes sense. You have had power forced into you piece by piece for months. Every draft, every change, every gift that made you faster and sharper and hungrier. You have been handed a weapon without being taught how to lay it down, and then you were hunted for it." He pressed the cloth to the inside of her wrist where the blue veins climbed her skin. "Wanting to use what was forced into you is not the same as wanting cruelty." "That sounds like absolution." "It sounds like the truth." He set the cloth aside and took her other hand. "You are not cruel, Inza. You are dangerous. Those are not the same thing." She watched his thumb trace the line of her palm, the water cool against her heated skin. The tremble in her bones had quieted. She could feel her heartbeat again, human slow, not the gift rush that had carried her across the rooftops. "I killed him," she said. "I know. I would do it again." "I know that too." He held her hand between both of his and looked at her, not with pity, not with fear, with something that looked like recognition, the same way he had looked at her in the kitchen that first morning when she had told him she would die before she let the children be taken. "You did what you had to do," he said, "and you came back. That is what matters." She wanted to believe him. She wanted to feel clean the way the water had made her hands clean, as if the stain could be washed away that easily. The door opened. Razman stood in the frame, his coat buttoned wrong, his hair disheveled in a way that suggested he had been running his hands through it. His face was pale. "Where is the packet?" he said. Inza straightened. "What packet?" "The oilcloth, the one with the Crescent Hall rolls and Murielda's letter, the one I gave you in the oath room." "I gave it to you when we reached Wayland's." "No, you gave me the sealed confession, the ledger copy, the manumission duplicates." Razman stepped into the room, his voice tight. "The oilcloth was in my coat when I came through the foundation stair. I checked it in the cart. I checked it again at Wayland's. It was not there." Inza stood. The stool scraped against the stone. "You checked the cart?" "Twice. 3 times. Razman's hands were shaking. "There was a gap in my coat lining. A tear. Something small could have fallen out in the passage, or been taken without me feeling it." Corwise rose beside her. "Who else was in that passage?" "Finrel." Razman said the name like a verdict. "He was in the ruins above. His footsteps stayed the whole time we were moving through the foundation." Inza felt the cold settle into her chest. The records that proved Murielda's breeding program across 3 generations. The letter written before she was born. The witness rolls that tied the Kessani line to Crescent Hall. All of it, sealed in oilcloth, small enough to disappear through a tear in a coat lining. Finrel had been waiting. He had known. "You think he found it?" Corwise said. "I think he was listening." Razman's face had gone gray. I think he knew we had something worth taking. And I think right now, that packet is on its way to Marilta. The room went still. Inza looked down at her hands. The water had cleaned the blood away, but the steams she had confessed to, the part of her that had enjoyed the chase, those were still there. Those were not going anywhere. Neither was the truth Finral had stolen. She picked up the empty vial from the crate and turned it in her fingers. How long until Mialaga knows everything we have on her? Rasman did not answer. He did not have to. The press sat silent in the next room, its iron arms cold and waiting, and outside, the city stirred with the sound of bells. Chapter 54. The cold sat in the print shop like a second skin. Ink and damp paper and the iron smell of the press that had not been used in days. Inza turned the empty vial over in her fingers. Her hands were clean. The water had done its work. How long until Milaleda knows? Rasman pressed both palms flat against the nearest table. If Finral had a runner waiting, she could have the packet before noon. If he carried it himself, dusk. Then we move faster. To where? Melly's voice came from the back room doorway. She still held the manumission papers against her chest, the edges curling where her fingers gripped. Where do we go that she cannot follow? Inza did not have an answer. Corwise broke the silence first. The press. We use it now before the houses close the city. Dusk, Submit said from the corner where she had been standing with her knife loose in her hand. Your trial is at dusk. If we are still in the city by then I do not answer the summons. You forfeit blood and title. Title is a word on paper. Corwise's voice stayed level. Blood is already mine to lose. Inza set the vial down on the crate. The glass made a hollow sound against the wood. Rasmund, think again. Every place you stopped, every surface you rested against, every time you adjusted your coat. Rasmund closed his eyes. The cart, he said. When I leaned over La, something could have slipped out then. You checked the cart. I checked the canvas, not the boards beneath it. He opened his eyes. If it fell between the slats, then it is still in the passage. Inza moved toward the door. I will go back. No. Corwise stepped into her path. The bounty hunters are already moving. Every contract runner in Noctis Key is looking for a woman alone with dark eyes and a completed gift. You walk into the Foundation passage alone, and they will follow you there. Then someone else goes. Who? Dorn's voice came from the window where he stood with his back to them, watching the street. He did not turn. Geralt knows the chapel ruins better than any of us. Send him. Geralt looked up from where he had been sitting on a stack of paper, his thin hands clasped between his knees. I can go. No. Inza said it before she had thought it through. You were in the ruins. If Finral saw you, he knows you are with us. He will have someone waiting. Then we are trapped. Melly's voice cracked on the last word. We have the papers. The children were free, but we cannot leave, and Mirilla has everything that proves what she did. Silence. Inza felt it press against her ribs, the weight of every closed door when Noctis K. Then Dorn turned from the window. He did not sign. He did not speak. He simply raised one hand and pointed at the frame. There was a mark on the glass, small, chalk white, a crescent and a cross, drawn where the morning light would catch it. Inza moved before she knew she had moved, her body crossing the room in 3 strides. The mark was fresh, the chalk dust still faintly clinging to the sill. What is it? Corwise asked. Dorn signed. Kitchen signal. Tide stairs. 1 hour. Kitchen signal for the tide stairs, Inza said. Someone from the servant network left it. They want a meeting within the hour. How do you know it is from the network and not a trap? Dorn signed again, slower. The chalk is mill ground, not quarry ground. Only kitchen servants use mill ground chalk. Too soft for writing, right for marking. He is certain, Inza said. The chalk is wrong for a contract runner's signal. Submit stepped forward. The tide stairs run beneath the salt sheds. They flood at high water and empty at low. If you go now, you have maybe 2 hours before the water rises. We do not know who is waiting there. Corwise did not move from her path. It could be one of Meleda's agents pretending to be a servant. It could be. Inza looked at the mark again. The crescent was clean, the cross precise. Someone had drawn it carefully, deliberately, knowing exactly who would see it and what it meant. Or it could be someone who knows where the packet went. You cannot go alone. I am not going alone. You are coming with me. Corwise held her gaze. Then he nodded. Dorn stays with the children. Rasmus too. Inza turned to face the room. Submit. You watch the street from the loft. If anyone approaches that does not look like a servant, you whistle twice. And if you do not come back? Melly asked. The question hung in the air, sharp as the blade that had nearly taken her head. Inza crossed to the back room and crouched in front of her. Then you take the papers to the warden coast. You find a woman named Vina. You tell her Inza Kessani's children are free, and she wants them to stay that way. Melly's jaw tightened. You should not have to say that. I should not have to do a lot of things. Inza touched the child's shoulder, the smallest pressure. But I am saying it so I can come back knowing you will be safe if I do not. Melly did not answer, but she did not pull away. Inza straightened and found Corwise already at the door, his sleeves still rolled, his hands empty of anything but readiness. 1 hour, she said. 1 hour. They went out together into the gray morning, the chalk mark still glowing on the window behind them, and the tide stairs waited below, dark and patient and full of salt. Chapter 55. The salt smell thickened as they descended, the stone steps greased with damp and the distant suck of water somewhere below. Inza counted 33 treads before the walls opened into a low chamber cut from the living rock, the ceiling ribbed with rusted iron supports. A single lamp burned on a shelf cut into the wall, its flame steady in the dead air. No one waited there. Corwise stopped beside her, his breath slow and controlled. Empty. Not yet. Inza let her gift reach ahead, feeling for the shape of the space. The chamber opened into a tunnel that sloped downward, the stone worn smooth by decades of tide. Water dripped somewhere near. A single heartbeat flickered at the edge of her range, faint and irregular like a bird caught in a room. There is someone farther in. They moved together, Corwise's hand brushing her elbow in the narrow passage. The ceiling dropped, and she had to duck under a beam braced against the rock. The lamp behind them left her shadow stretching long and broken on the wet floor. The heartbeat grew clearer as they walked. Fast, afraid. The tunnel opened into a second chamber, smaller than the first, with a stone bench carved into the wall and a scatter of dry seaweed on the floor. A woman sat on the bench with her knees drawn up and a bundle pressed against her chest. Her face was young, younger than Inza had expected, with dark circles under her eyes and a bruise fading yellow at her jaw. She looked up when they entered, and recognition flickered across her face before fear sharpened it again. Inza, the woman's voice cracked. You came. Inza studied her. The apron, still damp, the calloused hands, the way she held the bundle, not like cargo but like a child she had carried through the city at night. Sarah. The name came back slowly. A laundress from the North Corridor, quiet, efficient, the kind of servant who made herself invisible because visibility was dangerous. You worked the linen press 2 years ago. You had a son. Had. Sarah's jaw tightened. They took him from the nursery last week, told me he was being assessed for the lower levels. I said he was 4. They said his blood read warm, and that was enough. Corwise made a sound, low and barely audible. Inza felt something cold settle behind her ribs. What did you do? I stole something. Sarah's hand went to her apron pocket. When they came for him, I ran to the archive room. I knew Finral was keeping a separate set of records, newer than the ones Rasmus had. I took the protocol book from his locked cabinet. She pulled out a thin ledger, bound in plain leather, no housemark. I thought I could trade it. My son for their secrets. And did they take the trade? No. Sarah's laugh was hollow. They said I had already signed the mother's waiver when I brought him to the nursery. They did not need my permission. She looked down at the bundle. So I ran. I have been hiding in the salt sheds for 3 days. I saw the chalk mark on the window of the print shop. I knew it was yours. Inza crouched in front of her. What is in the book? Sarah held it out. Her hands trembled, but her eyes did not waver. Read the last entry. Inza opened the cover. The script was tight, precise, the same hand that had written the summons she had seen in the ledger house. Finral's hand. She flipped toward the back, the pages still crisp, until she reached the final entry. Dated yesterday. Protocol for designated asset, Kessani, Inza. Completed gift status verified. Legal classification under Tied Compact Section 14, Reproductive Estates. No private bond, including voluntary bond or emotional attachment, may supersede estate determination. All previous contracts, witness claims, and personal designations voided by completed transformation. She read it twice. Corwise read over her shoulder and went still. They are going to argue at dusk, Sarah said. That Inza's completed state makes her property of the collective houses, not of any single person. That the Tied Compact voids your bond because a reproductive estate cannot choose its own disposition. That by completing the gift, Inza consented to being defined as estate. That is not what the contract said, Corwise said. Finrel is rewriting the interpretation. He has a scrivener in Mirelda's pay who will swear the compact's language supports the reclassification. And Saltgrave has already agreed to preside. Inza closed the book. The seal cracked under her thumb. Where is your son now? Sarah's face crumpled. I do not know. They moved him the night I ran. They might have sent him to the lower levels already. They might have sent him out of the city. I do not know. He has a name? Eldrin, after my grandfather. Inza stood. The weight of the book in her hand felt like a stone pulled from deep water, cold and heavy, and older than the house that had written it. Can you take us to the passage where Finrel kept this book? Sarah nodded. Inza turned to Corwise. His face was unreadable in the dim light, but she saw his hands, still at his sides, the knuckles white. They want to make you into a field, he said quietly. Fertile ground to be divided. I know. And they have the law to do it, if Saltgrave rules in their favor. I know. Inza looked at the protocol book again. The ink was still sharp, the paper still smooth. It had been written yesterday, by a man who believed the evidence against Mielda had already been destroyed, believed Inza was already running, believed the game was already over. And if rules of law could argue me elsewhere? Inza asked. If the compact defines reproductive estate but says nothing about what happens when the estate itself speaks. Sarah's breath caught. You would testify? I would speak. Corwise was watching her with an expression she could not name. They stood on the salt-slick stones, the tide breathing somewhere below them, and Inza felt the shape of the argument forming in her chest. Not legal language, not compact citations, something older, something the houses had never had to answer. A woman saying no to what she had been made into. Show us the passage, Sarah. Then you take the book to Dorn at the print shop. Tell him to start setting type. Sarah rose, her son shifting in her arms. What will you do? Inza looked at Corwise. Go to the trial. And the sound of footsteps echoed somewhere above them, slower than the water, deliberate, coming down the stairs. Chapter 56. The footsteps above them grew deliberate, unhurried, not a hunter's pace, a steward's. Inza pressed Sarah into the shadow of the salt-crusted wall. Corwise moved beside her, his breathing shallow, his hand finding her wrist in the dark. One person, she whispered, heavy, not trying to be quiet. Does he know we are here? She listened. The heartbeat above them was steady, unhurried, the kind of heartbeat that belonged to a man who had already made his delivery and was simply checking a lock. Not yet. They held still as the footsteps passed the upper landing, paused, and continued along the corridor above. The sound faded toward the salt sheds. Sarah let out a breath. That was the night steward. He locks the tide gate at third bell. How long until third bell? Minutes. Inza made the decision before the question had finished forming in her mind. She turned to Corwise, the protocol book still clutched in her hand, its edges sharp against her palm. We cannot go to the trial. He did not argue. He watched her with that steady, waiting patience she had come to recognize, the patience of a man who had learned that her certainty was not defiance, but clarity. What can we do then? Make them answer before they are ready, before Saltgrave rules, before my Legda convinces the chamber that the compact defines me as a field to be divided. She held up the protocol book. This is their script, what they intend to argue. But if we put the truth into the city before dusk, before the trial begins, then the chamber is not judging me alone. They are judging against a public that already knows. Corwise took the book from her hands and flipped through the last entry. His jaw tightened as he read, but he did not speak. Sarah shifted, her son's weight pulling at her shoulders. The press, the one that owes Dorn a favor. Can you take her there? Inza asked Corwise. Now, before the gate locks. And you? I will follow. I need to be certain Sarah's path is clear first. Corwise's hesitation lasted a breath, then he nodded. He took Sarah by the elbow and guided her up the wet stone steps, her son's head bobbing against her shoulder. Inza watched them climb until the salt dark swallowed their shapes. She counted to 60, then she followed. Above the tide stairs, the air changed. The cold, brine-heavy damp gave way to the smell of old fish, coal dust, and the cheap tallow candles burning in the market stalls that lined the lower quay. Inza kept to the shadows, her gift alert for unfamiliar heartbeats, for anyone whose pulse quickened at the sight of a woman in a torn sleeve. The Quint district was 3 streets inland, a narrow warren of paper mills, type foundries, and rented rooms where the smell of ink hung in the air like a second skin. She found the press by the sound. It was not running. The warehouse door stood ajar, and inside the great iron screw sat silent in its cradle. A man with forearms like hawsers stood beside the press, a rag in his hand, wiping ink from his fingers. He looked up when Inza entered. "Dorn's girl," he said. It was not a question. "I need pages set before dusk. The city needs to read what is in this book before the houses can burn it." The printer looked at the leather-bound ledger in her hands. He did not reach for it. "You understand what happens to printers who set type against the Tide Compact?" "I understand. That my press will be forfeit. That men I employ will lose their hands or their tongues. That my children will not inherit a business. They will inherit a debt." Inza did not look away. "What is your price?" The printer's eyes met hers. He was older than Dorn, his face lined with a lifetime of reading contracts that were never written in his favor. "No price," he said. "I have grandchildren." He took the book. Corwise appeared at the back of the warehouse, Sarah behind him with her son still sleeping against her shoulder. He crossed to Inza without a word. "He will do it?" "Yes." "How long to set the plates and pull the first run?" The printer answered without looking up, already scanning the first page of Finral's record. 2 hours for the first 100, 4 for 1,000. We have until dusk. That is not enough time to flood the city. It is enough to flood the harbor district, the ledger keepers, the scriveners, the men who will sit in judgment at the trial. Inza paused, the mothers who have children in the lower levels. The printer was quiet. Then he set the first letter. It was a small sound, metal against wood, the kind of sound that could be ignored or amplified into something that broke walls. Inza watched him work. Sarah found a stool in the corner and lowered herself onto it, her son still cradled in her arms. Her eyes were closed, but she was not sleeping. Inza could hear her heartbeat, too fast for sleep, too fragile for rest. Corwise came to stand beside her. "If the houses find out we are printing before the first run is finished," he said quietly, "they will seize the press and burn the plates. Then we need to make sure they do not find out. And if they do?" Inza looked at the protocol book, still open on the printer's table. The tight, precise script that had sealed her fate yesterday, written by a man who believed the game was already over. "Then we make sure the truth is shaped into something they cannot unprint." The bell rang as she finished speaking. It was deep, iron, the kind of bell that carried through stone and water and bone. It came from the harbor gate, and it meant one thing. The houses had closed the city. Inza counted the strokes. 12. The same number she had heard when the harbor master's clerk had arrived at the ledger house that morning. The same number that had sealed Lael's fate 40 years ago. Corwise's hand found hers. "We are still before dusk," he said. The bell stopped, and in the sudden silence the printer set the next letter. Chapter 57. The printer's hands moved with the economy of a man who had spent 40 years setting type. Each letter found its slot, metal clicking against metal, the smell of ink rising in cold waves. Corwise stood at the warehouse door, watching the street. The houses will sweep the district within the hour, he said. Once they confirm the harbor is sealed, they will start door to door. The first run needs 90 more minutes, the printer said without looking up. We do not have 90 minutes. Then give me something to slow them down. Inza crossed to the table where the printer worked. The protocol book lay open, Finrel's tight script visible in the candlelight. She ran her finger along the line that named her a reproductive estate. Do not print the full book. Print the classification. Print section 14. Print the language that lets them void contracts on completed women. The printer stopped. He looked at her. That will start a panic. Yes. Ledger keepers will seal their doors. Scriveners will flee the district. The houses will lose their witnesses. Yes. His hand hovered over the type tray. Then he pulled the first line and set it aside. Your press, he said. Your risk. Voices outside. Inza's gift sharpened the sound. 2 men, walking fast, their boots slapping wet stone. Corwise signaled silence. Inza crossed to the window in 3 swift steps, pressing herself flat against the wall beside the frame. She watched through the crack where the shutter did not quite meet the sill. The men passed without slowing. Harbor watch, not house guards. Their faces were pinched with cold and the kind of hurry that came from orders no one wanted. Still clear, she said. For now. Dorn appeared in the back doorway before she finished speaking. He moved into the warehouse without a sound, his eyes finding Inza immediately. He signed, Children, must move. The city is closed, she said aloud. Where do we take them? Dorn's hands cut the air in sharp, economical shapes. Cooper's Loft, Tide Street, safe until dark. I know the man. How many can he hold? Dorn held up 3 fingers. Brand and Melly and Tavi. Not the whole group, not Sarah and her son. Inza looked at Corwise. He was already shaking his head. We stay together. We cannot move 8 people through a locked-down city without being seen, she said. The children have the manumission. They are legally free. If the houses catch us all in one place, they will not need to negotiate. You are asking me to let you draw the pursuit alone. I am asking you to take the children to safety while I make sure the pursuit follows me. Corwise's jaw tightened. The muscle in his temple jumped once, twice. Then he turned to Dorn. The co-opers Loft. You vouch for this man? Dorn nodded once. Then go. Now. Before the houses start the door-to-door. Dorn did not hesitate. He crossed to the back room where the children waited, and Inza heard his low voice, the rumble of reassurance, the shuffle of small feet on stone. Melly appeared in the doorway. Her eyes found Inza. Do not look at me like that, Inza said. Like what? Like you will not see me again. Melly crossed the warehouse floor in 7 steps. She was taller than she had been a month ago. Inza noticed it now, the way the girl's shoulders had begun to broaden, the way she no longer looked down when she spoke. I have the papers, Melly said. Against my skin, like you told me. Good. If you do not come back, I will take them to the Warden Coast. I will find Vina. I will make sure Bran and Kale stay free. You will, Inza said. I know. Melly held her gaze for a long moment. Then she turned and walked back to the doorway where Dorn waited. She did not look back. Bran passed through the doorway next. He moved quickly, his eyes scanning the warehouse, the press, the stacked paper, the ink trays. He was already mapping the space, already calculating exits. He stopped in front of Inza. I am not going to thank you, he said. I am not asking you to. Because if I thank you, it sounds like goodbye. Inza's throat tightened. She forced her voice steady. It is not goodbye. It is until dusk. Bran's hand moved to his pocket. He pulled out a stub of chalk, the same mill-ground chalk the servant network used. If you need me, he said, follow the marks. He drew a crescent on the floor beside his foot. Small, quick, precise. Then he was gone. Tavi followed last, crest between Dorn and Submit, his small hand gripping Dorn's sleeve. He did not look back either. Inza was grateful for that. The door closed behind them. The warehouse felt larger without the children in it. The air moved differently. The silence pressed in from the walls. Corwise took her hand. We need to give them time. Then we draw the pursuit. How? Inza looked at the printer, who had not stopped working through the entire exchange. His hands moved over the type tray with the same steady rhythm, metal clicking against metal. Where is the river Morgue? The printer's hands stopped. 50 yards east of the tide steps, old salt-curing house. They float the unclaimed down from the upper quay. Are there guards? A nightman. He keys the sluice at midnight. Inza looked at Corwise. If the houses are searching the district, they will check the press first, but they will not expect us to go to ground in a place where the dead are stored. Corwise's expression did not change, but his hand tightened around hers. The river Morgue. It stinks. It is cold. No one will look for us there. You are assuming we can reach it without being seen. I am assuming we can reach it faster than they can follow. The printer set the last letter of the first line. He looked up at Inza, and for the first time, something like respect flickered in his eyes. The morgue has a back gate, he said. Opens onto a drainage channel that runs under Tide Street. If you can reach the gate unseen, you can come up through the copier's yard. Then that is where we go. Corwise released her hand. He moved to the window, checking the street again. 2 minutes before the watch circles back. Plenty of time. Inza crossed to the printer. She laid her palm flat on the table, next to the type tray. How many pages will you have by dusk? 500, maybe 6. Enough. She turned to follow Corwise. At the door, she paused, looked back at the printer, who had already returned to his work, his hands moving with the same steady rhythm. What is your name? The printer did not look up. No name, he said. Just another grandfather who learned to set type. Inza stepped into the street. The cold hit her first. The harbor's brine had thickened, mixing with coal smoke and the raw metal smell of the incoming tide. Above the rooftops, the sky had gone the color of old pewter. Corwise moved ahead of her, staying close to the walls, his footsteps silent on the wet stone. Behind them, the printer's lamp went out. They walked. The streets were emptier than they should have been for this hour. The harbor bell's 12 strokes had driven the market sellers indoors, pulled the night vendors off the quay, cleared the alleyways of the usual tide of dock workers and fishmongers. The city was holding its breath. Inza counted heartbeats as they moved, 3 in the tenement above the chandlers, 1 in the stairwell of the rope makers, 2 in the shadows of the cooper's yard, fast and nervous, probably lovers who had nowhere else to go. No pursuit. Not yet. They reached the salt-curing house without incident. The door hung crooked on its hinges, the lock long since broken. Inside, the smell hit like a wall, brine, rot, and something metallic that clung to the back of the throat. Corwise lit a match. The light fell across stone slabs, iron rings, and a dark channel that ran the length of the floor, leading to a black opening in the far wall where the river water lapped against the sluice gate. 60 minutes until the night man keys the gate, Corwise said. If he finds us here, he will not. Inza moved to the back wall. She found the gate the printer had described, a rusted iron door set into the stone, half hidden behind a collapsed shelf of salt barrels. She pushed. The gate did not move. Corwise came up beside her. Together, they leaned into the iron, their shoulders braced, their feet sliding on the wet stone. The gate groaned. Then it gave. Cold air rushed through the gap. Inza smelled the drainage channel, the same brine and rot, but underneath it something else. Chalk dust. She slipped through the gap first, her boots landing in shallow water. The channel curved left, then right, and at the second turn, she saw it. A crescent, drawn on the wall in mill-ground chalk, and beneath it an arrow pointing forward. Not Bren's mark, older, fainter. Someone had been here before, someone who knew the tunnels, someone had left a sign for reasons Inza could not yet guess. She followed the arrow. It led her through 3 more turns, past a collapsed section where the ceiling had fallen in, past a rusted grate that had been pried loose and never replaced. The arrow ended at a door, not the cuppy's yard. A wider door, iron-banded, set into the stone with a lock that had been recently oiled. Inza pressed her hand against it. She heard water. Slow, deep-moving water, the kind that did not flow through city channels. And beneath that, a voice. Low, male, familiar. I know you were there, Inza Kessani. She did not answer. The voice continued. I have something of yours. The boy left it in my path, and I thought you might want it back before I deliver the rest to your mother. Inza's gift sharpened the heartbeat on the other side of the door. Steady, controlled. She had heard that heartbeat before, on the rooftops. Corwise stepped up beside her. His hand found hers in the dark. "Who is it?" he breathed. Inza did not answer, because the voice on the other side of the door was speaking again, and this time it was not addressing her. "Bring the cart up. We have company." Chapter 58. The voice on the other side of the door was already walking away. Inza heard the footsteps recede, measured and unhurried, the kind of gait that knew the ground and expected no pursuit. The cart wheels groaned somewhere beyond the iron, wood on stone, heavy, laden. She pressed her palm flat against the door. The lock was oiled but not new. The bolt sat in a housing worn smooth by years of use. Someone had been maintaining this passage long before tonight, which meant the tunnels beneath Noctis key and not abandoned infrastructure. They were a secret road, and the man on the other side knew every turn. Corwise's hand found her shoulder. "We cannot follow him through that door." "Why not?" "Because he wants us to." Inza heard the truth in it. The voice had not been surprised. It had been waiting, positioned, ready with a cart and company before she ever touched the iron. She pulled back from the door. The drainage channel curved away to her left, the water shallow but cold, rising against her boots with the tide's slow breath. The older chalk marks, crescent and arrow, had led her here, but they were not Bren's. Someone else's map. She needed to find Bren's signs. She turned from the iron door and walked against the current, her gift reaching ahead of her, counting heartbeats in the dark. Nothing close, nothing human, just the drip of water and the distant grumble of the river grinding against the keystones. The channel split at a collapsed section where the ceiling had fallen in. Rubble blocked the left fork. The right fork narrowed into a low arch, barely wide enough for her shoulders. She ducked through. The air changed, colder. Salt sharp, but underneath it something chemical, something that clung to the tongue like old copper. And there, on the wall at waist height, a fresh chalk mark, a crescent. Bren's hand. She followed it through 2 more turns, past a rusted grate that hung open on one hinge, past a niche where someone had stacked 3 empty crates marked with the seal of the salt sheds. The passage opened. She stepped into a chamber that had once been a curing cellar. Stone hooks hung from the ceiling, their iron eyes rusted to the color of dried blood. The floor sloped toward a central drain where the river water pooled and eddied, and against the far wall, stacked in neat rows, were the carts. Corpse carts. Inza counted 6 of them, long wooden boxes on iron wheels, their sides stained dark at the seams. The smell hit her now. Not brine, not rot, but the thin, sweet chemical scent of preservation fluid and the heavier undertone of blood that had not fully cooled. She heard it then. A child's breath, shallow, forced into stillness. Inza moved before she decided, her gift carrying her across the chamber in a stride that ate distance. She reached the nearest cart and lifted the lid. A girl lay inside, 7 years old, maybe 8, dark hair matted against her forehead, eyes closed, hands bowed at the wrists with leather cord. Alive. Inza set the lid down without a sound. She moved to the next cart. A boy, younger, maybe 5, curled on his side, his thumb pressed to his lips even in drugged sleep. The third cart held 2 children, stacked like firewood, their limbs tangled. She stopped counting. There were too many. Behind her, Corwise's voice came low and tight. This is how they move them. Out of the house, through the tunnels, into the carts. No records, no witnesses. Inza turned. She looked at the hooks on the ceiling, the drain in the floor, the stained seams of the wooden boxes, and understood that the Undercroft was not just a transfer point. It was a staging room. Children arrived here, some left in the carts, some left another way. The door at the far end of the chambers swung open. A figure stepped through, tall, thin, dressed in the salt-stained leather of a working mortician. The face that caught the lamplight was narrow, high-cheeked, with eyes the color of wet slate and a mouth that seemed designed for disappointment. He looked at Corwise first, then at Inza. He smiled. "I wondered when you would find your way down here, Vimmer. You always were the curious one." Corwise's hand went still on the hilt of his knife. Serene. The name landed like a stone. You know him, Inza said. Corwise did not look away from the man's face. He was my tutor, before I learned to question what the house taught me. Serene inclined his head. The smile did not waver. And now you stand in my morgue, staring at my carts, and you want to know whether I am here by your mother's design or my own. He stepped aside, and behind him, Inza saw the corridor fill with shapes. 5, 6, more. Men in the same sword-stained leather, their hands empty, but their postures coiled. Serene reached into his coat and drew out a folded paper. The boy left this in my path, he said. The clever one. The one who draws crescents on walls. He held up the paper. Inza's manumission records, the sealed copy. Bren had not left it. Bren would never have left it. Serene turned the paper over in his fingers. I could return it to the ledger house, he said, or I could deliver it to your mother, along with the news that her son was found in my company, interfering with sanctioned transfers. He let the pause stretch. Or, he said, we could discuss a trade. The children in the cart had not stirred. Behind Sevwick, the corridor of men waited in perfect silence. Inza felt the gift settle under her ribs like a second heart. Say the trade, she said. Sevwick's smile deepened. One living child for one completed gift woman. I give you the boy with the crescent, and you give me an hour alone in this room. Corwise moved. Inza caught his arm before he could step past her. Not yet, she said. She held Sevwick's gaze. You have not told me whose name is on the cart. Chapter 59. Serene's smile held, a line of pale amusement in the narrow face. You want a name, he said. You always were the one who needed to know the destination before she stepped onto the road. That was your mother's habit too. Mirel asked the same question, standing where you stand now. Inza felt the gift coil under her ribs, reading the space between them, the angle of his shoulders, the placement of his weight on the balls of his feet. You knew my mother. I knew of her. Serene turned the folded paper in his fingers. House Esterwald keeps records on every woman who carries well. Your mother was documented, classified, harvested. The men who handled her transfer are dead now, but I read the file before they burned it. Corwise's voice came low. Serene. Vimmer, the wet slate eyes shifted. You were my best student, quick with contracts, faster with histories, and you never once asked where the blood in the cup came from. I respected that selective blindness and made you useful. And now? Now you stand in my morgue with a completed gift woman and expect me to pretend this is a social call. Sevwick stepped forward. The men behind him did not move, but the corridor of shapes shifted, tightening like a noose around the door. He held up the manumission record. The boy who left this is in a cart 3 turns southeast of here, bound and sedated like the rest. He fought. I will give him that. He put one of my men in the water before they got the leather on his wrists. Inza's throat closed. He is alive, Sevwick said. He will stay alive if you walk out of this chamber, take the main channel south, and do not look back. What is the trade? Simple. He turned to Corwise. You return to Esterwald before dusk. You stand before the assembled houses and name this woman a corrupted asset, a liability, a gift failure that must be transferred to maternal authority for proper handling. You sign the disavowal, and I deliver the boy to the coper's loft myself. The chamber held still. Inza felt the children breathing in their carts, the small, fluttering pulses like bird hearts pressed against her awareness. The girl of 7, the boy of 5, the 2 stacked together. She knew each one now without opening the lids. Corwise's hand found hers. His fingers were cold. I will not disavow her. Then the boy dies in the water. No. The word came from Inza. She stepped forward, placing herself between Sevwick and the carts. You want to trade, she said. Then trade with me. I am the one you wanted since I walked into Esterwald's corridor. I am the one your masters have been tracking since the bell rang. Not him, not the children. Sevwick tilted his head. Your offer? You let the children go. All of them. You let Corwise walk out with them. And I stay. Stay where? Here. In this room. For as long as you want. Corwise grabbed her arm. Inza. She did not look at him. Sevwick studied her. His mouth moved, not quite a smile, not quite anything. You would trade yourself for 23 children you have never met. How many are there? 23 living, 2 that just dissolves the crossing. Then I am trading for 23. Severine laughed. It was a dry sound, like rust scraping stone. Vimmer, he said, you picked a dangerous one. I did not pick her. Corwise's voice had gone flat. She chose herself. Even better. Severine turned and walked to the nearest cot. He lifted the lid with 2 fingers, revealing the dark-haired girl inside. Her chest rose and fell in shallow rhythm. This one is 7 years old. She was taken from the nursery at House Saltgrave 3 nights ago. Her mother signed the waiver on the same day she gave birth, because Saltgrave offers a premium for firstborn daughters of mothers who carried well. He let the lid fall. She will be sold to a breeding facility in the north by the end of the week. Her blood has been tested. She is compatible. He moved to the next cart, the boy of 5. This one is from House Castle. His father is a steward who tried to hide him. The house found out. The father is dead. The boy is valuable because his line shows early gift compatibility. He stopped at the cart with the 2 children stacked together. These 2 are siblings, twin girls, 4 years old. Their mother was a gift bearer who died in extraction. The house kept them because they are her only surviving issue. He looked at Inza. You stand here demanding I release 23 children whose legal status is already signed, witnessed, and sealed under Tide Compact law. Every one of them has a destination. Every one of them has a buyer. Letting them go means the houses come for me, my family, my operators, every man in this corridor. He paused. So I will ask you the same question you asked me. He smiled. Whose name is on the cart? Inza felt the weight of it, the calculation, the cold arithmetic of captivity. Serene had not raised his voice. You want to save 23 children, he said, but you cannot save one without losing the rest. You cannot walk out of this room with the boy with the crescent without leaving the others to the north. You cannot trade yourself for all of them, because the moment you are in my custody, I lose the leverage to keep my men safe. The houses will kill them. The houses will kill me, and your children will be transferred to a different operator who will not negotiate. He set the folded paper on the edge of the nearest cart. So I will make you a better offer. He turned to Corwise. Return to Esterwald. Disavow her. Let the houses believe the gift has failed. She walks free with the children, all of them. I will sign a release for every cart in this room, and I will burn the transfer records in front of you. Corwise's jaw tightened. And if I refuse? Then I cut the boy's throat in front of you, and I send the other 22 north before the bell rings. You will have saved no one. The chamber went quiet. Inza could hear the water moving in the channel beyond the walls, slow and patient, like a heartbeat that had never learned to hurry. She looked at Corwise. His face was stone, but his hand, still pressed against hers, was shaking. If you do this, she said, the houses will own you. They will use you as the heir who broke. They will never let you speak again. I know. If you do not do this, Bren dies. I know. He turned to face her fully. His eyes were dark, almost black in the low light. Tell me what you want. The question landed like a blade. Not what he wanted, what she wanted. Inza looked at the carts. 23 children, 2 dead. The girl of 7 with dark hair, the boy of 5, the twin sisters stacked like cargo. She looked at the paper on the cart's edge, Bren's freedom written in seal and ink. She looked at Severin, who waited with the patience of a man who had already won. I want the boy back, she said. Severin nodded. Then he goes free, the others go north. And you and Corwise walk out of this room with 1 life, while 22 are loaded onto the night barge. No! The word came in the corridor, a woman's voice, familiar. Severin turned. Inza looked past him and saw a figure step out of the shadows behind his men. Gray-haired, broad-shouldered, hands rough and rope-scarred. Hessa, the rope-yard woman. I said no, Hessa repeated. She held a short-bladed knife, the kind used for cutting mooring lines. Those carts are not going north tonight. Severin's men shifted, but Hessa did not flinch. Because I have already cut the ropes on every barge at the lower quay. Behind her, the corridor filled with shapes, not salt-stained leather. Inza saw Submit, Rasmund, Carol, and Dorn. The kitchen master stepped forward, his hands signing before his voice caught up. Found the passage, followed the chalk, brought help. Sylvain's smile cracked. Who are you? Hessa raised the knife. I am the woman who taught your tutor how to tie a proper knot, she said. She looked at Inza. You said you would trade yourself for 23 children. I did. Then stop trading and start fighting. The chamber erupted. Chapter 60. Hessa's blade caught the first man across the forearm, and he dropped his cudgel with a sound like a wet log splitting. The chamber erupted into movement. Inza moved before her mind caught up. Her hand found the nearest lamp and wrenched it from its hook. Oil splashed across the stone floor. The flame caught, spread, turned the space between the carts into a wall of light that broke the line of sight between Sylvain's men and the children. The dark was her element now. Lael had taught her that in the lower archives, when you cannot win by force, take away their ability to aim. She dropped into a crouch behind the nearest cart and pulled the kitchen knife from her belt. A shape moved through the smoke to her left, one of Sylvain's men, searching blind, his salt-stained leather scraping against the cart's iron frame. She waited until his foot crossed her plane, then drove the blade into the meat of his thigh, just above the knee, the way Dorn had taught her on hog carcasses in the kitchens. He went down without a scream, air punched from his lungs, hands clutching the wound. Inza pulled the knife free and moved on. The children's cart sat 3 paces ahead. She could hear their breathing now, shallow and slow through the gift's clarity. She found the first latch, a rusted bolt with a leather tie, and worked it open with fingers that did not shake. Inside, a girl with dark hair, the same one she had seen when she first entered the chamber. 7 years old, maybe 8. Her hands were bound with hemp rope, wrists raw from straining against the knots. Inza cut the rope. The girl's eyes fluttered, unfocused. You are safe, Inza said. Stay low. Do not move until someone takes your hand. The girl did not answer, but her fingers found the hem of Inza's sleeve and held on. Hessa's voice rose above the chaos. The door to the channel is open. Anyone who can walk, go now. Follow the chalk marks. There will be someone at the co-op's yard. Inza worked the second cart's latch. 2 children inside, stacked like cargo, a boy no older than 5 and an infant wrapped in stained linen. The boy's eyes were open, watching her with the flat stillness of the deeply sedated. She cut their ropes and moved on. Behind her, the fight had shifted. She heard Submit's voice, quick and sharp, directing someone to the north wall. Geralt's footsteps, lighter, moving through the shadows. Rasmund's breathing, labored but steady, as he dragged a cart toward the door. And Corwise. She found him in the smoke by his heartbeat, steady and deliberate, standing between Serene and the remaining carts. His hands were empty. His posture was not a fighter's. Serene stood across from him, blood running from a cut above his eye, the morgue keeper's calm finally broken. You think this is winning? Serene said. You think freeing these children means you have beaten the system, but you have only made them valuable to someone else. Corwise did not answer. Serene's eyes found Inza across the smoke. He smiled, thin and cold as a blade. The boy with the crescent is already on a cart heading north, he said. I gave him special instructions. Your man Dorn will not find him in time. Inza's chest went cold. She moved, gift flooding her legs, the space between them vanishing in a single breath. Her blade came up, aimed for the hollow of his throat, where the vein ran close and dark. He caught her wrist. The strength in his grip was not human. She had forgotten in the hours of negotiation what Serene was. He had been Corwise's tutor. He had handled gifted bodies for years. He knew the speed, the angles, the limits. You are fast, he said, holding her wrist at an inch from his skin. But I taught your master, and he taught the men who trained the assassins who hunt you now. He released her wrist with a push that sent her stumbling back. You have won these children, he said, but the houses will not forgive this, and when they come for you, they will not come with offers. He turned and walked toward the rear door, the one that led deeper into the morgue, where the drainage channel narrowed into darkness. Sevane, Inza said. He stopped. You will not reach him, she said. Bren, wherever you put him, I will find him. Sevane looked back over his shoulder. I am counting on it. He stepped through the door and was gone. The light from the oil fire caught the paper he had left behind, the one he had set on the cot's edge during the negotiation. Inza picked it up. A sealed writ. Tide Compact Authority. Dusk Court. House Esterwald v. Kessani. She read the charge. The respondent, Inza Kessani, having undergone completed binding, is hereby classified as reproductive estate under Section 14 of the Tide Compact. All prior contracts, bonds, and protections are void. The respondent is to be delivered to the chamber at dusk for reassignment by the presiding houses. Mirelda's name was signed at the bottom, in ink still dark enough to smear. Corwise appeared at her side, a gash along his ribs, blood soaking through his shirt. He looked at the writ. She is not even waiting for the trial, he said. Inza folded the paper and pressed it into her palm. No, she said. She is waiting for dusk, and she expects me to come. The printer appeared in the doorway, his forearms slick with something Inza did not want to identify. Behind him, the dockside allies Hessa had gathered were already moving the children out, carrying them through the channel one by one. Serene's men are pulling back to the lower quay, the printer said. We have most of the children, but there is one cart we did not find. The boy with the crescent, Inza said. The printer nodded. Corwise's hand found hers, blood warm and steady. Then we find him before dusk, he said. Inza looked at the writ, at the children being carried to safety, at the empty space where Bren should have been. We find him before dusk, she repeated. But the gift, humming beneath her skin, already knew the truth. The writ was not a summons. It was a deadline. And Arilda had set the hour herself. Chapter 61. The press room smelled of ink and metal and the sharp brine of the channel. Inza stood at the printer's table, her hands flat on the damp paper, watching the first page come off the press. The printer's apprentice, a boy of maybe 14 with ink-stained wrists, worked the lever in a steady rhythm. Each pull pressed the type into the sheet. Each release lifted the frame and exposed a block of text that had been Finral's private record 3 hours ago and was now a weapon aimed at the entire Sable March. Inza read the first sheet wet from the press. Tide Compact Section 14, Reproductive Estate Classification. Full text of the covenant used by House Esterwald and allied houses to void all prior contracts, bonds, and protections on completed gifted women. The following bloodlines have been documented and cultivated over 3 generations. The Kessani name sat at the top of the list. Below it, 7 others. Families Inza had never heard of, lines she did not know existed, all marked by the same system that had marked her grandmother before she was born. The printer wiped his hands on a rag that had long since stopped being any color at all. You want to flood the harbor district, he said. That means every ledger keeper, scrivener, fishmonger, and rope yard woman between the lower quay and the salt market. I can have 300 sheets in the hour, but the moment I stop running, the houses send men to burn the press. Then do not stop running, Inza said. The printer looked at her. True assessment, no fear, no obligation. Then he nodded and turned back to the press. Corwise stood at the window, his back to the room, watching the street. The gash along his ribs had been wrapped with clean linen from the printer's stores, but the blood had already soaked through in a dark bloom at his side. The street is empty, he said. No constables, no stewards, no one watching. Because they already know where we are, Inza said. The writ proves it. Maelda filed the classification before Sevane even brought the children out. She expected me to find the morgue. She expected me to find the writ. Everything that has happened tonight has been on her schedule. Corwise turned from the window. Then why let us print? Inza looked at the wet page in her hands. The ink was still smudging at the edges, bleeding into the fibers of the cheap press paper, turning Finral's precise script into something that would be read in the markets before the sun set. Because the truth does not matter to her, Inza said. She has never cared what people know. She cares what they can prove in a chamber before a presiding house. The Broadsheets will make the city angry. but anger does not void a tied compact writ. The printer's apprentice pulled the lever again. Another sheet. Another block of text that named the Kessani line and the 7 other families and the exact language the houses used to turn completed women into dynastic property. The printer stacked the sheets and tied them with twine. "Take them to the market yourself," he said. "You walk through the stalls and hand them to every hand that reaches for one. They will read your name. They will know your face. And once they know it, the houses cannot unmake what the street has seen." Inza took the bundle. The paper was warm, the ink still wet, and the weight of it in her hands felt like the first real thing she had carried since the final draught. She stepped out of the press room and into the Tide Street market. The air hit her first. Fish, salt, smoke, sweat, the sour reek of the drainage channel where it opened into the harbor. The market was crowded, late morning trade, women with baskets and children at their skirts, men unloading barrels from carts, a Quapra hammering staves in the open door of his workshop. Inza walked to the first stall and placed a broadsheet on the fish seller's counter. "Read this," she said. The fish seller, a woman with gray hair and hands raw from brine, looked at the page. Her eyes moved across the text slowly, the way someone reads when they are unused to printed words but can find the names. "Kessani," the woman said. "That is you?" "Yes." The woman looked at Inza. Then she took the broadsheet and held it up so the women at the next stall could see. "It says here they breed women," the fish seller said, "like stock, and the houses signed it into law." The market began to shift. Heads turned. Conversations stopped. Inza moved from stall to stall, placing sheets on counters, in hands, on the edge of a cart where a man was loading salt. She did not explain. She did not argue. She let the papers speak. By the time she reached the Caposter's workshop, the sheets had spread through the market like fire through dry tinder. A crowd had gathered at the fish seller's stall, women reading over each other's shoulders, voices rising and overlapping. Inza stopped at the Caposter's door. A woman stood there, middle-aged, with a child pressed against her hip. She was holding a broadsheet. Her eyes were wet. "I had a sister," the woman said. "They took her to the lower levels when she was 14. Said she was being trained for the inner household. We never saw her again." Inza did not answer. There was nothing to say that the broadsheet had not already said. The woman's child, a girl of maybe 6, stared at Inza with the flat attention of children who have learned to measure danger by adult faces. "Are you the Kessani woman?" the girl asked. Inza looked at her. She looked at the broadsheet in the mother's hands. She looked at the crowd gathering at the fish seller's stall, reading the names of families they had never known were marked. She realized in that moment what the truth did. It did not only set people free, it made them look at her differently. Not as a woman who had fought and bled and chosen, but as a relic, a living proof of a system they had only suspected, a body that had been turned into evidence. The girl was still waiting for an answer. "Yes," Inza said. "I am the Kessani woman." The girl's mother pulled her closer, not out of fear, but out of something Inza could not name. Protection. Recognition, the instinct to shield a child from a truth that could change how she saw the world. Inza walked past them into the QR's workshop, where the air smelled of oak and iron and something sharp and medicinal. The crowd in the market had grown louder, and in the distance, above the rooftops, a bell began to ring. Not the harbor bell, a different sound, higher, sharper, the bell of a house summoning its court. Corwise appeared at the workshop door, the broadsheet still in his hand. "The houses have convened early," he said. "Saltgrave is calling the chamber before dusk." Inza looked at the broadsheet in his hand, at the same ink that had named her bloodline and the 7 others. She looked at the market crowd, now reading the truth she had thrown into their hands. She looked at the sky, still light, but the sun was already beginning to angle toward the sea. Then she felt it. Not a sound, not a heartbeat, something else. A pull. A recognition, a thread that ran from the base of her skull down through her chest and pulled tight toward the north. The gift, moving inside her, not at her command, towards something, towards someone. Corwise saw her face change. "Inza, what is it?" She pressed a hand to her chest where the thread pulled strongest. "Bren," she said. "He is not north. He is in the city. And the houses know I will come for him." The bell kept ringing. The crowd kept reading, and the thread inside her chest pulled tighter, a leash she had not known the gift had placed around her heart. Chapter 62. The co-op's loft smelled of oak shavings and salt and the sharp, green scent of split wood. Light fell through a single high window in angled sheets, catching dust motes and the trembling hands of children who had not stopped shaking since the morgue. Inza stood at the door, her palm pressed flat against the jamb, feeling the thread still pulling north through her chest. The gift had not stopped reaching. It only waited. Behind her, the loft breathed. Dorn had Bren by the shoulder, pushing him onto a crate beside a barrel of water. The boy's eyes were glassy, his skin gray at the edges, but he was awake. He was alive. Dorn put a piece of bread in his hand and signed something sharp, one quick motion that meant, "Eat, or I will make you." And Bren took a bite so small it barely broke the crust. Millie sat with her back against the wall, Tavi pressed into her side. She had found a length of twine somewhere and was braiding it into his hair, the way she used to braid rope ends in the laundry, slow and patient and deliberate. Tavi's eyes were closed. His breathing had the ragged rhythm of a child trying not to cry. Rasmund knelt beside Liel, who lay on a folded canvas tarp, her silver-streaked hair spread across the coarse fabric like water. Her color was bad. Her pulse, when Inza had checked it at the morgue door, had been thin and skipping, a bird's heart caught in a trap. Rasmund had her wrist in his hands now, counting. "Steady," he said, not to her, to himself. "Steady." Liel's eyes opened. They found Inza at the door. "You look like someone put a leash on you," Liel said. Her voice was dry, scraped clean of everything but the bones of it. Inza did not answer. She could not. The gift was still pulling, still reaching, a thread of hunger and recognition that ran from the base of her skull down through her chest and pulled tight towards something she could not see but could feel. Bren's heartbeat, somewhere in the stone and iron of the sealed city, waiting for her to come. Lael watched her, then she closed her eyes. "I kept something back," Lael said. The room went still. Dorn's hands stopped mid-sign, Mellie's twine paused. Even Tavi opened his eyes. Rasmund leaned closer. "What did you keep back?" Lael did not open her eyes. She spoke to the ceiling, to the dust motes, to the light that fell across her face like a wound she had carried too long. "The completed gift," she said. "You know they cannot kill you, that is true. But you do not know how to break the claim." Inza's hand came away from the jam. "Break it how?" Lael opened her eyes. They were fever-bright, and Inza had the sudden, certain sense that every word out of Lael's mouth was costing her something measurable. "Blood renunciation," Lael said. "From the heir, or the Matriarch. One of them must stand before the assembled houses and cut their own palm over the basin and say the words that surrender all claim to your body, your bloodline, your future output. It is an old rite, older than the Tide Compact. It strips the house of every right to you, every contract, every bond." The room was still as stone. Corwise spoke from the corner where he stood, his arms crossed, his face unreadable. "I know the rite. I have read the text. I have never seen it completed." Lael's mouth moved in something that was almost a smile. "No, you would not have, because it ends the house's hold on a completed woman, and no house has ever let one go." Inza's chest tightened. The North Pole was still there, still threading through her, but under it something else, a cold understanding that settled into her bones like the tide coming in. She looked at Corwise. He was already looking at her. "The right," she said. "Can you do it?" He did not answer immediately. His hands were still, pressed against his arms, and she saw the tension in his jaw, the way he was measuring his answer against the weight of what it would cost. "At the Dusk Court," he said, "if they let me speak, if Saltgrave does not rule me compromised before I reach the basin." Lael laughed. It was a thin sound, barely a breath, but it cut through the loft like a blade. "You think Saltgrave will let you speak? You think Miralda will let you stand?" She turned her head, her eyes finding Inza again. "They will not let him near the basin. They will rule him unfit, or they will have him removed before he opens his mouth. The right exists, but it requires the heir to be recognized as the heir, and Lady Melegda will not let her son be recognized as anything but a traitor. Inza crossed the room. She knelt beside Lael, close enough to see the veins at her temple, the way her skin had gone gray at the jaw. Then how do I break it? Lael looked at her. For a long moment she did not speak. The dust motes turned in the light. The children breathed. Dawn's hands hung still at his sides. There is another way, Lael said, but it costs more. Tell me. Lael's hand moved, slow and unsteady, until her fingers found Inza's wrist. She gripped it with the strength of a woman who had nothing left but the truth. Melegda is the matriarch, Lael said. The claim runs through her. If she renounces, the house loses all hold on you. But if she dies before the rite is completed, the claim passes to the new head of house. Corwise's breath caught. The inheritance line. Lael nodded. If Melegda dies before she renounces, the claim does not dissolve. It transfers to whoever inherits, to Saltgrave's chosen successor, to the house that takes control of Esterwald's assets at the moment of her death. Inza understood. The cold settlement settled deeper. She is not going to renounce me, Inza said. She built me. She designed my bloodline. She will never let me go. No, Lael said. She will not. Then the only way to break the claim is to make her renounce before she dies. Lael's grip tightened. Or to stand before the court and make her name you free, in full, with witnesses, before she can die or be removed. The loft was silent. The children had stopped moving. Dorn had not signed anything in minutes. Inza looked at Corwise. He was standing in the dust and the light, his face white, his hands finally moving from his arms to hang at his sides. The dust court, he said. They will call the chamber any minute. If I go before them and speak the right, and if the houses do not stop me, the claim breaks. But if Melegda speaks first, or if Saltgrave rules me out of order before I reach the basin, then I am still hers, Inza said. Yes. She looked at Lael, whose eyes were closing again, the effort of the revelation finally taking what little strength she had left. How long do I have? Lael's lips moved. The words were barely audible. Until the bell stops. Outside, the house bell was still ringing, higher now, sharper, calling the chamber to order. The North Pole pulsed in Inza's chest, a thread of hunger and recognition, and something else, something that felt like a door opening. She stood. She looked at Bren, who was chewing the bread Dawn had given him, his eyes on her, his face a mask of everything he would not say. She looked at Melly, who had stopped braiding Tavi's hair and was watching her with the flat, measuring attention of a child who had learned to read danger in adult faces. She looked at Corwise. I am going to the chamber, she said. If the houses will not let you speak, I will speak for myself. Corwise shook his head. Inza, if the gift is a leash, then I will put it on the table and make them look at it. All of them. Saltgrave, Melegda. Every house that signed the compact. She walked to the door. Behind her, the thread pulled north, but she did not look back. The bell was still ringing. The city was still sealed. And somewhere in the stone and iron ahead of her, the chamber was waiting. Chapter 63. The Coper's loft had gone quiet enough to hear the harbor bells counting the hour. Inza stood at the door, one hand on the frame, the pulls still threading through her chest like a wire drawn tight. Behind her, the children had stopped moving. Dorn had not signed anything in minutes. Rasmund knelt beside Lael with his fingers on her wrist, counting a pulse that kept skipping. Corwise crossed the room in 3 strides and caught her arm before she could open the door. You cannot walk into that chamber alone. I am not walking into the chamber, Inza said. I am walking to it. There is a difference. The houses will not let you speak. Saltgrave will rule you out of order before you finish your first sentence. Then I will make them rule me out of order after they have heard what I came to say. Corwise's grip tightened. Not hard enough to hurt, hard enough to hold. The renunciation rite, he said. I told you I knew it. You did. I told you I had never seen it completed. Yes. He let go of her arm. His hands dropped to his sides, and for a moment he looked like nothing more than a man standing in the dust and the failing light, trying to find the words for something he had never had to say aloud. "The right strips the heir of dynastic protections," he said. "Every contract, every alliance, every immunity the house has held for 9 centuries on my behalf. When I cut my palm over that basin, I am not just surrendering claim to you. I am surrendering every legal shield between me and every rival house in the Sable March." Inza watched his face, the set of his jaw, the way his eyes did not look away from hers. "You knew that already?" she said. "I knew it. I did not say it because I did not want you to have to weigh it. I weigh everything. That is what I do." "I know." He took a breath. "I will do it at Dusk Court if they let me stand. But if Saltgrave rules me compromised before I reach the basin, or if Dayless speaks first and declares the right void, then I am claimless, and you are still hers." The loft was silent. The dust motes turned. The children held their breath. Lalel coughed. It was a wet sound, thick with something that should not have been in her lungs. "The right is older than the compact," she said, her voice barely carrying. "It does not require the court's permission, only a witness." Rasmund looked up. "What kind of witness?" "A neutral one, someone the houses cannot buy." Dorn moved. He crossed the room and stood beside Corwise, his hands at his sides, his eyes on Inza. He did not sign anything. He did not need to. His presence said what his hands could not. "I am here. I will stand." Net Bren, who had stopped chewing and was watching her with the flat, measuring attention of a child who had learned to read danger in adult faces. "One neutral witness," Inza said. Lalel nodded, her head barely lifted off the folded canvas. "There is one." "Where?" Lalel tried to speak again. Her lips moved, but the word did not come. Rasmund leaned closer, pressing a cup of water to her mouth, and she swallowed with visible effort. The door rattled. Everyone in the loft went still. It was not the wind. The cobbler's door was solid oak, banded in iron, and the hand that knocked on it was unhurried, deliberate, and final. 3 beats. Then a voice, low and clear and perfectly even, cut through the gap beneath the door. "By order of Lady Morelda Uxon and the presiding house of Saltgrave, the chamber opens at the turning of the tide. The completed woman enters under seal. No escort, no witness, no heir." Corwise's hand went to his belt. He was not wearing a blade. He had not worn one since the morgue. The voice continued. "The seal is non-negotiable. If she does not enter alone, the writ is enforced by extraction on the chamber floor before the assembled houses." Inza felt the North Pole tighten in her chest like a fist closing around her ribs. She looked at Corwise. His face had gone white, but his eyes were steady. "The messenger is waiting," she said. "I know. If I do not go, they will enforce the writ." "I know. If I go alone, I am walking into a room where every house has already agreed on the outcome." Corwise did not answer. He did not need to. She looked at Lael, whose eyes were closed now, her breath shallow and uneven. She looked at Melly, who was holding Tavi against her chest, the younger child's face pressed into her shoulder. She looked at Bren, who had stood up. He was 11 years old, gray-skinned and hollow-eyed, and he was standing. "I went with them," he said. "I went north. I left the marks. I found the passage." His voice cracked. "You do not get to leave me behind now." Inna knelled. She put her hand on his shoulder, the way she had done 100 times in the dark of the servants' wing, when the culling lists were being read and the children needed to know that someone was still watching. "I am not leaving you behind," she said. "I am walking into that room so that no one can ever put you in a cart again." Bren's jaw tightened. He did not cry. He had not cried since the coal lift. The second knock came, harder. "Tide turns in 10 minutes. In the stowed, she looked at Corwise one last time. He was standing in the dust and the light, his hands empty, his face the face of a man who had run out of choices and was still looking for one. "I will find a way to speak the right," he said. "You said the seal is non-negotiable. Then I will break it." The messenger knocked a 3rd time. Inza opened the door. The man standing on the step was tall and thin, dressed in the gray wool of a house clerk, with a sealed scroll in his hand and the iron badge of Saltgrave pinned to his collar. He did not look at Corwise. He did not look at the children. He looked only at Inza. "The chamber is ready," he said. "Do you walk, or do we carry?" Inza stepped out into the street. Behind her, the North Pole pulsed. Ahead of her, the bell was still ringing. She walked. The dust of Tide Street rose around her ankles, and the gray wool clerk paced a half-length behind, matching her stride with the practiced patience of a man who had delivered a dozen women to the same door. She did not look back. She did not need to. The wire in her chest was pulling north, and the chamber was waiting. And somewhere in the iron and stone ahead of her, Lady Merelde Yuxin had already called the court to order. The seal was on her. The city was sealed around her. She was walking, and she had not decided yet whether she would speak or burn it all down. Chapter 64. The chamber doors closed behind Inza with a sound like a tomb sealing. She had expected stone. The Saltgrave court was carved from the same basalt as the rest of Noctis Key, black and cold and permanent. What she had not expected was the light. Oil lamps hung on chains from the vaulted ceiling, casting shadows that moved across the assembled faces like living things. 12 delegates sat in the curved benches that rose in tiers above the floor. 3 houses. She counted them as she walked the center aisle, her footsteps the only sound in the room. Saltgrave occupied the highest tier, their representative a thin woman with silver threading through her dark hair and a ledger open on her lap. House Castell sat to the left, 3 men in identical gray coats, their faces unreadable. To the right, a delegate from a house Inza did not recognize wore a pin shaped like a closed fist. New money or old grudges, she could not tell. Lady Merelde Yuxin sat at the center of the lowest bench, directly facing the floor where Inza now stood. She was dressed in black silk, no jewelry, no sign of strain. She looked like a woman who had already won and was waiting for the room to catch up. "Inza Kessani," Merelde said. The name landed like a stone in still water. "You have chosen to enter the chamber under the Tide Compact seal. Do you understand the authority of this court?" Inza's mouth was dry. The North Pole thrummed beneath her ribs, steady and insistent, pointing toward the iron door at the far end of the chamber where Bren was being held somewhere in the maze of the city. "I understand the seal," she said. "The seal," Merelde repeated, "is the least of what binds you here." The Saltgrave delegate leaned forward. "Lady Merelde, the court recognizes your opening argument. You may proceed." Merelde rose. She did not pace. She did not gesture. She simply stood and began to speak, and the room contracted around her voice. 3 months ago, Inza Kessani was a servant in my household. She was competent, observant, and of no particular distinction beyond a stubborn tendency to protect children who were not her own. She paused. That quality is precisely why she was selected. Inza felt the words like a blade sliding between her ribs. The gift program has operated under the Tide Compact for 300 years. It has produced stability, continuity, and controlled power distribution among the houses of the Sable March. But stability requires renewal. Bloodlines fade. Compatibility must be cultivated across generations. Merelde turned, her gray eyes finding Inza's. The Kessani line was identified 60 years ago as carrying exceptional receptive potential. The decision to select, place, and eventually bind a compatible bearer was not cruelty. It was stewardship. Inza's hands were steady at her sides. She had not expected them to be. "The completed gift," Merelde continued, "transforms the bearer into a living resource of rare and irreplaceable value. Under Section 14 of the Tide Compact, such a woman is classified as reproductive estate, protected, provisioned, and governed by the collective authority of the houses, rather than the interests of any single heir's emotional attachment." The Castell delegate nodded. The fist-pring woman wrote something in a small book. "Corwise Vimmer's claim on Inza Kessani," Merelde said, "is invalidated by the completion of the gift. She is no longer a servant bound by private contract. She is a public asset of the March, and her future must be determined by this court, not by my son's sentiment." The room was silent. Merelde spread her hands. I do not make this argument lightly. Corwise is my heir. I have raised him, trained him, and prepared him to lead House Esterwald into the next century. But the stability of the compact outweighs any single household's interests. If we allow personal attachment to override legal classification, we invite chaos into every contract, every binding, every agreement that has kept the peace for 300 years. She sat down. The Saltgrave delegate looked at Inza. The court recognizes the completed woman. Does she wish to speak? Inza felt the weight of 12 pairs of eyes. The North Pole pulsed. The oil lamps hissed. She thought of Liel, lying on folded canvas in the coper's loft, her pulse skipping. She thought of Bren, somewhere beyond the iron door, gray-skinned and hollow-eyed, waiting to see if she would come. She thought of Corwise, standing in the dust and the light, his hands empty, promising he would break the seal. She opened her mouth, and the iron door at the far end of the chamber swung open. Every head turned. A steward in Saltgrave gray stepped through, his face pale, a sealed letter in his hand. He crossed the floor with the quick, tight steps of a man carrying news he did not want to deliver. The Saltgrave delegate took the letter, broke the seal, read. Her face did not change. She looked up at Inza, then at Muriel Dahl, then back at the letter. "The chamber will recess for 10 minutes, she said. Muriel Dahl's eyes narrowed. "On what grounds?" The delegate held up the letter. "On the grounds that House Vale has filed a counterclaim to the reproductive estate of Inza Kessani, and their representative requests immediate audience under compact reciprocity." The fist-peen woman stood. "Which representative?" The delegate looked at the letter again. "The representative is not named, but the seal is genuine, and the claim is filed under the Vale bloodline signature." Inza did not know House Vale. She had never heard of them. But Munglod's face, for the first time, flickered. It was not fear. It was something older and colder. Recognition. The delegate folded the letter. "This court will reconvene in 10 minutes to hear the counterclaim. The completed woman remains in the chamber under seal until then." The room began to move, stewards shifting, delegates whispering, the iron door closing again. Inza stood in the center of the floor, the North Pole thrumming in her chest. She had not spoken yet. She did not know if she would have to. House Vale. The name meant nothing to her. But Milenda knew it. And that, Inza decided, was enough to change everything. Chapter 65. The chamber had recessed for 10 minutes, but the air in the room had not loosened. I stood in the center of the floor with the North Pole thrumming through my ribs like a second pulse, and I watched the delegates settle back into their seats. Saltgrave had taken her place at the high table. Castell's man had folded his hands. The fist-pin woman had not moved at all. The iron door had closed again, and I did not know whether House Vale's representative was waiting in the corridor or had never been there at all. Milenda sat to my left, her gray eyes fixed on the Saltgrave delegate. Her mouth a thin line of patience that cost her nothing. The delegate cleared her throat. "The court will hear the completed woman." 12 faces turned toward me. I had rehearsed words in my head on the walk from the Krupp's loft, through Tide Street, past the shelves of the printed Truth, through the bell stroke and the Saltgrave escort's silence. I had rehearsed names, facts, the shape of the breeding program, the false benevolence dressed as care, the cullings, the contracts, the interventions that no one in this room would admit happened. But standing in the oil lamp light with the North Pole tightening, I did not want to say any of it. I wanted Mirelda to hear it. I turned to face her. "My mother's name was Inza Kessani," I said. "She died on the nursery floor at 29. The attending record reads, complications of childbirth, but the house had classified her body as a reproductive resource 5 years earlier, and there was no ledger entry for the harvest of the gift-bearing child she had already produced. There is only a file that was burned after her death." Mirelda's expression did not change. "The system that took her," I said, "did not begin with my birth. It began with my grandmother's placement in House Esterwald's service, and with hers before her. Each generation was selected, placed, and monitored for compatibility. Each generation produced a child who had not consented to the breeding plan that designed her." I let that sit. "The cullings are not security measures. They are harvest management. The contracts are not protections. They are captivity dressed in legal language. And Section 14 of the Tide Compact is not a stability measure. It is a method for converting a living woman into a publicly owned resource with no more consent than a field yields. The Castle delegate shifted in his seat. Mamilda said nothing. "Does the completed woman wish to enter evidence?" the Saltgrave delegate asked. I looked at her. "The evidence is in the hands of the houses already. Fenrir's protocol book contains the full documentation of the Kessani program, the breeding pairings, the blood tests, the monitoring visits, the planned binding dates. It was written in house script and sealed with the Esterwald signet. You have it, or you have seen it." The delegate's face was unreadable. "Lady Mirelda claims that her actions were stewardship," I said, "that the Kessani line was cultivated for compatibility, that the selection was not cruelty, that the gift program produces stability and controlled power distribution among the houses." Mirelda's mouth tightened. "She asked me once," I said, "what I would call the care that had kept me alive, fed, and healthy enough to produce the desired outcome. She framed it as benevolence, as if preserving a crop for harvest is the same as caring for a human being." I took a breath. Law without consent is not law. It is appetite dressed in velvet. And the Tide Compact is not a covenant between equals. It is a document written by the houses to govern bodies they never intended to set free. The room was silent. The fist-pin woman looked at me with something that might have been interest, and then a voice spoke from the side of the chamber. "The completed woman speaks well." I turned. A delegate I had not noticed before sat in the shadows near the far wall. She was older than Mirelda, with silver hair cut close to the skull and a face that had been carved by weather, not age. She wore no housepin, no badge of office, no indication of which house she belonged to or whether she had been called to witness. "But I must ask," she said, "whether her bond to Corwise Vimmer is any different." The room stilled. "The completed woman speaks of consent," the delegate said. "She speaks of law without consent, of captivity dressed in care. She speaks of a system that designed her body for harvest. And yet, she is bound to the heir of the house that built her. She took the gift from his body, under his contract, in his chambers. She met him in secret. She chose him." She leaned forward. "Is that consent, or is it simply the binding that looks most familiar?" I felt the North Pole pulse. I thought of the chapel ruins, the dust and the moonlight, the sound of Corwise's voice when he had told me that my contract named every refusal I could make. I thought of the way he had set down the sheet of clauses and asked if I trusted him. I thought of the ledger, the 3 generations of selection, the possibility that even my desire, even my longing, even the fierce and aching tenderness I had learned to name for him might be another implanted design. Myling Dudd's eyes were on me. "The completed woman," the silver-haired delegate said, "has asked this chamber to consider whether any woman in the gift program can truly consent. I ask her now, can she?" I opened my mouth, and I did not know what I was going to say. But before I could speak, the iron door opened again. Not the steward this time, not a messenger. The door swung wide, and a figure stepped through, tall and narrow-shouldered, dressed in black wool that carried the salt of sea travel. The same dark wool I had seen on the lower quay, the same face I had seen in the drainage tunnel, waiting beyond the iron-banded door with something that belonged to me. The silver-haired delegate rose. "House Vale," she said, "enters the chamber." The figure stopped in the center of the floor, between Mirelda and me, and he smiled. It was not a kind smile. It was the smile of a man who had been waiting for this moment through all the long corridors of the city, through the chalk marks and the stolen letters and the boy's passage through the dark. He reached into his coat and drew out a folded paper. "I have come," he said, "to correct the record." The North Pole in my chest snapped taut. Chapter 66. The chamber held its breath. House Vale's representative stood in the center of the floor, the folded paper still in his hand, the sea salt clinging to his black wool like a second skin. He did not look at Mirelda. He did not look at me. He looked at the silver-haired delegate who had risen to announce him. "I have come," he repeated, "to correct the record." The silver-haired delegate inclined her head. "Then speak your correction." He unfolded the paper, and the iron door opened again. Not the steward, not a messenger. The door swung wide, and Corwise Vimmer stepped through, his sleeves rolled to the elbow, his hands empty, his face the pale and terrible calm of a man who had stopped calculating consequences. The guards moved. The silver-haired delegate raised one hand, and they stopped. "Corwise Vimmer," she said. "The Saltgrave seal bars all escorts, witnesses, and heirs from entering this chamber while the completed woman speaks." "I am not here as an heir," Corwise said. The room went still. He crossed the floor. He did not look at his mother. He did not look at House Vale. He stopped 6 feet from where I stood, the north pole thrumming between us like a wire drawn near to breaking. "I am here to confess," he said. Melelda's voice cut through the silence. "Corwise, do not." He did not turn. "I chose her," he said. "I orchestrated the culling to test her. I selected her from 3 candidates because I saw her hide the twins in a coal lift and bargain for their safety before she knew my name. I brought her to my chambers. I placed the contract in her hands." The silver-haired delegate was motionless. "I told her," Corwise said, "that any touch not named in writing could be refused. That refusal would not cost her the children's freedom. I wrote that clause myself. I had it witnessed. I wanted her to know she could say no and still win." Melilda's mouth tightened. "The first draft was measured," Corwise said. "The second was measured. The final draft was measured. She never drank under threat. She chose each time." The House Vale representative turned the folded paper over in his hands, watching. "The chapel meeting," Corwise said. "I waited there. I did not summon her. She came because she chose to. She kissed me before I kissed her. She reached for me first." His voice cracked on the last word. "She reached for me first." I felt the North Pole pulse. The silver-haired delegate said, "And the feast where you named her equal witness before every house in the Sable March?" "I stepped beside her," Corwise said. "I did not claim her. I refused to let my mother claim her in my name. I ceded status. I ceded position. I stood there with nothing but the wish to be seen beside her." Melilda rose. Her iron-white braids caught the chamber light as she stood, and when she spoke, her voice was the sound of old authority, polished and pitiless. "My son," she said, "has convinced himself that he is in love. He believes this proves his actions were noble, that the contract he wrote, the meetings he arranged, the isolation he created when he moved her into the inner household, all of it was consent freely given." She stepped out from behind the delegate's table. "But a servant cannot consent with independence any more than a drowning woman can refuse the hand that pulls her from the water. The gift was her only path to freedom for the children. The contract was her only guarantee of safety. Every choice she made was shaped by the walls I built around her before she was born." She turned to face the room. The Kessani line was cultivated for compatibility. That cultivation included placement, wages, housing, the quiet influence of gratitude and debt. By the time Inza Kessani met my son, she had already been conditioned to see the house's favor as survival. Every yes she gave him was the yes of a captive who has learned that obedience feels safer than refusal. The room turned. The fist-ping woman shifted. The Castle delegates exchanged glances. The silver-haired delegate watched Melilda with eyes that gave nothing. "The completed women," Melilda said, "spoke of consent. She asked this chamber to consider whether any woman in the gift program can truly choose. I ask now, if a woman cannot consent within the program that bred her, can she consent to the heir who holds her contract?" Corwise's hands were still. The silver-haired delegate looked at me. "The completed woman," she said, "asked this chamber a question. The heir has answered. The Matriarch has answered. Now I ask again, can she?" The North Pole throbbed like a second heart. I looked at Corwise, at his still hands, at the way he stood with nothing between us but the truth he had laid flat before the court. I opened my mouth. And the House Vale representative stepped forward. He did not unfold the paper again. He held it up, folded and sealed, so that every delegate in the chamber could see the mark pressed into the waux. A crescent moon wrapped in thorns. "If this chamber wishes to debate consent," he said, "I have a document that may settle the question." Melilda's face flickered. "That seal," the silver-haired delegate said, "has not been seen in the Sable March for 300 years. "No," the House Vale representative said. It has been waiting. The North Pole snapped taut. Chapter 67. The chamber held its breath. The crescent and thorn seal caught the candlelight like a living thing, and the House Vale representative did not lower his hand. He held the folded paper high enough that every delegate could see the wax, the thorns, the old mark that had not been spoken aloud in 300 years. The silver-haired delegate said, "That is a Crescent Hall seal." "It is. You carry it into a salt grave chamber." "I carry it," the representative said, "to correct the record." Melegda's face had not changed, but her hands had gone still at her sides, and I watched her pale gray eyes track the folded paper as if she were calculating the distance between herself and the proof it held. The North Pole thrummed through my ribs, tighter now, drawing me toward the folded paper in his hand. The silver-haired delegate said, "What record requires correction, and by a seal that should not exist?" The representative smiled without warmth. "The record of the Kessani bloodline," he said, "and the woman who stands at the center of it." He turned the paper over in his fingers. "The Crescent Hall did not disappear," he said. "It was absorbed. Its records were sealed, its bloodlines transferred, its contracts rewritten under new house names. 300 years of cultivation moved like cattle between estates, and every transfer was witnessed and sealed. The Kessani line was not created by House Esterwald. It was inherited." Mielda's mouth tightened. The representative looked at me. "Your grandmother's grandmother," he said, "signed a compact with the Crescent Hall. The compact was broken. The line was taken. And the taking was recorded in this document, witnessed by 3 houses that no longer admit to knowing the seal." He held the folded paper out. I did not take it. The North Pole pulsed once, hard, and I felt the gift inside me shift toward the paper as if it recognized the seal. The silver-haired delegate said, "What does House Vale want?" The representative's smile did not change. "We want the record corrected," he said, "and we want the woman." Milielda moved. She stepped past the delegate table, past the guards, past Corwise, and stopped 3 feet from the House Vale representative. "You cannot claim her," Milielda said. "The Vale line lost standing when Crescent Hall fell. You have no seat in this chamber, no vote, no claim under the compact." "I have a document," the representative said, "signed by your grandmother, transferring the Kessani line to Esterwald custody with a reversion clause. If the line is ever declared contested, if any house challenges the legitimacy of the transfer, the line reverts." Milda's face flickered. "To Crescent Hall," the representative said, "and into Vale as its sole surviving heir." The chamber erupted. Voices rose from the castle table. The fist-ping woman stood. The Saltgrave delegate raised his hand for order, but the noise did not stop. Corwise moved. He crossed the floor toward the delegate's table, and I saw his hand go to the basin that sat at the center of the chamber stone, the copper basin that had rested there through every hearing, every trial, every contract signed in this room for 9 centuries. He lifted it. The noise stopped. Corwise set the basin on the floor at the center of the chamber, directly beneath the iron chandelier. The copper caught the candlelight, and the shadows of the delegates stretched across the stone like hungry hands. "The right," Corwise said, "does not require permission." Mirelda's head turned. Corwise. "The right does not require a vote," he said. "It does not require the court's approval. It requires a basin, a blade, and a willing hand." He looked at me. "Lael said it. The right is older than the compact. The houses do not own it. They cannot unmake it." The silver-haired delegate said, "The heir speaks of blood renunciation." "I speak of it," Corwise said. "I intend to perform it." He drew the blade from his belt. It was the same blade he had carried through the morgue, through the drainage tunnels, through every fight since the house fell apart around us. He held it flat across his palm, and the candlelight ran along the edge. "Lerbilda said you are not in your right mind. The chamber will not recognize a renunciation performed by a man who has been compromised by love, by grief, by the very woman he seeks to free." "Love is not compromise," Corwise said. "It is the only thing that has ever been mine." He cut. The blade opened his palm in a single clean line, and the blood welled up, dark and red. It dripped into the basin with a sound that filled the chamber, each drop striking the copper like a bell. Corwise held his hand over the basin. I, Corwise Vimmer, heir to House Esterwald, born of the bloodline that has held this seat for 9 centuries, do renounce. The blood kept falling. I renounce every claim to Inza Kessani. I renounce my right to her body, her bloodline, her future, her output, her consent. I renounce the contract that bound her to my house. I renounce the authority the compact gives me over her life. The basin was filling. I renounce my inheritance, my title, my protections, my immunities. I renounce the alliances that depend on my name. I renounce the power this house has held since before the march was named. His voice cracked on the last word. And I renounce the right to be called her master. The basin caught the candlelight, and the blood had begun to move. It shifted in the copper as if it had its own gravity, coiling and pulling toward the center, and I felt the north pull in my chest loosen, fractionally, like a knot beginning to give. Milletta said, "He is not in his right mind." She turned to the Saltgrave delegate. "The right requires a sound mind. My son has been compromised by the very woman he seeks to free. The chamber cannot accept a renunciation made under duress of love." The silver-haired delegate said nothing. The fistpin woman stood. "The matriarch speaks sense," she said. "The heir is not impartial. He cannot renounce what he never held objectively. The chamber should declare the attempt void and return the woman to the compact's authority." She stepped forward. "I stand with House Esterwald's matriarch." Chapter 68. The basin sat between them, copper catching the candlelight, Corwise's blood still coiling at its center like a living thing. The fistpin delegate stood. "The chamber cannot accept a renunciation made by a man whose judgment is compromised. I stand with the matriarch." 2 other delegates shifted. A woman in gray wool at the castle table nodded. A man with a ledger-keeper's badge did not move at all. The silver-haired delegate looked at the basin, then at Corwise, then at me. "The right," he said slowly, "does not ask the chamber's permission. It asks the blood's truth." Mirelda's jaw tightened. The blood of a man in love is not truth. It is poetry, dressed as conviction. "Then let the poetry stand," the House Vale representative said, "and let the basin decide." He stepped forward, the folded paper still in his hand, the crescent and thorn seal catching the light. "But the matriarch is right about one thing. The right requires a sound mind, and the heir's mind has been occupied by a design older than his love." He turned to face the chamber. The Kessani line was not created by Esterwald. It was inherited, and the records of that inheritance are not in Fingrel's protocol book. They are not in the ledger house. They are in the place where the compact was first written. The silver-haired delegate's hand went still. The oath room beneath the chapel. "The same," the representative said, "sealed when the Crescent Hall fell, but not destroyed." He lifted the paper. "This document proves the reversion clause, but it does not stand alone. There are witness rolls, signatures, seals from 3 houses that no longer admit to knowing the crescent mark, and the rolls name a surviving blood claimant." The chamber went silent. "A claimant," the representative said, "hidden in Noctis key, living under a name the houses do not track, waiting for the moment the line was declared contested." Mlilda's face did not change, but I saw her hands go still at her sides. "The claim is valid," the representative said. "The claimant is prepared to step forward, and when they do, the Kessani line reverts not to Vale, but to its original blood. The compact's own language binds every house in this room to honor the transfer." The fistpin woman said, "Who?" The representative smiled. "The archivist who has kept the rolls for 40 years, the one who sleeps in the salt sheds because no house will give him shelter, the one who has watched every transfer, every classified file, every woman walked to the extraction room." He turned toward the chamber door. "Show them." The door opened. A thin man stepped through, stooped and gray, ink stains on his fingers, a ledger-keeper's pallor on his skin. He carried a wooden box banded with iron, the corners worn smooth by years of handling. Waylon, the ledger-keeper who had sheltered us in the dark hours, who had signed the manumission papers, who had sent the message about the bounty. He crossed the floor without looking at me, without looking at Blanda, without looking at anyone. He set the box on the delegate's table and lifted the lid. The smell of old paper, dust, and something sharp rose into the chamber. "Witness rolls from the year the compact was signed," Wayland said. His voice was dry, the voice of a man who had spent his life reading records no one else wanted. 312 names, 7 bloodlines, and a covenant sworn by every house that signed. He pulled a roll from the box. The parchment yellowed, the seal cracked. House Esterwald's signatory was not Lady Melelda's grandmother, he said. It was her great-aunt, a woman who swore, in writing, that the gift program existed to preserve human autonomy, not to harvest it. He unrolled the parchment. The great-aunt wrote, "No woman shall be bound against her will. No line shall be cultivated without consent. No completed gift shall be classified as property." He looked up. That is the doctrine Lady Melelda's blood swore to uphold. The doctrine she has spent 9 centuries betraying. Melelda's face remained still. "The doctrine," Wayland said, "that names a surviving blood claimant, a descendant of the original Crescent Hall line, hidden in Noctis K, with the legal standing to reclaim every asset the compact governs." He pulled a second roll from the box. "The claimant is alive, living 3 streets from this chamber, waiting for the seal to be broken." The chamber erupted. Voices rose from every table. The fistpin woman stood. The silver-haired delegate raised his hand for order, but the noise did not stop, and through it all, Melelda smiled. It was not the smile of a woman caught. It was the smile of a woman who had been waiting for something to arrive, and it had finally come. She turned to face the chamber. "You think I did not know," she said. The noise faltered. "You think I did not know the claimant existed, that I did not know the rolls survived, that I did not know every word of the covenant my great-aunt wrote." She stepped forward. "I have known for 300 years. I have known since the day I took this seat, and I have been waiting for the claimant to show themselves. Because the covenant my great-aunt wrote is the only doctrine that can break the compact's hold on the Kessani line." She looked at me. "I did not design Inza to be harvested. I designed her to be the proof that the compact is a lie, and the claimant is the key to ending it." The chamber went silent. The basin sat between us, Corwise's blood still coiling at its center, and I felt the north pull in my chest loosen again, fractionally, as if something was finally moving into alignment. Whelan lifted the third roll from the box. "The claimant," he said, "is ready to speak." The door opened again, and a woman stepped through, gray-haired, broad-shouldered, hands rough and rope-scarred. Hessa. Chapter 69. The chamber held its breath. Hessa stood in the doorway, gray-haired and broad-shouldered, rope-scarred hands loose at her sides. A woman who had spent years cutting barges loose and watching children escape through drainage channels. The fighter who had arrived at Savann's morgue with a blade and a plan. The ally who had stood beside Inza in the dark. The Crescent Hall blood claimant. Melelda's smile did not waver. She had been waiting for this, she said. 300 years of waiting, and now the pieces had finally arrived. The rolls, the claimant, the completed gift, all in the same room. The silence stretched. Then Melelda stepped forward, past the copper basin where Corwise's blood still coiled, past the delegate tables where the fist-ping woman watched with narrowed eyes, past Wayland still holding the witness rolls. She stopped 6 feet from Hessa and said, "You have come a long way to claim what is yours." Hessa did not answer. "You have the rolls," Melelda said. "You have the seal. You have the bloodline documentation. And you have the completed gifted woman standing in the center of this chamber, legally contested, legally transferable, legally reversionary under the compact's own language." She turned to face the delegates. "But the compact is not the only covenant that governs this room." The silver-haired delegate said, "What covenant do you mean?" Melelda's smile sharpened. "The covenant of survival." She walked back toward the delegates' table, her steps measured, her iron-white braids catching the candlelight. "Let me be clear about what will happen if this chamber accepts the reversion claim," she said. "House Vale takes Inza. The Crescent Hall line reasserts its authority over the Kessani blood. The claimant becomes her legal guardian, her steward, her master under a different name." Hessa's hands stayed loose at her sides. "And then what?" Lildusa said. You take her to the coast? You hide her in a salt shed? You let her live out her years as a protected asset while every house in the march watches for the moment she steps outside your reach. She shook her head. The claimant cannot protect her. The claimant cannot feed her. The claimant cannot sustain the gift, monitor its effects, or prevent the extraction cycles that will begin within the year. The claimant can only own her. Hessa's jaw tightened. And that, Lildusa said, is the same cage I offered, dressed in different cloth. She turned to face Inza. I have spent 9 centuries watching houses rise and fall. I have seen the Crescent Hall crumble. I have seen House Vale fade into a name whispered in back rooms. I have seen every covenant, every compact, every promise written in blood and witnessed by the sea, broken by the same forces that made them. She paused. I know what I am. I know what I have done. I know that the Kessani line was cultivated, selected, placed, and monitored for compatibility. I know that Mirel died on the nursery floor. I know that her file was burned. I know that every woman in your bloodline was classified, documented, and harvested. She held Inza's gaze. And I know that none of that changes what the claimant can offer you now. The fist-pin woman said, Then what do you offer? Mirella turned. I offer a compromise. She spread her hands. The children leave tonight. All of them. The Sevwick twins, Tavi, every child in the lower levels, every child in the morgue carts, every child whose name appears on a transfer record. They go free. No pursuit, no bounty, no reclamation. She looked at Inzo. The servant records are sealed. No more classifications, no more Section 14 designations, no more reproductive estate writs filed against living women without their consent. She paused. Corwise lives. He retains his title, his position, his inheritance, and his freedom. He walks out of this chamber with the children and the servant circle and the claimant, and no house in the march will lift a hand against him for what he has done. The chamber stirred. Inza waited. In exchange, Miholda said, you accept protected consort status under a revised covenant. She said it like she was offering a gift. Not ownership, not classification, not harvest, protection. You live in the East Wing. You have your own rooms, your own staff, your own schedule. You are fed, housed, guarded, and respected. You bear no contracts, no bindings, no legal obligations beyond the covenant itself. She smiled. You are free to refuse any touch, any draft, any request. The covenant names your consent in every clause. It frames captivity as honor, service as choice, and submission as the highest form of autonomy a woman in your position can achieve. Inza heard the elegance of it. The trap was perfect. Mirelda was not offering freedom. She was offering a prettier cage, one that looked like a choice, smelled like a compromise, felt like a victory. The children free, the records sealed, Corwise alive. Everything Inza had fought for, delivered on a silver plate, with one condition. That she stay. That she let Mirelda hold the leash. The fist-pin woman shifted in her seat. The silver-haired delegate's face was unreadable. The House Vale representative had gone still, his folded paper still in his hand, waiting to see which way the chamber tilted. Inza looked at Hessa. The rope-yard woman had not moved. Her hands were still loose at her sides. Her face was stone. But her eyes held something Inza had not expected. Caution. Hessa was waiting for Inza to decide, and in that waiting, Inza saw it. The trap was not just for her, it was for Hessa too. If Inza accepted Mirelda's offer, the Crescent Hall claim dissolved. The witness rolls returned to the salt sheds. The bloodline documentation meant nothing. Hessa walked away with nothing but the knowledge that she had stood in the room and watched the last completed gifted woman of the Kessani line choose captivity over reversion. And if Inza refused, the children stayed. The records stayed open. Corwise stayed in danger. The house war continued. Milauta had offered her a choice between 2 cages, one velvet-lined and one covered in thorns, and framed both as mercy. Inza opened her mouth to answer. and the silver-haired delegate spoke first. "The chamber will recess for 1 hour," he said. "The woman may consider the offer in private." He looked at Inza, "And she may refuse." Meleda's smile tightened. "She may," the delegate said, "refuse before every house, every delegate, and every witness present. She may name the offer for what it is. She may walk out of this chamber and take the claimant's protection without accepting a single clause of the revised covenant." He stood. "But she must do it before the hour ends, and she must do it facing the matriarch who made the offer." He turned to Inza. "Do you understand?" Inza nodded. The chamber began to empty. Delegates rose, stewards moved, the iron door groaned open, and Meleda did not move. She stood beside the copper basin, her hands folded, her face calm, her eyes fixed on Inza with an expression that looked almost like affection. "I will wait," she said. The last delegate left. The door closed. Inza stood alone in the center of the chamber, with the blood still coiling in the basin and the clock already ticking. Chapter 70. The chamber had gone quiet enough to hear the blood still moving in the basin. Inza stood at the center of the floor with her hands loose at her sides, and the North Pole wound through her ribs like a wire drawn to singing pitch. The silver-haired delegate had given her an hour. Melilda had given her a choice between 2 cages and called it mercy. Hesse had not moved. The rope-yard woman stood beside the witness bench with her scarred hands empty and her eyes on Inza, patient, waiting, offering nothing but the weight of her presence and the knowledge that she had crossed 3 centuries to stand in this room. Inza looked at her. Then she looked at Melilda. The matriarch had not shifted from her place beside the copper basin. Her iron-white braids caught the candlelight. Her pale gray eyes held that same expression that looked almost like affection, the look of a woman who had built a cage so beautiful she believed it was a gift. Inza opened her mouth, and the words came out clean. "No." The chamber held its breath. "I won't accept." The Melda's smile did not falter. "You haven't heard all the terms. I've heard the shape of them." Inza's voice stayed steady. "The shape is the same. You offer me rooms instead of chains and call it freedom. You offer me consent clauses and call it autonomy. You offer me protection and call it dignity. But the door stays locked. The leash stays in your hand. The only difference is the velvet on the collar." Melda's jaw tightened. "You would trade the children's freedom for pride." "No." Inza took a step forward. "I'm trading your offer for the truth. You don't want to free the children. You want to keep me. The children are leverage. The records are leverage. Corwise is leverage. Every kindness you offer is a knife wrapped in silk." She turned to face the empty gallery, the rows of benches where delegates had sat, the shadows where the house witnesses still waited. "I've spent my whole life inside your designs," she said. "You bred my grandmother. You selected my mother. You placed me in service before I could walk. You measured my blood, monitored my cycles, timed my bindings. Every choice I made, you had already made possible. Every door I walked through, you had already opened." She turned back to Meralda. "But you did not make this one." The silence stretched. Meralda's face did not change, but something in her eyes shifted, a flicker, fast and cold, like a crack in ice sealing itself before water could rise. "You are refusing," Meralda said softly, "before every house." "I am. The children will not go free. I'll free them another way. The records stay open. I'll burn them myself. Corwise dies." Inza felt the North Pole tighten at the name, but she did not look at the door where he had stood. She did not look at the basin where his blood still coiled. "Then he dies," she said, "knowing he chose me. Not your design, not your leash. Me." Mirielda's smile vanished. The chamber door opened. The silver-haired delegate stepped through first, followed by the fistpin woman, followed by a ripple of dark coats and house colors. The gallery filled again in less than a minute. The House Vale representative had not left. He stood against the far wall, his folded paper still in his hand, watching Inza with an expression she could not read. The silver-haired delegate took his seat. "The woman has made her choice," he said. Let the record show that Inza Kessani, completed gifted woman of the Kessani bloodline, has refused the revised covenant offered by Lady Miangdo Uxen of House Esterwald. The refusal is witnessed. The refusal is sealed. He looked at Inza. You may walk out of this chamber under the claimant's protection. Hessa moved. She crossed the floor in 3 strides, her boots silent on the stone, and stopped at Inza's side. Her hand closed around Inza's wrist, warm and rough and steady. Come, she said. Inza turned, and the gallery exploded. The fist-ping woman rose with a blade in her hand. 3 men in house colors surged from the rear benches. A steward drew steel. A woman in salt-stained leather vaulted the railing. Hessa pulled Inza sideways. A blade sang past Inza's ear and buried itself in the pillar behind her. The children! Someone shouted. The loft, they're gone! Inza's blood went cold. A messenger stumbled through the iron door, his face white, his coat torn, his hand pressed to a wound at his shoulder. The freed children, he gasped. Taken from the Coper's loft 20 minutes ago. No one saw who. Milda's voice cut through the chaos. Seal the chamber. Hessa's grip tightened on Inza's wrist. The North Pole in Inza's chest snapped taut and held. Chapter 71. Sevwick had promised Inza she would not be caught twice. It was a child's vow, earnest and fragile, made in the dark of the copper's loft while Tavi pressed his face into her shoulder and pretended to sleep. She meant it when she said it. She meant it when she tied the freedman papers inside her shirt with kitchen twine. She meant it when she heard the boots on the stairs, when she shoved Tavi behind the barrel, when she reached for the knife Dorn had left by the water bucket. But meaning something and making it true were different things. The door broke inward before her fingers touched the handle. 3 men in salt-stained leather filled the frame. The first one had a cloth pressed to his mouth, dark with something that smelled sweet and chemical. The second carried a lantern with the shutter half closed. The third stood in the hallway behind them, watching, his hands empty and still. Melly's knife came up. Run, she told Tavi. Tavi did not run, because there was nowhere to go. The loft had 1 door, 1 window, 12 feet off the ground, 1 ladder that could be pulled up, except Dorn had not pulled it, because Dorn was not there. Because Dorn had gone to the harbor to watch for the house's boats, because none of them had expected the attack to come from inside the city. The first man crossed the room in 3 steps. Melly slashed at his arm. The blade cut leather and something wet beneath it, and the man grunted but did not stop. His hand closed around her wrist and squeezed until her fingers opened. The knife clattered against the floorboards. Tavi made a sound, high and thin. Then the cloth came down over Melly's mouth, and the world went soft at the edges, the lantern light bleeding into streaks, the sound of boots folding into something distant and slow. The last thing she saw before her eyes closed was Tavi's face, his mouth open, his hands reaching for her as the third man lifted him off the floor. Then nothing. The water came back first, cold, salt, the slap of it against wood. Melly's eyes opened to darkness and the smell of fish oil. Her wrists were bound at the small of her back, her ankles too. Something damp and rough pressed against her cheek, and beneath it, the floor moved, a slow, steady roll that her stomach recognized before her mind did. A ship. She was on a ship. She turned her head and saw shapes in the dark. Tavi, curled against the hull, his breathing shallow. Bren, sprawled beside him, his face slack. Other children beyond them, maybe a dozen, maybe more, their bodies rising and falling with the motion of the water. The freedman papers were gone. Melly closed her eyes and tried to remember what Inza had told her about ships, about harbors, about what to do if the houses came. The memory would not come. The chamber was chaos. Inza felt Hessa's grip on her wrist, felt the pull toward the door, felt the north pull in her chest snap taut and hold like a fishhook caught in bone. The fist-pain woman had drawn steel. 3 men in house colors surged from the rear benches. A steward overturned a table, sending papers and wax spilling across the stone. Hessa pulled harder. Move, she said. Now! Inza's feet would not obey. The north pole held her in place, not by force, but by knowledge. The children, the loft. 20 minutes ago, someone had taken them before the chamber sealed. which meant someone had known she would refuse, had planned for it, had moved before her refusal could change anything. Lida's voice cut through the din. Hold them both. The fist-pin woman lunged. Hesse released Inza's wrist, caught the blade arm mid-strike, and twisted. The woman's wrist snapped. The blade dropped. Hesse drove her elbow into the woman's throat and let her fall. Seal the side vault, someone shouted. The iron door! Lock it! Lock it now! Inza's gift flared. The chamber came apart into detail. Heartbeats, 37 of them, each distinct. The scrape of steel against leather. The wet sound of a boot stepping in spilled wax. The rhythm of breath, fast and frightened and predatory. The heat of the candles, the weight of the stone, the salt in the air from the harbor below. She saw the side vault, 4 strides from where she stood. Heavy door, iron-banded, with a wheel lock that would take both hands and 3 full turns to seal. She saw the man moving toward it, and she saw Corwise. He came through the main door like a blade through cloth, sleeves rolled, hands empty, face pale and set. The guards at the threshold did not stop him. They fell back. One of them called his name, uncertain, and Corwise did not answer. He crossed the chamber in 6 strides. His hand closed around Inza's elbow. Come. Hissa, come! The North Pole screamed. Inza felt it tear at her ribs as Corwise dragged her toward the side vault, felt the house's claim on her blood pull against his grip, felt something give, something stretch, something... The man at the wheel lock turned it. Don't let them. Hissa's boot caught the man's knee from behind. The lock stopped. The man went down. Corwise pulled Inza through the door. The vault beyond was narrow and dark, a servant's passage that sloped downward, its walls wet with condensation and studded with rusted bolt heads. A single oil lamp hung at the far end, its flame low and guttering. Corwise did not slow. The waterfront, he said. Dorn's people are there. Who took them? I don't know. Corwise. I don't know. The passage sloped harder. The walls narrowed. Inza's shoulders scraped against stone and she kept moving because moving was the only thing that felt like doing something. Behind them, the sounds of the chamber faded. Ahead, the lamp grew closer, and then the passage opened. They emerged through a false wall into a curing cellar, all salt barrels and damp brick and the smell of dried fish. A wooden door stood at the far end, its planks gray with age, its hinges red with rust. Corwise pushed it open. Night hit Inza's face, cold and salted, carrying the sound of water and the creak of rigging. The waterfront. Dorn was there. He stood at the edge of the quay, his back to the water, his hands bloodied and empty. Beside him, Submit knelt over a figure on the cobblestones, a man in house colors with a wound across his chest that Inza recognized as fatal from the way his breath came, shallow and wet and uneven. Dorn saw her. He signed one word: late. Inza's legs carried her forward before she decided to move. Across the cobblestones, past the barrels, past the overturned cart, past the broken lantern that still burned, its flame bending in the harbor wind. She stopped beside Submit. The dying officer's eyes were open. His lips moved, but the words came out in pieces, caught on blood that spilled down his chin. Sold, he said. Not to the Matriarch. Sold to. His hand found Inza's sleeve. Shipmaster, he said, under sail, half an hour before the chamber sealed. Inza's throat closed. Where? The officer's mouth worked. His eyes lost focus. Where? Inza said again. But his hand had fallen from her sleeve and his breath had stopped. And the only answer was the creak of rigging in the dark, the slap of water against the hull of a ship already gone. Chapter 72. The dying officer's hand lay empty on the cobblestones, his breath already stopped, his eyes fixed on nothing Inza could see. Dorn signed again. Ship. Gone. I tried. Inza's chest did not move. The North Pole held her ribs like a fist clenched and waiting, and she stood at the edge of the quay with the salt wind in her face and the harbor dark and empty where a hull should have been. Half an hour before the chamber sealed, someone had moved before she refused. Someone had planned for her refusal, had known it would come, had positioned men at the co-op's loft before she even opened her mouth. Corwise's hand found her shoulder. "We need a ship." Dorn shook his head, signed nothing fast enough left in harbor. The barges Hessa had disabled, the fishing boats too slow, the house cutters too watched. Submit rose from beside the dead officer, her hands red to the wrist. "There's a skiff," she said. "Old provisioning launch on the salt dock. One sail, no questions." "How fast?" "Fast enough to catch a cargo hauler if the hauler's heavy laden and the tide's still running out." Inza turned. The North Pole tugged, faint and constant, toward the water, toward the dark, toward whatever ship carried the children away from her. "Then we go." Hessa came through the false wall behind them, her gray hair loose from its tie, a dark bruise flowering across her knuckles. She stopped at the sight of Dorn's hands, the dead officer, the empty harbor. "Children?" "Gone," Inza said. "Sold to a shipmaster, half an hour ahead." Hessa's jaw tightened. She looked at the water, then back at the curing cellar, then at Inza with an expression that was not quite calculation and not quite grief. "There's a woman I know at the quarantine pier," she said. "Old Crescent Hall loyalist. If anyone knows where high-value cargo gets loaded unseen, she does." Corwise stepped close. "We find the route first, then the ship. If we chase blind, we run past them in the dark." Inza wanted to argue, wanted to demand the skiff now, wanted to feel the wind in her face and the hunt under her hands. But the North Pole was already pulling, and she could not tell if it led her toward the children or toward whatever house held the leash. Lael. The name came out before she meant it. Rasmund. Lael needed Rasmund. Lael was dying in the co-apper's loft, or the annex, or wherever they had carried her after the chamber sealed. "Is she still at the co-apper's?" "Annex," Hessa said. "We moved her before the seizure. Rasmund's with her." Inza turned from the water. The North Pole screamed. She ignored it. The annex sat at the end of a narrow alley 2 streets from the waterfront. A salt-crusted door that opened onto a single room with a low ceiling, a cold hearth, and a table where Rasmund leaned over a figure wrapped in canvas and wool. Lael. Her face was gray. Her lips had lost their color. Her hand lay outside the blanket, thin as a bird's wing, the veins visible under the skin like threads in old parchment. Rasmund looked up when Inza entered. "She's been asking for you." Inza crossed the room. Her boots sounded loud on the packed earth floor. The gift sharpened every detail, the smell of salt and old blood, the uneven rhythm of Lael's breath, the faint tremor in her fingers as she lifted her hand from the blanket. Lael's eyes opened. They were still bright, still fierce, still fixed on Inza with that terrible clarity that had always made her feel seen down to the bone. "Little sister." The words came out thin, scraped, but clear. Inza knelt. "Do not," Lael said. "Look at me like I am already dead. I have been dying since I was 12 years old. I am not leaving until I finish what I started." Her fingers found Inza's wrist. "The quarantine pier." Inza's breath caught. "There's an old intake route," Lael said, "under the East Mole. The houses built it before the tide compact, and they still use it for cargo they do not want witnessed. High value. Living." Her free hand moved to the blanket, traced something on the wool with a finger that shook. "Sketching," she said. "Get me something to draw on." Rasmund was already there, a scrap of paper and a stub of charcoal in his hand, as if he had been waiting for this. Lael took the charcoal. Her hand moved across the paper in lines that were not quite straight, not quite steady, but precise in a way that spoke of years of memory held in the bones. A curve for the East Mole, a straight line for the submerged channel, a mark where the intake door sat below the tide line, hidden behind a false quay wall. "The quarantine dock," she said, "is a stone tongue that extends under the mole. They tie up inside. No one sees the transfer." Her hand stopped. The charcoal fell. Inza caught it before it rolled off the table and pressed it back into Lael's fingers. Lael's eyes met hers. "You will need a boat that draws less than 3 feet to get under the mole, and a lantern that does not show above the water." "I will find one." Lael's mouth moved into something that was almost a smile. "I know." Her fingers tightened on Inza's wrist. "I never had a sister," she said. "The house took everyone I could have been. But you," her voice cracked, "you made me remember what it felt like to want someone to survive." Inza's throat closed. "Lael, go." Lazel's hand released her wrist, pressed the paper into her palm. "Go find them. And when you do not let them become what we were." Inza looked at the map in her hand. The lines were already smudging where her sweat touched the paper. The charcoal dust came off on her fingers. She looked back at Lael, but Lael's eyes had closed. Her breath was slower now, shallower, but still there, still holding. Rasmin touched Inza's shoulder. "She will still be here when you return. Promise me." "I cannot." The honesty cut deeper than a lie would have. Inza folded the Mac into her bodice, against her chest, where the North Pole thrummed and the gift burned, and the need to move fought with the need to stay. She turned. Corwise stood at the door, his face pale, his hands still, his eyes fixed on the folded paper in her hand. The quarantine pier? Under the east mole, false key wall. Lael drew the route. He held out his hand. She gave him the map. He studied it for 3 heartbeats, then looked up with something hard and sharp in his eyes. "The provisioning launch submit found. It draws 2 feet. Then we go." They crossed the room together. Hessa and Dorn and Submit fell in behind them, and Inza did not look back, did not allow herself to look back, because if she saw Lael's gray face again, she would not be able to leave. The bell began to ring, not the harbor bell, not the warning bell, but the deep iron note of the tide bell, the one that marked at the final departure window for deep-water ships. Inza's blood went cold. That is not the harbor schedule. Submit's face tightened. It is not. Then who? No one answered, but the bat kept ringing, and the North Pole in Inza's chest snapped taut, and she knew with the certainty of the gift that the ship carrying the children was not the only vessel leaving Noctis Key tonight. Chapter 73. The provisioning skiff cut through the black water beneath the east mole, its hull drawing less than 2 feet, as Lael had promised. Inza knelt in the bow with the map pressed flat against her thigh, the charcoal lines smudging under her damp fingers. The tide bell had stopped ringing. The silence that followed was worse. Corwise worked the oars behind her, each stroke measured and silent, the blades entering the water at an angle that broke no surface. Hessa sat amidships with Dorn and Submit, their weight distributed to keep the skiff low and invisible against the stone. The mole rose above them like a spine of basalt and salt-crusted mortar, bleeding moisture into the dark. Seaweed hung from its underside in wet ropes. The smell was low tide and rot and something chemical. Submit's hand touched Inza's shoulder. "There," she pointed. Inza saw it. A gap in the stone where the mole's foundation curved inward, hidden behind a section of false wall that matched the surrounding rock so perfectly she had almost missed it. "The intake door," she signed to Corwise. "There." He angled the skiff. They slid into the gap like a blade into a sheath, the stone scraping against both gunwales, the channel narrowing until Inza could have touched either side with her outstretched hands. The water turned murky, thick with sediment and the copper tang of something that was not seawater. The intake door sat below the tide line, its iron bands crusted with barnacles and rust. The lock was new. Corwise shipped the oars and reached past her. His hand found the mechanism, tested it, held still. "Bolt," he murmured. "Not keyed. Can you force it?" "Not without noise." Hessa moved forward, her rope-scarred hands finding the iron. She pulled a pin from her belt, thin and greased, and worked it into the lock housing. The skiff drifted. Inza's gift sensed the hollow space beyond the door. A chamber. Wet stone. The absence of human warmth. Hessa's pin clicked once. Twice. The bolt slid back. They pushed through into a stone cleft that opened into a basin the size of a house. The quarantine dock extended from the far wall, a tongue of dark stone slick with moisture and the sheen of recent use. Mooring ropes lay coiled on the edge, still wet. A lantern hung from a hook above the waterline, its glass dark. The ship was gone. Inza felt the absence before she saw it, the emptiness where hull should have filled the basin. The north pull in her chest slackened, then tightened again, pulling sideways, eastward, toward the open channel beyond the mole. Missed them. Dorstand. Not by much. Submit had already dropped to her knees at the edge of the dock, her fingers tracing the stone. She lifted something. A cuff. Iron. Sized for a child's wrist. The hinge was still oiled. Inza took it from her hand. The metal was cold and light and wrong in a way that made her want to crush it. There's more. Hessa pointed to the base of the wall where a pile of rope and canvas had been shoved into the corner, still damp, still carrying the shape of bodies. Inza pulled the canvas aside. 3 sets of restraints, a coil of rope, a rag stained with the same sweet chemical smell that had drugged the children in the loft, and beneath the rag, a scrap of paper. Inza picked it up. The ink was fresh, the hand hurried but precise. Hold for veil. First light. Tide hatch. She read it twice. Hold for veil. The children were not being sold to an anonymous shipmaster. They were being held for House Veil, the same house that had filed the counterclaim, the same house whose representative had watched her from the shadows of the salt grave chamber, the same house whose matron had been waiting 300 years to claim the Crescent Hall line. Corwise read over her shoulder. Veil. Veil. Hessa's face went still. That changes the shape of the water. The North Pole yanked eastward, hard enough to make Inza's ribs ache. She turned. Beyond the mouth of the mole, through the gap where the false wall had been designed to swing open for deep-water vessels, the tide fog was rolling in. And through the fog, a shape, a ship, broad-beamed and low in the water, its running lights dimmed to pinpricks, its hull sliding through the mist with the deliberate silence of a vessel that did not want to be seen. She was already moving. Corwise, bring the skiff. He did not ask. He pushed off from the dock, the skiff sliding under her as she stepped over the gunwale, her balance already shifting, her gift burning through her legs and chest. The ship was pulling away. The gap between the stone tongue and the hull was widening, the fog swallowing the stern, the wake churning in a low white froth that would be invisible from the shore. Inza did not think. She ran. The stone tongue ended in a slab of wet granite worn smooth by years of tide lines. She hit it at full speed, her legs driving, her arms already reaching, the gift singing through her muscles like a promise of violence. The gap opened beneath her. The deck was rising, falling, the hull sliding past at an angle that should have made the leap impossible. She caught the rail, her hands locked around salt-crusted wood, her body swinging against the hull with a crack that shook through her ribs. She held. Below her, the skiff had already vanished into the fog. But Corwise was climbing. He had abandoned the oars and jumped after her, his fingers finding the same rail, his weight dragging the ship's side as he pulled himself up beside her. The deck tilted. They swung together. Inza's feet found the rail. She vaulted over, landing in a crouch on the deck planks, her senses flaring. The ship was wrong. Too quiet. Too clean. The deck was scrubbed, the rigging coiled, the hatches sealed. No crew in sight. No guards, no children's voices from below. Corwise landed beside her, his breathing controlled, his eyes scanning the shadows. Where are they? Inza's gift pushed outward, below deck. The children were below deck. She felt their heartbeats, small and fast and terrified, clustered together in a space too small for the number of bodies. She took a step toward the hatch. A voice stopped her. I was beginning to wonder if you would come. The voice came from the quarterdeck, low and cultured and female, carrying the weight of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment. Inza turned. A woman stood at the rail above them, her silver hair braided tight against her skull, her eyes the pale gray of winter sea. She wore a coat of dark wool cut for travel, and her hands rested on the rail with the easy possession of someone who owned everything her gaze touched. She smiled. Inza Kessani. The smile did not reach her eyes. I am Lady Vale's sister, and I have been expecting you. Chapter 74. The deck was wrong. Inza stood motionless, her gift pressing outward through the planks, through the sealed hatches, through the fog-damp air that carried no voices, no footsteps, no sound of crew moving below. The ship breathed around her like a held lung. The woman on the quarterdeck watched her with pale gray eyes that held no warmth and no hostility, only the patient attention of someone who had already accounted for every variable in the room. "I asked if you would come," she said. "I did not expect you to arrive on my deck before we cleared the mole." Inza's hands stayed open at her sides. The kitchen knife was gone, lost in the leap. She had nothing but her body and the gift burning through her ribs. "Where are the children?" "Below, safe, unharmed." The woman's voice carried the clipped precision of someone who had spent decades issuing orders in chambers where every word was recorded. "They were given a sedative to keep them quiet during the transfer. It will wear off within the hour." Corwise stepped forward, his shoulder brushing Inza's. "You bought them from the Loft." "I secured them." The woman's mouth curved. "There is a difference. The men who took them from the Quapper's Loft were acting on standing orders I left at the lower quay 3 days ago. If Inza refused the covenant, and I believed she would, the children would become leverage within minutes. I chose to acquire that leverage before someone less concerned with their welfare could." "You chose to steal children," Inza said. "I chose to retrieve them from a Quapper's Loft in a district where House Ven's agents had already placed a bounty on their heads. By dawn, every runner in Noctis K would have been hunting them. Your refusal bought them exactly 20 minutes of safety before my people arrived. Valega's people would have been 30 minutes behind." The woman descended from the quarterdeck, her boots landing on the scrubbed planks with the easy balance of someone who had spent years at sea. Up close, she was older than Inza had first judged, 50, perhaps 60, with fine lines at her eyes and the kind of stillness that came from having outlived every opponent who had tried to break her. "I am Vestrin Vale," she said, matron of House Vale's maritime holdings. "The children are secured in the forward hold, with blankets and water and a locked door to keep them from wandering into the fog. You may see them when we have spoken." Inza's gift pushed toward the forward hatch. She felt them, 11 heartbeats, small and fast, clustered together in a tight space. Melly's rhythm was the fastest, sharp with fear. Bren's was steadier, slower, probably still drugged. Tavi's fluttered at the edges like a trapped bird, alive, for now. "Why?" Inza said. Vestrin studied her with those pale gray eyes. "Because you are the first completed gifted woman in 200 years whose bloodline was not immediately sealed into a dynastic vault. Because House Vale has been watching House Esterwald's breeding program since before your grandmother was born. And because Milelda Uxen has spent 9 centuries treating human lives as agricultural stock, and I have spent 9 centuries watching her do it." She paused. "I am not offering you rescue, Inza Kessani. I am offering you a different set of terms, but they are not the same terms Milelda offered, and they do not require you to lie down in a prettier cage and pretend it is a bed." The fog shifted around the ship. Inzo felt the North Pole tugged eastward, soft but insistent, like a thread drawing her toward something she could not yet see. "What do you want?" Vestrin's smile did not reach her eyes. "Tomorrow at first light, the Vale alchemists will be waiting at our eastern holding. They will conduct an examination, blood work, gift resonance, compatibility markers. They will document your completed state and confirm the quality of the harvest potential. Then they will release the children into a secure transport bound for the Warden Coast, where they will be placed in neutral households with full legal standing." "Examination," Inza repeated. "Non-invasive. No extraction, no binding. Your blood leaves your body only through a needle, and you walk away with the children once the results are recorded." "And if I refuse?" Vestrin's expression did not change. "Then the children remain in my custody until you change your mind. They will not be harmed. They will not be sold, but they will not be freed either." Corwise's hand closed around Inza's wrist. "You are holding children hostage." "I am holding leverage," Vestrin said, "and I am telling you plainly what the terms are. That is more honesty than Milelga ever offered you, and you know it." The North Pole yanked again, harder this time. Inza's ribs ached with it. Something was coming. She turned her head, her gift pushing outward through the fog. Beyond the ship's stern, through the mist, a shape was forming. Dark sails, black as oil. A cutter, low and fast, bearing down on them with running lights extinguished. Vestrin followed her gaze. "Ah," she said softly. "Milelda." The name landed like a stone in still water. Corwise's grip tightened. "She knows you took the children. She knows you took me," Inza said. Vesrin's mouth curved again, but this time there was no amusement in it. "Then we have very little time to decide whether you will trust me or whether I will need to convince you." The cutter's hull emerged from the fog, black and sleek, cutting through the water with the relentless precision of a house that had never learned to lose. And on its deck, a single figure stood at the rail. Pale gray eyes, iron-white hair. Lady Mirla de Uxen had found them. Chapter 75. Milelda's cutter had not closed. It hung in the fog like a held breath, running lights dead, hull black against the mist, close enough to see the figure at the rail, but not close enough to board. Waiting. Vesrin watched it with the patience of someone who had spent 9 centuries learning when to move and when to hold. "She will not fire on a Vale vessel without provocation," she said. "Not while the Saltgrave Chamber is still debating what happened after you fled. She needs to know whose side the houses will take before she risks open water combat." "Then we have time," Corwise said. "Minutes, not hours." Inza's gift pushed toward the cutter. Milelda's heartbeat was steady, unhurried, the pulse of a woman who had already calculated every outcome and found herself winning in most of them. "We need to see the children," Inza said. Vesrin's pale eyes held hers for a long moment. Then she nodded once and gestured toward the forward hatch. "Follow me." The forward hold smelled of brine, wet rope, and the sharp chemical sweetness of sedatives still clinging to the air. A single oil lamp swung from a beam, casting shadows that rolled with the ship's motion. 11 children lay on folded canvas tarps, arranged in 2 rows like cargo that had been handled carefully. Melly was nearest the ladder, her dark eyes open and fixed on the hatch, her wrists bound with clean cotton strips. She saw Inza and made a sound, half relief, half warning. Inza crossed the hold in 3 strides, dropping to her knees beside her. "I'm here." Melly's jaw worked. Her voice came out raw, scraped thin by fear and the drug's residue. "She took my papers. The woman with the gray eyes. She burned them." "I know. Bren's still out. Tavi won't stop shaking." Inza looked down the row. Bren lay with his face slack, chest rising and falling in the slow rhythm of the sedative. Tavi was curled against a crate, shoulders pressed into the wood, his small body vibrating with the effort of not crying. "We're getting you out," Inza said. "All of you." Melly's gaze flicked past her to Vestrin, standing in the hatchway with her arms folded, watching the exchange with clinical interest. "She said we're leverage." "You did. Is that true?" Inza's throat tightened. She had learned, in 15 years of surviving House Esterwald, that the most dangerous lie was the one that sounded kindest. "Yes, but leverage can be turned. Leverage can be broken." Melly held her eyes for a long breath. Then she nodded, the same sharp, practical nod Inza had seen her give when deciding to hide in a coal lift or trust a woman who smelled of vampire silk. "Bran found something," Melly said, "before they took us. On the shipmaster's desk. A list." "List of what?" "Names. Other children, mucked like us in houses across the march." He folded it into his shoe. Inza's chest went cold. "Bren," she repeated. "Your brother. The one who steals seal wax and copies steward stamps for games." Melly's mouth twitched. "He said you'd call it useful one day." Corwise met her at the ladder when she climbed back onto the deck. His face was unreadable, but his hand found her elbow and held there, a thread of contact pulling her back toward him. "The matron has a cabin aft," he said quietly. "She wants to continue the conversation. Rasmund is already below, claiming he needs to check the children for sedative complications." "And Dorn?" Corwise's mouth curved, barely. "Offering to work the galley. He signed something about proper knife work and a bribe involving the cook's private stores of cured meat. He's gathering information. He's making friends. The crew does not know what to make of a deaf man who can read lips and has already identified which cook keeps the good rum under the cutting board." Inza almost smiled. Almost. "Keep him at it." Vestrin's cabin was smaller than Inza had expected, a narrow space with a writing desk bolted to the deck, a cot with a wool blanket folded at the foot, and a map table covered in charts marked with tide readings and holding coordinates. No luxury, no pretense. The matron sat behind the desk and gestured to the single chair opposite. Sit. Inza did not sit. I want your word that the children stay unharmed while we talk. You have it. And I want to know what House Vale actually wants from me. Not the alchemist examination, not the compatibility markers. The truth. Vesrin's pale eyes considered her for a long moment. Then she leaned back, her hands flat on the chart table, and spoke. The original compact was signed for 3 reasons, she said. To prevent the extinction of the old houses through internal war, to regulate the harvesting of gift-compatible bloodlines before they were destroyed by competition, and to ensure that no single house would ever hold the power of a completed gifted woman without oversight. I know the compact. Then you know it failed. Meleta spent 9 centuries hollowing it out from inside, reading her own line, controlling the records, silencing every witness who remembered what the original terms required. By the time your grandmother was born, the compact was a shell. The houses used it to negotiate ownership, not to protect the women it was meant to guard. And House Vale? Vestrin's smile was thin and cold. House Vale was the house that signed the original compact last. We were the witnesses, the record keepers, the failsafe that was supposed to prevent exactly what Merlida did. But you did not prevent it. No, because we were watching the wrong threat. We assumed the danger was extinction. We did not realize the danger was a matriarch willing to treat human lives as agricultural stock for 9 centuries. Inza felt the North Pole pulse beneath her ribs, testing its leash. And now? Now you exist. The first completed, gifted woman in 200 years whose bloodline was not immediately sealed into a dynastic vault. You are proof that the compact can still be broken open, and you are also proof that Myreda's method works. Vesrin's eyes sharpened. The alchemists will want to confirm the quality of the harvest potential. That is the phrase we use. It sounds clinical because it is clinical. But I will not lie to you and pretend the examination is for your benefit. It is for ours. We need to know what Meldunda created before we decide what to do with it. With me. With you. The word hung in the air, clean and brutal. What about the children? Vestrin's expression did not soften. The children are leverage. I said that plainly. If you cooperate, they go free. If you do not, they remain in Vale custody until you change your mind. They will not be harmed. They will not be sold, but they will not be released. And if I refuse to cooperate at all, then Meldunda boards this ship, and we fight her, and you and the children become the prize of whichever house wins. I am offering you a cleaner choice than that. Inza's hands were steady, but the North Pole was coiling tighter, winding towards something she could not see. And the examination, what exactly will it test? Vestrin's pause was barely a heartbeat. Blood work. Gift resonance, compatibility markers, fertility status, endurance thresholds. The same measurements Maelda's physicians have been tracking across the Kessani line for 3 generations. Fertility. The word landed like a blade between ribs. You want to know if I can still breed. I want to know what Maelda's final product is capable of, Vestrin said. And yes, that includes reproductive capacity. The houses have spent centuries trying to produce a completed gifted woman who could carry a pregnancy to term without the gift consuming the fetus. If you are that woman, your value is higher than any single house can afford. Inza heard the logic in it, clean and cold and utterly inescapable. Then you are no different from her. Vestrin's eyes flashed. I am not the one who classified you as reproductive estate before you were even born. I am not the one who burned your mother's file and let her die on a nursery floor. I am not the one who bred your line like cattle for 9 centuries and called it stewardship. I am offering you terms. She offered you a cage. The cage looks the same from inside. The matron's mouth tightened. For a moment, something flickered in her pale eyes. Not anger, not shame, but the faint, uncomfortable recognition of a mirror she had not expected to face. Then what would you have me do? Vestrin said. Release the children, release you, and let Miralda take you both within the hour? Let her finish what she started, seal you into a vault, and continue the breeding program for another century until she produces the next completed woman. No, I would have you tell me the truth about what happens after the examination. Vesrin was silent for a long breath. After the examination, the Vale Council will convene. They will review the results and decide whether to offer you a formal covenant, protection, or transfer to a neutral territory. The children will be released to the Warden Coast as I promised. And you will be given the same choice Murulda never gave you, to stay or to leave. And if I choose to leave, then you leave, with the children, with whatever documentation the Council generates. No extraction, no binding, no future claim. And if I choose to stay? Vestrin's smile returned, thin as a blade. Then we discuss what kind of future a completed gifted woman can build when she is not property. The first light signal flare over the mast. Red. Inza was on the deck before she knew she had moved, the North Pole snapping taut in her chest, her gift pushing outward through the fog. Murulda's cutter had raised running lights, and behind it, emerging from the mist, a second ship, larger, darker, its sails black against the gray dawn, its deck lined with figures who stood too still to be ordinary crew. Vesrin was at her side in 3 strides, her face unreadable. That is not Mirletta's vessel. Then whose? The matron's pale eyes tracked the second ship as it slid through the water, cutting toward them with the relentless precision of something that had been hunting long before they ever set sail. The Council sent the alchemists ahead of schedule, she said. That ship was supposed to be waiting at the Easter holding, not here. Then someone changed the plan. Vestrin's jaw tightened. Someone did. The black ship's lights flared once, twice, a signal. And from the forward hold, below deck, a child began to scream. Chapter 76. The scream cut through the deck like a blade. Inza moved before thought, down the companionway stairs, her gift pushing ahead of her through the dark. The hold smelled of salt, damp wool, and the sweet chemical reek of sedative. 11 heartbeats flickered in the narrow space, small and fast, overlapping in fear. She found the source in the forward corner. A girl of 6 or 7, thin-limbed, dark skin gray with terror, her bound wrists raised against a man in a stained leather apron. He was not hurting her. He was trying to press a cup to her mouth, and she was refusing with the full, desperate strength of a child who had decided that liquid meant death. "Stop!" The word came out flat and absolute. The man looked up. His eyes widened when he recognized her. The completed, gifted woman standing in the dim lantern light with blood still visible under her nails from earlier violence. He dropped the cup. Alice crossed the hold in 3 strides, her body moving with that terrible, gift-born speed that still surprised her. She gripped his wrist and twisted. Not enough to break bone, enough to make him release her. "Get out!" He went. The hatch slammed above, cutting them off from the deck. The girl stared at Inza with huge, wet eyes. "Are you here to save us?" Inza knelt. The girl's hands were bound with the same rough cord that had marked Melly's wrists. She worked the knot loose, her fingers steady even as the North Pole coiled tighter in her chest. "Yes. What is your name?" "Lisbeth." "Lisbeth. I am Inza. I'm going to get you out of here, but I need you to stay quiet and still until I say we move. Can you do that?" Lisbeth nodded. Inza moved through the hold, checking each child. Most were still drugged, lying on folded canvas tarps with blankets bunched under their heads. A few were conscious, watching her with that same hollow terror. She found Melly in the far corner, awake and alert, her bound wrists held out. "I can do it myself," Melly said. "I just did not want to make noise." Inza freed her. Melly flexed her fingers, then pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. "He is still unconscious?" "Bren? Yes. They gave him more because he fought." Inza crossed to where Bren lay. His breathing was steady, but his face was gray beneath the skin, the way Lael's had looked before the final decline. She pressed her palm to his chest, feeling the slow, regular beat of his heart. "He needs time." "We do not have time." Melly's voice was flat, practical. It cut through the hold with the cold clarity of someone who had stopped hoping for rescue and started planning for survival. The list is in his left shoe. Inza's hands stilled. What list? The one he found on the shipmaster's desk. Names, locations, ages. They are tracking other children the same way they tracked us. Inza's gift pressed outward, sensing the deck above. Footsteps. Multiple pairs, moving in a pattern that felt like preparation, not panic. The alchemist ship was closing in. Merilda's cutter was waiting, and somewhere in the fog, a third vessel had arrived ahead of schedule, carrying the men who wanted to measure her fertility like a livestock appraisal. She reached for Bren's left shoe. The leather was stiff, still wet from the fog. She worked the shoe off gently, not wanting to wake him, and found the folded paper inside. It was damp at the edges, the ink smudged but still readable. 12 names, 12 locations across the Sable March. 12 children, all between the ages of 6 and 12, all marked with the same crescent moon and thorn seal that Vestrine Vale had used to claim the Kessani line. House Vale was not just watching Inza, they were collecting the next generation. Inza folded the list and pressed it into the hidden pocket sewn into her waistband, the one she had learned to keep after the first culling, the one that had held bread for Melly and seal wax for Bren, and everything else a servant needed to survive. How long has he had this? Since before we were taken, Melly said. He found it when the shipmaster brought us aboard. The man was counting us off against the list, and Bren saw it on the desk when no one was looking. He folded it into his shoe before they drugged him. He did not tell anyone? There was no one to tell. The words hung in the salt-thick air, carrying the weight of everything Inza had not been able to protect them from. She had been in the Saltgrave chamber, speaking words of refusal, while her children were being loaded onto a ship by a house she had never heard of until 3 days ago. The North Pole tightened. Above, the footsteps stopped. Inza's gift pushed through the deckboards, tasting the air. 4 men at the main hatch, 2 at the stern, 1 on the quarterdeck standing still, the kind of stillness that meant he was waiting for something. What is happening? Lisbeth's voice was small. She had crawled closer, her freed hands clutching the edge of Inza's sleeve like a lifeline. Inza looked at her, at the terror in her dark eyes, at the hope she was trying not to name. I do not know yet, Inza said, but I will not leave you here. She said it to Lisbeth. She meant it for all of them. The hatch above slammed open. Light spilled down the companionway, harsh and gray from the fog dawn. A figure descended, boots heavy on the wooden steps. Inza's gift surged, ready to fight, ready to kill if that was what it took. But the figure stopped at the bottom. It was not a Vale crewman. It was Vestrine. Her pale eyes swept the hold, counting the children, noting the freed hands, the absence of the man with the stained apron. She looked at Inza, at the paper hidden in her waistband, at the hard set of her shoulders. The alchemist ship has sent a boarding party, Vestrine said. They want you brought over immediately, and they have orders to take whichever children show gift resonance as part of the examination. Inza stood. No, those are my orders. I do not care what your orders are. Vestrine's mouth tightened. For a moment, something passed between them. Not trust, not alliance, but the thin, uncomfortable recognition of a woman who had spent centuries watching Mielgun and had not expected to find the same steel in her prey. The boarding party will be here in 3 minutes. Then we have 3 minutes. Inza turned to Melly. Wake the ones who can walk. Tell them to stay close to me. If I tell them to run, they run, and they do not stop until they find somewhere dark to hide. Melly nodded. She moved through the hold, shaking shoulders, whispering instructions, her voice steady in a way that broke Inza's heart and filled it at the same time. Inza faced Vestrine. You brought the children here. You held them as leverage. If you want me to believe you are not Myrildar, you do not let them take any of these children to that alchemist ship. Vestrine's eyes flickered. I cannot stop the council. Then you do not want to stop them. The words landed. The hatch above slammed shut again, sealing them in darkness, and from the deck, a voice called down, sharp and formal. Vestrine Vale, by order of the council, deliver the gifted woman and any gift-positive minors for immediate transfer. Non-compliance will be treated as breach of compact. Vestrine's jaw tightened. Inza's hand found the knife at her belt. The children pressed closer, their small heartbeats beating against the silence like a pulse of their own. Chapter 77. The voice from the deck hung in the hold like a blade waiting to fall. Vestrin Vale, by order of the council, deliver the gifted woman and any gift-positive minors for immediate transfer. Non-compliance will be treated as breach of compact. Vestrin did not move. Her pale eyes stayed on Inza, and something shifted in them. Not surrender, not defiance, but the slow calculation of a woman who had spent 9 centuries learning when to yield and when to strike. "I cannot hold them off," she said. "The council has agents on that ship. If I refuse openly, they will board by force, and I will be removed from command before I can do anything useful." "Then do not refuse openly." Inza's voice came out flat, controlled. The voice she had learned in 15 years of service, the one that made her sound like she was agreeing while she was already 3 steps ahead. Vestrin's jaw tightened. "What are you planning?" "I do not know yet, but I need time." Above, footsteps crossed the deck, multiple sets. The boarding party was assembling. Melly appeared at Ingza's elbow, her face pale but steady. "The ones who can walk are ready. The others we will have to carry." Inza looked at the hold. 11 children, some awake, some barely breathing through the sedative. Lisbeth pressed against her leg, small fists twisted in Inza's sleeve. She could not fight a boarding party with 11 children behind her. She could not run. She needed chaos. The thought arrived fully formed, like a door swinging open. "Where is Corwise?" Vestrin blinked. "On deck, watching the cutter. Get him down here. And Dorn, tell them to bring the galley stores." "Galley stores?" Inza did not answer. She was already moving through the hold, counting barrels, measuring spaces, her gift pushing through the wood and iron of the ship, tasting the layout above. The galley was 2 decks up, aft of the main hatch. The reserve casks were stored below the waterline, accessible through a floor hatch in the forward cargo hold. The alchemist ship was tied off to starboard, its crew eerily still on deck. And somewhere beyond the fog, Milda's cutter waited with its running lights dead. Inza turned to Melee. "Get the children to the forward corner, the one farthest from the main hatch. If the ship starts burning, do not panic. Stay low. Stay together, and wait for me to come for you." Melly's eyes widened. "You are going to set the ship on fire?" "I am going to make them choose between the examination and their own survival." The hatch above creaked. Corwise dropped into the hold before Vestrin could call for him, his shirt dark with smoke and his eyes finding Inza immediately. Dorn followed, signing something quick that Inza caught. "Fire already breathing in the galley stove." "Tell me," Corwise said. "The boarding party wants me and any gift-positive children. The alchemist ship is tied off to starboard. The reserve casks are below the waterline in the forward hold." Inza's words came fast, clipped, the rhythm of a plan assembling itself. "If the galley catches, they will have to cut the tie line or burn with us. If the reserve casks open into the ballast, the whole ship will be breathing fumes they cannot fight through." Corwise's mouth curved, not a smile. Recognition. "Dorn has the galley fire already banked. I can make it spread." "Rasmund?" "Checking the children. He has access to the medical stores." Inza turned to Vestrin. "You said you cannot stop the council openly. Can you look the other way for 10 minutes? Vestrin's silence was the only answer she needed. Corwise was already moving, Dorn at his heels. The hatch closed behind them, and the hold went dark again, except for the thin gray light filtering through the cracks. Inza pressed the folded list deeper into her waistband. She counted heartbeats. 11 children. 1 minute. 2. Above, voices rose. The boarding party was arguing with someone on deck, their tones sharp, impatient. 3 minutes. Lisbeth's hand found Inza's, small, trembling. "It is going to be loud," Inza said quietly. "And it is going to be hot. But I need you to be brave for just a little longer. Can you do that?" Lisbeth nodded, her eyes wide and wet. 4 minutes. The first shout came from the galley, not alarm, confusion, someone calling for water. Then the bell started ringing. Inza's gift pushed upward, tasting the air. Heat, smoke, the sharp crack of wood catching. The boarding party's voices changed. Orders now, not arguments. Someone was shouting about the tie line. 5 minutes. Smoke began seeping through the hatch cracks, thin and gray at first, then thickening, carrying the acrid smell of burning tallow and old timber. The children coughed. Melly pulled her shirt over her mouth and gestured for the others to do the same. Inza counted 6 minutes. The deck above erupted in running footsteps. A voice bellowed, "Cut the line! Cut the God-cursed line!" And then the ship lurched, the sudden freedom of a mooring released, and the Vale vessel began drifting in the fog. Now, Inza grabbed the hatch ladder and pulled. The lock held. She pulled again, harder, her gift surging through her arms, and the wood groaned but did not break. The boarding party had sealed it from above, locking them in with the smoke. Inza did not stop to think. She braced both feet on the ladder, gathered the full weight of the completed gift, and drove her shoulder into the hatch. The wood slanted, not broke but cracked, light pouring through the fissure like a wound opening. She hit it again, and the hatch tore free from its hinges, clattering across the deck above. Smoke rolled into the hold, gray and thick. Inza pulled herself through the opening and onto the deck, gasping air that was only slightly cleaner. The galley was a torch. Flames climbed the aft cabin, eating the rigging, casting orange light across the fog in sheets. Crewmen ran with buckets, but the fire had already found the tarred ropes and the dry canvas. Dorn stood at the rail, watching the blaze with the calm satisfaction of a man who had started kitchen fires for 30 years. Corwise appeared at Inza's side, his face streaked with soot. "The reserve casks?" "Rasmund is below. He said the fumes will reach the deck in 2 minutes." 2 minutes. Inza turned to the starboard rail, where the alchemist ship was drifting away, its crew still standing in that unnaturally still formation, watching the Vale vessel burn. And beyond it, emerging through the smoke like a blade through fog, a black-sailed cutter bore down on them, running lights dead. No flag, no signal. Nothing but the white spray at its bow and the figure at its rail. Lady Miljilda Uxin. The smoke parted around her like a veil, and she stood at the cutter's prow, iron-white hair unbound, pale gray eyes fixed on Inza with the patience of something that had been hunting for 9 centuries and was finally closing in. Chapter 78. The smoke was already eating the air when Inza reached the rail. Below, the black cutter slid through the fog like a blade through silk. Its bow waved the only sound, its deck crowded with figures who had not yet moved to board. Mirilda stood at the prow, hair unbound, hands empty, her stillness worse than any weapon. Corwise appeared at Inza's shoulder, his hand finding the rail beside hers. The children? Still below. Melly is moving them to the forward corner. The fumes will reach deck in less than 2 minutes. Inza did not look away from Mirilda. Then we have 2 minutes to make her hesitate. She turned to Vesrin, who had descended from the quarterdeck and was watching the cutter with a face like sealed stone. "Call across to her," Inza said. "Tell her I am coming aboard Vale property for examination. Tell her the compact covers the transfer." Vesrin's jaw tightened. She knows the compact. She does not care. "Then tell her I will bleed into the sea before I let either of you take me clean." Vesrin's eyes snapped to Inza's. "You would not. I have a knife, a rail, and a timer on a fire below. I can cut deep and lean over before anyone reaches me. Your alchemists want fresh blood. Me Legda wants me intact. Which of you catches what falls into salt water?" The silence stretched. Then Vestrin turned and raised her voice across the water. "Lady Milda, the gifted woman requests parley under compact witness. She offers terms." The cutter kept coming. Inza did not wait for permission. She pulled the knife from her belt, turned her left forearm up, and dragged the blade across her skin in a single clean line. Blood welled, dark and fast, and she held her arm over the rail. The black cutter slowed. Figures on its deck moved, hands raised, voices calling in low, urgent tones. Her eyes stayed fixed on Inza, and Inza saw something shift in them, not fear, but calculation. "One drop," Inza called out, and her voice carried across the gap like a blade. "One drop hits the tide, and your 9 centuries of planning wash out with it. No extraction, no lineage, no controlled transfer. Just salt and ruin, and the question of who wasted a completed gift because they could not let her choose." The cutter's prow turned, just slightly, the helmsman responding to a signal Inza had not seen. Mvrita raised her hand. The cutter stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than any shout. Inza kept her arm over the rail, blood running in thin lines down her wrist, dripping onto the wood, not yet falling to the water. "State your terms," Mvrita said. Her voice was calm, the voice of a woman who had been patient for 9 centuries and could be patient a little longer. "The children go first," Inza said. "Every one of them, into a skiff with Rasmund and Dorn, free passage to the Warden coast. Signed Veil release, no follow, no bounty, no retaking." "And you?" "I stay here until I see them leave." Marilda's mouth curved. "You trust House Veil to honor that release?" Inza glanced at Vestrin. "No, but I trust that if they break it, I will know whose blood to spill next." Vestrin's expression did not change, but she gave a single, sharp nod. "Who brokers the exchange?" Marilda asked. Inza had not thought that far. She had been counting on the cut, the bluff, the fire, the moment of chaos where she could force a decision before anyone noticed the gaps in her plan. But Marilda was not rushing. Marilda was asking questions. Behind Inza, the ship groaned, the fire finding new wood, and the smoke was thickening, curling around her legs. "I will broker it," a voice said. Inza turned. Vestrin had stepped forward, her hands open, her pale gray eyes fixed on Melegzda's cutter. "I will sign the Veil release before both of you, seal it with the house crest, and witness the transfer myself. The children go free. Inza remains aboard for examination. Melegzda stands down and waits for the result." "And if I refuse?" Melegzda asked. Vestrin's voice dropped, low and hard. "Then I let her burn with this ship, and I make sure every ledger house in the Sable March knows you could have had a completed gift, but chose to let it die because you would not share." Inza watched Melegzda's face. It did not change. But the cutter's helmsman adjusted the tiller, and the gap between the vessels began to narrow. Not by much, but enough to suggest the moment of choice was arriving. "Bring the children up," Melegzda said. Vestrin turned and gave the order before Inza could. Inza pressed her bleeding arm against her side, felt the warmth soak through the fabric, and counted heartbeats. The hatch slammed open. Melly appeared first, her face streaked with soot, her arm around Lisbeth, the other children behind her in a tight, frightened cluster. Rasmund followed, carrying Bren, his coat dark with what might have been smoke or something worse. Dorn brought up the rear, his hands black, his eyes finding Inza's across the deck. Melly looked at Inza's arm, looked at the blood. "You promised," she said, and her voice cracked. "I know." Melly held her gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded and began moving the children toward the skiff where Vestrin's crew had lowered it to the water. Inza watched them go, one by one. Lisbeth, clutching Melly's hand. Bren, still unconscious, carried by Rasmund. Tavi, looking back over his shoulder at Inza with eyes that had seen too much. 10 children. 11. Melly was the last, and she did not look back. The skiff pushed off, small and fragile in the gray water, and Inza did not breathe again until it was lost in the fog. "There," Vestrin said. "Done." Inza turned back to the black cutter. Marilda had not moved, but her voice, when it came, was quieter than before, and it carried across the water like a bell. "Inza Kessani, daughter of my design, do you understand yet what you cost me to make?" The question hung in the smoke. Inza's hand found the knife again, but she did not answer. Chapter 79. The smoke had not cleared. The skiff was gone, swallowed by fog and distance, and Inza stood at the rail with her bleeding arm pressed against her side, and the silence of 9 centuries pressing down on her from both sides. Mu'ada's cutter hung in the gray water like a blade waiting to fall. Vestrin Veil had not moved from the quarterdeck. Her pale eyes tracked the space where the skiff had been, calculating something Inza could not read. "Done," Vestrin said quietly. "The release is signed, the children are gone. You are mine until dawn." Inza did not answer. She was watching Mileda. The matriarch's hair moved in the smoke-thick air, unbound and silver-white, and her face had gone still in a way that made Inza's gift prickle along her spine. Mileda raised her hand. Not a signal, a question. "Bring me the girl." The words carried across the water like a bell, and Inza felt them in her chest, in the North Pole that still thrummed through her ribs, looser now, but not broken. Vensrin stepped to the rail. "The compact does not compel a Veil examination to be conducted on Veil terms. She remains aboard until dawn. You agreed." "I agreed to let her live," Mililda said. "I did not agree to let her out of my sight. You watched the children leave. I watched my investment transfer to a skiff that is already lost in the fog. I am not patient enough to watch her vanish in the same way." Inza's hand found the knife again. The blade was still warm from the fire. "No one is vanishing," she said. Her voice came out steadier than she expected. "I am still here. The examination still happens. But if you want me to submit to it, you will do it fresh. No bloodline claim. No daughter of my design. You will stand on that cutter and watch Veil take what they need. And when they are done, I will walk away." "You will not." "I will." Milda's mouth curved. "You have learned to negotiate like a house matriarch. I almost admire it." "I learned from watching you." The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut on. Then Corwise moved. He stepped past Inza, past Vensrin, to the rail where the gap between the two ships was narrowest. His hand went to his belt, and when it came back up, it held a blade. Not the one from the Saltgrave chamber. A smaller knife, single-edged, the kind sailors used for cutting line. "What are you doing?" Inza said. He did not look at her. "Finishing what I started." He cut his palm. Not deep, but enough. Blood welled up, dark and immediate, and he held his hand out over the water, over the tide that moved to question to true to guess the report, over the salt that would carry whatever he spilled into the deeper currents where no house could claim it. "I, Corwise Vimmer, heir to House Esterwald, born of the line of Uxin, blood bound by the compact and the covenant and the old laws that no longer serve, do renounce every claim I hold over Inza Kessani." His voice was low, steady, carrying across the water without effort. "I renounce her blood. I renounce her body. I renounce her future and her children and her death. I renounce the design that made her and the house that claimed her, and every contract written in her name before she had a voice to sign her own." His blood hit the water. It spread, thin and red, dissolving into the salt, and Inza felt something in her chest shift, not the North Pole, something else, something that had been tied to him since the first draft, that was loosening now, thread by thread. "Name your witness," Vensrin said. Corwise turned to Rasmund. The physician had come up from the hold, his face gray with smoke, his coat dark with the weight of what he had carried. He looked at Inza, looked at the blood spreading on the tide. "The compact recognizes oral renunciation witnessed by two parties of equal standing," he said, and his voice cracked on the last word. "I, Rasmund Ever, physician of no house, witness this act." Vensrin stepped forward. "I, Vensrin Vale, matron of House Vale's maritime holdings, witness this act." Corwise's blood was still falling. The tide was taking it, pulling it south, carrying the renunciation into waters no ledger-keeper could chart. Inza watched it go. She should have felt relief. She felt hollow. "Done," Corwise said, and his voice was quieter now, bruised. The voice of a man who had just cut away the last thing that tied him to the world he knew. "The line is cut." Milda had not moved, but her eyes had gone dark, and her hand had dropped to her side, and the helmsman on her cutter had shifted his grip on the tiller. "Burn it," Milda said. The word hung in the air. Inza did not understand. Then she smelled it. Oil. Smoke. Not from the galley fire which had been burning low, but from something new, something that caught in the back of her throat and burned. The cutter's lanterns were changing. The amber light was shifting to something darker, redder, and Inza saw the crew moving in unison, 3 of them, each carrying a clay pot to the rail. Firepots. Milda had brought firepot. "Take the Veil ship," pleaded the ship in Bocumbla. "Sometimes we've actually swy absolute friend. Damon Z as one power fels, would say to Lylevide Lidl Kagran. I always never not coming to the Tegnis, weeping criedly. Take the Veil ship, and whatever girl is on it, I will answer for the breach. Vesrin's hand went to her blade. "You will not." "I will." The first firepot arced across the water. Inza saw it in the air, clay black against the smoke-gray sky, and she had time to think that this was what 9 sentries looked like when they ran out of patience. A single burning jaw thrown by a woman who had already decided the outcome did not matter. The pot hit the veil deck. It shattered. Flame spread. Chapter 80. The first firepot shattered against the quarterdeck rail. Flame caught, spread, licked up the rigging in a line of orange that climbed faster than any natural fire should. Inza's gift sang in her teeth, screaming at her to move, and she was already running before thought caught up. Across the burning deck, through the smoke that billowed from the galley hatch. "Rasmund!" Her voice came out raw, smoke-scoured. "The skiff! Get them in the skiff!" Rasmund emerged from the aft hatch, Bren limp across his shoulders, Melly at his elbow with Lisbeth clutched to her chest. Nave was behind her, barefoot, eyes wide, moving with the stunned obedience of a child who had stopped feeling fear because there was no room left for it. "The children," Inza said. "Now!" A second firepot hit the mainmast. The wood groaned, splintered, and Inza felt the heat on her face like a physical weight. Not the dry heat of a kitchen fire, but something wetter, oil-fed, hungry enough to burn through wet rope and salt-soaked timber. Vesrin Vale was still on the quarterdeck. She stood with her blade drawn, watching the fire spread across her own ship, and Inza saw something in her face that was not fear, not anger, but measurement. She was counting the cost and already deciding it was worth paying. "The release," Inza said. Vesrin's pale eyes shifted to her. "It is signed. Your children are free, Gift Blood. The question is whether you survive the night to enjoy it." The mast came down. It fell slow for a moment, a single timber shedding sparks like a star falling through fog. And then it hit the deck, and the whole ship lurched, and Inza was running again, sliding on wet planks, her hand finding the rail, the skiff where Rasmund was lowering children into Dorn's waiting arms. Melly passed Lisbeth down. Tavi jumped before anyone could catch him, landed hard, and Dorn caught him by the collar, pulled him into the boat. Bren was last, still unconscious, and Rasmund passed him down with the care of a man who had spent his life carrying the wounded and learned to do it without hope. "Where is Corwise?" Inza did not hear her own voice. She felt it in her chest, a vibration that the gift caught and held. Rasmund pointed. He was still at the rail where he had cut his palm, standing between the fires, his hand still dripping salt and blood onto the deck, looking at the black cutter where Mjolnir stood watching. Another firepot was lit. Inza saw the helmsman raise it, saw the flame catch the oil-soaked rag, saw Mjolnir's hand drop in a gesture that meant, now. She moved. Not fast. Fast would not help. She moved like the gift knew where he would stand before he got there, and she caught his wrist, pulled him away from the rail, pulled him toward the skiff, and he came, not resisting, not speaking, just following like a man who had already cut away everything that tied him to the world and had nothing left to argue with. The third firepot hit the quarterdeck. The Vale ship was dying. Inza felt it through the planks, through the water, through the gift that hummed in her bones. The vessel's spine was breaking, the fire eating its way to the waterline, and whatever reserve casks were still below would not hold much longer. "Down," she said. Corwise went. She followed. The skiff was full. 11 children, Rasmund, Dorn, and now Corwise. Inza took the last space, her hand on the gunwale, her feet finding the wet boards, and Dorn pushed off with an oar against the burning hull. The skiff slid into the fog. Behind them, the Vale ship burned. Inza watched it go, watched the flames rise through the smoke, watched the black outline of Mjolnir's cutter circling like a shark that had lost its kill, and she felt the north pull in her chest, loosened but not broken, still pulling, still pointing. She did not know where. The children were quiet. Bren was curled at Rasmund's feet, still unconscious, his breath steady. Melly had her arms around Lisbeth and Tavi both, her face turned away from the flames, her shoulders shaking with silent crying. The others pressed together in the bottom of the skiff, small bodies sharing warmth, sharing fear, sharing the only safety they had ever known. Dorn shipped his oar. He signed one word, slow, deliberate, his hands visible in the dying light of the burning ship behind them. Where? Inza looked at the coast. The fog was thinning, and through it she saw lights. A line of them, strung along the shore, not the scattered lanterns of fishing huts or the steady glow of a harbor town. These lights were ordered, deliberate, waiting. She did not know whose. She did not know whether they meant refuge or pursuit. But she felt the North Pole tighten, just slightly, just enough to tell her that whatever waited on that coast was not finished with her yet. Corwise's hand found hers in the dark. His palm was still wet, still bleeding, still open from the cut he had made to set her free. And she held it, felt the blood warm between their fingers, felt the small, stubborn pulse of his heart against her own. "Whatever comes," he said, and his voice was quiet, not bruised, not broken, but something else entirely, something that sounded like beginning. "I know," she said. She did not let go. The lights grew closer. Behind them, the Veil ship sank beneath the tide, taking fire and smoke and 9 centuries of careful planning down into the salt where no ledger keeper could find it. Ahead, the coast waited, and Inza Kessani, who had been bred to be owned and designed to be harvested and taught to spend herself like currency, felt the night air cold on her face and the gift burning in her blood, and the hand of a man who had given up everything to hold hers in the dark. And for the first time since she could remember, she did not know what came next. She was afraid. She was alive. The skiff moved on.